world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
Spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh, and welcome to Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we talk about the weird, the wacky, the unusual, those things that people don't normally talk about in normal conversation. And tonight is going to be one of them. This is going to be a fantastic show. I've been researching and studying this guy's material for a little over a month and a half now, and I'm absolutely fascinated by what he's doing. Jared Murphy has thoroughly investigated the mysteries of archaeology and engineering involving ancient civilizations, and more in a different light than other people can actually see it. The phenomenal structures we see around the world have led him down a path of intriguing realization. He's a self-experimenter, a field researcher of ancient technologies, a lost history. Jared Murphy has traveled the world searching for evidence of an advanced ancestor in high technology. His newest book, It's Not Aliens, Worse, It's Us, Discovering Our Lost History, as well as his website, notaliens.com. You can find him there. Let me go and get Jared real quick, and I think, nope, there you go. And let's bring him in. Jared, how are you doing today, my friend?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on. Thanks, everyone, for listening.
Yeah, man.
Or watching.
Yeah, watching. They're watching. They're listening. This goes on audio podcast as well. But I'm excited about this conversation. We were kind of just touching on a few things just a few moments ago. How did you get into this? Like, what was your moment where you like, wait a minute?
You know, what's so funny is that when I was young, and we were talking about this before the show, not this specifically for everyone listening, but I've had a lifelong interest in, first thing I want to do is dig up dinosaurs. I just, like, what boy doesn't want to dig up a dinosaur? And then the next thing I know, Indiana Jones, if that dates myself, I was pretty young when that came out. And who doesn't want to find, the Ark of the Covenant, the golden monkey, and the kill Nazis or something? Right. That all seemed like really win-win. And so for me, it started really young because I started playing the violin young. I had an interest in quantum mechanics. I started reading like Schrodinger's Cat, In Search of Schrodinger's Cat. That was one of the first books I read. I was 16. And prior to that, it was just the constant questions. And I grew up severely Catholic, and there's nothing wrong with that. I say it that way because a lot of people may go to Sunday Mass, but I was heavily involved where I immediately had questions. So I didn't want to become interested in the Septuagints and the councils and the Gnostic texts. But when you grow up, I just had enough of unique circumstances that led me to, and then of course, personal questioning. I think probably what really sealed the deal for me, and everybody might like this, I don't think I've actually talked about this ever, is that what really got my total interest going in all of history, because I like period movies like, the Three Musketeers, but everything from ancient to modern. But what really sealed it for me was my grandfather was a tank commander, like Brad Pitt in Fury. He was a tank commander that landed at D-Day in a tank and ran a tank through Belgium and Holland and France and all the way to Berlin under the 7th Armored Division under Patton. And I have a long love of history. I started looking at World War II books in 1st and 2nd grade. My grandfather would haul out I had a massive interest. So I just kind of started. My starting point for history, ironically, to get us back millions of years and into the megalithic past, really started with one of my greatest heroes, really. And it wasn't just what he did in the war at all. It was just my grandfather had this incredible work ethic. And I just was fascinated. And from there, I just went nuts with history. That's what did it.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And, my father's the one that got me into a lot of this stuff. He red-pilled me at a very young age. So I can understand that completely. So you started researching World War II.
Yeah. And you know what? This you'll like.
Yeah.
When I saw giant things like Stonehenge, because Stonehenge, I think Leonard Nimoy in Search Up, which dates me further for anyone keeping track. But I was like, who cares? Look, I went to the Natural History Museum when I was a kid. There's loinclothed, simple primitives dragging some rocks around. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the golden monkey and the secret passage that's going to help me find the Ark of the Covenant, because that's the only history we got. I grew up believing what everyone else believed, that's as far as history went. And so I had a bit of a disdain and a zero interest, even though I loved Star Wars. And I was a kid, it was in the theater. I was 6. And I loved future. I loved advanced technologies. Again, I developed that interest in quantum mechanics and just general, just nerdy stuff in general. But I had zero interest in giant megalithic blocks because I believed what I was seeing. I was told that primitive people built giant blocky things. Yeah. But then I became a historical remodeler for 20 years. So the questions never stopped. I continued on the rabbit holes of what really goes into, the origins of different religions and faiths, and the origins of the technologies dynastically of different cultures that we can think of. But in 20 years of doing historical remodeling, I had reached a point where I was going to write, in this case, a fictional book about the oldest mummies on Earth were the Paracas. They're naturally preserved. They're admittedly, they'll say that they're at least 9,000 years old. Some of them. The truth is they probably go Younger Dryas. But I was going to do a fictional story about secret military organizations reanimating the Paracas and any old mummy they could find, and they would have handlers that would help them recall their memories to find ancient high-tech stuff. That was my original plot to It's Not Aliens, Worse, It's Us. I wasn't going to do nonfiction. I was interested in the subject. I was continuously interested in frequencies and energies and meditations. I had met Wim Hof at this point. I had learned to do the Iceman, the superhuman breathing. I had learned to do, withstanding really cold temperatures and ice and stuff like that. I was into that kind of like really trippy, connecting to the collective human consciousness, or however way you want to put it. But then I get 2 days into research, and there's an archaeologist with a Discovery show host that said, hey, we're going to go find Colonel Percy Fawcett, who got lost, that Brad Pitt played. And we're going to stop here, and we're going to show you on the banks of the Amazon this ancient engineered soil called terra preta. It has all sorts of interesting capability. It has piezoelectric properties. It filters heavy metals, gets rid of carbon dioxide. Oh, and from what we can tell, there's 12 to 20 feet of it in just Brazil that we're currently estimating at twice the size of Spain. And I'm like, okay, hold on. So I got 3 days into wanting to write a fictional story. I have a massive personal interest in not just knowing our origins, but this eternal question that I think we all have at some level of who are we? Like Graham Hancock says, are we a species with amnesia? And I'm like, wait a minute, I build things, and I can tell you right now that if you have an ancient engineered soil that man-made, and you start looking at the carbon dating, and then even for what they have admittedly said to it, it doesn't line up now with these Paracas, elongated skulled humans that are not deformed, but they're born that way. You have different species of humanities overlapping. You have a timeline that's not lining up. And it put me down almost a 4-year journey to basically come up with the conclusion that not only is there engineered soil in Brazil, it was already known that it was in North Africa. It was in the Central Plains, the savannas of South Africa. It's all over the world. Just terra preta, the identical recipe. So basically, terra preta is Portuguese for black earth. So when I say Brazil, North Africa, and South Africa, literally South Africa, this is where I was when I went and did some research there. This is an identical, it's like saying, hey, I bought a can of Coca-Cola, same company, same recipe on not only those on those 3 points on 2 continents that were not supposed to be communicado, but it's also in Australia. And there are different burnt biochars that are man-made, and they're all over the earth. So you have a lot of people piecing together these bits of our past where we finally realized that, hey, those giant, boring megalithic blocks are actually geopolymers. They are highly concentrated silicretes that are natural, but they've been harvested, and they're being put in alignments and conjunctions of natural patterns of earth energies, but also with technologies that we have yet to know and yet to discover. And that's what really got me started, was 3 days into research, realizing that the whole planet's filled with artificially man-made, carbon filtering, earth saving, fertilize, destroying, and the richest growing soil on earth is been made by a culture that we have no record of, and it's on every continent. And that was the start.
Right. In terra preta, for instance, I think this is abundant in western United States, in the old lands of the Native Americans. They had a whole bunch of it. But you can grow anything of it in this, and it doesn't, am I correct, it doesn't deplete the soil of its nutrients?
No, and one of the weird things is that if you start looking into different papers on it, one of the things it can't quite sort out, every season, every fall, I live in a state that has 4 seasons. Mm-hmm. It's not just sunny and beautiful all the time. But composting, leaves fall, and then, that makes new soil and things die. No, terra preta, or these ancient engineered soils, they seem to have an ability to maintain themselves and self-replicate. And some of the papers on terra preta will just say, this is how they'll put it. We've noticed it self-replicates, and then they'll move on. They won't touch it. It's like, or they don't have an answer, or like, well, why can't we just, I've had friends, some really great researchers also, they're like, well, why can't we just electron microscope? And it's like, people have been trying to figure out the recipe to Coca-Cola forever. There's lots of secret recipes that you can mimic and you can get really close to, but you have to be able to make it. And the circumstances and the environments and what we're finding in material science research, like the Bay of Cadiz, there are places in the Mediterranean that are above water, and I know we're not diving into it, but just as an idea, there are ancient, very complex, not primitive peopled, but places primitive people have adapted and taken over, but very, very advanced ancient constructions that are made out of either geopolymers or materials that are so much more complex than just, it's a fancy lava concrete that we forgot how the Romans made. It's very, very fine Teflon-like materials. They're doing and working in material sciences that we are just becoming familiar with. There are gold and other metal plated objects that have been found throughout antiquity that have a nano layering that is more complex than anything that's in a cell phone that we use currently. And those are not explainable. And they're all post-flood cultures that we can talk about in the last 4,000 to 6,000 years, but they're all digressing technologies and memories or folklore of what has to be a pre-Younger Dryas, maybe pre-Mount Toba 75,000 year ago society that may have managed to survive post-Mount Toba and then pre-Younger Dryas. Like, it seems like the Younger Dryas is really like the end of the nuclear winter of everything that went wrong when Mount Toba goes off in South Asia 75,000 years ago, plus or minus 1,000 years. We have a lot of continental shifting, a lot of really crazy dramatic climate changes. We have genetic evidence of what we've seen, right? It's just we all have to be ready to be wrong, but there's a snapshot right now that says, oh, after Mount Toba went off, and I like how they always put this, and I know they do it because of the math, but they always say there was only 3 to 20. I don't know how they get down to 2 or 3,000, but they say 2 or 3,000 to 26,000 breeding pairs were left on the planet. And we have a genetic record that says 50 plus thousand years ago, which I would say academically is really getting a lot closer to Mount Toba going off. But Denisovan, Neanderthal, humanity that was left on the planet, survivor people, they all blended their genetics. So we do have a genetic record that says, well, maybe we were down to 2 to 26,000 breeding pairs, or maybe 4 or 6,000 to 52,000 human beings. But we know Denisovan and Neanderthal mixed with humanity over 50,000 years ago. We have a city off the coast of Cuba that's 2,300 feet deep, and that's only one city.
Right.
There's plenty of places that have not been able to be manipulated or adapted for primitive human use that I think are really going to be exciting to find. And this whole Terra Preta thing, when you and I talked and we were going to get together and just do this show, the point is that nobody's looking at soil as something new and exciting or interesting, but it not only connects for growing, like you're saying, that it's self-replicating and creating very healthy food. We're talking about a soil that's connected to maybe other what's called seismic metamaterials, whether they're actual crushed silicretes or whatever, or they're artificial, but they're touching and connecting not only plants and animals and people, but they're connected to these old ancient polygonal buildings and constructions, or constructions that might have gone away that were made out of metal or plastics, but they've been or long evaporated or churned into the earth. But either way, we have enough remnants where if we start examining this, I think our sciences, if they haven't already on a clandestine level, are going to go in a whole nother direction.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, this is you just covered a lot of stuff there. But this is my thoughts. For the longest time, when I started researching ancient civilizations, ancient cultures, when I started researching the occult and the esoteric mysteries, I started to realize that there was this degradation, and that was one of the things that brought me towards your work. And the first thing I noticed it in language. The Maratha Bharata, these grand epics of India, these books are 8,000 years old. We have the Sumerian cuneiform. We have Hebrew, right? These are very, very old languages. And each one of these languages has a mathematical context. It has a musical context. It has some type of emotional expressive context that is kind of unspoken, where the word Om in Sanskrit, I mean, you could write books on just that word alone in the English language. And so we had this degradation of language over 6,000 years. And so I started thinking about it, and I started looking at all these ancient monuments, and I said, what would happen if a massive cataclysm happened here on Earth today? And 500 years later, the stories of our people would be like a big game of telephone amongst all the different people that survived, the 15% that survived. And what happens when a guy walks out and uncovers a garage, looks inside, and there's a fully fueled Ford F-150 with the keys inside? And he goes in and starts it up, and he starts pushing the gas pedal, and everybody starts bowing to him because they don't know what this is. They've never seen anything. This is the weaponry of the gods, right? And he rules over them, creates a mass empire through the fear derived from that technology, plus the heat from the technology, the whatever else that truck provides for them, until eventually it runs out of gas. And they don't understand how it operates and works, so they build models of it, but eventually that technology goes to waste and starts degrading over time, and that rule of him would degrade well with that.
Yeah, we end up with exactly what Eric von Daniken likes to talk about, the cargo cult. Mm-hmm. You have a they're literally building artificial fake planes on islands and worshiping and making little runways and hoping one day the plane that brings gifts will come back. And I mean, people can look that up. The cargo cult, that's what they started calling them. I mean, you have people who had no modern visitations. They didn't know what airplanes were. We have examples of it literally in our last 80 years of this happening. And that's not untypical, I think, of what's happened in the past. You have the worst of it, when I describe it. And my book, It's Not Aliens, is currently, for anyone listening, it isn't currently available because there's a revision that's been in the works. We are almost done. We're close to a release date. So it'll have a close to similar title. It'll be in full color. But one of the things that, this particular point that you're making is huge, because we so get fascinated and wrapped up in the stories of these, Moses, the 10 Commandments. I mean, there's been so many Hollywood movies that we just get excited about. Stargate, there are things that are fictional that are not, for instance, maybe Western biblically based, but they're just these stories, and we've attached a lot of romance and meaning to them, but they're exactly that. They're stories. They're not the full histories. They are romanticized ideas that are great for getting maybe people who have no interest in the subject going. But then at that point, what I think we need to try to avoid is that if you have a cruise ship worth of human beings, which was the example I used in It's Not Aliens, is that you and I might remember all the technology you and I are communicating on right now, but I don't even know how to forge metal. I mean, I forget forging. Yeah. I don't know how to separate iron ores. I let's get to the elements. Like, how do we, what temperature, what mixes in order to even make the wires in order to splice together, let alone soldering, I mean, there are things I have experience with, but I don't know how to make a soldering gun or to not create a soldering gun that would melt on itself, let alone I had a friend who's a mathematician who told me, Jared, do you know how much time it would take to just recreate volume math tables? And I said, what do you mean volume math? And he goes, like in a rocket ship, there's fuel. Well, that's in a round cylinder container. You have to calculate down to the last micro ounce how much fluid can fit in a different size or shaped container, and what's the weight differential when it as you're burning the fuel, and how much can you hold, and how it displaces the weights and against gravity. He goes, it took many mathematicians over brilliant. That was his point too, because he was a mathematician. That was his PhD. And he's like, it didn't take one or two. It took hundreds of years and a lot of mathematicians. If we got nuked, just to come up with volume, like, I would just like to not be thirsty. Let's put water in a vase.
Right.
I'm good with that. I don't care if there's an equation. I don't think a lot of people did for 70,000 years. Fill the vase, get a bigger vase, get two people to carry a vase. Nobody cared about volume tables. But those are things that when we have time, and as you're rebuilding a culture and a society that had a much more complex, not just external technology, and that's what's so fascinating, is that people are like talking about the Tesla mind chip. Right. And you and I were talking about this off air. It's really the third eye. We had a technology that I think this ancient engineered soil, and I think these buildings, I think we had external, but I think what we look at in quotes as the natural world, I think a lot of it is really broken or safe mode biotech. And they describe it as that when you get into vibrational medicine, which is really the capstone above herbal medicines or natural homeopathic, all that falls under vibrational medicine. And of those sciences, you have technologies that they're talking about how, in studying the regeneration of salamander legs and frogs. I mean, this was work done 30, 40 years ago. And they're like, we can't help but notice that it's as if it's ones and zeros, negatives and positives. Biotechnical switching is going on as if it's programmed. Mm-hmm. Like, does a tree really look like what we think of? Whenever I say tree, everyone can think of something with branches. But what if that's just rogue, programless base code what if a tree really just grows into your home? What if a tree really grows into a functional living space or a functional tool? We think of the natural world as this thing attached to the Norse gods, to the, everything Western, to, as you brought up, I mean, Krishna and the East. There's these stories that we've invested in that really don't get us past a point of understanding that it's not just that if they got to the point that they were engineering soil and ley lines and using large megalithic structures internally with something like a third eye, the reality is that if you weren't 10 or 14% conscious, if you're fully conscious, what does a biotechnical system look like that you're interacting with? Where right now, a lot of the way we try to create an analogy for people to understand is through these cameras and through the internet. And the reality is you really were living on a planet that looked probably way more natural than it really is. Mm-hmm. Just an idea, food for thought.
Yeah, no. And that's kind of where my mind goes when we start talking about a lot of these things, especially when we start talking about the terra preta in the soil, and then these monoliths being built on top of it, and they're being built in various different stone structures that are surgically precisioned in their architecture. They are limestone, which has a electromagnetic resonant characteristic to it. It's made out of organic material. And then there's granite. There's other types of very, very hard rock, which also, the lengths of these rocks are cut to particular dimensions for specific reasons. But I think it's very, very clear that we didn't build this. I was actually on the Mars Chronicles, I think it was last week. I said, I think it's very disingenuous to our history to say that aliens built all these things.
Yep.
And I heard you say the same thing, and I'm like, wow, like, exactly.
Yeah, and it's not that, I mean, here's the thing. It's like, I know there are some people who are not probably Rick and Morty fans, but I can't think of a better example than, for those that aren't familiar, get familiar, but the episode where Rick has to fix his battery, which is really a multiverse, which is really just, he jammed a universe into his car battery to power his spaceship. And the point is that when he goes in with his grandson, it's really a world that generates energy to basically make his car run. It's just a car battery, but inside is a whole universe where people are having babies and going to college. And the reason I bring it up is because to them, Rick is a god. And when Rick shows up, he tells Morty to put on antenna, little springy ones like you'd buy for a party. And he's like, put these on. They got to think we're aliens. And there is no one of advanced human ancient origin that is under obligation to explain to us that they're human. Not formerly human. There are great grandparents. They don't either care, or worse, they screwed it up. Like, what do? Sit us all down and go, yeah, we could have cured cancer, but we didn't. And then Tim gave you guys religion a few different times, and that just never worked out. We're sorry about that. Or we thought you would click on the whole like collective consciousness thing. So like we were doing it for you to have mindfulness, but not because of crystals like the rocks that you're banging, like the Neanderthals in your Natural History Museum, but because no, that's actually a very complex frequency energy system. And the power of 8 is actually a thing. And you should actually collectively meditate, that the idea that the Sufis had was real. Your average, like the stories of the Sufis, collective dreaming with like 38 people collectively sharing a dream. Like, it's not an impossibility. That Dr. Emoto's work with water, Victor Schauberger's work with water and vortexes, that they're all touching on what are quantum sciences that are actually related to our individual and collective consciousness. That is not a random thing. And the idea that, well, I saw a blue person, I saw a reptilian, and it's like, oh God, maybe you did. Maybe you saw someone from somewhere else. I'm not going to say you didn't, but is it more likely or possible that if you were working with a technology that allowed you to go from Mach 22 at a 0.0 turn radius, that maybe being shorter, smaller, and gray with translucent skin allows you to interface with your systems on that like an F-22 fighter pilot integrated brain technology to their weapon systems. Why, as a human, if we can buy a gene CRISPR and work out of our garage and customize a baby's ability to play piano or not, would we not think that the same human race for, according to the Hindu Vedas, millions of years has achieved that level of consciousness and technology? And we automatically jump to, no. There was some really sad anthropological aliens that said, you know what? The one thing we're going to teach them is how to put a 3,000 ton block on another 3,000 ton block. That's what we're going to give them to do. It's just, sorry.
You're right. I love your perspective. You're absolutely right.
We're just getting to that point where we need to be a little more in your face about, let's take the veil away and find, we don't need to find a mystery to believe in. There are literally mysteries in front of us, and we need everyone's collective brains and brain power. And each of us individually, each of us do have genetic memory. Each of us do tap into what we know. Even mainstream academia understands that there's a collective consciousness. Mm-hmm. But what it means and how we use it and how we adapt, and everyone listening right now, just the energy between you and I, this is the part where people, if they're worried that I'm not going to sound woo-woo, this is the truth, is that we have a collective consciousness that each of us might have a hunch on. We're drawn to these shows. We're drawn to these ideas. We're thinking, we want the answers, and we're not just scratching at believing in anything. We're looking for what it actually is. And each of us have some childhood experience. I grew up Catholic. There are people who grew up with different religions or none at all. But the reality is we all come from a family of origin story that blurs our ability to see something that we still have this internal, like maybe untouchable or unexplainable drive to figure out. And that's what's exciting, is that everyone listening, our conversation, everyone can contribute to this. How it's just, it doesn't have to be something or anything that you've ever done or gone to. It could literally be a memory that got jogged or a dream that you had, anything from a show you've watched. Like, you may have never been to Karnak or Egypt, but you may see something that just looks really familiar, but somehow you're a car mechanic. And just as an example, it may relate to how you connected and solved an electrical issue that had nothing to do with an alternator, but you connected it because of there is the wildest, craziest connections that people can make, that I think that when you're open to it, and not just saying that it's a modality of, the dynastic Egyptians built all this, or the Mayans built all this, or, let's watch Apocalypto one more time. Good movie, but not the point.
So what you're saying really is, in the past, and we can kind of date this, but we kind of can't. Humanity was highly more technologically advanced and spiritually advanced, of which the technology and the spirituality were merged to one developing progressive evolution.
Yeah, and I don't think that we now would be able to distinguish if you and I could hop back pre-Mount Toba, or hop into a survivor city where they've kind of scrapped up the technology, because I don't think all of them, just being collectively part of it, would understand how to rebuild it after a massive catastrophe, which is why I think we have these other stories and legends that indicate advanced peoples, but they never quite got it all back together again in totality. But I think if we were to time travel back to pre-Mount Toba, pre-whatever wars, or at least in the middle of their highest technological phase, I don't think we would look at the technology they had around them, other than the buildings, like the polygonal masonry, the Corinthian pillars, the things we see at Baalbek in Greece, what really was part of probably Tartaria, which spanned all the way from Spain to Siberia and Mongolia. The reality is that we, outside of going, oh, that's a Corinthian pillar, we might not understand that Corinthian pillar was actually part of a music system that was part of a health system. Your idea of going to the doctor may have been you and I walking to a stadium and being a part of an acoustic harmonization, because our planet is traveling through the solar system, traveling through part of the galaxy, which is in part of the universe at that time, 100,000 years ago, that had a disruptive frequency that made it through our ionosphere. And it caused you to have cancer and me to have a cold. And that pillar was part of a musical system. The clothing, the patterns, the sounds, the frequencies outside of the structures themselves. And maybe it's because we played with, maybe it's just a human nature thing that we like to play with the idea of clothing or external tangible things. But, did it look more like the world of Avatar, or did it look more like the Corinthian columns and the Baalbeks and what we're finding in ancient megalithic history combined with the plants and animals in a way that really didn't show us that, oh, he's holding a cell phone. No, it's the pineal gland. And, oh, he's healing himself. No, instead of crushing up a million plants to make an essential oil, the vibrational energy and frequency of that plant is being transferred through these different engineered soils. I don't even need to consume it. In fact, the reason we have taste buds isn't because we have the pleasure of eating cake on our birthday or our favorite dessert. It's because we can sense, we developed ourselves to connect to a system that our very taste buds let us know if something was off, or something was tuned, or something was a part of it. It may be the slivers of truths about we spoke with animals before. I love the Bible. I love Genesis, where it's like we talked to the animals and they were all our friends. Well, then the flood happened. Then it was a free for all, and we said, eat our friends, and we didn't talk to them anymore. It's like, that's quite a thing. So we used to communicate with animals and we didn't eat them. So what did we do? Are the people that we think are not, I'm not saying they're nuts, but the people who think you can survive on just breathing the essence of smelling something, that's enough nutrition. Was there a time period when we were 100% conscious that the idea and consumption of bioelectric energy was more all consuming? Was it the vitamin ray, the D, those essential nutrients provided by the sun, the interaction through what we would consider garden space? These are all, by the way, I'm not concluding anything. I'm just telling everyone, I'm just suggesting that these are the things that we need to table as questions and continue to encourage people who are into vibrational medicine and homeopathic work to really continue to really outwardly document their experiences. But even those skeptics that were like, Habdo water doesn't work, Emoto Masuro's work doesn't work. And then there they are with sweet rice going, it worked, and they're like, they don't know how, but it worked. But I just want to encourage people to take wherever you're at and don't stop, drop, and try something new. Just there's a good chance that even if you identify it as a spiritual belief or, I just like to meditate, or it doesn't matter. You don't have to change how you approach what's helping you or developing you in your life in that space. I think that through our conversations, through these kind of shows and through documentaries and books and us speaking on it, that it gives a greater design to a capstone and an awareness that will help people eventually connect it all together, and we can stop being a species with amnesia.
Wow. Well said. It's interesting because a lot of what you're talking about here is a lot of the things that we talk about primarily on this show, and we have an subscription after show afterwards. And a lot of what we talk about is, I call evolution, physical, mental, spiritual evolution, as learning something that you did not know that you did not know. I mean, seriously, that's what evolution is, because it expands that bound of limitation of your mind beyond the things that you are comfortable with. And when you begin to expand that mind, that limitation, that mindset, whatever it might be, through things that you did not know that you did not know, you're learning, you're growing. Man develops fire. Man has now a new tool in its arsenal, and now it can expand in a whole new technological landscape, physical landscape, so forth, because of that thing that he did not know that now he knows. And so a lot of what you're talking about is truth, man. And the spiritual aspect of this, I think, is incredibly important, because we look at the spiritual thing right now. It's gained a lot of steam in the last 3 decades. But, in the late 1800s, early 20th century, it had this big uptick, and then the 60s came around and kind of brought it more towards this mental thing other than a spiritual thing.
Acid.
That's right, acid. I did a lot of acid when I was younger. But then now we're starting to get back up in there. Now we're starting to understand and realize that the spiritual the spiritualness that we have within us. This is the true essence of life, of the universe. This is the integrated principle that we have that connects us with all things. And I think this is a lot of what Genesis in the Christendom is actually talking about here, is this creation of spirit and the interconnectedness of spirit from everything, and how it fell, how we fell from that knowledge base, how we fell from that understanding of it.
Yeah, and it's such a broad, where we're at finally is a chance for people who may fear being disingenuine to their own personal belief system. In this case, from where we are and where we all live in this country, it could be Christianity, where you'd feel disingenuine or disloyal, not even to just even have a question. I want to encourage people that if you have a gut instinct or a little voice or something that's just pointing you in the direction of curiosity, it doesn't have to be an answer. It doesn't have to be a solution. It just has to be there might be something that's been tugging at you about the past or a person, or, I know anytime anybody starts to really meditate and go over the other side, the first thing is they were always Cleopatra or Mark Antony in the past. They were never Bill the pooper scooper at the zoo, at the Roman zoo. That never happened. That's not true. There are people who recall simpler lifestyles, and there is even, so that isn't entirely true. But I'm saying, don't be afraid of asking yourself the question. If you have a hunch to go on something, even if all it is you're drawn to a certain kind of art when you go to an art museum, explore that. Just keep asking yourself questions. Don't not go down the rabbit hole or say that you shouldn't look at it because you'd be disingenuine or unfaithful to a belief system. I think it's important for people to follow their curiosity about anything that they just have any instinct or draw towards in reference to the answering the questions. Who are we? Who were we? What are we? The who, what, where, when, and why. I think it's a nagging question for all of us. I mean, I think it's everything about why we go party to why we get drunk and stay home alone.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of all of it. But do you want to throw any observations you made while doing acid? Not that you did, because that was just a theatrical point.
Well, so I've been writing my first book for a few years now, and I'm halfway through with it. It's called Transcending the State, What I Learned from Over 150 LSD Trips Before the Age of 18.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But what did I learn from eating acid? I learned that I'm never going to do that again. That it was probably a mistake to do it, before my brain was fully developed. But I learned that there was this interconnectedness, that everything is connected through vibration. I clearly remember this one time on LSD. I was standing in my bedroom, and we had this window, and you look out this window, and there's this shed far out, probably 200 yards away, and I had a single light, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's really dim, and we got One of These Days by Pink Floyd playing, so it's like, and the walls are going like this back and forth. My skin is just resonating with the walls. The buzz that I have in my body is mimicking what I'm sensing in nature. Everything is in this resonation together. And all of a sudden you start traveling down this kind of like this spiraling tunnel in this LSD trip, and nothing's moving, but you're kind of like, you feel like the sensation of spiraling time. And I start sensing this just kind of orthogonal time, just being outside of time for a moment. Like, there's no linearity to time anymore. And it's hard to explain when you're not under the influence of something, right? But
yeah,
I realize at this point that there is so much more than what we've been taught from science and academia. There's so much more than the physical nature of reality, and that there's hidden forces operating much, much deeper within us, and that if I could just go in there and learn about them and touch them. So I went on multiple LSD trips to kind of get back, and actually I explained it in the book that I was continuously going back, trying to get back to the same feeling. And so you're trying to get back to this one feeling that you had before. And you take LSD again, you go try to get back to this one feeling you had before. And you realize that it's not about getting back to that one state or one feeling. It's all about the new experience that you're having. And it's about taking that new experience and learning and growing from that point, not trying to feel like you did before.
That's so fascinating. I have a friend who smoked a lot of angel dust and had the same experiences.
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother animal. I do think I've always called it banging on the blinky board. Mm-hmm. You bang on the left, you get a yellow light, and you bang on the right, you get a red light. And then 1,000 years later, somebody walks up after you've been, God forbid, you've been getting 60% or even 50% of your prayers answered. Somebody walks up later and says, why are you banging on the control panel of a 747? That's a plane that flies. And then they're like, heretic, burn him. And, you have an interaction with the technology. And again, it's our origin stories. It's like you grow up with a certain faith, a certain meditation, a certain experience, and we label our connection to that system. And when we have an experience that's outside of what's been defined for us as, well, this is either this kind of religious experience or this kind. It's not that other kind. It's not whatever transcendental thing that just happened to you. That was bad. Well, what? It's just... You were wired in for a second. You bang so hard, you got a plate on a panel that does many, many more complex things. You were able to connect a couple wires in your head and go beyond your 10 to 15% consciousness back into a blink of a second or a minute or what felt like eternity into a system that was obviously much more complex that we once actively could tap into at will. And I think that we need to start considering the fact that these moments where, it's kind of like you and I decide, hey, well, we want to be the best deadlifters on the planet. Well, obviously it's going to take steroids. Yeah. And I think kind of that's what happened with a lot of these drug astronauts. I do think that, you doing this experimentation is invaluable and absolutely necessary. Someone's got to do it. But at the same time, it's like, do you wonder, I want to know, I'm just curious, do you feel like it's limited your exposure to that universe? Do you feel like it's continued in other ways? Do you try to get there through meditation? Is there any other ways you've connected to those moments?
Yeah, so I stopped, the last time I did LSD was at the age of 28. That was the same time when I started really deeply into a meditative practice. That I had discovered through research of the occult and the esoteric mysteries. And I found that through, you're going to love this, through various types of music, design music to put you in these states, HemiSync, and the Monroe Institute's HemiSync program was one of the ones that I first utilized, that I could obtain these massive, deep trance-like states. One in particular... I got into this state, and it's kind of interesting. So you go to the hypnagogia, so the pre-state of sleep, and it's a really scary sensation that you have because they call it falling asleep because your consciousness actually recedes. It feels like your consciousness is receding from your body, so it pulls backwards, and you get the sensation of actually falling. At the same time that that's happening, your whole body is switching to the autonomous nervous system. So your breathing is being taken over by the autonomous nervous system. Your heart rate, your bifurcation pulse that actually is created by your brain goes away. Right? So at the same moment that you're conscious and you're staying awake during this consciousness, your consciousness starts to recede back. You're all of a sudden you go, you can't breathe because you're trying to breathe just naturally, but your autonomous nervous system takes over. And all of a sudden you hear your heart rate, boom, 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 boom. You feel the adrenaline rush, right? And so this is the thing that always knocks you out of this trance-like state. That kind of keeps you out there. It's a defense mechanism. I was able to get through it. And it's kind of interesting because when you do it, it's kind of like seamless. And you just skip over that one phase. And what happens is you're in this kind of like very mellow meditative state. Next thing you know, everything's humming. I mean, everything. Your whole body's... It's so loud. But it's not like... It sounds like a machine hum, and it's incredibly loud, but it's also the ambience all around you. And you can kind of like, I could see 360 degrees. And this is a non-drug meditation trance that I've been in. and your whole body, it's kind of like a grayish white, and everything's just pulsating, just boom, 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 just and you hear it too, and everything around you is just resonating with it. I've been in that state about 4 different times, and you can get beyond that state as well.
You've just described better than I've been able to describe what it's like to do the Wim Hof method. Mm-hmm. The first time he came to America, the Iceman, I got to meet him. I went and learned from him how to do it. And I think that that's the most accurate. I've never been able to actually describe. That's the state you get to when you do the Wim Hof method. That wow. process for me is that sensation you're talking about, and that tuning and that vibrational level with your whole body and everything around you, and those sensations. I've never quite been able to describe it. I think this is the most accurate description I've ever heard of. I've done that many times doing the Wim Hof method. And then, of course, okay, I know most people, the minute you go look it up, it's like you got to take ice cold showers and get in ice water. Yes. Can you get some places without it? Yes. So for those listening, you don't 100% have to get cold, but if you really should, because you continue the breathing technique and the process into the shower. And man, I could barely stand 30 seconds before I got to 45 minutes. And then when you're in ice water, it's a whole nother animal. But these states that you're in, I always described it as plugging in. Mm-hmm. Like I didn't know how else to explain it to people. Like it's like a switch. It's literally like hitting a light switch, and everything in a space changes. Yep. But that very tactile sensation you described between your body and what's going on, that's exactly where I'm familiar, not with your process, but I thought that was a really brilliant, that I really want people to listen to that, because that description is, if you hit the right meditation for yourself, I think that what you can become situationally aware of within yourself and around you and everything else really lets you know that we are not awake. Yeah. And we have a much, much deeper connection and levels consciously to, I think, within our grasp, obtain.
I 100% agree. And for a long time, I researched and tried to find out different ways of doing this. And I got into a lot of what I guess would be considered, kind of alchemical magic, Enochian magic, and some weird shit started happening in my life, and I closed that book and I moved on, and I didn't touch this stuff for a very long time, just until probably about 4 or 5 years ago when I started getting back into a practice, and that's when some interesting things happened, and I started learning these different techniques that were actually very much hidden within the esoteric mysteries. And so when you start getting into various hermetic symbology, when you start getting into various alchemical symbology, when you start deep diving into what we would consider the mysteries of Solomon, these things, I believe, through my research, have been completely misunderstood. Just 100% misunderstood. Yeah. People had, I was a member of a hermetic order, and they were talking, and kind of like the higher ups and everything, we're all talking about Solomon's temple and the dimensions and the place where it was potentially located and all these things. And I'm sitting there going, it's right here. This is Solomon, Sun and Moon's temple. You have Jachin and Boaz, the two cherubims that trick you with illusion, your eyes, to keep you away from the gateway to Solomon's temple. You have to traverse the 12 houses of bread, which are the 12 archetypes of mind, very, very similar to the zodiac that is actually inside you, to get to the contract of God, the Ark of the Covenant, which is in the Holy of the Holies. And this is the place where your seat of God actually exists. And this is where you get to know yourself, to where you can have a better relationship with God.
Doesn't some of this make you wonder whether or not some of those people, like the Rick and Morty scenario, it's like, hey, put these on. We need to think, they need to think we're aliens, but just to keep us down, you got to wonder if we were fed a lot of misinformation about how to believe things or how to think things. It's like, oh, this is what this is. It's a woo-woo thing. It's jump up and down, get a flower headdress on the solstice, Yeah. But No, don't look at that engineered soil over there, or do that exact meditation, or connect your brain back to, no, don't look at that. It's like the allegories and the stories and the folklore that took over. It's like, really, was that just us trying to find a solution while we had amnesia, or did we get fed some of this? So some of the things I try not to think about it, because I don't want to worry about it, or I don't want to be angry about it, or I don't want to be like conspiratorial about it. But it's like, was this an intentional manipulation to keep us off course? Was it different organizations within these survivors that were more advanced, disagreements? Like, this is how we should treat the survivors we locked out of the bunkers. I mean, they're warlocks now. There's no hope for them. Just let them eat each other. We can't fix them anyway. It's just, you got to wonder if that information is information that just happened because of, again, general stories, or did we get fed some of the misinformation to keep us off track of remembering, of connecting to, did we get brought down unnaturally? Was it war? Was it both? Was it natural and war? Have we fallen apart so many times they just don't want to see us get back up because we'll just do it again? Again, were we part of the losing team? Was there a winning team?
I love the questions. So kind of where my research has been going lately, we're doing the Mars Chronicles. And when we start looking at Mars, we're looking at a cataclysm about probably 1 million years ago. Something happened between Mars or a potential other planet near Mars. This is accounted for the Enuma Elish in the sense of the battle between Marduk and Tiamat. I've actually related this saying that Tiamat was simply Mars. I know a lot of people out there disagree with me, but if we start looking at the tale of what it's talking about, and if you go back into kind of the late 1800s talk about Lemuria and Atlantis, how Atlantis went to war with Lemuria. They got destroyed. They destroyed themselves from within. This is the same story as Tiamat. Her husband gets destroyed and he gets overtaken, and he's in Apsu, obviously, or Apsu gets destroyed, and Marduk comes and avenges the people after Tiamat rains hell down them then, and he splits Tiamat in half. And we have a planet just up there that is, been destroyed. And I say, my biggest question to this was this. If we look at the evolutionary history of humanity, there's some very, very big problems. Look at any species on this planet. They don't have problems glaring into the sun. Their eyes are completely adjusted to the atmosphere and to the amount of solar radiation that this planet gets. Our skin goes out into the sun and we get immediately burned. Now, I asked a doctor this, an eye doctor this, and she says, well, we grew up in the woods, and so we grew up in the deep, deep woods. And I said, well, okay, that makes sense. So if I go look into the deep, deep woods, all these species that grew up there along with us should have the same characteristics as us. Very, very light, pale skin, as well as eyes that don't adjust to the solar radiation. What do you find? They're completely fine. Darker skin, furred, haired, and their eyes completely adjust to the radiation. We're the only species on this planet that don't fit in this planet. We're more akin to being on another planet that would have been a lot less warm, way more colder, right, and less solar radiation. Kind of like Mars with an atmosphere. And you got to wonder if those old stories are really telling a tale that's hidden inside when you remove all those cultural attributions. If you remove all the BS out of the way, you start seeing this formulation of a story being told of a great war, a great cataclysm, something very, very bad happened to humanity. The numbers of humanity decreased to the point where we had to take basically dire methodologies to go and reproduce to bring ourselves back up. We fell from our seat of grace, of technology, of spiritualism, and we had to fight to survive. And that people have held this information and kept it away from us as a methodology of power and control over us for aeons, I guess, for millennia, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, there does seem to be some indications that technology that is off-world, again, I love referencing that we've come up with a way to make brick grow. Brick, like wall brick. But we've come up with a way to grow it as a biological entity, and we can program it to it not only replicates and just doesn't turn into a rectangular brick, but you can make it grow into any pattern you want. And so if we had technology that was floating through the solar system, ancient technology, it very much likely could look like rock, or again, some sort of element that appears to us in quotes naturally. And so what are the elements that are not only left in orbits within our solar system, but what are the indications left between Mars and here and other satellites that show a greater solar human population that and or could have left the solar system? But what are we looking at for technology that wasn't just single planetary? The evidence, if half of the at least religious texts are true, and again, Michael Cremo has brought up only in Forbidden Archaeology, he's only talking about paleoanthropological finds of standard academics. And it's clear that anatomically correct humans have been here corresponding with religious texts of the last 6,000 years for millions of years. And we have a physical evidence for that, which is the elephant in the room. We have different shaped and cranially larger capacity brain, but also the story of evolution itself. I mean, there's a lot of different shows that we're talking about right now. It's like we might as well be doing a high level of like a lot of shows.
Yeah.
And the reality is that the capacity for human intelligence is not a progressive state. We are in a regressive pattern. There are TED Talks. Some I think are brilliant. A lot of them are very like surface level. One was with, I like to reference with a neurologist that talks about how the human skin can see infrared, can actually see the frequencies, not just, oh, hey, you're going to burn yourself, but like sees it as a communication technique. And it's one of the first active organs in the human when you're being gestated, you know, when you're actually a developing baby. The human skin's one of the first things. It's obviously your biggest organ, but it's actually actively capable of seeing and sensing things that we only recently found. Like you got Dr. Gerald Pollack's work, The Fourth Phase of Water. It's only in living entities. There are things that water, skin, the human body, whole layers of muscle that we didn't know existed. We've been dissecting the human forever, and we're discovering things on the most what should have been elementary levels, like the biology of the skin system itself, let alone how is it reading and understanding and communicating, which with skin to infrared and invisible frequencies. What kind of technology, if anything is to be, there are other observers of, military seized, in quotes, alien technology that says, okay, well, it doesn't appear that there's any superficial controls or this tic-tac stuff. You have what appears to be machines that are responding to brain control. But what if it's a full-bodied system, just like our planet, just like this engineered soil, just like our collective consciousness? We're talking about a system that broke down between planets. And did it break down caring? Did it break down what conflict? And that's like, if you and I were just talking, sitting, having a drink at a bar or something, or a coffee shop, the questions that are most, again, don't want to cause anyone anxiety, don't want to stress over it or have bad dreams about it. But the reality is that I just don't think here's what worries me most, not a single warlike event, nor a single natural catastrophe can account for why we are where we are. And there are 12 to 3,000 ton remnant geopolymered and biotechnology remnants living within us and every other animal and creature. There is something severely catastrophic that happens socially to us and unnatural and just naturally, like both. Like it has to be both. And that's what worries me, is that we're clearly not, however we've done it in the past, we either weren't ready or capable or mature enough to handle where we went with it. And I would like to avoid that. And the only way to do that is to really get honest about what we're finding in the ground and about this experimentation we're doing about what the human body is capable of. And we think it's a great deal when we seem to think like the horse whisperer. We seem to think that there's a big deal when someone can kind of understand an animal. Or why is it that manatees really want to be pet and or seem to communicate? And we're not even we don't even have the biggest brain on the planet. I mean, what are orcas thinking? I mean, is it Douglas McAdams, so long and thanks for all the fish? Is it Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy for real? What is it?
Oh no, not again. It's an interesting question because, like I said, a lot of the stuff that we look at is what happened. Because obviously, yeah, you're right. There was some type of cataclysm that basically rocked this planet for a very long time. But what produced the social and cultural fall? I mean, mankind must have been either completely decimated off this planet, which even in the sense of an asteroid impact, that doesn't even make sense. You would still have approximately about 15 to 20% of the population that would survive, even though they're not doctors and lawyers and scientists and engineers. You'd still have some level of preservation of history of technology. And you want to know what I honestly think?
Yeah, no, go for it.
I think that we did. I think that most of our history from this point right now forward, starting around World War I, is a lie. I think that it's all one big effing lie. Think about this. World War I, World War II, they decimated old Europe. They destroyed all these old buildings. You can find these remnants of old Tatarian civilization, of people talking about the mud floods and Tatarian civilization, right? We have the old cathedrals, the Gothic cathedrals, where they actually, when the priests took these things over, they would actually have put the glass into the windows. The windows themselves were cymatic patterns. The churches were built on these resonant frequencies, as if we did rebuild. We were regaining this technology over time. We did massive different types of integrations into our society. But something happened at the turn of the 20th century, and they came and started 2 world wars, which basically decimated all of this stuff. When you had the conquistadors come out and basically annihilate all of Central and South America. They took out a lot of the native populations up here as well. There's photographic evidence of what San Francisco looked like, or map evidence and drawn picture of what San Francisco looked like in 1850, before we even went in there and settled and created San Francisco. And there's massive churches, Gothic cathedrals there. And the question is was this Tatarian civilization kind of a breakaway from our current perspective of Western and Eastern society, and they were just kind of living peacefully, regaining their technology, rebuilding everything up? We found them, discovered them. By this time, the banking cartels, these people of power, had infiltrated the world, and they begin to take it back over, and they destroy all the remnants of this ancient technology. Or even something worse, were we invaded by somebody? Were we infiltrated by something or somebody to cause that all to happen? There's mathematical aspects to this that don't make sense, and we've talked about it in this show. The population at the turn of the 20th century was 1 billion people. 1 billion people, right? Okay, now we go to World War I, World War II. We have the Spanish flu. We have Mao. We have Mussolini. We have 500 million people before 1950 dead.
Yeah, it's a lot of brain RAM, a lot of collective consciousness gone that seem to all be on a path of rediscoveries of many, many different layers. You have the movement culture. What you have with Erwin LaCour and MoveNet, which was really Georgie Bear's, General Georgie Bear's work, considered the father of parkour. And that was pre-World War I. It was like, hey, you don't need weights. The human body is designed to be in cold. It's designed to be in heat, and it can do these things. And they were creating decathletes in 4 to 6 month training programs. But it wasn't just the physical, it was the mental. And it was both. And then World War I happens, and literally everyone forgets about movement, that connection to that higher side. You have a massive amount of brain power all disappearing at every level. And you got to wonder, because you have these stories at which, there are different shows that like to talk about the Nuremberg battle, in the 1500s. We have the lithographs from the Nuremberg what appears to be what they want to call it a UFO event, where it's clear that it seems to be some sort of aerial combat. Not many years later, it actually happened again in Switzerland. But is it, again, aliens, or is it a couple? When you say that maybe not the lawyers and doctors and scientists survived, worse, what if it was the politicians and influencers from social media?
Right.
And really worse, what if it's Stalin, Hitler, and Pol Pot who survived?
Right.
And you have and they all have pieces of highly advanced technology that ends up in the Hindu Vedas as the gods had wars. And you have the battle over Nuremberg, and in Switzerland, are those remnants of that ancient society still not in agreement about how to come back? And so some of them digress and say, you know what? I still know how to make big statues. I'm going to crown myself post Mount Toba, the god of Egypt. Maybe they rebuilt using slaves and using people. Maybe somewhere in that period between 76,000 years ago and to the Younger Dryas, they did topically try to rebuild. There were maybe it's not an allegory that there were 10 Atlantean cities. Maybe there was 10-ish. Maybe that number sounds good. Maybe it was 20, 30, 40 international cities of more advanced humans living not too far from all the survivors, but they were quite capable of living self-contained, sending out groups. Again, we have a red-bearded, red-headed dude, Viracocha. In every culture around the world, there's a dude with a man satchel and probably a latte teaching people how to farm, teaching people how to speak, teaching people how to write crap. And there aren't any red-haired people with red beards in South America. And you got the same dude with a man satchel showing up from the iTunes store, showing people how to crop farm and not eat each other. Mm-hmm. And was that helpful? But yeah, it kind of keeps like 60 million Cro-Magnons from finding your very advanced city where you have a very Lord of the Ring episode 1 moment and you have to kill a bunch of them. But if you teach them to farm, then the ones that don't kind of keep the ones that are farming down, and then you kind of didn't kill them all and they're kind of doing their own thing. I mean, the questions that arise from the idea of why is it post Younger Dryas, only in that period? Yeah. We have ruins that we can't date that are so advanced and so ancient, and they're pre-Younger Dryas, and we have indications. Like I'll be in Texas the next few weeks. I'm going to the Galt archaeological site. They found a stone layer floor that predates 18,000 years, 15 to 18,000 years, at a minimum.
And in Texas.
It's in fact, the Galt archaeological site is considered the largest Clovis find in the country, maybe I guess North America. And so when it comes to arrowheads and standard academia for everyone, I think we're almost over this hump finally. And I think we've been there echoing this about 6 years. The idea is that the only people in America came across the land bridge, Bering Straits, and, 13,000 years, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is we have sites like Hueyatlaco, Mexico, other areas from Mexico down to South America that show pyramids, shell mound builders that date back 30, 40, 50,000 years. But at Hueyatlaco, we have a campsite from humans and a site that was occupied. The minimum age on this now is about 300, well, it was 275,000. They're looking at 312 to over 500,000 years old. That's in northern Mexico. Michael Cremo championed that one a long time. That was Virginia Steen McIntyre's find. But in Texas, they dug to Clovis, and then they dug past Clovis, and then there was kind of nothing. And then the artifacts picked back up. And then they hit basically a 7 by 7 foot stone floor. And they do more testing. And although they've continued to do testing, it is not a site that is very famous or well known. Although it's open to the public, you can go visit it, the Galt, G-A-U-L-T, Galt archaeological site. So just to go for the Clovis part, that's interesting. But I'm going with some other researchers, and we're going to look because I'm just very curious to see a floor that indicates that there was human people living in a structure, or one, and at least this one is indicating 18,000 years plus occupation. And then we have the dolmens. I mean, you and I were talking about just a little while ago, we're talking about these different maybe a worldwide Tartarian culture or something, or the Atlanteans, or fill in the blank, or Lemurians, or these general legends and stories and myths that are attached to the last 6,000 dynastic years of people making up stories. But what are we doing with a floor in Galt, north of Austin, and what are we doing with 500,000-year-old campfires and primitive people? It seems like even now with our technology, there's always a tribe. There's always, if you and I get wiped out, there's always a tribe somewhere with nothing but a fire. Yeah. And if we find them and we don't find us, we're like, well, they were just monkeys banging rocks. And it's always this blurred vision. And God forbid you grew up with 100 years of stories of the last 1,000 years before you were born, because then yet again, you're clouded in mystery and romance of the gods and well, that story references the one point. It's like, yeah, but not to the human bone found in the Red Crag that's 5 million years old. Yeah. Where's your story for that? Most of it's underwater. Like the city off the coast of Cuba, you can have an opinion about connecting the dots through these slivers that are living through folklore. But I think it's super important that we table all the finds, which means we have unexplained, anatomically different variety of humans living pre 100,000, 500,000, 2 million, 5 million, 20 million, 60 million, 120 million years, including a boot print from 160 million years ago and more, that we need to consider the cranial structures and the differences in the Paracas, the Denisovan, the Neanderthals, breeding with humans. We have to consider these cities and a large amount of technology that's in the soil itself, that if we would just apply our building material sciences to, we would find that it might be part of the sleeping giant that we only bang on when we drop acid or choose to do a cool meditation.
Okay, set this up for me then. So, we didn't even talk about a lot of the structures and all this stuff. This has been great. So, walk me through this. Take me through Bellback or one of these places, and kind of explain to me in your mind how you think this system worked and what it looked like.
So, like, Baalbek's a good start. It's in Lebanon, and it gets chalked up to like kind of a Hellenistic thing. And there's two problems with it. There are always a variety of the hardest stones on earth being used in these structures. And so the first thing is to say, well, it was occupied by the Romans and the Greeks, and well, of course, obviously they repaired it and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but the thing that what gets the most notice are what they call the trilithons, which are, there's some old photos of, it looks like little people, 3 giant blocks, and they're estimated between 900 and 1,100 tons. Wow. But they're not the only blocks that look like that. And also in the quarry, that's actually, I really hate that they call it the stone of the pregnant mother. That one's the biggest, and that one's about 12 to 1,600 tons. And they said, well, isn't it amazing they were building with these giant blocks? But what rarely gets pointed out is there was over 200 columns found at Baalbek, columns that were out of single pieces of diorite, and they were 60 feet tall, and they were big. So someone took really hard stone, 60-foot pillars. And if you want to geek out a little bit, for all those listening, honest to God, find your local quarry anywhere. I'm lucky. I live in Minnesota. Quite a bit of the Empire State Building came from quarries here, because the company that did it is quite well known, and likely your kitchen countertops may also come from Minnesota, or obviously India. There's a lot of places in Brazil and in Italy and marble. There's a lot of different places for you to get granite, but one of the big companies is from St. Cloud, Minnesota, and we, the First National Bank building and the Empire State Building, were actually sourced here. And you can meet some old timers that will explain how to build a 12-foot column. And when you start learning what it takes to quarry a single piece of stone into a column that has a belly and a shape and giant Corinthian complexities at the top and bottom, the temple at Baalbek represents engineering before we get into the soil that is so incredibly complex. So I wanted to keep people aware of the spectrum of things here. You have columns that nobody talks about. Just remember that. Single piece, turned perfectly, diorite, and God knows what else, because we don't do the material science check. We check with the stone, and that's about it. We have these giant, really, really heavy pieces sitting on a foundation, which is touching what we were talking about was terra preta, which is a form of engineered biochar. But I've been doing historical remodeling and additions in buildings. And when you want to do an addition, you, depending on where you are, even within a state or a city, you could be on clay or mud or both, or gravel or sand. Depends on the geology of the nature of your land. And what happens is we build a footing in where we live. It's we worry about tornadoes. So we are going to dig a basement, where if you're in Texas, you're not going to have a basement, which is ironic because you have a lot of tornadoes. But cellars, maybe, kind of. But either way, what we do is we build a foundational wall directly under the single wall that you're going to put the building on. So when you think of a 1,200 ton block, and the similar constructions are found all over the earth. So the blocks we're describing at Baalbek, and the constructions and the pieces that some dynastic people, some survivor cultures mimicked and threw back up together, you can find them at Giza. You can find them in South America at Machu Picchu and Cusco and Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, wherever you want. It's the same exact construction methods. But what we're thinking right now about the foundations is that, and I talk about it in a recent documentary on my YouTube channel, but the idea is, I don't think they just pre-compacted the soil to make sure that 1,200 ton block and everything above it didn't fall over. I think they were shaping the stones to receive or send, or both, frequencies and energies, not only from a natural grid work of the planet, but I think that they were using seismic metamaterials, which is the building sciences of using things down to nano-sized particles to cause a building to not fall down in an earthquake, but also communicate and send frequencies and energies per the function of the building. So there are stone spheres all over the earth. They've already done experiments in Europe to show, and I note these papers, and which will be noted again in my next book, but there is serious evidence to show that these giant stone spheres under a cityscape, not a single building, but a whole cityscape, can mute and or amplify and act as wave resonators, where you have stone spheres that are found, and they're like, oh, they're not perfectly round, they must be made out of volcanic concretion. No, they're not perfectly round, because every eigenvalue, i.e. pi, an eigenvalue being a coefficient for sorting out frequencies and energies. That's one of the most important things you can do with an infinite thing like sound, is to have calculations when you're going to create a stone sphere that's connected to a soil system, that's connected to other micro crushed materials that are connected to giant 1,200 ton stones that are integrated and shaped to fit together in order to connect so perfectly to a biotechnical system that includes the plants and animals that are walking on it, including humanity, through the buildings that they're doing their day-to-day functionalities in reference to artificial, non-bio, natural work. Yeah. So if you want to consider that to be, technology we would recognize as external technology, sure, so be it. But I think that in this one building, like at Baalbek, you would see this. If you could have X-ray eyes, you would see that this building was designed with not just the desire for it to not fall down during an earthquake, but to connect to all these systems, for people to walk through the plazas and the plateaus, to do everything from simultaneously keeping themselves in tune with this biotechnical, natural, in quote, system, and to deflect our interplanetary galactic travels through the universe and the unplanned, like, some black hole has a hiccup and throws like crazy waves and signals at the planet that we can't filter out, and it takes us a minute between our animals and plants and our senses to develop a counter frequency or a counter tone to stop being irritated or want to murder each other. I think that's how complex the system once was, and these buildings integrated into that. And why did we not make everything look like Avatar, like the movie? Why are we just not in loincloths and we just know trees are really important? I think that's because that's a story. Sorry, I had to go dark for a minute. I didn't want to be nice forever.
No, it's almost like they had developed a science and technology that integrated basically everything that we know of and have of the internet today into the natural harmonic resonance of the earth, in the sense where you could be in Europe and we're here and we walk into a building that has the same resonant frequency and we could communicate, we could talk, and we could share ideas and thoughts. But maybe your doctor is in Europe and you're over here, and all you'd have to do is go in there and they could attune the vibrations of that building, almost like they are entangled.
Wouldn't it be ironic if your doctor looked a lot more how you and I would today identify a composer or a conductor?
Interesting.
Food for thought.
It is. That you go in, and that's a lot of these old Gothic cathedrals, that's how they were organized, with the resonant frequency of that area. I mean, they would have this various resonant frequency, and it would be something to where it would resonate with your body itself. It would gives people this uplifting, this feeling inside of you. And you still get this when you walk in towards the altar. The altar aspect of these cathedrals, there are three-step variations of how you get in this symbolically. It represents the three pillars of Freemasonry. But when you get into that area, you can feel this kind of ambience around you just from the natural state of these places.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that engineering was stumbled on. There's all these secret societies and different organizations where I think they may have had one really neat, super interesting piece of the technology, but it's a difference between saying, did you find a desktop computer, a gaming computer, a graphic design computer, or did you just find like the first Apple IIe, and somebody also found a smartphone, but it only had 2 functions left and there was no internet? And so did a lot of these secret organizations design their worship and their symbolism and their ideologies off of I think it's no doubt that it was off of fragmented shadows of truths, but I think that somebody in the last few thousand years has on occasion, I think, found, we can always argue about the Vatican Library and the assorted other organizations that I think pre-World War I, World War II were not as much on a governmental radar as they were. I think they were part of well-established secret organizations. But I think once World War I happened, I think on one hand they were like, oh, well, it's worth doing this to eliminate more prehistory that we don't want people asking questions about. On the other hand, it let the same people within government organizations that I don't think were as organized as other private secret organizations until World War I, World War II. It wasn't a priority to develop the technology on a governmental level. I think it was private and hidden. And I think that's the one double-edged sword, is that I do think more people are aware now because those technologies were sought out.
Right.
And again, we don't get an honest answer from our governments or what they knew or didn't know prior to this modern era and the Industrial Revolution. But the truth is, I just can't see it having been as an important aspect of a general public knowledge base until we suddenly wanted nuclear scientists. Right. And rockets, and jet airplanes.
And you even see this at the turn of the 20th century with philanthropic organizations, much derived like the National Geographic Society, right? And they're down in the Grand Canyon finding temples of Isis and writing about it in their books. And then all of a sudden World War I comes around and all that all those documents start disappearing and getting removed because they get the funding from Rockefeller Foundation, all these other foundations. And that's really what you're talking about, is how really what it was is these secret societies, these very, very rich and wealthy people control the excavation of a lot of these things for a very long time. And then governments got involved, and what they did is they just went and bought out the government and then just controlled it from that level.
Yep. I have National Geographics. There's again, one of the pyramids I was talking about, North Africa or northern Mexico. It's in a 1921 National Geographic, and it's all laid out right there. It's like, well, we found it under a lava flow. Well, it makes it tens of thousands of years old. And it's like, well, that doesn't jive with the story you're talking about, the Clovis, does it? And suddenly that's not a popular article anymore after 1921.
Yep.
But I got the issue. It's so bizarre to me how this this butterfly effect, or this Mandela effect, where it's, it wasn't. I'm like, I'm staring right at it. It's like this is a Monty Python skit at this point.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I would be happy. I think that the more we dialogue stuff like this, I would be happy. I love when listeners, when I get emails, or I have organizations that will get a hold of me that, hear dialogues like this. And I am thrilled that the more we ask these questions and have these conversations, and the more people out listening just ask themselves, or try a methodology you're using to meditate, or like Wim Hof or whatever, the more people, it does make me a little worried. Like, wait, if the more people are just aware of it, do they just try to kill more of us? Or, it's like, how bad and how far down the rabbit hole does it go before the difference is, I don't know. Do you get a sense that it's not going away at this point? Like,
well, so yeah, I talk about a lot of this in our other show. And a lot of the theories that I've had actually go back that our ancient cultures knew something more about the evolution of consciousness. Now, we can understand that a solar system, a galaxy, has a certain evolutionary boundaries, that it has these different variations of points of evolution. I've come out with a theory by looking at, I went back to school for 3 years at CU Boulder to learn physics so I could understand the information I was actually getting that I was finding in esotericism. And I came out with something known as optimization theory, but basically just kind of aligns how evolution evolves on the material world, the energetic levels, and within mind and consciousness. And that you find out that we go through various cycles. The sun goes through cycles. The earth goes through seasons. If you watch the sun every day in a point of the sky at noon, you're going to get the figure 8 known as an analemma. If you watch the moon over 29.5 days, it's going to do an analemma. Well, guess what? If you come outside of our galaxy and you watch the solar system go through the galaxy, guess what it does? It does an analemma, which means there's 2 equinoxes right there at the discretion point at the crossing of the galactic center, as well as there's a summer solstice and a winter solstice, which means that our ancestors knew this and they mapped this out on the precessional cycles, which also means is that these also are points of greater energy receptibility to our sun during obviously the 4 seasons. In summer, we have more sun and daylight that come in. In the winter, we have less sun and daylight that comes in. And this affects how our evolution evolves, because we're not really doing much evolution in the sense of agriculture and society, in the nomadic days. In the winter times, we're really just humpering up and trying to survive. But in the summertime, that's when these things of evolution and conscious expansion actually begin to happen. This is when things are blooming and blossoming. When mushrooms come up, we can eat them, we can expand our mind. And so the universe has this pattern over and over and over again. And so one of the theories that I generated is that we're moving into this point of dark to light, that we're actually becoming into this galactic springtime, where we're going to transit over the Tropic of Capricorn, per se, with the sun moving over the Tropic of Capricorn, and it becomes actual spring, more light than day, and this receptibility of the human being to whatever this resonant frequency is of the galaxy becomes more and more apparent. So Dr. Martin Blank, he's an electromagnetic engineer electromagnetic engineer as well as a DNA physicist. And in 2014, he did 2 different studies. One was that DNA is an electromagnetic antenna, also known as a transducer. It sends and receives signals. And that DNA as well is a fractal antenna, which means that if you cut DNA in half and you cut it into 1,000,000 pieces, it'll still send and receive the same frequency over and over and over again.
Yep.
This frequency is about 34.5 gigahertz, which just happens to be one of the main peaks of the cosmic microwave background radiation that peaks here on this planet. And it's also the first band of the 5G bandwidth that we're talking about here. And so that's not a coincidence to me, but what if we are just very, very receptive to the universe and we pick up a signal which basically expresses various genes in our genetic code that causes evolution to occur? There's actually a scientific article that goes along with this that shows it from 2014, and I think that the Fauci ouchie is trying to undo that.
Well, I think that we may have developed that technology and that awareness hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of years earlier. And I think that we easily got to a point where we programmed ourselves to manage that or to incorporate it in our technology. So the question is, what is now the net of the fact that we're in safe mode, like a computer that can just get to the BIOS? Like what we're viewing now in the last even 50,000 years or, since Mount Toba, are we looking at this is what happens, catastrophic fail-safe? Like you're seeing a net development, but because we're not conscious enough to undo it yet.
Yeah.
Like this is just the direction it goes. If no one steers the boat, this is what you get. And was it planned? That's catastrophic failure equals this. This is what will happen if they don't wake up or if they don't shake out of it. And you got to wonder what we're witnessing. Is it, in quotes, a natural, it's a natural effect because it's being unmanaged. It's not the constant gardener. You just have a garden that's growing amok, like, all of South America, which looks like it was an engineered garden. And now it's just running rogue. So are we really looking at these small fractures, like in the way that we're ebbing and flowing? Is it more like we're on driftwood, or is it more like we're in a boat with no oars? Are we where are we in reference to our conscious and genetic gene expression, as you just put it? Are these really the last 10,000, whatever, since not just Younger Dryas, but since Mount Toba, have we been set adrift from our brethren that are clearly running much more complex advanced machines still, or are still calling this home and avoiding us like we're the warlocks? I mean, these are all things that I think are answerable, pending a willingness and openness to be able to table and discuss the questions.
Yeah.
Which is only going to be from us self-experimenting, getting out in the field, and doing research that, shame on multi-billion-dollar, in quotes, collegiate institutions not willing to go out and just, come on, low-hanging fruit, guys. Just go test the Paracus. You're a microbiologist. What are you doing? Go test the Paracus. I'm sick of seeing red-headed, elongated skulled, completely different human beings that none of you have tested. It should be the front. Archaeological news should be more exciting than the daily crap.
I agree.
But a nanoarchaeology right now and what's going on with atomic scaling, like at the Denisovan cave, where, in grams of sand, they're coming up with 187 species. I mean, the idea of being able to put together an archaeological site from sand is coming. It's here. It's already happened. I mean, it's been a decade's worth of work, but we're already at a point now where nuclear DNA identifiers are happening, where they're like, oh, we found this many species of animals and this many things were going on in the cave. And there's definitely a sunrise, not a sunset, of technologies that are being more and more recognized. And this narrative, we have to be very careful. They'll either do what they can to jam a dumb one down our throat, or the evidence in the sand. It's not going to be as simple as going, well, I should not have found this axe next to this nano, Siberian screw, from some nanotechnology 22,000 to 300,000 years ago. Like, that's a thing that actually happened. And you have, simple Cro-Magnon hammer. But now what are you going to do when you have the same elements being found in not just DNA, but literally in the dust, the remnants of a building that you could claim was never built over there, when, with just two molecules, you can say, well, that one was connected to that one. And 8 billion more made bricks, 8 million more made seismic metamaterials, and was a geopolymer, and was actually part of a completely different pyramid system, or what the pyramid system's connected to. We have 96% of Egypt underground. I was able to talk to Muhammad Ibrahim, and the majority of that isn't buried cities. The majority is very advanced polygonal, like cymatic shaped large halls and tunnel systems that are built for people to live extensively and or frequently underground. And who were they? These are those, again, these are some of the things. I don't know if this is like am I calming? Are we crescendoing this up? Are we ramping people up? Or are we trying to bring people to a nice, happy, huggy moment?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
The sky is falling. Or
well,
is it?
Here's the thing: is there's a vast tunnel network system all throughout this world that was built by,
Yep.
guess maybe some ancient society. I mean, it's all throughout the United States, and we've had this massive tunnel system here. They claim that in New York City, the tunnels that exist under New York City been there since the Dutch in the 1400s, but we know that the Dutch didn't build them. It's all throughout Europe. You have the French catacombs, which is a very, very interesting story when you start doing the mathematics on the French catacombs. Have you ever heard about this? The skeletons that are arranged in the French catacombs?
I've been there, but I didn't hear any story that predated. I knew Paris was 700 years old when I went. I was young. I was 21, but I was there to go to the catacombs. And my first stop off the plane was Jim Morrison's grave and Chopin and Moliere's. And Marcel Proust. But yeah, it's crazy that I can tell you from being there, just seeing from what's above ground, it's ancient. And they said it was 700 years old, but it's like, this is crazy. It's literally a city of the dead.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And how many bodies are down there?
In this graveyard where Jim Morrison and Chopin, Moliere, and Marcel Proust and Earhart, not the flyer, but the poet, there are 700 kings and queens.
Wow.
And there's so many other people that are there. It's a city within the city. It's absolutely incredible. I don't know how many thousands of people have been there, because they estimated that when I was there, they were, in quotes, cleaning the catacombs. And there was an estimated 2.3 to 6 million people dead in the catacombs. And
that was only in the first 3 square miles that were excavated.
See, yeah, and to your point, I don't think catacombs, I've said this a long time too, that there's no way that, I think they were, I think that the medieval people mimicked what they found and other primitive people, but I think a lot of those cutouts and those underground areas were sleeping quarters.
Well, this is my thoughts on it, because this happened during the Black Plague. Now, do you know the population of France during the Black Plague?
No, what is it? What was it?
300,000. The population of Europe was about 2 million. So how do you have approximately 6 million people in the French catacombs from 700 years ago when the population of all of Europe was 1/3 of that?
Yeah, I don't really think they had an accurate counting of anyone ever, especially, when we have LiDAR scans from Guatemala with what appears to be, we've, in quotes, grossly underestimated the population. You guys have analyzed 800 square miles of 5,000 square study area, and you've come up with now that maybe there's 15 to 20 million people. Maybe the populations in Paris and everywhere were significantly beyond what you guys have been saying all along.
I think that they were. I think that they were significantly different, and I think culture was significantly different back then.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think that a lot of our history is a lie.
Yeah, and part of it is just nobody wants to admit when they're wrong. So there's we'll give some people some credit, but part of it is just they just don't want to be wrong. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And I get it, but we're all going to be wrong about this. We are just not even at the tip of an iceberg. We're looking at it through binoculars, it seems like, from a distance on land. And it's just it's exciting because I'd rather have 100,000 people participate rather than have 10 and say, well, we're finally getting to the base layer of Teotihuacan. We've been at it for 99 years. Oh my gosh, it's like paint dries faster.
Yeah.
We really we need to look at, I've said this for a long time, and it's an idea I'd like for people to stick with, is that our history is a search and rescue, not a search and recovery.
Wow. I love that.
So I don't know. Are we doing good on time? How are we doing?
Yeah, no, we were done 15 minutes ago, but we went over a little bit. So
I just want to make sure, I want to be respectful of everyone listening and your show. I didn't mean to go over if that was a bad thing.
No, it wasn't your fault. I made the executive decision because this conversation was just this is so fast. This is like one of my favorite things to talk about is ancient cultures and why nobody's talking about them. Why is it that you go and you talk to a historian today and they'll be like, oh, no, the Roman and Greek mythology, this was just, anthropomorphication of the seasons and how it all operates. But okay, well, why can't I take Athena and Minerva and Ishtar and Iana and I can drag this into Isis and Egypt and I can have all these various characteristics here and they're all talking about hiding something, hiding knowledge. Why is that? Oh, well, I think you're just looking too much into this thing here.
And not to tie it all back to terra preta or any other engineered soil, but don't you find it interesting that the most glorious moment of mankind, according to the Christian Bible, was to be living in a garden? And if the only thing they remembered was that you could connect to the soil and it meant everything, I mean, that kind of says something a little bit, that there's something left that is a little resounding to that genetic memory, that there was a time where it all clicked, it all worked together, it all functioned together. And maybe that's why all the gods and the Anunnaki stories and the weeping as the world's destroyed is that the complexity of the system, maybe there was a point where we did really, all of us work together in a way that connected and terraformed everything. Like it was one giant Zen garden, and it took hundreds of thousands of years to do it. We may have reached even immortality at some point or complete ability to regenerate, but it may have taken maybe a million. I mean, it's hard to even get it out. Did it take 1 million years to get the planet to the point where you could wake up, taste, smell, and sense where everything was? And did we export or import that from Mars? Did we export or import that beyond to other solar satellites or beyond the system? Are we hearing digital signals and we're like, intelligent life from space? Is it? Or is it a returning satellite signal that we sent out 2 million years ago?
Wow.
1 million years ago, 100,000 years ago?
FRBs.
Yeah. I mean, wind it up, collect them all. Battle damaged satellite.
I love it. Jared, what do you have coming up? Where are you going to be? And do you have, I know your book is going to be re-released, and obviously we can find you at notaliens.com. Is there any other places that you want people to go find you at? Yeah,
so notaliens.com has getting a facelift, but there is a members area, so it'd be great if you join. I plan expeditions and field research that requires money. Your sponsorship, really, I appreciate. The book, the new version, in color, it's been delayed a few times, but it's going to be worth it. It's got a whole bunch of new content, and it really is. I'm really looking forward to it. Cool new cover. That I would love to come back on. We can certainly talk about that and other stuff. But I'm thinking that's another month or so out. I'll be doing some field research with a few other researchers here in Texas over the next few weeks. I still haven't put out I did put out a documentary on Not Aliens on YouTube called TerraCore, and it kind of covers some of what we've talked about and a little more, and it kind of gives you a hint as to what my expeditions are going to be like coming up. Hopefully that have been in the works for a couple of years, but that'd be a good place to start is Not Aliens on YouTube and try TerraCore. Watch that. It's 38 minutes. And then I would very much enjoy talking to you again.
No, dude, you are
Appreciate
definitely coming
having me
back. That's there ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. The invite link's gonna be coming out right after this. So this, I mean, because we got so much, we barely even talked about territory. We barely, I mean, so we got so much more to talk about. So Jared,
Yeah, I have a whole documentary I was going to do about going out to the Grand Canyon, even though
I'd love it.
I went out to find the G.E. Kincaid cave. We went out with a Navajo guide, and Rex and I from Leak Project, we went and looked for the G.E. Kincaid cave. I could talk about that for a whole episode, but whatever you got time for.
Awesome. Well, Jared, thank you so much for joining us tonight. This was an absolute pleasure. I think everybody, I'm watching all the chats. We got like 5 different chats going on. Everybody's absolutely loving this show. So much
cool.
appreciated for your time. For everybody looking for Fringe After Dark, which is our subscription show, that will be at midnight Eastern time, 10 p.m. Mountain time. All the information on socialredpill.com, our private social network. You can find it there. Other than that, much love, respect. God bless you guys. All take care, and we'll see you guys next time. Good night.
won't quit. Its purpose to force the normies to swallow the red pill against the narrative. A ruthless force determined to keep everyone asleep. They broadcast the truth on Rumble, on clouds dropping red pills every week. Overwatch and the Guardian. The narrative is weak.
We can't let it end like this! It's too late.
Defenders of the Overwatch and the Guardian. Overwatch and the Guardian. Overwatch and the Guardian. Overwatch and the Guardian.
I love the fucking eagle.
Fingers crossed, but so far Rumble's working. Let's hope it sticks that way. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm good. It just had some fun stories that were shared over there in Sit Rep with my brother CanCon a little while ago on Badlands. It was a lot of fun, and whole lot going on, man. Whole lot.
Oh, did you see the breaking news?
If it's in the last 2 hours, no.
Oh, well, let me help you here. DNI Tulsi Gabbard, on her final day as Director of National Intelligence, released never-before-seen communications and documents exposing how Dr. Fauci provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research at Wuhan lab, worked with politicized elements within the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions and hide the virus lab leak origins, and lied to Congress under oath in 2024. So today's her last day. Bill Pulte comes in tomorrow. And did you hear the other news?
What other news? There's a lot of news out there. So, yes, the John Solomon one. This, bro, hold on. Let me get an ad in real quick, and then we'll get into
this one. Wants to run ads over here.
This one with the John Solomon one. I think that's probably the most. Like, why is everybody not talking about that? If you understand what that's indicating of what's coming down, and I have a feeling you do, and that's why you brought it up.
Yes, there's two parts to this. So run your ad real quick. I'll tell people to go to my website. You run your ad.
Right, here we go. You're gonna see a QR code that pops up on the screen right now. There it is. Outstanding. Rumble Wallet, folks. When it works, it's great, and we gotta love it. We hear a lot about crypto, but here's the part most people miss. Crypto was created so that you could actually own and control your money. And after 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of a bank holding your money, delaying transfers, or limiting access, you're in control. And if you've ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you felt that problem. Now, fast forward to today. Everybody's heard of crypto, but getting started still feels a little bit complicated. That's exactly why I and Josh use Rumble Wallet. It takes all the complexity and makes it simple. Choose what you want. Bitcoin, dollar-backed stable coins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay so that you can use your credit card, debit card, and bank and be up and running in just a few minutes. Once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like me and Josh directly. So do this right now. On the screen's a QR code. You need to scan it or click it, or the link will be down in the description so that you can download the Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap buy, and boom, you're in the game. In just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning some. And if you're like, Alpha, I don't see no QR code on screens, because you got to get over here to Rumble and see it. If not, you'll catch it on the description or in the live chat.
Awesome. Okay, cool. For everybody out there, I don't have any ads to run, but this is my website, redpills.tv, REDPILLS. Tons of ways to support me on over there, and everything that I do. A few different things. The Great American Restoration Tour, that's next week in Deadwood, South Dakota. I hope that you guys can join us over there. Virtual tickets are available, but you can meet Overwatch and the Guardian if you go there. So that'd be awesome. And then the annual family camping trip next month, the 24th to the 26th in Eureka, Missouri. You can find out more information over on the website and ways to subscribe, as well as support everything that we do here at the Redpill Project. So appreciate that. And let me pull up the first video. This is John Solomon, Alpha, on Dan Bongino yesterday. Okay. Now, I think the timing is very specific on this. Okay. John Solomon yesterday on Bongino.
Now we have a bunch of lazy senators who want to threaten the filibuster and not get off their feet and talk and really represent the people and stand for what they believe in. And all the American people are asking John Thune to do is to restore the Senate to the way it used to work before Mitch McConnell's lazy filibuster ideas kind of came into play. And I think that the American people are going to be there. Here's what I think is going to happen, Dan. And I think you probably know some of this because you had a foresight into some of the things that the Bureau now knows that was kept from the American public. I think Donald Trump is going to change the narrative in America. I think he's going to change some senators' minds, and he's going to do it by revealing some of the things that Chris Wray and that the Chris Krebs and other major officials who were in charge of the integrity of our elections and who told us it was a perfect election in 2020, he's going to start revealing some of the intelligence that was kept from the American people. And we're going to see that our foreign adversaries have monkeyed with our system more than we knew, more than those driver's licenses coming into Chicago that you helped get all of us to understand about a few months ago, about China sending fake driver's licenses to help Joe Biden in. There are going to be significant efforts by foreign powers, some friends, some enemies, that were trying to meddle in the system, and they got pretty far down that path. And I think when senators realized their state could have been targeted, when senators realized that the intention of the identities of some of the voters might have been assumed, I think there's going to be a different debate in America. And I think if the president takes the time to educate people and show them that maybe the stories we got from the last leadership weren't true, I think he's going to pick off the votes. And then the American people are going to put some pressure on John Thune, and they're going to surgically implant a stiff back, and he's going to change that filibuster for this particular thing.
Okay, so that's part one. That was yesterday. Then today, John Solomon put this out. And this is very important because now take the context of what he just said there to this.
One programming note. I want to make sure everybody on this show is aware of it. I put it as a disclaimer on all my shows. I mentioned it on my podcast today. For the next couple of months, I'm working as an unpaid government employee to help the government identify documents that can be released to the public. It's your information, after all. Bureaucrats keep us from it. I have an opportunity to help the government identify some documents, some secrets, and things you should know about when it comes to weaponization, election integrity, other things. We're going to work on that. But during that time, I just want you to know I've stepped aside as the editor-in-chief of Just the News. I still do my reporting. We're still going to do the amazing show here with Amanda. But I want everybody to know that I'm doing this. I'm unpaid. I don't take any money from the government. I think it's a good role for a journalist to play, getting more information out. But I want you to know personally.
So why is that important? Everything that the last two videos is exactly what you and I have been talking about.
100%. And I want to hear you break this down and have this conversation. But this is a while back I wrote an article, and what is the plan? And one of the videos early on in that is what is fifth generation warfare actually is. And it's about a 4-minute clip of General Friend speaking on some things to break this down. And I just want to share this with everybody, given the videos that you just showed, what John Solomon hinted at, what he just publicly said he's now going to be a part of, and where we know this is going. Let me play this clip real quick, and then let's get into this conversation.
I wanted to touch on a subject that more and more people are beginning to talk about, especially about a month or two ago. There was a video that was released by the Twitter account of the Fort Bragg's 4th Psychological Operations Group. It was a recruiting video. It was really eerie, really weird, talking about psychological warfare operations. And so a lot of people were shocked by it, but it also brought this idea of 5th generation warfare to sort of the mainstream public discourse. Can you explain to the audience who might have never heard of it, what is 5th generation warfare?
Well, first of all, everybody always tries to define warfare differently, or they try to define it as to what it is, what type of war that we're involved in. First generation war. Now they say 5th generation war. War between military forces. That's sort of 3rd generation. That's kind of the force on force, big wars like we had in in places like Europe or the Pacific, and actually in places like Vietnam, where it started to morph, and you get this 4th generation war, which is sort of there was a Marine general, I forget, I think he was the one that dubbed the 3-block war, where you're fighting insurgencies and you're fighting in a very small area, jungle or the desert or villages and such. So 5th generation warfare is not a new form of warfare. It's just it's raising its head because people are looking at what are the elements of warfare that are imposed upon an adversary or a society. And so it's interesting that you bring up the psychological operations recruiting video, I believe is what you're talking about, you're referring to. And in 5th generation warfare, part of what I call it is I call it a war of narratives, where there's distraction, there's deception, there's truth, there's some physical aspects of it. There's certainly adversarial elements. There's adversarial elements within it that are not normal, what you would describe as military type capabilities, right? Media would be part of that. Propaganda. So smart leaders, smart generals over the history of time, have always used distraction, deception, untruths, and mixed with some truth. That would be a little bit of what we would refer to in the world of deception, particularly deception operations in a military campaign. So you have to have all of these different components, before you even start talking about the physical things that you might do or might not do. But you have to have a different set of adversaries. So right now, I believe in our country, and that's why it's interesting that this commercial came up, essentially, this recruiting commercial came up. They are trying to recruit in this new world. And psychological operations have been around a long time. They've always been trying to recruit, and they get really talented people. They get very talented people, very creative, very, very sort of deep thinkers. Some people that would you'd not necessarily say, oh yeah, this is a perfect soldier for the army, right? Yeah, they're a little bit. The really, really talented ones are the ones that you want to have that kind of creativity. So that's the type of people that you're trying to get from a military perspective. But in the strategic sense of what is happening to us right now in the United States, and it ties directly into this global reset that is occurring, that is led by the World Economic Forum. It has components in the World Health Organization, in the United Nations, in the World Bank, in the International Monetary Fund, etc. That there are these distractions and these methods that they are using, and in many cases, and in fact in most cases, they're being much, much more public about what it is that they are trying to achieve. I mean, to the point of actually, if you go and you look at the latest Davos summit that the World Economic Forum had, look at some of the interviews and some of the videos, some of the panels that they had. I mean, they just blatantly say the kinds of things that they're planning on doing.
So let me get us back up here on the screen. Given what you just shared from John Solomon and what's coming out, and then yesterday, and then today, John Solomon coming out saying, hey, stepping away as, the main guy, still going to do my stuff, but I want to make it very clear that I'm working for the government in an unpaid capacity. And I'll give it to you right here. You heard what the general said of a lot of important points, but one of the ones that I hope people heard is he said a war of narratives.
Yep.
And then he followed up with saying smart leaders will use distractions and deception, and within deception is some truth. Fire off, brother.
All right. So this is important with John Sullivan. Anybody didn't realize what we're talking about tonight? We're talking about Q, the plan. This is episode 17. We are talking about one of the biggest quote unquote conspiracy theories in the world, Q. We're going to get into the nuts and the bolts of what it was, how it started, why it was, what it really was, not the Alex Jones, Bannon Epstein narrative. We're going to talk about the real shit. And this is actually where it kind of began. So what I'm about to read for you here, okay? What I mean, this is where it began. King Solomon, John Solomon, JS on the boards. He enters stage right before Q goes public or before Q goes out to the world, okay? This is what he said. This is a transcript. He says, we had just gone on television on Sean Hannity's show. That night we talked about the sudden rise in unmasking, and I came home. I drove home. I got to my mailbox, pulled in my car. There was a blue sedan sitting outside the mailbox, and there were two gentlemen, clearly intelligence officers, somewhere from the government. They never identified their names, and they stepped out and said, "Are you Mr. Sullivan?" I said, "Yes." They said, We just saw you on Sean Hannity's show. We want to talk to you for a second. We can't tell you much because most of what we know is classified, but we will tell you this. If you keep digging, you will find out that the United States intelligence community was used for a political opposition research project, and we are deeply concerned. I said, well, why are you concerned? We need these tools, things like FISA and the NSA to catch the bad guys. If we misuse it for political dirty tricks, we won't have those tools when the next terrorist attack or the next spy shows up in town. We need you to go find out what happened. And that's all they told me. It was about 11:30 by the time we finished the conversation. I ran in, wrote this long email about everything I could remember. As soon as Sarah hits the box at 2 o'clock in the morning, she's still up. She responds right back. But that's how we got started into really understanding this is much bigger than an unmasking scandal. Now, he tells many variations of the story. One variation is they hand him a folder. Okay. They hand him a folder. He has another variation where he says they're military intelligence. Okay. Now, I'm going to pull up something here.
And just so people are with the story, who's the Sarah that you're referring to?
This is Sarah Carter, another journalist that's worked with John Solomon for many years. I want to pull this. Oh, come on. Fucking browser. Okay. I want to pull that over there. I want to grab. Oh my God. No, I had 2 posts. Where's the other post? Oh, is this it right here? Hold on. Oh, don't do that. No, don't do that. Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. So I'm going to pull up this post right here.
And I'm going to pull up something to share real quick too, just so everybody's on board. Right before you pull yours up, I just want to make sure we're talking about this Sarah Carter.
Yes, that's Sarah Carter.
So let me read this for everybody real quick. President Trump's ONDCP, the drug Caesar, former Fox contributor, The Sarah Carter Show, IG, Sarah Carter DC, Facebook, Sarah A. Carter, media personality, Washington, D.C., account created in March of 2009. 1.6 million followers, follows just over 8,000.
All right. So, Q Post 283. Why are Sarah and John getting all the real scoops? Expand your thinking. Why are they now under protection? This was back in 2018. Well, John Solomon just told you why. Here's another one. The clock is ticking. When will the first alarm ring? If the Senate was the primary target, majority control, 5347, active when? EO designated targets, active when? Ongoing investigations. There are a lot of sealed indictments. Sarah Carter. It's all going to come out. U1, dossier, Clinton Foundation, etc. I have pretty good sources. SH. There are reasons why SH, SC, and JS are on stage. JS is John Solomon. C is Sarah Carter, and SH is Sean Hannity. So, 2 major Q references. Why does this matter? Because John Solomon has been systematically pointed in the right direction by both Trump administrations and by people in the intelligence community. Who are those people? The 2 military intelligence people in the blue sedan who met him in his house? I think people can begin to understand who those people probably were. Now, in another interview, John Solomon said about those people, he goes, I knew one of them. I recognized him from TV. Okay? Military intelligence recognized him from TV, but I will not release his name. Now, people can guess at who that might be, but understand that these people recruited various different journalists to break this story and then pointed them in the right direction with FOIA requests and through various different points of information that were coming out through the declassification efforts under the first Trump administration. If people are like, but what is that? That's Q. That is, so there are multiple, we talk about the Q operation. And I think that this is a big misnomer out there when people talk about Q, and nothing against other influencers on Q and all this stuff. I have my own research because when this happened, everything that was starting to come out was like deja vu for me for things that I'd already been talking to people about and investigating and researching years before, 7 years before, when I was in DC in the military, and I had been talking to some people out there, and I'm like, wait, what the hell's like? And so I started just putting things together. And one of the things we understand is that Q predates 2017. What you know of as Q on the 4chan, 8chan, 8kun boards, and yes, it goes from 4chan, 8chan, then 8kun boards, was the visible public version that is meant for a proxy board of communication. It was a psychological warfare operation. That's how they orchestrated it. It was to wake you up. It targeted Christians, veterans, patriots, conspiracy theorists alike. And it did so in a way utilizing the Socratic method with information and disinformation structured in context of various different things that they knew was going to come out, knew was going to happen because they were the ones in control of the efforts to bring this information towards the forefront. So that was the public purview. And General Michael Flynn, he gives a great perspective of why this is because we have to take back the idea of information. We have an army of digital soldiers. He says we have to take back the idea of information because most people in 2016, we were consumed with this new technological understanding of how phones operated and how information was now being absorbed. Many people don't see this. I worked in the tech field during this time. I left the military. I worked directly in the tech field. There was a massive transitional shift in 2010 to 2015. Do you remember that most of the internet.com companies didn't make money the first 10 and 15 years of their existence? As well as phones, you couldn't really download apps and watch movies and stream things up until about 2012, 2013 is really when that started to come about. That's when the Razor flip phones started going away because they were becoming obsolete. Well, what happened was that over a decade period of time, from about 2001 to 2010, 11, Amazon and Google and Microsoft began building out what's known as the cloud. Now, why is this important? Because when you start talking about the transition of data, moving data from one point to another point to another point, it becomes incredibly bandwidth heavy, and your computers can't compute that fast. So if you think about your phone as this computer, it can't download an entire movie and then just start playing that movie with all the other data that's functioning on that. What they figured out was this idea of cloud storage and cloud computing, the capability of spooling up a computer anywhere on the planet at any point in time, not only one computer, but thousands of them. And it's called virtual computing, VMs, virtual machines. And you can take one super server and you can spool up 10,000 virtual machines. So when someone goes to YouTube, now all I need is a storage capacity in localized data centers to where Google can upload their information or YouTube can upload the newest videos to various different proxy points. And then they distribute from those geographical locations. And then all you have to do is spool up a virtual machine, which then streams it to your phone through 5G, 4G type of networking. That was the revelation that happened. But this is the most important part. I call it the blockbuster effect. And people are like, the blockbuster effect? Yeah. Blockbuster had a deal to where Netflix wanted to buy them for like $240 million in the early 2000s. Blockbuster's like, brick and mortar's never going away. You're crazy. And Blockbuster has one store left in the world right now. Why? Blockbuster got in too late on the streaming services. Netflix absolutely dominated the entire market. When by the time Blockbuster came out, they were charging $28 for a streaming rental because why? The bandwidth, the storage capacity, and the cloud computing was too damn expensive because they never built their own infrastructure. In other words, cloud computing, high bandwidth throughput through cell phone signals killed Be Kind Rewind, VHS, block and mortar video stores. Well, this is interesting because what ends up happening and this was predicted back in early 2005, is that soon cable companies will go out of business. What do we mean by that? Is when you buy the 130 channel blitz from Comcast, right? They give you these pre-selected channels. This is what you're going to get. And they send that out there in a package and you pay $130 or whatever it is for it. That's soon going to go away. And you'll have on-demand streaming and a la carte services. And guess what we have now? We have exactly that. Now, interesting enough, what does that mean? It means that all of those people who used to consume information on a daily basis in a structured, regimented fashion, Jeopardy, 7 o'clock, local news, 7:30 p.m. We have this show at 8 o'clock. That became no more. That started to fall off and go away. In other words, people were no longer consuming information through 30-minute and 60-minute broadcasts. Instead, they were taking it in through 124-word posts or through 1 minute and 3 minute short little Vine videos that were happening on their phone or through memes. And see, our U.S. military, they understood this. People like General Flynn, he understood this. And this is what he said. We need to redefine the idea of information because he knew it.
Let me interrupt right there for this specific reason. Who wrote this book, Josh?
AI. No, Boone Cutler and General Flynn.
General Flynn, Boone Cutler. This is the first one, November 2022, right? In this book, if you go to session 1 and you go to section 3-11, it's titled, I'm just going to read a real quick paragraph. They walk among us. Think to yourself of a time when you saw something tragic or spectacular on the news that got spun into a national uproar because the media chose to report on selective information that caused a high degree of emotionality from the public. Selective information is used in media to frame a situation to cause a specific psychological effect. Whoever caused the event could be either a discretionary or an incidental agent of action. Sometimes we don't know. The media can also be a discretionary agent of action. The poor souls involved in a tragic event can be considered the unwitting incidental agents of action. This goes into kind of what you're talking about right now. And I want to keep people tapped into what you're explaining, how it references to what General Flynn said in that clip and why those two clips from John Solomon are so important. But please continue.
Well, yeah. So when we go into this idea is that the information traffic way had been hijacked for such a long time that people were into a structured, regimented format of misinformation, disinformation, of ideological preferencing, of political bias, that it was impossible to wake people up to the truth of what was happening. People like General Flynn saw this transitional nature, and one of the things they realized is that the mainstream media was not taking advantage of social media. The mainstream media, the big Hollywood, everybody, they were not going on the social media and making a presence on there. Instead, he was noticing that they were becoming part of the blockbuster effect. And he said, hey, now's our point. Now's our chance. Now's our opportunity. This is where we seize the domain of information, redefine the idea of information. We have to take back that domain. And so how do you do that? Well, you have to get people intrigued, interested. You have to bring about the idea of a mystery. You have to give them ways to dig and research, and then you have to bring them together in a point of collaboration. It doesn't necessarily all have to be true. It doesn't all have to be accurate, but what you have to do is you have to captivate. You have to give them a piece of the pie of discovering the truth.
Can I jump in one more time? Because, dude, it's like you're setting me up, bro. For those of you that don't know, me and Josh do not script the shows at all.
This is definitely not scripted.
Yeah, we don't. We'll talk at some point the day before, the day of, like, hey, what do you want to talk about tomorrow? I had this idea.
We didn't even talk. We texted 10 minutes before my show.
Yeah, that's how we go. So what Josh just said, again, I wrote this article, What is the Plan? A little more than 6 months ago. It was January the 9th. Of this year. And I just want to read phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 of what Josh just said. Phase 1, delegitimizing the mainstream media, breaking the propaganda monopoly. phase one of what is the plan, right? And just so people understand the context of this article, there's a lot of people out there that shit on the plan. Oh, you're a trust the plan, bro. And I would always ask them, what's the plan?
Yeah,
and nobody had an answer for it. And then there would be a lot of people that were very pro Q and pro the plan. Then you got to trust the plan, bro. And I would ask them, what's the plan? And they didn't know. So you had people shitting on it and people pushing it, and none of them could provide or articulate what it is. So I created an analysis and an assessment of how I see this and what I think it is, and kind of where we're at and where I see it going into the future. But again, phase one, delegitimize the mainstream media. Phase two, this is what Josh just said, creating an alternative information pathway. And then phase three, training the population, fifth generation warfare literacy citizens. And just for you guys, if you didn't hear the date that I said on this, November of 2022. Josh, when was the last Q post?
November 2022.
It was before this one. Yeah, it was. I'll go and look at the exact date. But what I'm saying is the chain of events of how this stuff is unfolding is right there. But please continue, and I'll get that date.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Alpha's right. Delegitimizing the mainstream media, and by the way, that started much earlier than November 2017. That started in 2014 with Donald Trump, before he was even a candidate, calling the news fake news. The first time I ever heard it was when he was on Alex Jones's broadcast and he announced that he was going to run, or thinks that he was going to run, in 2015. And he goes, well, the news is all fake, Alex, and Alex, we need to do something about this fake news. This was when they started attacking him on Barack Obama's birth certificate, because you remember, President Trump at the time, before he was president, was a huge advocate trying to push the idea that President Obama's birth certificate was fake.
And just to answer that, you nailed it. November 2022. And then there's the other ones that are argue that the November ones don't count. It's really June, but still 2022. So the things line up to the exact.
So what we got here is what we know of as Q, the 4,000 plus different posts. This is the information dissemination. This is about constructing the narrative. Hey, this is the outflow. We know their playbook. We know what they're going to do. This is how they're going to react to certain things. These are the things that you need to research to get up to par with everything that's going on. This is what they did. This is how they did it. This is how their infrastructure works. All of that is within this. But what it did is it kept people captivated. It made you feel as if you were a part of the solution. It got the people motivated to rise up and go, hey, look what I found. But it also allowed us to take back the idea of information. It allowed us to take over the whole domain of information. And this is why they censored us all on one night. Within 24 hours, many of us had multiple different platforms deleted from existence. And they did that because we had an impact. I mean, think about this. Before UFOs and UAPs, Q was talked about and discussed on the congressional floor within the congressional record, to the point where they put injunctions on 4chan and 8chan. Now, people will be like, but Alex Jones said that Steve Bannon started it, and then he went with Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon, because Kurt Metzinger said that Jeffrey Epstein was talking to the guy over at 4chan, and so that means that they were Q. The fuck? Like, one thing I want people to go out there and ask Alex Jones and Kurt Metzinger, show me the proof. Show me the information. Don't speculate. Don't sit there and say, well, correlation equates causation, guys. Show me the proof. Because here's my point, okay? I don't give a flying fuck if Q was a military operation, if Q was Epstein and Bannon, or if Q was some snotty-nosed fucking liberal douchebag sitting in his mom's basement. The reason I don't give a shit is because of what it did. Because we are here right now. All of those people in this audience, me and Alpha, millions of other people around this country and around this world are here right now, paying attention, involved in politics, understanding what's happening within the global framework, within the global narrative because of Q. And so whatever a failed CIA op, a failed Mossad op, a failed Epstein and Bannon op, I don't care, because whatever, if it was an intelligence operation that was supposed to like get us to sit down and shut up, it was the worst ran intelligence operation in the history of fucking humanity. But that's why it wasn't, because guess what? These people don't mess up. These people who run these operations, they don't fuck up. And guess what it did? It woke you up. It woke everybody up. Fuck Alex Jones. He's pissed off because him, Mike Adams, Jerome Corsi tried to put the Q drops behind a fucking paywall saying it was their special intelligence contact. And Q went after them. That's why Alex Jones says after 6 months, Q got hijacked. After 6 months is the exact time frame that Q started going after Alex Jones and his Israeli-connected InfoWars. I can go on all day.
I want to, but I want to catch us up on these phases because you're articulating them so well. So election aware phase 4 was exposing the continuity plan, managed democracy, the 16-year design. You guys have heard this with Obama and Hillary Clinton. Phase 5, election awareness through consequence, movie 1 and movie 2. Phase 6, the responsibility shift. And this is the part that I think is really important because this is what goes into what Josh was saying. What came about it? And it woke people up. It made people go from a position of, I have no control over anything, and I'm just going to watch to see what's going on in the world, to people being like, I can have active involvement in everything that's going on right now. It just depends how much work that I want to put in. And it took people from being on the couch and, again, watching this scheduled media, Wheel of Fortune at this time, Jeopardy at this time, Walter Cronkite at this time. It took people from that to say, hey, I can get involved with this and I can watch some podcasts. I can read some Substacks. I can go listen to whatever the case may be. And that took us into, again, what I had listed as phase 6, which was the responsibility shift. So go ahead, brother. I just wanted to keep us up to speed on where we're at.
Now a point on Bannon, because Kurt Metzger, the dude's a fucking comedian. Okay. Like Alex Jones, Kurt Metzger, he gave me good information. He's a fucking comedian. That's like saying Joe Rogan proved to me the aliens are real. Like, the fuck? Now, I want to kind of clarify some information. They claim that Bannon is the one that helped create the Q operation and was running it, and then left the Trump administration and took it with him. And then he met Epstein, and Epstein and him ran it. Well, there's a problem there. Do you know what the problem is, Alpha?
I want to know.
See, Bannon didn't meet Epstein until around December 2017, January 2018. And Bannon left the White House in August of 2017. Now, why is that date, August of 2017, interesting?
Because that would have been before.
Q started in when? November or October 28th, 2017. Which means that the first Q drop comes out in October 28th, 2017. Bannon had already left the White House. So Alex Jones saying, after 6 months, that's when it got compromised because Bannon left. Guys, understand when you're receiving psychological warfare operation information. Understand when people are fucking with you to try to dissuade you from understanding the truth that's out there. Now, did Bannon have something to do with it? I think he did. I even said this in the early days. I mean, you got to remember, the whole Cambridge Analytica of how they utilize Facebook and the algorithm? That was all Bannon. So I think that Bannon did have a play in this. But here's the key. And people are like, well, but Bannon went with Epstein, Josh. Bannon's a bad guy. Really? Was he? Let's think about this for a minute. How many times has President Trump had a public feud with somebody, and then a year later, months later, that public feud is like never ever happened, and they're buddy-buddy? Ron DeSantis, perfect example. Let's just assume that Bannon was working with Trump. And Trump said, hey, go befriend Epstein. He's a key to all of this.
So you mean undercover work?
Undercover work. So Bannon
Infiltration.
leaves. Yeah, infiltration instead of invasion. Bannon goes, befriends Epstein, gets close to him, so close that he lives with him for 6 fucking months and records over 16 hours of interview of Epstein stating everything, putting it all out there. The day Bannon left was 3 days before Epstein was arrested.
Almost
Epstein was
like
dead
it,
a month later.
almost like it was like, hey, you got to get out now.
Exactly. Or that I think my thoughts are, because did you hear the news report that came out from the New York Post today?
I
That
did not.
Epstein kept a notebook and he kept on meeting with the DOJ because they wanted to take down
Oh,
Trump.
yeah.
And he was trying to give them the information to take down Trump, but he could
But there was
never
none.
find anything. It was all speculation. Right. And so isn't that interesting? Like, why would he do that? What was really going on? Who went from the DOJ was he talking about? Is that why Bill Barr went and visited? Got to start asking these questions. But my thoughts with Epstein is that I believe that Bannon was getting Epstein to turn on the deep state, on the globalist, and setting him up for WITSEC, Witness Protection Program.
18
And-
USC 3521.
That's right. And that everything that happened after Bannon left, Epstein's arrested, Epstein, right, is fictitious, is nothing more than we got it all. Because now we know Epstein was involved with what? The World Economic Forum. He was involved with child trafficking to pharmaceutical companies, big pharma, all of this. This was pre-COVID-19. You got to remember that Jeffrey Epstein was directly associated and connected with, in 2014, Regina Dugan and Ralph Barrick and Nathan Wolf from Metabiota. You have Peter Daszak from EcoHealth Alliance. I mean, this is the clan that brought you COVID-19 gain of function research.
Didn't they just bring Bill Gates in this week to
Yeah, he
testify
testified earlier this week. Yeah.
on his
On
relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? So it'd be very interesting because it was close. If the questions they were asking him were questions that they knew, because Epstein is in witness protection. 18 USC 3521. You guys have heard us talk about it before. For those that are new, because I know we have a lot of new people watching over there on YouTube. The thing that's very interesting to 18 USC 3521, which is WITSEC, is there's no judicial oversight. So that means the attorney general or the deputy attorney general does not have to go to a judge. Nobody has to know about it. And so people say, well, how would we know? We know because you have whistleblowers from the past that have testified that this is something that happened. And you have family members from, this goes back to the mafia families and stuff like that, that went to funerals, got death certificates, and then later on in life, they find these family members, and these family members are the ones that told them. So we do have whistleblowers and family that have testified that this indeed does happen. So I just wanted to put that in there for the people that may be doubting, be like, what? No, it's very possible.
So now let's go back to the origins here. And I've talked about this in my Cue the Storm. Obviously tonight is Cue the Plan, right? But I want people to understand what brought this all about.
Let me interject something real quick, because I have some people that ask me, what did I mean by the 16-year plan? So let me just pop this up on the screen real quick so people can see. You've probably seen this floating around. You just didn't realize what it was. And his 16-year plan had Obama from 2008 to 2016, and then it had Hillary Clinton from 2016 to 2024. And if you go and you take a screenshot of this right here, I'll make it a little bit bigger real quick so you guys can take a screenshot if you haven't already. There you go. This was the slow progression of how they were going to finish destroying off our country, and they never thought she would lose. So go ahead, Josh.
Okay. I'm trying to look for some posts to pull up here. I got a few already ready. Okay. Let me pull these up here. Oh, wrong button. 8:10. Q post 8:10. February 22nd, 2018. The Anon said the trader sold SAPs Then Q says, how do you break up something this big? What happens if low, mid, senior, non-corrupt patriots learn they were sold out? What happens? Who is waiting with open arms with a plan to reorg under a single entity with a direct OS by trusted patriots? Who are trusted patriots who understand intel collection? Guys, right here, he's telling you. What was the reason? What was the reason that Q got created? How do you break up something this big? What happens if low, mid, and senior non-corrupt patriots learn they were sold out? America was sold out. What happens? Who is waiting with open arms with a plan to reorganize under a single entity with an operating system by trusted patriots? Who are trusted patriots who understand intel collection? I know a few. He's telling you right here, SAPs. It happened because our SAPs were sold out, right? So go into a few of these other ones. Oh man, I blew all of these up. Bigger than, let's go to this one. Bigger than you can imagine. 3837. Bigger than you can imagine. More than selling state secrets, more than selling U.S. security, more than selling Miltech, more than selling CIA assets, more than selling NSA bulk data collection programs, more than selling uranium, more than selling U.S. space national security programs and positions, more than selling USAID, more than selling SAPs, classified 1 through 99, crimes against humanity. When you cannot destroy, defeat the United States of America by attacking head on, you change tactics to deploy a kill from an internal operation, financial economy, military police, division of citizenry, voter collapse, install like-minded leaders in key positions of U.S. government. How many people removed from the FBI had Iranian family backgrounds? The silent war continues. Guys, Q tells you why all this happened, how all this happened, right? Here's another one. 3046. The tarmac meeting. Days later. James Comey, no charges are appropriate. How did HRC obtain SAP, special access programs, on our personal servers? Access to SAP SCI is recorded in local access register or in a computer database. Where are those records? IDEN, a specific SAP SCI on server, provides target roadmap to review access logs to that specific program. What process and or security clearance would be required to walk in? Terminal clearance with SAP SCI material electronically. Did a foreign state gain access to the server? Did a foreign state gain access to SAP SCI material? We now know that it was Jake Sullivan, her chief of staff, who gave her that access because he had the clearances to do it. Secretary Clinton did not have the clearances to access these, right? But here's the thing is nobody has gone down for these yet. But immediately, and what we're talking about here is special access programs. And here's the thing. I knew about these in 2010. I was active duty military in Washington, D.C., and we knew that there were, well, you knew there was SAPs, WooSAPs, USAPs, all different types of SAP programs. But we knew that they were selling off SAP programs. We knew that they were selling off state secrets. It was kind of like an open secret, if that made sense. Now, how I know, I've told a few different people. How about this? I've told 2 3-star generals exactly how I knew. And they knew the guy who told me. That true story. So, and the guy that told me, I only knew, and this is interesting enough because I was a member of Oath Keepers. So I helped organize events for the Oath Keepers in Northern Virginia, Nova area, and Washington, D.C. area. And in 2009, I was affiliated with like Luke Rakowski and all these guys, InfoWars, and we were trying to hold a mock 9/11 commission with various different retired and current senators and congressmen, and we were meeting with these people. And this is where I met this one person. And Yeah. I was active duty military. I was the only, actually, that was the only one in like this group that was active duty. So I guess like beholding me, right? Like me. But I was also a conspiracy theorist. And September 11th, we had just gone through where a three-star general, General Gurley, was just killed in the Metro DC train crash, and we had just talked to him 2 weeks prior to testify at this mock Congress.
And what are the interesting circumstances surrounding that train crash?
All 3 levels of the brake, 2 mechanical, 1 electrical, all failed, which is almost impossible. And then the other part about that is my part. I was working at the Washington Navy Yard. Obviously, military police officer working at the Washington Navy Yard. And that morning, we received a BOLO, a be on the lookout alert. And I used to have it on my flip phone, a picture of it. And it was a sketch of this dude, and it had the whole write-up of why be on the lookout for him to law enforcement. And it said that this guy drove a green Jeep Grand Cherokee. He arrived before first responders. He was sifting through the debris of the first train car, which all the people that died, the 9 people that died in the first train car. And when he was approached by first responders, he was asked for credentials. He had a Defense Protective Agency, DPA badge. He had DOD plates on his green Grand Cherokee, and he was asked for credentials. And he showed his badge, and they said, no, we want to see your credentials. And he failed to produce credentials, so they detained him. They took him down to the station, and when they got there, a 4-star general walked in and said, hey, I'm with the Pentagon. You got one of my guys here. Demanded this. I'm ad-libbing it, but 4-star general came in, vouched for him. They released him. When they came back, the Pentagon denied who they were, said they did not know who these guys were and everything. And so they had a BOLO put out for this guy. In other words, my thoughts, it was an intelligence agency hit, a CIA hit. And I mean, it was crazy because, 2 weeks before, a week before, we had just talked to Major General Dave Gurley. And he was, by the way, if you don't know who Major General Dave Gurley was, he was the Air Force general in charge of the Air National Guard and all aerospace over Washington, D.C. on September 11th. He was the commanding officer to, at the time, Major Dan Kane. Now, 4-star general,
world.
chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
Small world.
Small world. So going back into like I'm saying, is during this time, we knew shit was going on. Like, I don't know if people realize how close to the Second American Revolution we were in 2008, 2009. Like, it was within the military, it was in the populace. We were ready for a civil war when Obama came in. And fortunately that we're doing it this way because it's way better. But yeah, I mean, so you have the idea that there was stolen military secrets. Now, I want people to understand that you don't have stolen military secrets and people not notice. Okay? When China starts developing technology that's very similar to technology that we have in black budget programs, people start asking questions. When you have the head of the Defense Logistics Agency, the DLA in Utah, okay, when you have a package coming in from Minot, North Dakota, that's classified technology, and it's handled by EG&G, and they mislabel it helicopter batteries. And then they take the same 4 boxes on a shelf of hundreds of boxes. Okay. So imagine this. A box comes in from Minot, North Dakota. This is 2008. Box comes in from Minot, North Dakota. Classified technology. It's Mark 12 ICBM plutonium triggers. I think that's what they were. Electronic triggers. And so basically, it's what makes our ICBMs go boom. The boxes come in. EG&G is the contractor that's working at the DLA, the Defense Logistics Agency. They take it in, classified technology, and they label it helicopter batteries. And they put it on a shelf at the Defense Logistics Agency, on an open shelf, with hundreds, if not thousands, of boxes of helicopter batteries. Well, just a few months later, The 4 boxes that came in just happened to get picked off the shelf, not the thousands of other boxes. Those 4 boxes. Put on a plane, flown over to Taiwan, and then interdicted by Taiwanese intelligence on its way over to China. And that caused a reprimand of 10 different Air Force generals, including Lieutenant General Kevin Sullivan. Now, who was the head of the Defense Logistics Agency. And the reason that name rings out to me is because you wouldn't know who Kevin Sullivan was just from that event, but you know who he is because of his son, Jonathan Sullivan, also goes by the moniker Jaden X on January 6th, the guy who sold his video to CNN. The videotape Ashley Babbitt and all of it on January 6th was Jonathan Sullivan, Jaden X. That is his adopted son. Now, that's just a coincidence that I can't put to the side. So, like, what I'm saying is, the Q group, this formed well before 2017. It wasn't like, hey, guys, let's just go out on 4chan and throw some posts out there and see if we can get a following. This has been going on for a while.
Which, with that understanding, when you say going on for a while, let me just make that a little bit more detailed to what Josh is saying. This is an operation that's been going on for a long time. So if you understand that this is an operation that's been going on maybe decades, we can have that different conversation. Then that would mean that Q was a phase in a larger operation. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Which means that if Q is not the conclusion of that operation because it was a phase, then that means there's a phase that would follow the Q boards. With me so far?
I am.
Okay. And so if we understand that the court of public opinion is the most powerful thing that exists, and if we understand, well, what is Q? Q would be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Josh, I would interpret Q as the first time that this already existing operation decided to incorporate American civilians.
Agreed. Well, I think that they had American, they've used civilians before prior
but
to
in
this,
mass. But I'm talking in mass.
but waking up the masses, yes.
Which
I
means,
think it was Operation Go. It's like, hey, we got enough stuff right now. We got our man in place. We know what happened. We know that that 3 generals walked into the White House right after the November 2016 election and told Barack Obama, "You will do nothing."
And so that was a fire one too. The post that goes with that too. But if this was the phase for the Great Awakening, cue the post. Let me bring this up for you guys. 4908, right? Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against children unite all humanity. Cross party lines, difficult truths, and of course you see the meme, the Great Awakening. So if this phase was to incorporate the massive amount of Americans or even all of humanity for an awakening, that tells me that means when they would deploy this phase, whenever Q is going to be deployed, that means that everything else preceding that had gone according to the way they wanted, and now it's time to awaken people. But if awakening people is not the final phase, go ahead. I see you put your hand up. I don't want to lose that thought.
So I think it's actually quite the opposite. I don't think shit went according to plan. And I think that we see this between 2008 into 2012. So one of the things that I know is that they started through the NSA. So no such agency. You ever notice? Okay, let me ask you this. No such agency is mentioned multiple different times on the Q boards. Is it mentioned as good or is it mentioned as bad?
My interpretation is that it's something that's good.
Exactly. Most people think, oh, the NSA is so bad. No, on the Q boards, no such agency. It's telling you we don't exist. It's telling you that the NSA is the one that was trying to uncover the truth. And this is really important because the NSA is a civilian military intelligence agency. Okay. It's on Fort Meade. So from what I understand is that after it was realized by a group of generals or officers and people in the intel community that this shit was happening, they created a SAP program. The SAP program was specifically to spy on the deep state, uncover and identify the deep state. And what ended up happening is that program got infiltrated and exposed.
Snowden.
Remember all the news circulating in that time frame? They were spying on senators and congressmen and heads of state. Yeah. That was to uncover the deep state. And what happened immediately after that? Obama gets reelected. And when he comes back in, what did he do? He fired 198 known as constitutional generals from the military. That was the coup by Obama. That's the same time that Flynn ended up leaving, right? He put Rogers over at the NSA. He gets Rogers in at the NSA, and Flynn leaves. Starts doing his own thing, whatever that is. I'm not going to get into those discussions, but that's the same time that Donald Trump comes out and starts talking about Barack Obama's fake birth certificate. He starts going on Alex Jones. Then you have the NSA put out a cryptic text message, right? John Podesta, WikiLeaks file, investigate. The post was deleted. General Flynn, 2016, spirit cooking, Podesta, it's real. It got shut down. So the question then becomes, hey, our operation got shut down. What do we do? Well, we got one chance, one opportunity. We need to take the 2016 election. And we need to either do it with force through a coup with the military, because they control the military, or we need to win the presidential election. The only way you're going to win the presidential election in 2016 is to ensure that Hillary Clinton can't cheat. Now, how do you ensure that Hillary Clinton can't cheat?
You got to get some servers.
You got to shut down the servers. Where were the servers at? Eastern Ukraine, Burisma, CrowdStrike.
Very interesting because Hunter Biden has gone viral all of a sudden.
Yeah, you got Lenny Bernardo's email from the Open Society Foundations talking about HRC jumped on the plan to use the Russian propaganda against Donald Trump. That was the Alpha Dirt stuff. Don't worry, we'll have Threat Connect and CrowdStrike, our two companies, get on top of that.
You know
why would they do it from Burisma in Eastern Ukraine? Because it's easier to geographically spoof Russian IP addresses if they were caught.
And it's interesting that a few days ago, Crow Dmitriev brought up Hunter Biden and Burisma.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like he knows exactly what you're talking about.
Well, in Thomas Speciale, so if people don't know who Thomas Speciale is, he is the ICA whistleblower. So everything that
Brennan, by the way.
Yeah. So everything that Brennan is in a grand jury about in the Southern District of Florida is about the 2016 Intelligence Community Assessment, which basically they modified, they used the Steele dossier. Mark Warner's petrified of this. This is why he doesn't want Bill Pulte getting into the DNI, because what did you just see? Devin Nunes, John Solomon are going to be working with Pulte to release all this information. Like they're fucking scared. This is panic in DC. So Thomas Speciale came out. He was the guy at the NSA tasked with checking the state election servers for intrusions by Russia. And what he said was specifically, we didn't find anything. There was zero evidence of Russian penetration on our servers. He said, though, that there was Russian IP hits on our servers, but they were less than 1 second. Which means that somebody from Russia was pinging the servers, but they were never connecting. And this was on election night. Now, why is that? Because they got shut down. That most likely the NSA put up some type of firewall, and then they shut them down. I believe Putin went into Burisma. Putin had its team that went into Burisma or went into Serbia, and they took those servers out to ensure that Hillary Clinton could not cheat that night. And if you remember, it was nose to nose until 9 p.m. And then bloop, Donald Trump took off and won. And this is why they all say Donald Trump won that election fair and square. He just got more votes than Hillary Clinton. They did not overwhelm Hammer and Scorecard. They shut it down.
And then you got to
This is why the generals went in afterwards and they told Barack Obama, you will not investigate this. You will not take any action. And if you do, we will kill you. We will send the military in.
And if you want to quote the boards, we were prepared to do the unthinkable.
We were prepared to do the unthinkable.
I want to play a clip. It's an old clip from a very important president. And I'm curious to your thoughts on this, if it has any relevance to today. And if you think maybe even Q probably goes this far back. A lot of speculation, but I think you guys will recognize this guy. And some of you might even recognize these words.
Vice President Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, President Truman, Reverend clergy, fellow citizens. We observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal as well as change. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. This much we pledge and more. To those old allies whose cultural and spiritual origins we share, we pledge the loyalty of faithful friends. United, there is little we cannot do in a host of cooperative ventures. Divided, there is little we can do, for we dare not meet a powerful challenge at odds and split asunder. To those new states whom we welcome to the ranks of the free, we pledge our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away, merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny. We shall not always expect to find them supporting our view, but we shall always hope to find them strongly supporting their own freedom and to remember that in the past, those who foolishly sought power by riding the back of the tiger ended up inside.
So let me bring us back on here. So let me ask you this. Does that sound like a man, a president, that was read in an operation that was going to bring our country back to what it was intended? Or do you think an operation was created to fulfill the dream that this president saw?
I think that you have to historically go back to understand that time frame and that era. Now, number one, Kennedy wasn't a saint. Kennedy, you know who Kennedy ran against? Nixon, right? You know that the Democrats or the Republicans actually found Nixon through a newspaper advertisement.
There's a hotel that Kennedy frequent in the city of Palm Springs. This particular hotel had special tunnels in order to get Marilyn Monroe to him and away from him. So he was not a saint.
So yeah, not only that is that his dad, Joe Kennedy, had deep connections with the mob and the mafia, and that they are the ones that actually got Kennedy elected by basically getting all the unions to go out there and vote for Kennedy.
Which
and
gets me to the second part of that fact.
Well, hold on. Let me explain this lineation here, okay? So the deal was that he would not go after the mafia. And obviously, when Bobby came in, Bobby went after the mafia, even more so after JFK's death. But here's the one part that you have to back up to, because at the time, this isn't known necessarily publicly, but it is known by veterans and senators and congressmen. Between 1948 and 1952, the United States Army, through the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, ran a secret program out of Berlin to where they recruited various different Nazi officers and scientists. They also saved many of them at the Nuremberg trials from sheer death. This was known as Operation Paperclip, and they brought them over to the United States of America. Now, lots of these German scientists and so forth, they couldn't just go live out in public. Well, where do they live? They lived on military bases. Now, in the Senate in the 1950s, there was a senator, John F. Kennedy. Kennedy was a senator before he was president. That senator was good friends with another senator who understood that there was an infiltration by pinkos, Marxists, commies into our ranks. Now, National Socialist Party, the Nazis, even though people will claim they weren't socialist, they're more fascist, it's still there in contextual reference frame. Joseph McCarthy, McCarthyism. What did he try to do? He tried to find the communist infiltration within our country. Now, Joseph McCarthy was a United States Marine, World War II veteran. He died after they took him down politically in Bethesda, Maryland at age 48 of liver failure. What they said was due to alcoholism, but he had not drank in over 15 years, according to his friends and family. Now, who was Senator McCarthy's good friend in the Senate? Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy. So I bring that up because that's one key part, okay? So end of World War II, Bretton Woods Agreement, Operation Paperclip, all of that. Prior to that, 1933, one of the most important dates in history. So much happened in 1933 that I bet people want to just erase it from history. 1933 was the 20th anniversary and the last year of the Federal Reserve Charter, which was signed on December 24th, 1913.
You're supposed to go kaput.
It was supposed to go away. They were not going to renew it. Instead, the United States ended up filing bankruptcy and did something known as the Emergency Banking Act of 1933. Within that, they created the Federal Reserve Note, as well as confiscated all the gold and silver. And who did they hand it over to? Well, they had to pay for the interest over the last 20 years from the Federal Reserve. During the same time, did you know that there was 500,000 World War I veterans who did a sat-in Washington, D.C. in the middle of the winter for over 6 months?
I did not know that.
Yep, it's called the Bonus Army. And the reason they were there is because they were promised bonuses by the United States government for fighting in World War I, and they never received them. Right? And so you had the Bonus Army. And this is actually MacArthur. MacArthur is known. He would ride around with other troops and his horse, and he would beat the piss out of these veterans and soldiers on the streets in Washington, D.C. And he'd order his guys to beat the piss out of them. It's a really dark history. The people that you look up to, like MacArthur and all these guys, they were fucking pricks that treated these guys like nothing. I mean, this was high society in America at this time. This is the midst of the Great Depression. People didn't have food and money. And what you had was fat Washington, D.C., plenty of money, plenty of food. And then you had poor veterans and soldiers that were on the streets protesting, just wanting the money, the bonuses that they were owed, and they wouldn't pay it to them. Well, this is where something interesting happens. 4-star Marine Corps General, the recipient of 2 Medal of Honors and the Marine Corps Brevet Medal, Smedley Butler. Every Marine knows of Smedley Butler.
Legend.
He wrote a book called War is a Racket after all of this happened. Now, Smedley Butler, he was approached by financiers, businessmen in New York City to lead the bonus army of 500,000 people through Washington, D.C. and overthrow FDR and the United States government, and then take a fascist control over it by the corporations. Now, Smedley Butler said that this absolutely happened. So what did he do? He went and called his buddy, his friend, Franklin Eleanor Roosevelt, the president of the United States. He went in and met with FDR and told them what happened. And I believe in the book he says, or in one of the interviews, he says that FDR just stared with a blank stare out the window as if he already knew what I had told him and was expecting it to happen. Got to remember, it was the worst time. It was the middle of the Great Depression. So what does he do? He testifies in front of Congress. They call him a liar, a conspiracy theorist, a kook. He becomes belittled because of all of this. And this ends up becoming known as the banking plot. And the companies of the banking plot, one of them was, oh man, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of it, but doesn't matter the name of it, because who was the owner of these banks? A guy by the name of Fritz Thiessen. If you ever gotten in an elevator and you've seen Thiessen elevators, Fritz Thiessen, he was a big banker, okay? Another gentleman by the name of Averell Harriman of the House of Harriman, and another gentleman by the name of Prescott Bush, who ended up becoming a senator, and his son and grandson become president. Yeah, Daddy Bush's daddy, Prescott Bush. Now, interesting enough, Averell Harriman, he was married to a woman by the name of Margaret, was it Margaret? Margaret Digney? Digney? Hold on. I actually did a post on this today because someone said that Miriam Adelson also funded the Clintons. And I was like, are you sure you're not a little confused there? I'm thinking Margaret Thatcher, actually. We're talking about Pamela Digney Churchill. Now, Averell Harriman business magnate in America, billionaire during this time frame. Part of the business plot, nothing happens to them. He becomes he was governor of New York, I believe. But he was married to a woman by the name of Pamela Digney Churchill. Can you guess who her father was?
B. Churchill.
Winston Churchill.
The dude.
That's right. Now, Averell Harriman is the one that sponsored the Bushes, helped get created the OSS, Office of Strategic Services. Now, by the way, the Office of Strategic Services, now you got to remember, they're in Germany. They need someone who speaks German. Now, OSS was actually a very, very new organization during that point in time. There was a Jewish, American, Jewish, German, German speaking. His family fled Germany right before the war, came over to the United States of America, got citizenship, joined the U.S. Army. He was a sergeant, E5, and he was stationed in Berlin and became a member of the OSS because he spoke German. This man helped go out there and recruit, because this was his hometown, go out and recruit many of these scientists. You know his name?
Don't tell me the initials are H and K.
Henry Kissinger.
Fucking A, bro.
So OSS was created by who? Prescott Bush. Senator Bush is one of the ones that helped initiate this. So like, you have all of this stuff that comes together. So now think about Kennedy, right? Kennedy, they know all of this lineage that we're talking about. They know we're infiltrated. They know that the bankers and the corporatists and the globalists and the fascists are trying to infiltrate and take over America. Does he come in with a plan? I don't think he comes in with a plan. I think he believes in the sanctitude of power, that as president of the United States of America, that people are going to take his orders and listen to him, and that he's going to walk in there and be able to make change and uproot these injustices and this criminality. But that cost him his life.
It did. And some interesting things. And one of the reasons, well, many reasons, in the weeks before his death, weeks and months actually, he didn't trust having meetings at the White House. He was actually,
because LBJ was listening to him.
So he was having meetings at the home of his brother, the VP. Like, that's where they were having meetings at. Well, guess who else has been doing shit like that? Trump.
He's been doing everything in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, so it's very and at Vance's house.
Yep.
Dinner with Vance and his wife. But some other people showed up there as well. So there's that similarity. Cuba's on deck again. There's that similarity. It's just there's things that are we coming full circle to get it right this time?
History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
And that's something that's wild to me. To the point I was going to make to JFK when you brought up the mafia families and stuff back then. So I told you that there was a certain hotel that he would go to in Palm Springs and another city. I don't know if it was called Desert Hot Springs at the time, or it could have been called Northern Palm Springs. I'm not sure which name it went by, but there was two, very famous hotels that were there that had tunnels that, again, so he could get his, Marilyn Monroe to him and away from him. You know who used those same rooms?
Who's that?
Al Capone.
I don't doubt it.
It's crazy. I've talked to the people from both these hotels that shared these stories with me. It's absolutely crazy when you think JFK and Al Capone. It's wild. So when you bring up that point, it's there. So you're talking about all these people, and I know that we're limited on time here, so I want to jump us fast forward to kind of now. And I want to bring up a post. It's post 4508 for those that like to pull these things up themselves. And in this post, it shows Barack Hussein Obama. And it shows 18 U.S. Code 2384, seditious conspiracy, and 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason. Now, the reason I want to bring those up is because now I want to play this quick clip for you guys. It's just over a minute. Just to remind everybody before we forget.
Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion, Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee, that there was no political interference. There was a years-long Justice Department investigation into this as well that also concluded no political interference. So help us from a 50,000-foot level explain, what do you now have that refutes those two?
Sure, I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people, and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself in the documents that we've released now, close to 200 pages, that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn.
It's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence and you will know the truth.
Which now brings us back to how we started this show. John Solomon provides that first video clip. And then today he says, I am now going to work for the government as an unpaid employee. When we go back to when he met with those two military guys that were in the blue vehicle, one of them that he recognized. And now this starts off in Trump administration 2.0. She's talking RICO. She's talking Obama, treason and sedition. We saw that on the boards. Are we to the point now, Josh, where we're going to start seeing the things that the board prepared everybody for start to actually unfold in a open public government format?
I believe so. I believe we have arrived. Now, one interesting thing I'll point out, because you pulled up that Q post. Do you know the two people in the world that consistently referred to Barack Hussein Obama as Barack Hussein Obama?
Who?
Q and Trump.
I'd never caught that one.
He always says Barack Hussein Obama. Yep. But that's it for me, guys. I'm exhausted. It is my bedtime.
Well, then I want to scroll up. Let me bring us to this table of contents real quick. Because, well, where are we now? Right? Where are we now with the stuff that we see? Right here. Let me zoom in, make it a little easier for everybody to read. And then, like I said, I put the link in the live chat earlier. I'll do it again here in a few moments, and I'll also put in the comments for those.
And maybe we'll do. Maybe what we should do is we do part 2 of this Sunday night on Q After Hours.
It's not a bad idea, man. It's not, especially from what's going to.
There's so much more to cover.
Yeah, I was to say what's going to develop here between now and then. But if you go right here to phase, let me highlight these so you guys see what I'm talking about. Phase 10, legal warfare, RICO pathways, and indictment sequencing. Remember, this was written in January, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Phase 11, election system lock-in, securing the midterms and beyond. And phase 12, the sovereign alliance, redefining enemies and exposing the NATO control. Kind of seems like all the shit that is happening in the news right now. So again, those are just titles to very long chapters. It is a very long read. It is a book, to be honest with you guys. But it will definitely provide you a good thought process on what does this plan actually look like for when people say, trust the plan. And this will position you, whether you agree with all the parts, most of the parts, however, whatever your takeaway from it, it will give you a very strong foundation of supported information over a very long time of things that were analyzed, that you can walk away from that and be like, okay, I actually do see what this plan looks like. And you'll start to pick up these patterns, because I identify a lot of the patterns in there that you'll be like, oh, I see that shit happening right now. And you'll be like, and then it'll click. So we have that. Other than that, brother, I'll do one last ad read if you want to prep your website so everybody can take a look at that again. Josh is just he's so exhausted right now.
I am. It's been a long day. I've been up since 6.
Your brain was on fire tonight, brother. You guys are going to see a QR code populate right on the screen right now. And there it is, the kids guide, folks. All right, parents, real talk for a second. America's about to hit a huge milestone. We're coming up on America's 250th birthday, 250 years of freedom, grit, sacrifice, and the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen. This is the perfect moment to help your kids understand why this country matters, not just the fireworks and the hot dogs, but the story behind it all. There's a free guide called The Kid's Guide to America's 250th Birthday, and it's honestly a great way to introduce kids to how America began, who the founding fathers were, what they risked, and why the ideas they fought for still matter today. The guide sends kids back to the moment when brave men signed the Declaration of Independence, knowing full well that they were risking their lives for freedom. It breaks it all down in a way kids can actually understand and enjoy without watering it down or turning it into boring schoolwork. If you care about raising kids who know where this country came from and why it's worth preserving, this is something you'll want to grab. And the best part, it's completely free with a special offer. You just need to pay $2 for shipping and postage. Just head to freeusabirthday.com. That's freeusabirthday.com, and the Kid's Guide to America's 250th Birthday for your kids today. America's story matters. Make sure the next generation knows about it. Josh, I hand it over to you to get ready for your website. And just want to remind people with these ads, make sure you read the fine print, because some of them will have these things where you'll do these monthly subscriptions, and if you love it, it's great, but if you don't, just want to make sure you guys are aware of that so you don't get blindsided with some charges that you weren't prepared for. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, guys, redpills.tv, redpills.tv. There's ways to support me on over there. One of the best ways, give.redpills.tv, just direct donation. You can help support everything that I do here. give.redpills.tv. That's all I have. I got a few different Rumble rants. I'll go ahead and go over. I don't think I need to pull them up, but Rotten Dog tipped via the Rumble wallet, $10. Thank you so much, Rotten Dog. Appreciate it. Good seeing you last night. RPG 3573, $5 challenge. Show Josh some love. Thank you so much, RPG. $10, LM Evans. I love the show. Always great information. Thank you so much, LM. And Iowa Farming Girl in PA. Thank you so much for that $5 Rumble rant. And the Boom Diggity $100 Rumble rant. I was today years old when I learned to the head of the P2 Lodge lived in Tucson, Arizona. Interesting. I'm going to have to check that out. Thanks for the link. I'm going to take a look at that. Appreciate you guys for all the Rumble rants there.
There you go. And Rumble rant over here on the Alpha side, $10 coming in for Rotten Dog. He took care of us both, so thank you very much for that. Tip via the Rumble wallet. That is super cool when you guys do it that way. $10 from Jay Santaballo. Off the topic, but Bill Cooper, also Navy, who wrote in BAPH that he saw UFOs out on the ocean, thought AJ was controlled op and didn't like him at all. Also, Cooper 9/11 prediction, June 28th, 01, AJ's July of 2001. Yeah, I've heard that before, where Cooper came first. Jackie Spotted rated it. Thank you for that, Jackie. $20 coming in from Boycott YouTune. This is why I watch. Thank you. Dollar for dollar, ZBM. Not a Q faller, but I'm curious. When did the White Hats appear in U.S. history, and when did they take over Obama's administration? Also, when was the U.S. actually infiltrated? You know, we'll do a show on this.
I think we just actually answered all those questions.
We did, but there's some more stuff specifically to the White Hats. There's the term where it came from, and you'll find it very interesting because it comes right back to the Kennedy story and a very old Hollywood Western actor. You'll find that fascinating, and you'll also enjoy the part on. I don't want to get ahead of it because it'll open the door for so much stuff. But we'll do a show on that, and I think you'll like it. There's a guy that I interviewed. I don't want to give his name out. Some people might figure it out, but I interviewed him a few years ago, and he was one of the guys at the tip of the spear on 9/11. Some of the original investigators. And he gets invited to a meeting. And in this meeting, a guy actually identifies himself. It's an invitation only, select people that are there. Identifies himself as a white hat. It is the only time I've ever heard anybody who has firsthand knowledge of being at a location where somebody told him this information. This all goes all the way back to 2001, 2002, 2003, right around that time frame. I'd have to go back and watch it and talk to him. But again, it's pretty fascinating. So again, to your point, ZBM, we'll probably do something like that and add it to a show that we'll do a little bit later. And the last Rumble rant, $10 from 10 to lose. I got a feeling that Trump will be talking with Congress senators of key states, per what John Solomon said about votes. Show them the proof, and they are not legally in office. Thus, cooperate. Probably too far off the mark. And we got a super chat that came over here on YouTube. Neosphere 5906 1776. I like what you did there. Q drop 4884. June 20th Delta. Context with the X link referencing Jay Clayton and SDNY. Do you feel that this is relevant? If it's the SDNY ones, I think you can probably go and catch that on DeathCon, because we brought up the Jay Clayton and the SDNY post on Tuesday's show, Neosphere. So what I'll do is I'll grab that from DeathCon, and I'll drop that in the chat right now so that you have it. We actually talked about this at length, and I think you might enjoy that. Other than that, I don't think we're missing anything else. No, we are solid. Do us a solid, folks. If you're watching on my channel, as soon as we're done here, jump over to Josh's channel. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe already. And if you are, just hit the thumb for him and do that on all the platforms, whether it's YouTube or Rumble. We definitely appreciate it. You guys have, from the inception of this channel or this show, just like you guys have done for DeathCon, just like you guys have done for Q After Hours, you guys have put these shows in the leaderboards every single week. And we appreciate that very much. So with that, we will sign off. Josh is going to sleep, and I got to get ready for tomorrow's shows as well as Josh. Hold on, I got to change this out because I have it set to the long intro or the long outro, and I'm going to change it to the short outro because I am tired too. You guys, good night and Semper
Much
Fi.
love. Good night. The world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/Patriot.
Broadcasting from the spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh. That is David Dubine. This is Redpill Project's Conversations on the Fringe with you tonight, and we're going to be having, I'm telling you, we're going to have an amazing conversation tonight. We're going to be talking about galactic cycles, mini ice ages, political and weather changes, all of this stuff that's happening in the world right now. If you don't know, David Dubine is the creator of ADAPT 2030 Climate Preparedness Channels and the Mini Ice Age Conversations podcast. He is the author of Climate Revolution, which is now being updated and edited for its second edition. I believe that's probably on its third now. As a former coffee buyer in Myanmar, he saw cold weather damage the coffee trees firsthand and heard farm owners telling stories about how their great-grandfathers in the 1880s experienced the same conditions when coffee was being introduced as a cash crop. Freeze-damaged top leaves, bean density changes, and 14% overplanting of new seedlings to compensate for cold losses sent him looking for answers. And he found cycles through history that affect food production. He believes in understanding our sun-driven climate is crucial as we progress deeper into the new Eddie Grand Solar Minimum. David, how are you doing tonight? Welcome to Conversations on the Fringe.
Thank you. And the first thought I would throw out there, it's not CO2, it's not you, it's the sun.
And you know what? Everybody in my audience would 100% agree with you. We've talked about how the sun dictates weather patterns, climate patterns, long-term climate patterns on this planet. We saw this in a 2004 article by NASA when they were talking about the climatic changes on Mars and Jupiter that were coinciding with various different solar maximum and minimum patterns. And so why isn't that not affecting us here on Earth, right?
Yeah, we're much more close to the magnetic field of the sun. And also, if you want to step back to 2020, Neptune's atmosphere reversed itself. Like there was a dark storm up there and it ripped in half and it reversed and started going in the opposite direction. Mm-hmm. Uranus had visible X-ray flares coming off the planet, jumping out to the rings and then off to space with your visible eyes like we would see an X-flare coming off the sun. So these changes are real. Oh, and Mars also, it had to have been somewhere around June, July of 2021. The minerals in the crust of Mars started emitting auroras because Mars doesn't have a magnetic field like the Earth does, so there's no north-south pole orientation. But the minerals in the crust started to glow with aurora colors as well. So you start to see this as much more intense than anything on just a regular 11-year solar maximum, solar minimum cycle. We're going 400-year cycle, 2,000-year cycle at the minimum on this.
Yeah, and there's another correlation there as well, is that when we go into the solar minimum, we also have an increase in cosmic ray bombardment from the outer solar system, which also has a dire effect on our climatic patterns, in which we typically see less extreme weather. But when we go to those solar maximums, this is when we start to see the weather pick up and have more extreme weather.
Yeah, the sun's responsible for so many things. You think about cosmic rays being cloud builders as well, the precursors, and when they come ripping through the atmosphere, they ping off of everything, and then that will eventually turn into a cloud droplet that will rain out. So you find the solar, if you look through the minimums and maximums, and if you go back further in time to the centennial minimum, which is the 100-year lows, and then you start to look at these 11-year average solar maximum, solar minimum cycles. And then if you look out at the 100-year flow on that, you'll start to see that there's definitely changes in rainfall pattern and drought based on the 100-year cycles. But then you come into the 400-year cycle and you say, well, civilization changes on the intensity of a 400-year. And we're at it again right here, right now.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you. A lot of people have said that we're coming out of a mini ice age that happened in the lower Dryas period 10,500 years ago or so. I'm curious. Now, I want to know how you kind of evolved into all this. Obviously, hopefully we didn't freeze up there. Hold on a second here. OBF's just shit out. 1 second.
You look live to me.
Well, no, OBS. Oh, there it is. All right, we are back. All right. And so hopefully that's the only glitch that we have. My computer updated the Windows 11 without my permission.
No, terrible.
I know. Horrible. So OBS has been having problems, but that's all right. We are back now. And I'm curious, is how did this evolution of discovery go for you? And what were the main points that you saw that really drove your interest?
Well, take a step back. When I was working in China, I was with an algae biodiesel company, and it was an American company, all American owned, and we started to produce some oil using certain strains of algae and encapsulated bags on fish farm water surfaces. That way you weren't actually needing land space. And as soon as we started to prove concept and produce oil out of that, China said, get out. Thanks for the idea. Nice to come. You're an American company. You can't produce oil in China. And you can read all about that in Algae Industry Magazine, which I did a full feature article on business in China on the algae oil side of things. But that's when, prices were getting excruciatingly high, $130 a barrel, $140 a barrel. And it was viable at that point, but anything under 100, you're not looking at algae biodiesel. It's way too expensive at that point. So, a plant's a plant, if you will. And, Myanmar was really trying to get out farm gate improvements of livelihood for farmers. They're out there just basically doing rice. So they were looking for higher value products for farmers to engage in. And Raceway Pond algae was one of them. So I was invited down there. The coffee was the next step right on after that. But the thing that set me on my quest was the whole reason I was into the algae biodiesel thing was I believed in CO2 in the beginning of it. I'd seen all the Al Gore movies. I ate it hook, line, and sinker until I got to Myanmar and they started talking about the cold damage on the crops that their great-great-grandfathers had endured and had to deal with that in terms of losses and the overplantings and the different density of the beans. And when they roasted, the profiles were way different. So I just as a business guy, I'm just going out 5 years. Like, can we increase our supply and how can we run this through Asia? And, can we continually get supply going out 5 years? That's where it brought me to. It was a simple business equation. Can we expand the business? Yes or no? Based on what's happening down there and the cycles of cold starting to damage the plants in Myanmar. You got to realize that's Burma, way down near the equator. Part of you just getting above 0 degrees, started getting 9 degrees north latitude. That's southern Myanmar right there. Then you get up into what you consider extreme tropical belts of 12 degrees north latitude. Like that's below Cuba going. And I'm thinking, wait, how is it getting cold down here? This makes zero sense to me. I was just baffled. So then I started looking online for research, and I ran into John Casey, former NASA space shuttle investigator after, the accident. He was the lead on that 30-year distinguished career in NASA. But when he started talking about the cycles, his career was ruined. They vilified that man and just dragged him through the coals. And I'm so sad to see that somebody trying to bring the truth out, that cycles are starting to drive what we're going to see politically and civil unrest, et cetera, through history, these chapters that keep re-emerging. And you just wonder, why is it that whatever chapter of history we're always at the apex of science and art and agriculture and trade, and we're always at the apex before the collapse. So what was the cause for the collapse every single 100% of the time in history? Well, the sun changes its output state, the magnetic field of the planet changes, the jet streams and cloud cells move to different places during this time, so the planting and harvesting dates are thrown out of kilter. Then we get into the food shortages, and then you just see it run every single time. And once I understood this information, I sit here, I started this back in 2013, so how far are we into it? 9 years now? Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And that was the whole point. Once I understood it, I realized that this is it. This is the thing that will shift society from this point forward. And I never look back. I've just been laser pointed, focused, and you will not deviate me from my course of going on to this research and trying to figure this out on how it will affect society. And that was really the step off point. I dropped off the cliff there, but I stepped onto an invisible platform that guided me along the rest of the way. And then I started to see the lies that had been pushed across society, and anybody who deviated from the established norms was also the same thing I've been experiencing that John did too. Shadow banned, channels removed, videos removed, demonetization, just any way they can get at you so you can't earn a living is where they always take it to. And then it's the Vice News coming out with hit pieces on the reputation, pseudoscience, this, that, and the other. Great. Thanks for the free publicity. I appreciate it. Now I want to talk about the facts. So that's kind of where I went from there to here. And it was just a journey of discovery from business guy into, well, we got a huge problem, and I would like to talk about it to the normal person and present my information. But I'm still at 176,000 subscribers 9 months later in YouTube of this last year. For some reason, even though I'm getting more media exposure, larger audiences, have my own show on Brighteon TV, vast reach out, I just can't increase the subscriber count. It's unbelievable, really. It's coming to the point now, anything that doesn't sit with the narrative is considered put your own label on it, but they don't want the information to spread, because the information, once you understand it on how to protect your families and your communities and get ready for this, they do not want you ready. These globalists do not want you ready. I assure you they do not. They want you to be part of the collateral damage, the starving, so they can roll out the central bank digital currency and your digital rationing card all in one fell swoop, but you won't do it until you're hungry. Then you'll do anything.
Now, I actually, you made me, and it's a fascinating story about how this all happened to you, and I agree with the censorship. I was completely deleted. I had over 100,000 subscribers on my first YouTube channel, demonetized overnight on Facebook, Anchor FM, YouTube, Patreon. They wiped me out everywhere. I had to start all over again, and that's kind of where I started the Redpill project and did all this. And I only do this show specifically. This show right here is the only show I do on YouTube, and I do 3 other shows. But looking at all this, it reminds me of Dr. Yuval Noah Harari from the World Economic Forum, and a certain thing that he said about 3 months ago at one of their meetings. And he was talking about how humanity is not going to agree with what we do, we being the elites, and that we are in the process of building our technological ark to save us for something that potentially could happen, of which most of humanity won't survive. And you have to wonder, do they know what's happening? I believe they do, but do they know what's coming, and are they protecting themselves for what's coming and setting up a system that can be implemented directly after this all happens, to where they have slave labor to rebuild their society once again?
Absolutely, yes. You hit it on the head there. That's exactly what's happening. And the whole point of it is to keep people off the self-sufficiency. Like, you have to think about my grandparents coming out of the Great Depression, knew how to pretty much repair anything, build anything, grow anything, because they had to out of necessity. But, we got on these supply chains over the last 50, 70 years, and we got really lazy. Centralized systems are starting to break down. And because of that, we're very vulnerable. Almost nobody has these skills that our grandparents had. So if it does come down to the time where complex systems are even further shredded, Okay, good. Now go do it yourself. Well, most people don't have the skill. That's why you need to buy books. Books that are going to be paper in front of your fingers. So if the internet goes down, you still have books on, medicine and building and canning and drying meats and storage and anything you could possibly think of, 101 projects on a homestead. So you can build your chicken coops and get whatever you need, build your barn. Understand the processes of what is the base of society. We need homes, we need food, we need fresh water, and how to filter that water. So, it's going to roll us back. I really believe we're going to head something back into more of an 1860s lifestyle as we get through this reset here. And when I say reset, I really want to be clear about it. What the World Economic Forum has planned for a quote unquote reset is very different than what nature is about to throw at us. So I do believe they understand what nature is now in the process of unveiling across the planet for the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to ride on top of this natural cycle to achieve a more magnified output of food shortages, to get everybody identified, get the digital IDs, get on the digital rationing cards, get your universal basic income, go back digital currency, because it will be the only show left in town. Unless you're in a community that barters.
Right, and that's actually Sundays. We have a private Zoom on our private platform, and what we do is we actually go over prepping, canning, preparedness, these types of things. Is something that we just started doing recently. Now, it's incredibly important to do those things. Community organization, obviously. So, explain to me what's causing this. How does all of this cycle operate? How long are these cycles? Do we have historical evidence of these cycles?
Well, you started right there, Younger Dryas.
Yeah.
And notice how when you get into the climate debate, they never go further back to the Younger Dryas impact era, because you could see temperatures rising 30 degrees Fahrenheit and dropping that quickly too. Yet we're fed that it's the all-time fastest rise ever. Just go back 12,000 years. Oh no, it changed so drastically that I think after the Younger Dryas, it's around this number. There are about 10 million people left on the planet. 10 million. So we've gone from 10 million through other cataclysms during this last 12,500 years to bring us back up to a population of 8 billion. And I know for sure the Lake Toba eruption 70,000 years ago in Indonesia was another genetic bottleneck that knocked humanity down to, sub 10 million people. So we start to go through these times. 70,000 years ago is really not a long time ago either. And then 12,500 years ago, and you could go through the alignments of all these different megalithic sites that show you that they were actually, tracking as the stars moved around, depending on which culture was tracking which stars in the heavens there. But you got to think about the 8.1K year event. Global temperatures dropped about 10 degrees Fahrenheit on a global average. And then the 4.1K, which is 4,100 years before present back time. Again, a massive dropout in temperatures. So what is it about there's these massive drops in temperature, population declines with it. We get into more stable growing periods where your plant and harvest dates, population increases, and then it drops off a cliff again. Well, if you do the math, just simple, 8.1K, 4.1K, 0.1K, where we sit right at this second. So within 100 years, plus or minus, you can't tell me that it's that clean that every 4,000 years we hit these cycles, 12, 8, 4, present time, plus or minus 100 years. So, even on this 4,000 year cycle that we're in the ballpark. Mm-hmm. But then you start to think about how many cycles are overlaying on tops of cycles on tops of cycles. And another thing that really got me into is even if you dissect like the 11-year cycle, then you start to get into these de Vries cycles on these 80-year periods. And then you start to, wrap different 11-year periods inside on 88 or whatever it is. And then it can come out a bit further and a bit further. And it's almost like the gears of a Swiss watch where, you got the larger gears switching and moving and they overlay on top. And I am absolutely certain the amount of information pillaged on this planet over the last 500 years that ended up in private libraries, the Vatican, etc., they absolutely know the cycles way better. And now we have modern technology, and the sensors and data that they're receiving are months ahead of anything on public release. So imagine if you owned a space agency, plus coupled with all of the ancient history and documents and codices and legends and everything else on stone or saved on metal. A lot of times they were they were gold sheeting or silver sheeting on top, retranscribed again and again. The history's out there. We're just not privy to it. But something is absolutely at this juncture, and you're not being told about it.
Yep. Now,
why not?
I find this interesting because what you're saying correlates a lot with what I've been researching for a very long time. 2010, I started noticing correlations between coronal mass ejections and earthquakes. Typically, we would have some type of earthquake on this planet a few days or a few weeks before a coronal mass ejection would actually hit the planet. And I started to wonder. I said, well, what is actually happening there? And so I started to look at the Earth as, instead of this, liquid magma core and so forth, as a hydraulic system. If I'm a hydraulic system and I have some type of piezoelectric effect that's producing an electric field that is inducing a magnetic field externally, and that I have to control that pressure, I can do that with hydraulic pressure by alleviating various different plates on top, the movement of the upper strata of the Earth, and that can alleviate or increase pressure in one direction or one side. And if the Earth knew somehow it was connected, quantum entangled, whatever, to the sun, it would have to strengthen its magnetic field or weaken its magnetic field on one side, whether it's cosmic ray bombardment or solar radiation bombardment. It could produce an earthquake, which would allow the electrical propensity at the core to increase because of the increase in pressure or the alleviation of pressure, and therefore the magnetic field would be able to fluctuate and adjust. And I started on this, and I started seeing that this wasn't the first time that we've had these types of events come past. This isn't the first time that people talked about these types of events. This is in ancient history. They talked about various different connections between the Earth and the sun. This is why the sun was revered within ancient mythology. This is why they looked at it as the primo god. So I started noticing this as well as through the great cycles, the great calendar, is that we were on a transit through the galaxy. We go through various different densities of cosmic radiation, of particles, of gases through their transit through the galactic center all the way up to the top and bottom. We can look at it as 4 seasons. So, I kind of agree with you wholeheartedly on everything that you're saying. Now, I'm curious, do you have any comments on that in the sense of how the Earth's magnetic field fluctuates pertinent to various coronal mass ejections?
Yeah, because you have to think about the fields of the sun up there. The reason they start twisting into those sunspots is disturbances in the magnetic field. And then you get those looping on the umbras up there. Electromagnetism and pressure differences, they're A and B. They're 2 separate sets of categories. So when we're talking about solar winds come blasting through at, 800-900 kilometers per second, there's also another factor at play which disrupts agriculture in that. So you described that perfectly. Like, wow, the way you hit that, I really haven't talked to too many people that can run it like that really get the inner workings of it. But you have to realize on the electromagnetism side too, you're going to have an outbound current flow that if the Earth, for simplified, think of it as a capacitor. If there's an overcharge on that, it regulates itself. So there's going to be an overcharge outbound current flow, and you can identify those where the halo elves are above and the ionosphere at about 100 miles up. But if you trace it further down, you're going to come into the blue jets and the red sprites. You start to map those over that are routinely seen in different areas across the planet over the crop grow zones. And you know that that's an electrical outbound flow, which is agitating and speeding up the current flow. Like a light bulb in a coffee shop is the best example. You can turn it up and it glows faster because there's more electrons running into the current and the wires in there, or you can turn it down and you dial it down and there's less electron movement in there based on how fast things move on the flow of electricity into it. So when you think about it as a electric circuit on the globe here on the outbound flows, the way that electricity is going to disturb local weather patterns, it's going to heat and bend. So the general precipitation patterns, once they hit that new, faster, heated area, they're going to start moving and dropping precipitation in different places, or they're going to bend all the way around and the clouds are going to evaporate and they're going to come into a drought. So that's what I've been doing on the GIS mapping software is I'm trying to map out where I'm seeing these elves at the upper band, at the ionosphere, at that upper range, about 100 miles up, and then following it further down into the lower layers of the atmosphere where the sprites and the blue jets occur, and then finding those ground points and matching up agricultural zones and which crops are grown in there, and doing an addition subtraction on a global total. For example, barley, oats, they're going to have a way different outcome. If you reduce 20% of global oat production like there was in the Volga region last year, that would be the reason oats spiked to record highs. Because corn, soybeans, and wheat, that's grown globally, and there's just so much of that crop out there that if you take one region offline, it's really not going to affect the global price. It is, but it's not going to send it to the stratosphere because you lost 20% of the oats and the barley. So if you start to map out exactly what you're talking about, but now follow the current outflows and the disturbances over the ag zones, then you start to get into why this all really makes sense, why they follow the sun, why they worship the sun, because they knew, literally the ancients understood that the cloud cells and jet streams are either locked in place because of magnetics, or they're allowed to flow free because the magnetic field has waned and weakened so much. Like, nobody gives the ancients credit for understanding any of this. The basic, what we understand now, what we're talking about tonight is just, that would blow most professors off the wall. And they would sit there and go like, oh, I need to look that up. I'll get back to you with an answer, kind of thing. But now take it into the agricultural zones that can be identified and mapped out with the losses of what we're both talking about tonight. Then you can do the mathematics on it, and precisely where the crops will be lost and which countries will experience the food shortages first and the civil unrest first. So if you're, excuse me, Josh, let me ramble for a second here.
Yeah.
But if you're an investor in an emerging market and you know that currency is going to devalue 50% based on the civil unrest because of the crop losses, that kind of information is a little bit valuable for people, and that's all I'll say there.
I was going to ask, do you trade? Do you trade futures of commodities? Because this seems like
I don't legally, because I can't, because of the information that I put out with other groups of people. So I don't, but they do.
I wouldn't doubt it, because that's exactly.
Yeah, legally, I'm going to say I do not trade based on the information I put out on the crop loss areas, on the magnetism and the outbound current flows of our planet. I do not trade that.
Man, it's fascinating.
Others
too,
do, though,
because we live in such a dynamic system, but it's replicate. And this is the interesting thing, is if you go down to the atom, if you go to the molecule, you go to the cell, you go to the planet, you go to the solar system, to the galaxy, it's a replicate system. And if we just paid attention, if we just observed nature for once in our friggin' lives and didn't allow money to control academia, we would begin to unlock the secrets that our ancestors once knew.
Yeah, but unlocking those secrets means free power. Never-ending, limitless, on-demand power wherever you set up a unit that can use magnets to spin against each other. Now, again, the whole thing on metering every aspect of your life would go out the window, and there would be literally no control on the planet of these same globalist elitists, because they need to have a monitored system and a metered system for every breath you take, every cup of water you drink, every morsel of food that you buy, the rent over your head, everything. But imagine if that was scraped away and limitless power was at your fingertips in your home of something half the size of your washing machine.
Explain to me. I want to know this. Field. I want to jump into this because I was in the 1990s, I was fascinated with Nikola Tesla, read everything I could possibly get on Nikola Tesla. I went into the military 10 years. I worked on advanced electronic gun missile fire control systems, combat directory systems, got an education in basically electrical engineering. And I'm still fascinated by this topic, especially free energy, or really, it's not really the right word for it, but energy from the vacuum, quantum fluctuation, whatever we want to call it. I'm fascinated by this. Explain, please.
Well, I understood the same mechanics you did, so I ended up going up to Zagreb over in Croatia, and we went up into Nikola Tesla's laboratory over there. Now, I was with somebody at the time, and they were saying, no, that's impossible. If these things were really working as you say, they would be everywhere on the planet. It'd be the way to prevent all the pollution and stop all the CO2. I said, all right, well, I'm going to just let you see for what you see yourself. Remember, these patents have been around since the 1880s and 1890s. Mm-hmm. We're not talking anything new here. The 1880s, 1890s. We go into this place. I got in the Faraday cage. They shot a bunch of stuff around. I was, because I was doing a video there, so they arranged that I could get in the Faraday cage when they were doing the demonstration. But as we walked through, there were no less than 16 working models of magnetic motors. Now, some of them were really simplistic on it was just two discs that moved around, and other ones were just two magnetic fields on magnets that were going around on sticks and things. But they did have a couple models there that were spinning pretty fast, definitely on the RPMs around 1200 RPMs, and they were really loud inside too. So they had some sound shielding over the boxes there. But there were definitely an enormous amount of working models. And after we came out of there, it was just like the aha realization moment of they've hidden this technology. Because it's really super simple. Like you as a kid in a classroom, you put two magnets on a desk and you push one toward the other one and it kind of moves away. Now replicate that with incredibly, it could be an electromagnet or it could be a neodymium magnet, and get the. And I look back, and this is another thing you and I are we're going to definitely resonate on this one here. A lot of the sacred geometry and the numerology that's within the mystic schools will show you the angles that you would need to orient those magnets. So when you start to run through all these sacred numbers, when you get up into the 36s, the 72s, the 108s, this type of thing, that's on what you might need to put at 37.5 degrees on a tilt to get the magnet to break the bond to move to the next one. But when we come into some of these numbers, that are routinely through history and everything carved in temples on 3, 6s, and 9s, and you go through not only the 36 degree, or you could either tilt your magnets at 36 degrees or 37.5 degrees off to get that magnetic the bond to break, and you might need to add maybe like 1% of your output back in to continue to get that to spin, but you can do that with boards that we have today. But the same thing that I found with talking about the sun, when the sun's stepping down in its electromagnetic resonance state, once it gets below 36%, then things start to go haywire, which is exactly what we're seeing today. Like the magnetic field doesn't have to go to zero in the sun before we start to see extreme outcomes and output on the earth in terms of our terrestrial weather systems and atmospheric disturbances. So I start to trace back in history because I lived in China and I know about the Beidou Qixing and the whole cult of the Big Dipper and how they use dragons to represent fire flows from the sun, like plasma currents from the sun. They understood that way back. Like anything below 36%, and I guess the pinch would start to alleviate itself. If you go up to David LaPointe's work and take a look at some of his work, he talks about the Z pinch and different pressures that are involved in that. And once it goes below 36%, all bets are off. It doesn't have to go to zero, but again, just roll back into the sacred numerology and you'll start to see that there's points that match in science when you're either getting pressures, electrical flows, or plasma densities that things start to change at those integral numbers in experiments.
It's interesting that you mentioned it. You're right. We will resonate on this. The sun. I mean, the sun is 108 Earth wide. If you took the sun 108 times, it's the exact distance to the Earth. There's 108 moons in between the moon and the Earth. This number 108 keeps replicating over and over and over again. In the Plato mystery schools, where a lot of sacred geometry actually came about from, they revered all of the various different geometric structures except for one that was hidden and secret, and you couldn't even mention its name within the mystery schools, and this was the dodecahedron, which is basically a pentagon on each side. Now the angles between each angle of the pentagon is 108. So I find it fascinating as well. 108 is 9, obviously Tesla connection there, but fascinating there. I used to work with a company, just consulted for a little while, and they're no longer around. I think the guy was I'm not going to mention his name here. He was a Mormon and came out and confessed to saying he wanted to do some bad things to some people, and the whole organization went to crap. You probably know who I'm talking about. But anyways, I was sent to review a whole bunch of different free energy experiments, and we review them online and through Zoom and stuff like that. I mean, you had the Bedini motors, you have tons of other people that developed various different types of magnetic technology. And in conceptualization, it makes a lot of sense that why are we not developing more technologies based upon this? Why are we reverting towards, silicon panels that pull in solar radiation, or wind turbines that are so 1800? Why are we putting ourselves through this in this so-called green revolution when we should be investing these billions of dollars into exotic energy technologies that we know are there and work, and that there's thousands upon thousands of classified patents through the patent office in the United States of America alone for these various types of things. I talked to so I was in the military, and we get big tech pubs in the military. And I was in one of my primary mainframe computer schools, and the first computer that was developed for the United States Navy, the original design plans came out in 1952 and had fully designed transistors within the tech pubs. I've seen the tech pubs. And they said the transistor wasn't invented till 62. How is this even possible? And they kind of started laughing. They think, hey, you think that's crazy? Just wait. And I started talking to one of the gentlemen who actually worked in the IBM labs, who developed the inverted resistor, which would actually generate power when put into a circuit. And this is classified technology that you don't see. And it's like, what are we, obviously control. We understand it's about control. We are sheep to them, and this is where it's supposed to go. But for us, setting up parallel systems, parallel economies, we need to be doing more research into this. We need to be rebuilding these sacred designs and bringing them forth for our power systems.
Yeah, I agree, but it's just too disruptive on a mass scale. Schauberger principles, also with gravitational vortex power and some, smaller gravitational or, GVP units that you could put in a stream flow of, say, 1 cubic meter per second flow. These types of things will be used for anybody who's trying to get off the grid that can actually implement a system that has continuous water flow. The Parendev magnetic motor is the one I'm most familiar with. Designs are out there quite a few places. Parendev. And there are different inventors, and you can go through an enormous amount of different designs and see which one might fit your needs or your electrical expertise, or those in your field that know.
Yep.
Now,
there we go.
If you use it just yourself and your community only, and you do not try to bring this to mass production,
right,
or put your designs out to the planet to get everybody else to try to follow you, generally you'll be left alone. But the minute you try to put it and commercialize it, like the boys over in Korea did, we haven't heard from them in some time. And it just does seem to be like this. You can go through chapter after chapter of history and just go back in time. And Josh, you're more well-versed than myself of people who thought they were making deals that that was their last day because they were trying to bring out something so disruptive into society. So use those as words of possibility, but also caution.
What's your thoughts on HHO generators?
Sorry, again?
Basically, hydrogen generators. People out there developing the HHO cells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know one guy who's working on hydrogen on demand technologies and oscillating generators, etc. They're in the phases working with the Canadian government now to bring it out into sort of mass production. But again, they've been stalled. Even though these contracts have been written and they, for the last 2 years, they haven't really moved forward with it. It's out there. Yeah, they got the, hydrogen on demand motorbikes and the proof of concept and, trucks running, but they just can't get it out into mass production. It's sure car companies agree. Yeah, we'll do this. Yeah, we'll do that. But it's it's bought and it's thrown on a shelf. Oh, sorry, it's a little bit delayed. We couldn't get this extra part. Oh, we're waiting for the chipsets. Sorry, the chipsets aren't there. Da 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 da. And yeah, hydrogen on demand is a huge possibility there. And again, you're going to pull that power right back into it. And if you put regenerative braking on it, then you got this complete complex system that just regenerates everything as you move down, and hydrogen on demand is the way it's going to be going versus storage in cells. So, there's quite a few different techs out there, but why are regardless of what we talk about, why has none of it moved forward since the 1880s should be the question.
Well, it goes back to the financiers, the banks, the money controllers, those who have the power and control over corporations, over interest, over patent offices, over politicians, over governments, and over military. That they lose their control when we become self-sufficient.
Yeah, and think about that. At this level we're talking about right now, this is just your daily life and energy usage and things that are on a meter so you can continue to live and not starve to death. Now bring it back into where, I come into this cosmic stuff and Josh does too, but these last 3 events that are about to unfold in 3 successive years are the last level of in a distraction that need to be so buried that the man-made events need to eclipse that by orders of magnitude, so at one day you won't come to the realization that you've been lied to. They knew this information decades, plural, ago, that you could have been warned to get ready for these events, because the animosity and the anger coming out of the average citizen will topple the entire global financial system, the political systems, and anything of old money, banking. They'll all be hanging by light posts. Once you realize that you were not warned 20 years ago to about these events that are happening and in play right now, the crop losses, magnetic field changes, UVB radiation increases, that we could have protected ourselves against. The average person would be so angry. I mean, beyond angry, they would be just full, I can't even describe the emotion. I'm sure there's a word out there for it, but that angst and anger toward would tear down walls of Jericho. And to get to the people behind that, this is what's not being told to you, because once you realize that we could have gone onto a different system and been more self-sufficient and gotten off centralized systems to ride this event out. So that's the kryptonite of it all.
Yeah.
The way to get through this event is we had to become self-sufficient. We all had to have our organized communities, all bartering with each other outside of monetary means. We all had to be able to grow our own food, repair our own things, have our own animals, because that's what's going to survive, is those pockets of people who have done that. So when the system completely breaks down, either to conduit cable snapping, bridges decoupling off banks, railroad derailments, and I'm not talking about the artificial kind that we're seeing right now, but all of these things are inbound with exactly what you spoke about. As the sun steps down, our Earth tries to equalize, but it does it in a couple of ways. It can send outbound current flow with actual measurable changes on the electric circuit going, where you see it visibly with the plasma on the red, the red sprites, the blue jets, and at the halos at the top boundaries, or it can discharge it through Paleozoic earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Where we sit now, we should have been warned about this decades ago. But once you realize what is coming and starting now, that we had decades to prepare and you weren't warned, you're going to tear the house down to get at those people. And that's what they need to distract away from, is your awareness of these natural phenomenon and these natural cycles onsetting, amplifying, and completely restructuring civilization and society as we know it. Like, as we go through these next 3 years, on the backside of that, you will not even recognize in one shard of what was our prior society and civilization. That's where we're heading in these next 3 years, and that's what they're disguising and trying to hide from everybody.
Well, and I want to get into that part right there specifically, but first I want to ask you a question. Looking, if I always try to put my mind in the mind of the enemy. I try to see things from their perspective. And it's, from our perspective, we look at them as evil. From their perspective, they probably look at themselves as saviors. But if you saw something like this coming and you withheld this information, kind of similar, we were talking before this, in 2012, there was a series of coronal mass ejections that were coming towards Earth that they thought were an imminent hit, and they were civilization-ending CMEs. They ended up not hitting, but they classified these CMEs and never told anybody about it until 10 years later. So if they kept this information from us and this did happen, do you think one of the reasons, and we're on YouTube, for the Fauci ouchie, the jabbity jab, was to call humanity so that there wouldn't be that many left?
Or in a twisted sense, they could think with the cosmic radiation increases, the UVB radiation increases, with whatever's coursing through the veins, there might be a protection against that. So on a more amplified or more, I think it's going to come into a decrease and then an amplification of resonant frequencies. Whoever exists within that state, if you have those metals coursing through your body and they're replicating and building structures, then in a faster frequency field, would they bring more people through? Or would they be those new slaves you're talking about under complete control? Whoever survives the upgrade.
Interesting. Well, one part of my research, I go back to a 2014 scientific study from Columbia University by a guy by the name of Dr. Martin Blank. And what he was studying was the harmful effects of various different types of cell phone and radiation on DNA. One of the things that he discovered is that DNA is an electromagnetic transducer, meaning that it sends and receives signals, as well as an electromagnetic fractal antenna, which keeps itself symmetry no matter how much you break it down. Investigating this further around that same time, you find out that there's various different articles talking about the influence of DNA on this the cosmic microwave background radiation. For anybody out there who doesn't know what that is, it's what they call the afterglow, the Big Bang, as if the Big Bang actually happened. I don't believe that, but it's a microwave frequency that is spread and distributed through the entire galaxy. When it hits our planet, it can range anywhere between 3 to 300 gigahertz. It tops out and peaks on the surface level of the planet between 28 to 34 gigahertz, which just happens to be
the same frequency
of the tuning of your DNA, as well as the first channels of 5G radiation. So my curiosity is that this is obviously a cosmic radiation that is coming in, but it has to be dictated some way, shape, or fashion by the solar radiation. And we know that the solar radiation bombardment of our planet has various fluctuations in the sense of the current traveling through the ionosphere, which basically produces the 7.85 to 14 hertz signal that generates on our planet, which puts us in the alpha brainwave state. Now, I find that interesting as well, because that Schumann resonance, every species on this planet exists within their optimized brain state, their alpha brain state, between that 7.85 to 14 hertz, except for one species, us. We're always in a dissonant state of that resonance. And, I attribute that to all the ambient radiation that's around us, from Wi-Fi to microwaves to 4G, 5G, to radar systems, etc.
And you have to think about the Schumann resonance has really been blasting somewhere around sometimes 30 to 40 now. So that's so far outside the ranges there. And I'm wondering what kind of, peaks we feel. Because a friend of mine, Craig Simpson, up at Radiant Creators, we were trying to develop an app. This is just for our own personal use, to try to map out our days energetically on the cycle of the moon, whether it was a full moon, a new moon, the KP index, which is showing, how much energetics is reaching the planetary bow shock here, and then what the Schumann resonance was doing. So those variables and factors on the moon, the KP index, and the Schumann resonance. So there's ultimate, combination of those, like a Rubik's cube. But if you could start to map it down, and you knew that there was a, KP6 and the moon was new and Schumann was at the regular state, then you'd have this sort of day, and you could map that out energetically. So however you wanted to manifest your day and move through energetic and use the energetics that are given to us each day, so you would know how you would feel and what your energetic levels would be, so you could pull yourself out. Because if it was going to be one of those lazy days based on all three of those factors, you could know why you were feeling lazy, and then use your mind to, get into a different state and trigger yourself to a different state of, all right, I understand why I'm lazy. It's natural forces. Now let's just overcome that with our mind, and we need to blast forward laser style and move through that. No breaks. So we were trying to use this for our own benefit in terms of getting more done during our days, mapping out the energetic frequencies that were either a limitation, or on those days where you already had the most productive day you've ever had in your entire life, that you knew that was coming tomorrow or was inbound this morning, that you knew that you could just focus on, bam, you're just up to the stratosphere and past it. These are real frequencies that affect us on the daily.
So what you just described is what our ancestors would have called astrology or tarot. And the reason I say that is because what they did is they either anthropomorphized things, they would bring it down into allegory, mythology, these types of figures. And we have various different archetypes of the human mind, various different kind of things that manifest due to the energy configuration of the gravitational and the various different electromagnetic forces around us. And we've attributed that in the sense of how astrology is played out. Tarot is kind of like an inner astrology of how the inner system of your body reacts to the outer system. This is one of the foundations of alchemy. And so I find that incredibly fascinating that you're looking at a scientific approach to monitoring what our ancient cultures used to do through just observation, but obviously not as accurate or efficient.
Yeah, because you have to understand that energetic flow, what we understand as astrology and astronomy now are two separate. But say 200 years ago, they were combined together.
Yep.
And again, that's about hiding history and hiding part of our true nature of self to understand these. You know, astrology has been relegated to the woo-woo. Go back 200 years prior, and they were an intertwined science because you understood where the celestial bodies stood in the actual physical location of space. But then there was already a mapped out field of, okay, the energetic resonance of that changes as the celestial body moves through. We're going to either a more energetic field in space, a heavier debris field area of space, a less dense field of space. Maybe temperatures will drop on the planet, but they had all this mapped out. And I'm wondering how many cycles it had taken to map it out. Because if you look at the Maya and you go back, they had 222 million years, or no, it's 220 million, excuse me, of going above and below the ecliptic on one complete circle around the entire galaxy of where we stood today, where our planet sits. 220 million years later, we're going to come back and we're going to be at the same exact place again. Now, they'd mapped that out for 220 million years on a cycle. So within that, there's got to be smaller cycles that can be mapped out as well. Yep. So when you start to look at that in the astrology and the astronomy, like how many times have we been through the same rodeo, being able to map out, okay, we're coming into a denser region of space. Okay, there's more plasma in this area. The temperatures are going to increase. Okay, we're going to get a heating effect on the planet. Okay, we're going to literally an empty area of space. Plasma is really low. No space debris out there. We're going to come into a cooler period, and then we're coming in through the fuzz, as I've heard it called before, where we get bombarded with space rocks. You know, just things that are left in space. If you believe in Tir-Amid and the collision there, all right, there's other areas that have been collided before that there's debris fields out that we pass through on a regular basis. Mappable. That's the whole thing. These cycles are mappable, literally down to years of when we're going to pass through these same or transit these same areas of space again with the same exact effects time after time after time after time.
I agree. And for me, it's a lot about observation. So from an Earth-based observation, if people look up to the sky and they put a dot on their window every time that they saw the sun starting on December 25th, they put a dot on their window at noon, and they did that throughout the whole entire year, what they would get is this figure 8 sign, which is known as an analemma. The moon does it over a 29.5-day cycle. And my perspective is step outside of the galaxy and look at the solar system as it transits the galactic center up and down in this sine wave shape and form. It's going to produce the same cyclic action of the analemma, which means that as we transit the galaxy, we go to summer, we go to 2 equinoxes, and we go to a winter. If we know that the galaxy is in a sense polarized, positive and negative, as well as has a higher concentration of gravitational forces towards the center of the arms, which means that if there's a higher concentration of gravity at the center of the arms, there's a more dense Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm Josh, that's Jason, that's Vince, and that is Dean Radin over there, our guest for the night. This is Conversations on the Fringe, live with you every Friday night, 7:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And tonight we are blessed to have with us Dean Radin. He is the chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Science, which was set up by Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man on the moon. You're also an Associated Distinguished Professor of Integral and Transpersonal Psychology at the California Institute of Integral Studies. Author of multiple books. Most recently is Real Magic, as well as, Entangled Minds, I believe? Yep. Entangled Minds and Conscious Universe. A few of those I've actually read. I've been a big fan of this gentleman for almost 20 years now, ever since I started listening to this stuff back in the late 1990s. And he is an adamant researcher on consciousness, on parapsychology, ESP, and really everything under the sun when it comes to this topic. Dean, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Fantastic. So, you have this new book out. It's relatively new, Real Magic. Now, what was your inspiration behind writing this? Because I know you kind of had like an epiphany when you started doing the research for this.
Well, you mentioned two of my books, but not the third one. So the third one is called Supernormal.
Gotcha.
Supernormal, I wrote because it's basically about Eastern esoteric traditions, primarily yoga. And within the classic yoga traditions, the idea that you would gain psychic powers as a result of meditation was very well understood thousands of years ago. So Patanjali is an Indian sage who wrote a book called the Yoga Sutras, and a part of that book he devotes specifically to a description of how to gain certain powers, certain psychic powers. They call them siddhis, the Sanskrit term. But it's described in matter-of-fact terms. So if you want to gain telepathy, you do a certain practice. If you want to become invisible, you do a certain practice, and so on. So part of my motivation then was to look at those ancient ideas and say, was there any modern way of verifying whether any of that was real? And if it was real, at least as best as we can tell from a scientific perspective, well, then maybe some of the other powers that he talks about are also real. Probably pretty rare, but nevertheless real. So we're talking about things like teleportation and invisibility and gaining super strength and super speed and all of the things you would see in comic books, but they were presented as this is what you do in order to get this particular ability. So Supernormal goes into some detail on meditation and yogic practices in particular to see if any of it has any supporting evidence. And the short answer is, yeah, it does. So Real Magic, which is the follow-up of that, is the same kind of idea, only done from the Western tradition. So it's the same esoteric tradition, but it's with a Western spin. And there, rather than talking about siddhis, the yogic powers, we're talking about magic. But it's the same thing. It's the same kind of powers that have been discovered in the East, have also been discovered and used in the West. And so I talk about Western esotericism and the development of magic, and then answer the same question. Is there any scientific reason at all to believe that some of those stories about magic could actually be true? And there too, the short story is yes.
Fantastic. So, now my line of study has been around kind of, I guess, what we call Western esoteric study. Now, in the book, you go into various aspects of magic, more particularly when we come into the esoteric and the exoteric and how they branched off and split off around, I believe it was around medieval times is, I think in the book is where you're talking, or early 100 centuries, is they branched off in your exoteric studies and what we would call occultic magic, branched off in the modern science as we know it today, and the esoteric systems are still in line today with what we would consider mystery schools and these things. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
And so a lot of this has to do with, what happened there? Hold on. Oh, there we go. A lot of this has to do with an underlying foundation of consciousness. Now, this is something that you've been a student of and a researcher of for a very long time. Now, how does the consciousness aspect, awareness, self, awareness of the self, fit into this aspect of magic?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? You're right. It is. It's all about what is the nature of consciousness.
Yeah.
So when you look at stories about magic or psychic phenomena or mysticism or a bunch of other things, from a standard Western scientific perspective, we're talking about materialism as a doctrine, a way of thinking about reality. So materialism means that everything is made out of matter and or energy, and that's the end of the story. So from that perspective, the brain and you are the same thing. You are your brain, and your brain is a physical object inside there somewhere, and you can only reach out beyond yourself through the ordinary senses.
Right.
So you can think of yourself as this form of consciousness is localized, like it's in you and it's sort of around you. And when your brain is dead, you're dead. That's the end of the story. So this is the modern scientific view, and it's very difficult to argue against it because it's so successful, except for one thing. And the one thing is that if there was no evidence for psychic phenomena, then there'd be no reason to question materialism, because that story works, right? It gives us the technology to do this kind of interview. And a lot of progress is being made. And it's also undeniable that there are neural correlates of consciousness. This allows us to make things like synthetic telepathy, where you're able to use an fMRI or an EEG to sort of figure out what people are thinking by looking at electrical activity in the brain. So from a modern Western perspective, then, the brain is giving rise to awareness. Even if that were true, it doesn't explain why we have the internal sense of experience, why we are aware, why we have experience. Some of the modern theories suggest that any sufficiently complicated physical system with lots of feedback loops in it would eventually gain a sense of self-awareness. One of the consequences of that is that probably the internet should be aware by now, because it is at least as complex as the brain in terms of the number of connections. It also suggests that, in some respects, something as simple as a network made out of tin cans with strings connecting the cans, that should have a proto form of awareness. In the same sense that a flea would, or some primitive animal or insect, because they have these internal loops, they're very complicated. So a tin can network of sufficient complexity ought to have the same level of internal experience as a person. Probably somewhat different because they have different sensory systems, but you know what I mean. So all of that may be true, except that we know that remote viewing is real, we know that precognition is real, we know that the whole range of psychic phenomena are real based on the best that science has to offer. What science does not offer is an explanation as to why it's real. So if you put on your materialist hat and you're trying to say, well, what do we know about anything about the physical world that could explain why these things exist? Well, up until about 1900, there was no way at all, because classical mechanics disallows it. That's why Einstein insisted that there's no spooky action at a distance. But with the development of quantum mechanics, we have a very different view of the way that the world is stuck together. And at deep levels and increasingly closer and closer to everyday reality, we know that there are phenomena like entanglement, which says that at a deep level, everything is fundamentally connected outside of space and time. So it's conceivable then that one way of thinking of this as a materialist, and I've written papers on this too, is that maybe there are aspects of the brain that are operating at the quantum scale. If that is the case, then this didn't suddenly happen when we discovered quantum mechanics. It must have been here all along, in which case the brain has evolved over millions of years, having this capacity mostly in here, like local processing, but also quantum type processing, meaning that you're extended through space and time to some extent. And you're entangled to things elsewhere. So when somebody has a telepathic experience or clairvoyance or whatever, it could be that portion of our mind, our brain actually, that is extended through space and time.
Wow.
So that is a viable way of remaining a materialist and thinking about how this stuff works.
Right.
So have there been any indications that you've witnessed of quantum being affected by the brain, or any connections there or studies?
You mean, is the brain operating in a quantum fashion?
I guess more specifically, like, is there evidence of that? Yeah.
In the
Or
brain,
anything?
not yet.
Not yet?
direct
Okay.
evidence. There are theoretical
I could
descriptions.
imagine that being the case myself.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of things happening in the brain that are occurring at the quantum scale. So, and every physicist would agree to that. I mean, there are ions and nuclear spin and all kinds of stuff going on.
Of course, yeah.
The usual argument that says this cannot possibly be a quantum computer is because the special state of quantum coherence would be destroyed very quickly by the hot, wet environment. So you'd have like far less than a femtosecond of quantum coherence, which would destroy the wave-like qualities of quantum mechanics.
Interesting.
But that said, there's the whole realm now of quantum biology, which has been shown in plants and photosynthesis and retinas of birds' eyes and a bunch of other things, which are, as we think now, are necessary in order for living systems to be as efficient as we are. So, and that has been demonstrated both theoretically and empirically now. And I just heard the other day about this possibility that nuclear spin within the brain, within portions of the brain, I think within ions, are pretty stable. And they're stable enough so that the theoretical range in which you can sustain quantum coherence is from around 30 minutes to 30 days. Well, now we're talking about a completely different animal, because if you have wave-like characteristics of your brain, which are dynamically being basically recohered all the time, then this is a quantum computer. We're able to do things like our very primitive quantum computers can do now, but way beyond it, because we're several millions of years ahead in terms of evolution. So I would say the answer to your direct question is we don't have direct evidence of it now. We have a lot of indirect evidence in psychic phenomena, and we have a growing body of theoretical evidence or theoretical ideas saying that at some point we will understand it in those terms.
Fascinating.
Now, I want to take this into that level you were just talking about, to the quantum level. When perceiving it from that aspect, we come into a point where you have this, what you said, stability. Now, magic, as I think we can define it, is this potential to influence your environment towards the benefit of yourself, or at least through my years of studying magic, is I look at it as the ability of a person or a group of people to influence their environment to the benefit of themselves or towards another group. And we can utilize various different functions and tools to do this. When we start getting into the in-depth aspects of magic, we start seeing that intention and attention become this primary tool that is utilized by the human mind to do this. Now, on a quantum level, I look at this as massive amounts of coherence occurring, this alignment, this configuration happening on a neurological level, and then even, I guess, extrapolating down to the quantum level. Now, is there any scientific basis for showing how that coherence in the brain itself that induces those states provides some level of influence in the environment, and were we actually able to measure that?
I would say indirectly.
Okay.
So indirectly in the sense that there's pretty good evidence that meditators do better in psi experiments. And so meditation, you can think of, at least certain kinds of meditation, does entail greater coherence within the operation of the brain. So that's like a weak form of evidence. It's not particularly strong at this point. But the materialistic way of thinking about what's going on here is one approach. It's one that is still highly controversial. It's a little bit easier to accept because it's within the Western tradition, scientific tradition. But the other approach, which is the one that I talk about in my book, Real Magic, is how did they interpret this from the esoteric position, from shamanism up until the Enlightenment, basically, and then esoteric up to the present time.
Yeah.
Where did these things thought of? So what they thought of in the esoteric traditions up to today is that consciousness is fundamental. That's the way to think about it. So that from a philosopher would say this is idealism. It's the flip side of materialism, right? So materialism is matter gives rise to mind. Idealism is mind gives rise to matter. So in both cases, we don't know how that happens. I mean, it's basically, it's said as fiat, right? Matter gives rise to mind somehow, and mind gives rise to matter. We don't know, but that's basically saying, well, let's assume that that's the case. Well, if you imagine that that is the case, and there are growing reasons to expect that something like a more fundamental state of reality is not matter and it's not energy, it's information. Well, information is a lot closer to mind than matter is, because this is an information processing system in a sense. So if we entertain the idea that idealism is a better way of thinking about reality, we're not throwing away materialism. We're recasting materialism as a special case that works within a special domain. In the same way that classical physics works over here, relativity is for a different area, quantum mechanics is for different. They're not throwing the other parts away. They're seeing them as special cases.
Yeah.
So materialism is a special case. It works really well for certain kinds of physical things. It doesn't work so well when it comes to the mind. So from an idealist perspective, the reason why you're able to have clairvoyance or precognition or magic and all of those phenomena is that the mind is primary over the physical world. The physical world is emerging out of mind or consciousness. In which case, if I desire something to occur, it is essentially the same creative process as consciousness with a big C, universal consciousness, whatever that is, giving rise to the universe as we experience it. So magic then could be thought of as a kind of a subset of mental creation, which is still kind of limited to you and your environment. But it would be the same process because it's the same thing. You are universal consciousness, except a little piece of it.
Right.
But you have the same capacity. So it's true. Magic, one form of it is what I would call destiny engineering, right? You're shaping your destiny so that it behaves in the way that you want. But there are two other major categories. And this is part of the focus of my book as well, that the one category is divination. When you look in a grimoire, it's primarily spell casting. It's all about destiny. But a huge other area, in fact, the stereotype of divination is a witch looking at a crystal ball, right? Fortune telling.
Yeah.
But then it's also throwing the runes and the I Ching and you name it, lots of methods. Divination, in other words, is clairvoyance, right? It's seeing what is distant in space or time. So and we have a lot of evidence that is real. So divination, part of magic, is real. What you're talking about is sometimes called force of will. Force of will we know is real through studies in psychokinetic effects. And the third category is theurgy, which is where a lot of ceremonial magic is about. It's to evoke spirits and have spirits do something on your behalf. There's a lot less evidence, scientific evidence for that. And the two realms, in fact, the only experimental realm there is mediumship research. So we know that mediums can get actual information that is correct. We don't know where they get their information from. So their perception is, I'm talking to spirits. We have no way of verifying that.
Right.
So we can verify that the information they get is correct and not cold reading and not a bunch of other well-known ways of faking it. But we don't know that there are spirits. And so far, no one's figured out a way of knowing for sure that there are, in fact, spirits.
Man.
Yeah, if it's not just our own mind playing tricks on us or what it might be.
Man, well, no, if there's quantifiable data,
Yeah.
I mean, it's happening. You know?
Well, I don't think we have to deny that it's happening.
Yeah.
For me, I've had these experiences myself. I've had,
likewise.
Yeah, I started out at a very young age with drugs, psychedelic drugs, psychotropic drugs, and I had a lot of experiences in my teenage years with these that brought about a deep interest into consciousness, understanding consciousness, transcending states of consciousness while not in a drug-induced state. This got me into martial arts. This got me into meditation. This got me into Hermeticism, which I've been practicing for 20 years. It's got me into understanding the Vedic scripts and going into deep religious, understandings of trying to figure out life and reality and all of this stuff, to the point where I started having experiences when not on drugs, away from drugs, many, many, many years after. And I had one experience one time where I had this entity just come right in front of me. And I was in a shower, I was doused in water, which I find is more of kind of this construct to help bring that about. But it was like there's nothing there physically. You can't see anything. You sense it. You feel it. And it's just this feeling that you can't really explain to people unless they've sensed it before. But I could hear it, and it was talking to me, and it gave me some information. There is no way possible that I clearly remember consciously that I could have had that information. And all of a sudden, we go and validate that information. And to give you an idea, I was doing a research study on Solomon's Temple. And I had this theory about Solomon's Temple, deep esotericism, that what the Bibles actually talk about with Solomon's Temple is actually related directly to the mind. It's represented the soul and the moon, the two hemispheres of the mind, and how to bring them into a state of coherence. And this is the 12 tables of bread, getting back Jocko and Boaz, and how to do that, and this whole theoretical model that I derived from Rosicrucian's books. And I was taking the shower, and all of a sudden I look up and there's this being in front of me, and it looks like this massive gargoyle. It's all I felt like. It's just like 7 foot tall and just scary. And I'm like, who are you? What are you doing? And it told me its name, and then its name was Jael, Jael. And it tells me all about Solomon's Temple and about I was right and this is what it is, and gave me some more information. Didn't think anything of it. We looked the name up, and it was an old Hebrew name. I'm sitting in my mom's house a year later, and she goes, "Well, let's look up the name in this book that I have." And Solomon's Temple is supposedly where the Ark of the Covenant was held and secured. And so I'm at my mom's house, and she pulls out this book. It's Angels and Demons of the Ancient World. And she looks up the name, and so go figure that it's the Cherubim, the Archangel, and the protector of the Ark of the Covenant. And I was just dumbfounded. Like, I'd never heard this name before, never consciously studied it or knew about it. And all of a sudden, I had this experience, and it relates to real-time information that I just have no idea how it came about. And that's not the first time. It's happened multiple times in my life. So it's these experiences that I look at science and go, yeah, it's hard to look at the observable effect. How do we do this in a scientific experiment where we can see that this is observable, repeatable, and we can bring a model and develop around it, when there's people all over the world experiencing these things day in and day out, and there's really no explanation for it.
Well, so here's the challenge. The challenge is that we know that, or at least strong evidence, that everything psychic is coming up out of the unconscious. So one of the reasons why people who meditate and take psychedelics do better is because it's an altered state of consciousness where your awareness is a little bit deeper. You're in better contact with your unconscious. So if something is happening, it bubbles up from the unconscious, and the brain constructs what we actually experience, what we consciously experience. Well, we have portions of the brain that are dedicated to listening, to creating faces, we project stuff out there. All of our experience here is a projection, essentially. So if you have the experience of something out there talking to you about something that you don't consciously know about, it might be that, but it might also be a projection of your own psychic awareness. Because, right, and when we do a clairvoyance experiment, to do it properly, the person getting the information can't know anything consciously at all about what the target is. So if you were thinking a lot about Solomon's Temple, you would be clairvoyantly getting information about it, and it's something about it is striking your unconscious as being interesting, and it will project.
Yeah.
So this would project the gargoyle. Like, we know that the kinds of things that people see are shaped by culture and expectation. This is certainly true in near-death experiences. So this is why it's so difficult to know from any even quasi-objective way what really happened. Does it even make sense to talk of it in terms of what can we understand the ontology behind the experience? We don't know how to do that at this point, not scientifically and not even experientially. So you would be crazy if you start ignoring your own experience. That's like one step in the nut house. So you can't do that. But if you get somebody else listening to the story, like I'm listening to your story, I can say, well, okay, I can think of alternatives which do not involve independent spirits. It's you know, it's not quote normal either. It's paranormal in some way, but it may not be the way that your experience is telling you that it is.
Right, and we shape and mold those experiences, like you said, with our societal perspectives, you know, everything that we've been indoctrinated with throughout our life, our experiences, our culture. And this was actually another experience I had about 10 years ago was very similar to that. I was actually in an out-of-body state, and I was pulled into this conversation, and I was explained in this instance of time, which seemed like just a few moments, and I came back and it was 6 hours in a meditation. And I was told that what we experience here at this level, this plane of existence, at this level of consciousness, it cannot comprehend higher levels of existence. So if we think about consciousness as this reception, our bodies are a receiver of this field of consciousness. Well, there's many various frequencies that go up above that, and this body is only able to receive this frequency of consciousness. And so therefore, when we receive information at a higher level, or a higher level of information comes in, it comes in distorted. And our bodies have to kind of like modulate and demodulate it to make us understand it with certain things that we have in our existence, whether it's our culture and our society or indoctrination, education, whatever it might be, and it tries to draw those parallels. I always viewed it as kind of like my neurological system is in various states of firing and vibration. So if I have a trillion neurons all firing, one sequence of vibration through a point of time is a thought sequence. We know this through scientific research, and we've seen this and we've recorded this. And I look at that as like a variation of frequency over time that represents information that's being transferred. If we took that and mimicked that on Vince, he would get some of the very same information that I was perceiving in my mind, but it might be a little distorted or a little off because his neurons aren't configured the same way as I am. Right, based on your perceptions. But it was kind of the experience that I had was very similar to in that there's various levels of consciousness. So what do you think of that? Do you believe that there's various levels of consciousness? Is there evidence to show that there's various levels of consciousness?
Well, sure. I mean, the whole modern concept of the neurosciences show that there's pre-processing and unconscious processing and subconscious processing and conscious processing. Further into the meditative lore, there's evidence of transcendental states and all kinds of different states. So there's some kind of a spectrum going on. It's pretty common for people who have a near-death experience and meditative experiences and psychedelic experiences that when they come back from that into an ordinary state, they don't have the language to be able to describe. I mean, what they would usually do is say, it's ineffable. What was it like? Well, I don't have words to describe what it's like because that's from a different place. There are no words that I have to describe it. And then they'll write a million words to describe what it was like because they feel so excited about it that they want to express it in some way.
Yeah.
But it's ineffable, partially, as you said. It may have something to do with the inability to kind of squash that into this form and to re-engage your language to talk about it only in terms of or everyday objects. That's about what language is about. So that's why it's interesting in other cultures. I mean, the story is that the Eskimos have 40 words for snow, right? And we have one. And the same is true in the Tibetan culture of many, many terms for different states of consciousness, where we tend to talk about it in terms of conscious and unconscious, and maybe a few others.
Interesting. So I wonder if in Tibet they could explain an experience that's very profound that people have where they say they can't explain it. Maybe they have more of a vocabulary to be able to extrapolate a little bit on what that experience is like for them.
They do. Yeah. They have more words for it. They also typically are not coming from a Western scientific perspective. So if you're starting from an idealist position, then you would even think about these things in a different way. They would say, like, it's the why, how is it possible? No, they would say, well, of course, this is simply the way it is. The way that we are embodied is one form in which we can be embodied, but there's an infinite number of forms. So from that perspective, the idea that there are entities, the hungry ghosts and all that, well, of course that's real, because they're coming from a different perspective.
Interesting.
Very cool.
So out of curiosity, Dean, with Josh's story about the shower and everything, is that a good example of entanglement, the way two objects remain connected through time and space without communicating in a conventional way, and then boom? Is that a good example of it? And if it's not, can you give us a good example of it?
Yeah, I wouldn't put that as an obvious example of entanglement. It's of clairvoyance, which might involve entanglement, but it's not quite. The usual cases that are seen closer to entanglement are telepathy or telesomatic effects. So telepathy meaning literally feeling at a distance, otherwise known as feeling, and telesomatic means the same thing essentially. Feeling somebody else's emotion, physical pain, emotional pain at a distance. So in that case, the two identical twins who love each other, one gets hurt, the other one feels it. Lots and lots of stories like that. You don't have to be identical twins. People who know each other often report these kinds of things all the time. Some of them accept it. Many others will just kind of laugh and toss it off as a coincidence, except that we know that these things are real in telepathy experiments in the laboratory. So it's a real phenomenon. And as we see with all of the experiments that we do, we're not creating the effect in the lab. We're seeing something that we're evoking on demand in an artificial construct, which means that those phenomena are happening all the time to everyone.
Wow.
With a little proviso there. So this raises the notion of a study that we've just done, looking at whether there's a genetic basis for psychic talent. So if you look at every culture in the world throughout history, there are always some people who are thought to have psychic talent, and they come from families, like they're the grandmother or somebody else in the family had these abilities. So we did a study where we surveyed people around the world who said that they were psychic and came from psychic families. And then we interviewed them and gave them tests to see if they were really psychic. And then we got their DNA and we ran the full genome. And then we also got matched controls, people of the same gender, age, and race who never reported anything psychic, and no one in their family reported anything psychic. So after looking at the genomes, you have different ways of comparing them. What we found was that the so-called wild type, this is like the average human out there, the wild type genetics, this is how our psychics looked. So they were wild types. That suggests, as we kind of see, that you can pull Joe Sixpack off the street with no selection at all and put him into an experiment looking at some psychic thing, and it'll show an effect. May not be great, but it'll show something. Whereas the controls in our group were mutants. So this is like an anti-X-Men discovery, in that the controls, these are people who never reported anything psychic, and no one in their family ever reported anything psychic. They actually have a mutation in their DNA. And so we know where it is and what chromosome and so on. The easy way to describe what it's like is that there's, as though they have an epigenetic switch that has not been turned on, right? So it's not a gene, it's in what's called the intron sequence. It's the sequence between the genes that code for proteins. So it used to be called junk DNA because they didn't know what it did. It didn't code for protein. Wow. Now we think that, among other things, it is a kind of an epigenetic switch that controls how genes express. So these people who are controls, the non-psychic anti-X-Men, they don't have the switch that can turn on the psychic element of themselves, which is why they never have those experiences. And it's a minority of the human population. So we need to do a much, much larger study than we did in order to confirm this, but that's what the results suggested.
That's so cool.
So I have a really interesting question, or what I think is interesting. Do those same people actually believe that that psychokinesis, telepathy actually exist, or do they think that it's just all BS?
They're very skeptical. No, they're very skeptical because it's not part of their experience at all. So if they listen to someone, if they listen to Josh talking about his experiences, they will say internally, he's nuts, because this is not part of their world at all.
Right.
For the majority of the rest of us, will listen to it and say, oh, that's cool. You know, does it mean I have to go in the shower with psilocybin or something? Or,
right.
You know, how do I do that? But yeah, so that's one thing we found, and I suspect, based on other things that we've learned, that there are many biomarkers that will discriminate between people with high talent. So far we're saying the wild type has it, but there are probably other things that go on which make the difference between Joe Sixpack and Mr. Super Psychic.
Right.
So there is something else, and we think we know what some of those factors are too. And they would be relatively rare.
Okay, and so
I think the fact that it's attributed to the junk DNA fascinates me in itself.
Well, the fact that it's connected to DNA in any sense,
or that they called it junk DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like calling dark matter and dark energy. We call things in those terms because we don't know what else they are. So yeah, junk DNA for a long time now. And in fact, one of the big surprises when the human genome was first sequence is that we're basically, as far as the proteins go, we're almost identical to a banana, right? Most of the same genes. We use little plants as analogs to the human body because a particular plant I'm thinking of, if that plant has a genetic disease, there's an analogy in the human body. So the plants are used to study diseases rather than studying it in humans. And if you find ways to manipulate those genes in the plant, it suggests that there may be ways of manipulating it in humans as well.
Interesting.
And then you look at like a chimpanzee, it's almost completely identical in terms of the exome, the protein part. What's very different then is the intron sequence. So we have all of these internal switches that change the way that our genes can express.
Wow, so that intron sequence, which is what they would call junk DNA, actually might have a way larger role in our DNA than previously imagined.
Yes, yeah, that seems to be the case.
Now, there was an article published on PubMed, an actual scientific study by a guy by the name of Martin Blank, and it was referenced DNA as a fractal antenna in electromagnetic fields. He also did another research study that DNA is an electromagnetic transducer. What are your thoughts on this? Do you know anything in this scientific part where DNA can act as this receptor of actual information that is transmitted? There's another study that went along with this. I can't find it right now, but also saying that was our DNA shaped and molded by the cosmic background radiation of the universe, or by some type of frequency that was given out throughout the universe in nature, a natural frequency?
Yeah, well, that we don't know. I mean, we need to know a whole lot more in order to be able to know the answer to that question. As to electromagnetic properties of DNA, it will resonate at different frequencies. In a sense, that means that, yeah, it's kind of an antenna. Whether that has anything to do with psychic ability or unusual consciousness states, I don't think anybody knows.
Okay. I just would find that an interesting something to dig into there from at least myself. I love that perspective. Is what if? Because you're just talking about it in the sense that they have this this mutation that gives them this propensity to have this ability. And if there is that connection there, I'm wondering if that connection extends beyond that point to where there is some type of an environmental phenomena that induces it in the epigenetic sense.
Right. It's possible, and it's tempting to think that some kinds of psychic phenomena are related to electromagnetism because it's about as close as we can think of as a non-local connection between things, especially at the speed of light, except for some experiments, two kinds of experiments, basically. One is doing remote viewing under 300 meters of seawater, or doing it in extremely heavily shielded environments, and finding that that shielding doesn't make any difference at all. So it does not look like it's electromagnetic. So that's one thing. The second thing is precognition. So it would be very, very difficult to imagine that somehow the electromagnetism from the future or the past that we can receive just as well as the present. Well, there are forward-going waves and backward-going waves. That is one way of thinking about what's happening with E&M, but not for very long. Like 3 seconds, maybe 3 seconds from here to the moon and 3 seconds back. So you get problems with distance, with timing of it. If you can have a precognition weeks of something in advance, it is not electromagnetic.
Right. Could it be? It's interesting. But I always looked at electromagnetism as a secondary field effect of a primary mover, of something else actually happening. Where the electromagnetic effect that we witness, we measure, and we experience here is something that's occurring after the fact of something that's like entangling us, or something that is outside of time, non-linear in its construct.
Could be.
Yeah.
Right. It's like a hidden variable theory.
Right.
So it's tempting to say, and in some respects, everything that we can measure from a physical perspective is an indirect indicator of something else. Well, then, of course, it begs the question, well, what's the something else? What is that? It might be true. But, of course, from a scientific perspective, if it's a theory that is not yet testable, you hang it on a board with a bunch of things that might be true, but we need to figure out a way of actually testing it.
Agreed. So getting back into the magic aspect, as a scientist who studied this and someone who's practiced it their whole life, I guess you practice it too with like kind of not even knowing you were practicing it until you started writing the book.
Yeah, I wouldn't say practicing. Yeah. I would say studying. And so the studying entails typically studying other people who are doing things that could be described as magical. Okay. But up until I started writing that book, I never thought of it in those terms. So if someone had told me 2 years before I started writing that book that you're studying magic, I would have said, no, I'm not. I'm studying human experience in a way that we can look at it in a scientific experiment. And if they had said at the time, well, that if you look at what the actual practice of magic is and you cast it into different terms, that is what you're studying. Right? Clairvoyance is divination. Psychokinesis is force of will, and so on. Then I would say, oh, you're probably right, but I would never talk about it because it's you're being when you study anything which is not conventional, you're walking a tightrope. Mm-hmm. So we strive really hard to maintain scientific credibility. It is risky to study these kinds of topics and maintain credibility of any type. It is way more risky if you start pushing in areas that are even more controversial. So I've taken a risk by simply doing what I imagine now is pointing out the obvious. So my colleagues know this. They question why I would basically be open about it. But I generally am more interested in speaking truth to power than in worrying too much about what other people think. So I'm pointing out what I would say is the obvious. That yes, we're studying aspects of what others might call magic, but we're doing it in the laboratory and intentionally watching other people do it, except as you well understand, both from a magical and a scientific perspective, when you do an experiment, you are inextricably wound into it. Mm-hmm. You can't extract yourself from an experiment. And this is one of the bugaboos in parapsychology, that if somebody runs an experiment, they get a really good result, our colleagues even will say, that's an experimenter effect. Mm. Like it had nothing to do with the subjects in the experiment. It was all you. And so I'm saying, no, I had a whole bunch of people do this experiment, and I try to be as far away from it as I can. And they'll say, well, you set it up. Typically, you will analyze it. You talk about it. It's you. It's not them.
Yeah.
So fortunately, I know that there are some people who are way more psychic than I am, individuals, and they get results that are way better than I can get. So I know it's not just me. There are actual people out there who are much better at this from a performance perspective than I am.
Well, it sounds like, Dean, you don't have any regrets of not taking up that classical violin career, right?
Well, I gave up the classical violin because it was too much work.
So, it sounds like this is a lot of work.
This is fun.
Yeah.
This is fun.
I'm glad you said that. Yeah.
Playing the violin, to do it at a professional level, like doing anything at the professional level that involves your body. A musician is an athlete, right?
Yeah.
You especially if you're performing, you can't say, I have a headache, I don't want to do it. You have to perform at top level every single time. I found that very, very stressful.
Wow.
And I have enormous sympathy for people who are professional musicians who get hooked on drugs because they can't say no. They need to have something to put them in the space where they're going to be able to perform at world class. And even not at world class, even if they're playing in an orchestra, you still have to be paying attention and playing well and so on. For me, I'm not an athlete. Mentally, I can do it, but not physically. So that's why I stopped.
Gotcha.
Interesting. So what you were just talking about there, you kind of brought in the observer effect, if you want to call it that, is that your own setting up, your own involvement, your influence and intention, your attention to the experiment has an effect on it.
Yeah. And you work hard to make that not be the case, but you can't completely divorce it.
Correct. Yeah,
So
it's incredibly
So
difficult.
you use double-blind and triple-blind methods in order to get rid of ordinary expectation, and you have controls so that you know how things are working when people aren't being, quote, psychic. The problem is that it's an epistemological problem. It's a problem of how you design an experiment. So from a conventional perspective, you can separate things, right? The conventional worldview is we're separate.
Yeah.
Things are isolated. Psychic worldview, there is no isolation. That's the nature of the phenomena themselves. Things are connected through space and time. That means that you can't have true double blinds or any kind of blinding. You can't have true controls either. So you have to figure everybody at some level knows the game that's going on.
Yeah.
And everybody can share information. So I think that the miracle here is we can still do experiments and still see interesting results, which means that we can almost have an agreement. We can make an agreement that, okay, you are isolated over there and we are isolated over here, and this is the game we're going to play, and then we get a result. So I think one of the reasons why we get really interesting results that are pretty weak in magnitude, they're not huge things that we see in the laboratory, is because of the difficulty of actually making a separation when there is none.
Interesting. Now, would that be considered entanglement, though? Wouldn't that be, in a sense, as if you're... So, Jay, here's your example of entanglement. Is the fact that I have an attention towards, a focus on an experiment, and I'm trying to remove myself from it, it doesn't matter. The fact that I just went and partook in any level of it makes me entangled with it in some way. And I always looked at it as that if we looked at it from a non-local perspective, a non-temporal perspective, we pulled ourselves out, is that everything we interact with, we're creating an energetic relationship with. Is that somehow we're connecting with energy, with everything around us, everything within our environment, everybody we meet, and this energy connection stays with us through time. And I look at these kind of very similar to what people say, call out-of-body experiences. You have the silver tether that comes out of your belly button. I look at everything that we interact with very much the similar way, is that if I touch it and I have an interaction with it, and even if I bring more attention to it, this is kind of how I think memory works a lot, is that we have these energetic connections through time with these things. And this is where this spooky action at a distance, if we want to call it, this entanglement really comes from, is if we traced it back to the beginning of time, well, then everything is directly interconnected to itself.
Yeah, and everything else.
Yeah.
That this is why, from a consciousness perspective, an idealism perspective, there is just one mind, right? We're little pieces, little holographic pieces of a large mind. So what's interesting is that most of the founders of quantum mechanics were idealists.
Yeah.
So today scientists will look askance at somebody who subscribes to an idealist perspective. I'd simply remind them that no, these physicists who founded the best physical theory that we have today, they believe that consciousness was fundamental. Didn't stop them from being a good scientist.
Right.
But that's now a minority. I think it's beginning to change. But most scientists don't spend any time thinking about the philosophy of science. So they're materialists and they don't even know what that means. Or maybe they know, but they didn't know there's any other alternatives.
Now, do you think that modern science, because I've always looked at modern science as is very materialistic in that perspective, is they remove themselves from the equation of the universe, right? They simply remove consciousness or themselves, the person experiencing it, from the equation. And obviously that is the purpose here of doing an experiment, because we don't want to ruin that experiment with our influence. But it seems like modern science has removed themselves from the whole construct of the universe and are trying to explain it in a very, very mechanistic, materialistic perspective. What are your thoughts on that?
No, that's modern science in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Except it's not quite true in psychology. So in study of psychology, it's understood that your expectations and your interaction with others will very severely change results. It's also not true in physics anymore. So one of the strange things, the many strange things about quantum mechanics is something called contextuality. So when you measure a system that is in a quantum state, how you measure it changes the result.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that the context, the environment in which you're making the decision, to measure it in this way, you'll get a different result than if you measure it a slightly different way.
What did you say that was called?
Contextuality. So it's context. It's the context of the measurement. So at least within the quantum domain, and this has been shown empirically to be true, that the way that you decide to measure something, you will get different results. So then the question is, well, then what was it before you measured? Well, all we have are mathematical descriptions of it. We have descriptions of potential states that it could be. Like it's real, it's something there, but we can't know it, at least consciously, until we measure it. And at that point, it collapses into something which is an actual thing rather than a potential thing. So that's extremely different than any form of classical mechanics, also extremely different than relativity. So you have certainly within the social and actually all of the life sciences and in physics, we no longer have the notion that we're completely isolated things, but we behave as though that's the case.
Yeah.
Because as I said before, we don't know what else to do, right? I mean, we're walking around in bodies and we're doing things as separate. We feel separate most of the time. And the whole structure of how science is done sort of insists on this being done. So we think a lot when we're doing psi experiments is what else do we need to keep track of in order to know why an experiment works or doesn't work? So we do the best that we can. And among other things, we found, for example, that the state of the Earth's geomagnetic field makes a difference, right? So there have been studies that show that when the geomagnetic field of the entire Earth is quiet, it's a quiet day geomagnetically, psychic ability and performance goes up. On days of geomagnetic storms, it goes down. Well, most of the time, most people are not paying any attention to the geomagnetic field because you can't feel it or see it unless you look at certain instruments.
Or they don't know they feel it.
So there's a factor that makes a difference. Phase of the moon might make a difference. Solar wind speed might make a difference. Lots of things make a difference.
Resonance.
So if you create an equation with 500 variables, each of which is contributing a little bit of variance to results, if we knew what that equation looked like, we would actually get much, much better results, even in laboratory studies, because we would know that if Jupiter is doing something weird and Pluto's over here and we have a solar storm, you're not going to get any good results in the laboratory. Where if we did know that, well, they'd say, okay, we can't do the experiment right now because your nervous system is getting whacked around by something having to do with Jupiter. And so you're simply not able to do the task right now. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why in the magical traditions, which are all based on empiricism, right? Thousands of years of people trying stuff. This is why the moon figures in to what is done and the time of the year and all kinds of other things that from a modern scientific perspective, we would say, well, it's superstition.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
Wow.
I've always, in that same context, I always explain a lot of things with a pebble dropping in the water. When a pebble drops into the water, the first thing it does is it displaces the water around it. It creates a bow shock. It starts going down, creates this tear shock of water coming back up. But as much as the pebble is displacing the water is pushing back onto the pebble. And that if you dropped a boulder, a mile away, although it's not going to have an immediate significance on that pebble, the pebble does have an interaction with that if all things are equal and there is no other reactions there. And it kind of brings it together what you're talking about here and getting into like the astrological aspect of it, astrology, right? This deviation from astronomy that happened, right? We get astrology where the movement of the stars and the planets have something to do with our lives and our personalities. Now, as much as I'd say that there is some basis to this, I look at it more on an energetic level that you're talking about here in the sense of energy configuration. We are very, very small in comparison to our solar system, let alone our galaxy and the universe. But the way energy from the sun or solar radiation or cosmic rays that are coming into our solar system, however that interacts with us, it obviously has some effect. And that's kind of what you were just saying right there, in that how that could be influenced by the moon or influenced to the moon and the stars' positions. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I've never studied it, but it would be interesting to see that context of how Jupiter influences somebody on Wednesdays when there's no magnetic storms, right?
Yeah.
And to see if there really is something there, because obviously our ancestors thought that there was, and they went into it believing there was, and they still even practice it today, although it's more of a pseudoscience, if anything.
Well, it's part of tradition. Yeah. Right. It's what we think of today as the pharmaceutical business came directly out of herbalism. Mm-hmm. The vast majority of herbalism was tested empirically. Here, you have a headache, try this berry. Oops, it killed you. Okay, that's not good. So give it to the next person, a different berry, and say, oh, now I feel better. Yeah. So that's the way that things develop over long periods of time. We still in the pharmaceutical business today are going out in the jungle looking for plants and saying, I wonder what this one does. And you figure, oh, this one cures a headache even better. Let's give it a proper name and synthesize it. And then we can charge money for it and use it. So it's true that most of our modern science and many things that we take for granted in the modern world came directly out of millennia of people doing what would have been considered to be magical practices.
Right.
And the difference between astronomy and astrology back when Galileo was around, there was no difference. Yeah. Right. So it's cast into different terms. And the interesting thing about herbalism, astrology, and alchemy is that the original forms of it were magical practices because the investigator was mixed into the process. So in modern terms, you want to find the philosopher's stone, which would transform you into some kind of magical being in alchemy. It's thought of almost completely in terms of chemistry. You take certain things and mix them together and then something magical happens. Well, no. In the original alchemy, the intention and mental state of the practitioner was just as important as all the rest.
Yeah.
Just as it is in grimoires. Right? A grimoire, if you open it and say, here's a love spell. Well, if you simply recite the words of the love spell, nothing is going to happen. You need to bring yourself into a state of gnosis or samadhi or one of these deep states. That's part of the practice. Yep. It's an incredibly important part of the practice. And sometimes you will find modern grimoires that mention this, and sometimes you don't.
Now that's the interesting aspect of it. So Vince and I, we have a private social network. We have about 7,000 people on it. And we started a group a while back where we ran some just kind of like, hey, let's try something today. And what we did is we produced, so give you a little background. I love science. Went to CU Boulder, studied computer science, but I was fascinated with physics my whole life. Closet physicist. Read every single book I could think of about it. And so I always wanted to merge science and magic, science and alchemy. Hermeticism is what I study. And bring it about and give a scientific credence to it, a scientific basis for it to help explain it. So we took this theory and I said, well, if I define a symbol as a bit of information on the quantum level that has a probability of manifestation. So a symbol is something that can potentially hold information on a quantum level that has a probability of manifestation. So what we did is we developed sigils. We went out there, we produced symbols. They were just completely randomized. We would just pick random things and we'd have a group of people and we would focus on putting information into the sigil. So one person would take a bit of information, go into a meditative state, and we would I got a phone charger right here. Put the phone charger into the sigil. And then everybody else would connect to the sigil and try to pull the information out. Well, we actually had a very high accuracy. So we started with this kind of like a basic text going back and forth. And so we're not looking at each other. We're not seeing each other. Nobody's giving hints. And people are coming back and going, oh, I see a black square. I see 2 shiny metal prongs. I see white and black. We're getting that level of accuracy. But what was scary was this. One day I'm sitting there and I'm making noodles and spaghetti upstairs. Another member was at a lake watching the waves. And somebody I don't even remember what the object was. They put the object in the sigil. And everybody starts saying, I smell spaghetti. Who's cooking noodles? Who's making spaghetti? One person's like, I hear water crashing. Why is there waves? And so we started seeing some really interesting effects by doing this. And it kind of blew our mind.
Well, what you just described is a way of doing a clairvoyance experiment, right? So you think of when Ingo Swann developed coordinate remote viewing, he soon realized that you don't need actual map coordinates. You just give a random number, right? It's a symbol for something somewhere, and people can tell what that is. So it's true. The sigil acts as a kind of a pointer. In computer science terms, it's a pointer to the thing that you want the information to. The fact that that is sufficient for other minds to know, to make the connection, that should make your mind blow up.
Yeah.
Because that really does suggest that there, besides everything being connected in some way, that we live at an informational scale. Or something about mind and information are tightly linked. We don't know how that works yet, but that's why I was saying that the notion that the physical world emerges out of information, that's at the leading edge of physics today.
Yeah.
I mean, people are trying to figure out, well, if you take pure information, how do you get a physicality out of that? So one of the books that I recommend for people who are interested in that is one by G. Spencer Brown called Laws of Form. So Laws of Form is a little book. You can get a copy of it in PDF just download it from somewhere.
Yeah.
Laws of Form, G. Spencer Brown.
Awesome.
So,
Good.
what he did, what Spencer Brown did was show that, and by the way, before I get into that, what you're talking about in terms of probabilistic tweaks, that of course is the essence of chaos magic. So it's Peter Carroll's thing. He's written extensively about that. So Laws of Form is saying that if you imagine that the universe starts as a void, there's nothing there, literally, by definition, there's nothing. And something happens to make a single distinction. So now there's like this part of it and that part of it, or this is slightly lighter, this is slightly darker. Just some distinction is made that is sufficient to build an entire universe.
Yeah.
So he goes through the mathematics of it, and you can show that it's true. All you need is something to make a distinction, and you can create an entire physical world out of what amounts to a void.
Interesting.
So that's an interesting question, or I have an interesting question, because you said if you have nothing, don't you have something?
Well, you just made a distinction. See? So our minds find it very difficult to think of nothing uniformly. It's almost impossible to imagine that.
Yeah.
But
no, you can't.
that's what mathematics does all the time, right?
I
We're
know.
going to start with nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and then we're gonna do something to the nothing, and then suddenly the world arises.
I call it the ultimate paradox.
Yeah.
And I do this a lot, and I say, well, define nothing, and people are like, well, it's void. And I go, no. The moment we define it, it's no longer nothing. Nothing is non-existent. We can't even give any comprehension to it. It's unknowable, it's ununderstandable, incomprehensible.
Right.
And so
the proper response for a question like that is silence.
Right. As well as the fact that nothing doesn't exist means that everything does exist and has always existed in this dualistic
that'll make your
concept.
brain hurt.
I know it does. That's why it's the ultimate. That's why it's the ultimate paradox.
Hold on, we have to back up though, because Dean said something that has had me thinking for like the last 10, 15 minutes. So he said that our brains are a little part of this big brain, right? We're all these little parts of this.
We're fractals of it. Yeah.
Right, we're fractals of it. So in your world, what do you call the whole? The whole brain, right? All of it together. Is it
it's not brain, it's more like mind. So I simply say that it's consciousness with a big C or a little c. So we have consciousness, little c. Big C is some kind of universal mind. Not human mind, right?
No.
We're taking big C, squishing it into this particular form, in which case we're putting lots of overlays that we would call a human form of consciousness. But my dog has a form of consciousness. It's not like ours. It's close.
Absolutely.
But it's quite different.
Yeah. And I always looked at that in. I've transcended my consciousness. I've been in states which I would consider samadhi, if we want to call it that. I've been meditating for 25 plus years. I've been in these states where you're in this ambience. I don't even know how to explain it. You're not out of your body, but you're not in your body. You're really in mind, but there's this feeling, this sensation, but there's this knowingness. There's this level of information or knowledge of knowingness. And one of the ways I've always explained it is that you feel as if you know everything, but yet you don't.
That's what the word noetic means.
Right.
Institute of Noetic Sciences.
But you don't know anything because the fact that you are in this state of knowingness, there's no questions to ask. You can't think of a question to ask because you're just in this abundance of knowingness, of knowing it all. It's kind of how it's always explained it. But one of the things that I've taken about from these meditations that I've got into and from the experiences that I've had in doing this stuff for a long time was that big C, or at least in my perspective, is impartial to the creation or to the design. What are your thoughts on that? Do you believe that big C, that big consciousness, that whatever it might be, influences the creation or life?
Well, we anthropomorphize everything because we don't know how else to think about things.
Right.
So just to give big C ideas about motivation, emotion, all of that stuff, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Right.
Right. So I would not say that big C cares about or doesn't care about it. It is.
Right.
Right. It's like one of those questions that you answer with silence. We don't know.
That's it.
Right. So when I try to teach my dog quantum mechanics, he looks quite serious. He's looking at me seriously, but he's not getting it. So that's how I think about anything which is even slightly above, quote, above us.
Yeah.
We have no idea. We would look like it would be very serious, and that's why I have a beard so I can do this.
Right.
That's how you do
But
it.
I have no idea.
I like that answer.
Me too.
It brings the perspective around too, is that there are things that are unknowable, they're unimaginable, they're incomprehensible. There's things about the universe that we're never truly going to understand, at least in our lifetime.
Or in this form.
Right.
Right. In this form, we may not, which is why it's so interesting in the mystical form, as you were saying, that you do know things, but you can't stop down. You can't downsample it in a sense to be able to express it in this form, because there's There's no language, there's no concepts in this form. So what we don't know then is, was your sense of knowingness actually real? Right? You feel in this state, ooh, I knew everything. Really? Show it.
Yeah, prove it.
You can't, right? So maybe that's what it was and maybe not. Don't know.
Right, and that's been not one of the hardest things, but that's been one of my deepest contemplations, is looking back at that experience and trying to bring it about and understand it from that perspective of what it was. And sometimes you just realize that there is no understanding of it because maybe it was beyond you. Maybe, maybe that's just what it was. It was just an experience. It just was. It is, period. I mean, that's
why I like the kind of work that I do. Yeah. Because what we're doing is taking big C and we're squishing it way down into terms that we actually can understand. So most of the kinds of things that we see in experiments are basically just correlations. We could demonstrate that something is. The next question that usually comes up is, well, why is that? How is that? Well, the why we will never know. The how is about theory, and we have fledgling theories about how, but even there, we're at the very earliest stages of understanding it, because like recently we did this big essay on evidence of survival after death. Well, there's a lot of evidence for that, but we actually can't know the answer to that until we know what consciousness is, because it's begging the question, does consciousness survive bodily death? That presumes you know what consciousness is. Well, we don't know what it is, so we can't answer that question, as much as many people will say, yeah, we absolutely know that when you die, you live in some other form. Not really. There's a lot of pointers in that direction, but we don't actually know it.
Huh. 42. Someone just commented 42.
Yeah, that could be, yeah. That's probably right.
Probably
yeah.
right. Man, it's pretty mind-blowing to think about consciousness in that perspective, that we come this far in society. We're this technologically advanced, right? And yet...
Not really.
I know.
So my counter-argument to that is we're impressed by the technologies, right? This is pretty good. So make a fraction of everything that we think we know and put on the denominator everything that we think is knowable. Like even in principle, knowable. Yeah. So would you think that the fraction is close to 1? No. Or is the fraction close to 0?
Closer to 0.
Yeah, I think it's real close to 0. A lot of my colleagues, more conventional colleagues, think we're close to 1. Well, I don't think so. At every stage along the human scale, people have kind of thought, well, we're like this close to finally understanding everything. Yeah. So people who are now working on theories of everything in physics say that great, keeps you off the street. You know, you're not going to be a problem for people. But I think it's nonsense, actually. I applaud people who are going in that direction for the same reason why I like what I'm doing, right? We're pushing into a direction because we want to know. But then when you step back from it and you say, what do you actually know at this point? We're very, very close to just barely beginning to understand who and what we are and our place in the universe and all the rest. It doesn't, I mean, some people are very frightened by that.
Yeah.
It's destabilizing to even think about that. What do you mean we don't know? Well, so you see this actually in terms of the way people respond to a pandemic, right? Most of us have not grown up in a time where people know that there's a pandemic. We don't actually know what to do because it's a worldwide thing. So a couple of years ago, I did a project at Merck Pharmaceuticals, the one in Germany. And the task that we were given was, once we detect that a pandemic is happening, how do we stop it quickly? So we did a lot of research on that, and we found, among other things, that when you have an infectious disease, especially airborne disease, it will cover the entire Earth in about 2 weeks. And it's primarily through air travel. So what you need then is to put on airplanes a way of detecting the problem. Use PCR and other methods to detect everyone on the airplane. If you detect that particular virus or pathogen, everyone on the airplane has to be quarantined. So then, is this feasible? Well, yeah, we could do that. Every airplane in the world would have to have a machine that doesn't cost very much, to test whether or not a certain pathogen shows up, and then they have to be quarantined. So we won second place in a variety of projects that we were doing, and the second place is pretty good because people will pay attention to it, and not a thing was done.
Of course not.
So we knew with 100% certainty that at some point a SARS-like problem was going to happen, because it already happened. It's happened a couple times. We didn't know the particular mutation that was going to happen. We knew how to stop it, and nothing happened. It wasn't stopped. And so 2 weeks later, everyone in the world was infected.
Wow. So we love the technology we have. Look at it, but we're not that advanced.
No, most of the time, especially on the edge of the known, which includes pandemics, especially ones that are mutating quickly, we're doing the best that we can. So I have sympathy for people that said, first they said to wear a mask, and then don't wear a mask, and now wear a mask. We don't know the right answer. They didn't give us a manual. Yeah. So we're working at it the best that we can.
Now, there's something out there I call the Bannister effect. And this is attributed to Roger Bannister, who broke the 4-minute mile back in the 1950s. And how, before that happened, all the doctors and academia, oh, you can't do that. You can't break a 4-minute mile. Your heart will explode. And this has been thought of for hundreds of years before that. He goes and does it. And then after this, we see hundreds of thousands of people since then, even high schoolers and teenagers, breaking the 4-minute mile. So I call this the Bannister effect. But it's this little bit of knowledge that's entered into the stream of human consciousness that shows us that we can do something, gives us the confidence, and therefore we go and obtain it. Now, I like to think of science in the same way, is that we need these small, little, minor breakthroughs. The last one I would say that we had would be the Higgs boson, right? We had the Higgs boson that gives people, oh my God, we got this, now we can move on to the next point and solve the next point. But, you know, in society and culture and our planetary existence where we're at, how do you think, as a psychologist, how do you think, if they are real, that the knowledge of extraterrestrials with our government, the whole thing that's going on there with them trying to disclose the information and everybody, the rumors about the disclosure of information, there's supposed to be something happening here in September with a little bit more information coming from DNI. How do you think that's going to affect society?
Well, some people will freak out.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are so used to that concept by now through movies and television, they'll say, well, you know, as long as they're not going to eat us, maybe they'll give us new toys, that'll be good. I think now it would be much less disruptive than it would have been 50 years ago.
Agreed.
Much of it depends on, we almost never get actual news unfiltered. Like everything has a spin on it. Mm-hmm. So it would depend a lot on how the spin goes. Maybe if they were able to take over all of the news media all at the same time and the internet and broadcast directly from somewhere, well, that would probably be good, because then you're getting it straight. It totally depends on what they say.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, most of us have seen the Twilight Zone episode, For All Mankind. Or no, it was called To Serve Man. Remember that episode?
Is that the one where they're
episode
underwater?
Is called To Serve Man, the Twilight Zone, the old one, the original series.
Okay.
So aliens land. They say that they're friendly. They're going to give people all of these wonderful things, free energy and all that stuff. And selected people will be able to go to the home planet of the aliens. And the book is labeled, the only English in the book is To Serve Man, and all the rest of it in some alien language. So the backstory is that there's a linguist who's trying to understand what is in this rest of this book. Mm-hmm. The very last thing, everybody's all happy and they're going into spaceships and going off to other planets. And the linguist discovers that To Serve Man is a cookbook. And everyone's going, and it's too late. Like at the end of that episode, as the guy is going on board the UFO, she shouts out to him, "It's a cookbook!"
Oh my God!
Yeah, so that there's always a little paranoia in there that if dealing with a race of beings who are truly alien, meaning we have no way of predicting anything about their intentions or anything else, we would have to be very lucky, I suppose, to be able to have imagined that we could deal with them in some way that we understood what was actually happening.
Now, have you yourself ever had any experiences, UFOs, seen UFOs, extraterrestrial, anything of that nature?
No.
No? Wow.
No.
I've had massive amounts in my life. I was 10 years in the United States Navy. We had an experience. We were off the coast of Peru. This is circa 2004, by the way. So this is the same time that the Navy was having all these videos of all these Tic Tac UFOs. We're about 300 miles off the Galapagos Islands, and it was 2 a.m, clear seas, steady seas. And you could see about a 16-mile horizon, and I saw like a red flare fly up in the air. And we're out there looking for drug smugglers and human traffickers. And when you see a red flare, that's an indication of a small boat either in distress or one of these guys signaling a waypoint for another boat to come in, take their stuff, and go to another place. So I call it in, and I'm talking to the bridge, and I was working in combat systems at the time, so I'm the radar operator of the fire control, the weapon system radar. And so I have a 25-mile radius of highly accurate radar that I can look at and tell what is there. And then we have, air search and surface search radars. And so I go back up there, and we have nothing on radar. There's absolutely nothing there. And I'm sitting there, and I'm talking to the bridge, and there's only a few of us in combat at the time. And they said, Josh, don't you find it weird that if that was a flare, why didn't it drop? It just went up, and it just stayed there, and we're all watching it. And so they're like, well, let's get the helicopter out there. So we send the helo out, and the helo starts moving towards it about 125 knots, and it starts moving away from the helo at 125 knots, matching its speed and direction. Then it just drops down at surface level, sits over the ocean. The helo gets over top of it. We got it on FLIR, and it drops into the ocean and just submerges. And then the next 2 weeks were probably the most unusual 2 weeks of my life. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody mentioned it. A lot of people didn't remember it. A lot of people did remember it. Some people didn't. Nobody has really a lot of memories of what happened that next 2 weeks. And we were out. I mean, if you go South America and you just go into that big part of the ocean that's just ocean, that's where we were. There is nothing out there but us. And I saw a cryptid out there. And then that same time, a few nights later, we were close to the Galapagos that time, and it was this big bird, massive, like 6 foot, 6.5 foot bird. Multiple witnesses. We had it on camera. But I've had so many experiences like this.
That bird, I've seen that bird.
Really?
Yeah.
A thunderbird.
So I was about 12 years old. It was we're going along the highway in Maine, in the middle of the forest. And I remember seeing, of course, I was a kid. I was in the back seat of the car, and seeing something sitting on the railing way ahead of us. And I said, oh, that's a bird. And as we got closer and closer, this bird was gigantic.
Yeah.
It's like 6 feet high. And it had its wings folded, but I imagine if it was out, it'd be like 12 feet or something.
12 feet, yeah.
And it looked kind of like an eagle. And then later, years later, and I asked my brother, what is that thing? He didn't see it.
Yeah.
Neither of my parents saw it either. But I certainly saw it, and we went past it in the car. It turned and looked at me as we went past. So later I learned that the Indian natives, the American Indians that were there, they had all of these stories about the thunderbird.
Yep.
So this was a spirit bird from their perspective. I don't know what it was, but I never forgot that either, that I saw that bird. So maybe it wasn't a bird, it was something else.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a few nights later I walked out, and we run dark at night on the ship. So our port side and starboard side shipboards are all dark. The only thing we have is a red mast light, and internal to the ship is all red light. And so I opened up the door, and I smoked cigarettes at the time. I gave up that habit a long time ago, but I walked out there, and you had to flick your lighter to see where you're going, or you'll fall over the side of the ship. And so I'm flicking my lighter, and I flick my lighter right when I come out, and I hear everybody behind me like, shh, don't say anything. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I flick my lighter, and I leave it on, and it's right there in front of me, probably about 3 or 4 feet in front of me. Massive. To me, it looked like a phoenix. Mm-hmm. It had red feathers, but it was just this massive bird. It puts its wings out, and it had its wings like angled like this. So it put its wings out like this, and it gave a gawk out, and then just went up and flew away. And we were sitting there going, They're like, dude, what was that? And we're just, I don't know, man. But that night, we saw it on the bow of the ship. We had it on video on the bow of the ship, and you had a forward lookout because we're running dark, so we have to look for other ships because radar doesn't always pick up everything. And he was, the guy was from Senegal in Africa. And he's like, do you guys see what I'm seeing? What is that? That looks like a bird. That's a big bird. I'm 6'4". That's a big bird. Can I come inside because I do not want to be out with this thing? I think it's going to eat me. And he was seriously scared of it. Well, we should have been too. But there's just strange things out there in this world, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So if the ETs show up on TV, many people won't believe it because deep fakes are too easy to do.
Right.
Others will think it's some sort of political stunt, or it's some television show or something. The way that we learn how the world works today is so different than it used to be that it's difficult to predict actually what would happen. And as in the movies Men in Black, the MIB, they were funny because they're showing that like our politicians and celebrities, half of them are aliens already.
Right.
Right. So, we see that somebody's, he's acting as an alien. Well, we already knew that. Tom Cruise, of course, he's an alien.
There might be some truth to that, right? With that perspective, how do you think that will, and I know you just said it's very hard to predict. What is your belief or your understanding of how it might influence humanity? Do you think that it'll take us to our next step of evolution? Do you think that our next step of evolution is conscious development, coming into a new stage or development or rising of consciousness?
That's what all my psychic friends say.
Yeah.
You see a little bit of that in science because of the number of pretty conservative scientists in physics and in neurosciences who are talking about consciousness as fundamental. That's new, that's a change. Mm-hmm. So they might use words like panpsychism or neutral monism or other kinds of ways of thinking about it. But the very idea that they're talking about it openly, and it's at the leading edge of science now, that is showing that there's a change in what is usually a very conservative and pretty strict way of thinking about reality. Mm-hmm. If it's changing in the academic world, it's changing elsewhere. And so is it accelerating by climate change and all that? Probably. It's getting pushed. So where it all leads, we don't know. As best as we can tell, we haven't gone down this road before, so we'll find out.
Nuts. What do you got coming up here in the future, Dean?
Well, I have 15 projects, all in various stages. The one I'm actually most excited about is not my research. It's about a TV series that I've written with a partner. And as you probably know, if you have a script for a TV show and you're not already established, it's basically impossible to break into the business.
Yeah.
But I wanted to write a science fiction TV show that portrayed psychic phenomena in a genre that was not horror, because they always devolve into horror. Mm-hmm. Right. So it's no wonder that people are kind of afraid of it, because it's the way it's shown. So this has a much more positive spin on the idea of psychic phenomena. And it's related to climate change and a bunch of other things. So we were lucky enough to get a well-known celebrity to sign on. Awesome. So he said, if there was one of the characters that he'd be perfect for, and we showed it to him and he likes it. So the likelihood of it being made somewhere is much, much higher than it would have been otherwise. So we'll see what happens.
That's pretty cool. I'm actually excited about that.
That would be fun. Yeah. Oh, the science part. The science part is fun too. I mean, all those projects are fun to work with, but this is much more creative and very different than what I usually do.
I got a quick question, and it might not be a quick answer, but I think it was Nick Bostrom that proposed in the Philosophical Quarterly that the universe and everything in it might be a simulation. And with your electrical engineering background and your cybernetics background, you got an opinion on it?
Well, you look at the history of people trying to understand reality, and it tracks the leading edge ideas in science at the time, right? So our metaphor for SimCity now, we all know what that is. And so it's very easy to drop into that as an explanation for everything. You go back 100 years, it was all thermodynamics. You go back 100 years before that, it was gears and a clock. And then when the idea of a fourth dimension came around, everyone was all hot on that idea. So I think think of it as more as a metaphor for just ways of thinking about how things work rather than that literally being true. I don't think it is true.
I love that answer. And
Me too.
I've always looked at it in the reverse perspective. Is that the simulation that we're talking about, we're comparing it to technology we developed, very, very archaic technology in comparison to the universe, but it's still devised from the same laws of the universe. It's still made out of all the same material on the quantum level, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so really what a simulation is, in our perspective, is a very rudimentary, elementary reality or universe. So in actuality, we could say it is, but it's really the opposite phenomena, is that we're building our computer technology very reminiscent of what the universe actually is in its construct.
Well, or the nature of consciousness. So it's been pointed out that television is our expression of clairvoyance, and telephone is our expression of telepathy. Wow. And all of our technologies are expressions of what we can do without the hardware, but we have forgotten that.
Wow.
I like that.
Wow. I love that. Do you think that there was a time in our history where these psychic phenomena maybe were more developed? They were more, I know they were more accepted. They were more understood, at least in the sense of, if we go back pre-technological, pre-feudalistic systems, and we look at history, we can see that they were expected. This was the Maratha Bharata, the Vedic texts, and we can get into alchemical texts, and we can see this. But do you think they were more developed, where they actually had these special talents and powers?
I think more so than we see today, for the very simple reason that today we are distracted constantly. Our lives and the way that we live, the food that we eat, what's happening in the electromagnetic sphere that we live in now, it's very, very different than even 100 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, the environment is extremely different. So, I mean, I almost can't remember somebody driving along that didn't at least have their phone in their hand, right? So driving is kind of complex. We fortunately can do it mostly unconsciously, but now we are attached to the thing. But we can't, if we walk around without it, we feel naked. And so this is now, it's emitting, it's absorbing. We don't have time to essentially be in an ashram, which people were forced to be in 100 years ago. Very different forms of consciousness. So we are multitasking constantly, and only people who have the luxury of taking a 10-day meditation retreat can remind themselves what it's like to not do anything else.
Wow.
So I'll tell you a story.
Yeah.
So, and then it's time for me to
Yeah.
go to sleep. So the story is this. So you've heard maybe of the Monroe Institute.
Mm-hmm.
So they use this hemisync thing, and it creates beat frequencies in your head. And so I went on the Gateway program, which is a 6-day program where you listen to the hemisync 10 hours a day when you're waking up and when you're going to sleep. So it's like complete immersion pulled into different altered states. And the instructor said in the beginning that you're going to end up being really altered by the end, because you had nothing else to do other than listen to these things all the time. And I was thinking, yeah, I'm a scientist. I know what's going on. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't paying much attention to that. And then we get to the end, and then I have to drive home. And again, I was told, be really careful driving home, because you don't realize how altered you are just from this 6-day thing. And I'm thinking, yeah. So to get home is 5 miles through back roads and lots of traffic lights and everything. I don't remember how I got to the first traffic light. And from where we were to the first traffic light, and actually, now that I think of it, it wasn't the first traffic light. It was the first traffic light that I remember. I sort of woke up, and I was sitting in the car driving, and I was stopped at a red light. And internally, what I'm thinking of, that is such a pretty red. Look at that color of that thing. That is amazing. Kind of like you'd be on like a lot of pot.
Yeah.
You know, the color is beautiful. And I was sitting in the driver's seat, but I sort of forgot what you're supposed to do as a driver. So it turns green, and now I'm thinking, wow, that's a really nice looking green color, and I could not remember what to do. I didn't know what it meant.
Wow.
So finally people were beeping behind me, and I was, oh, that's right, yeah. You're supposed to go now. So I went, and from that point, the next thing I knew, I was home. I have no memory of how I got to that light or how I got home. Years later, a woman that I know was saying, "Oh, remember when you dropped me off at the bus station there?" A, I had no memory that I had anybody else in the car, or B, that I did anything else other than go home. It's completely erased.
Huh.
So was I altered? I was driving completely in an unconscious way, had no conscious awareness of that at all. So this is just 6 days of being in a slightly altered state. You could imagine that if you live in an ashram or you live in a place where we're not surrounded by all this stuff, your experience of reality is very, very different than the way it is for most of us.
It's fascinating.
That's what my next vacation is going to be. A friend of mine, Ben Stewart. I don't know if you know him. He's with Gaia and does a lot of Gaia stuff. He's building a documentary right now for Aubrey Marcus, who owns Onnit, a vitamin company. And Aubrey just did, I believe it was 3 days of dark therapy, where you go in the darkness for 3 days, and you have almost like these ayahuasca type experiences and hallucinogenics. And so I've been thinking about it, like, you get away, you have no cell phones, there's no Wi-Fi, there's no cellular signals, you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're just connected with nature and darkness. And it just sounds like a vacation to me.
Yeah, it's probably a vacation around the third day.
Right.
Because you have to decompress a lot.
Right.
To not be where's my phone and what's happening. It drives it crazy until you settle down.
Yeah. Fantastic. We can find you at deanradin.com.
Yep.
And where can we get your books at?
You can get it through Amazon or any online place. You can see some reviews and endorsements at my website.
Awesome.
And I work at IONS, so you look at ions.org, ions.org.
Fantastic. And everybody, this is linked up below. You should be able to see it if you're watching on any of our channels. I'm going to go ahead and send this out there for you guys so you have all these links right there. And a few different platforms. Dean, thank you so much for joining us tonight, man. This was an amazing conversation. You are just a wealth of information, and just you know your stuff very well, and you know the scientific perspective as well as the metaphysical aspect of it, the esoteric aspect of it, and I absolutely love that, and I admire that about you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I hope that you do come back on here very shortly. And you have a great night, my friend, and everybody out there will be heading to Fringe After Dark. That'll be in about 30 minutes from now. If you want to find out more information about that, there's an email that was sent out there, or if you just go to redpills.tv, go to Fringe After Dark, you'll see it there. Much love, respect, take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
The world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
Broadcasting from the spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh. That is Tyler, my guest for tonight. This is the Redpill Project's Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we take a break from all the politics and the chaos in the world, and we talk about the conversations that aren't normally had amongst human beings. The campfire conversations, I like to call them, the things that expand the mind beyond the absolute norm. And tonight, we're in for a treat. Cymatics, vibration, and conscious technology with Tyler, who's also known as Baseforge on TikTok. Tyler, how you doing tonight, my man?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I appreciate you coming on. We were talking about this last night, and a lot of people are like, oh my God, I know that guy from TikTok, and they were excited that you were coming on with us. Your videos on TikTok have really taken off, and you have compiled a good set of information about ancient technologies, cymatics, and how ancient cultures were probably way more technologically advanced than we can even understand today. You know, my question to really start this off to the conversation is how did you get into all this?
So I started off in college. I got a degree in electrical engineering, and I really didn't like how they boxed you into doing one thing. And so I quit doing that, and I started a business and got my hands in a whole bunch of other stuff. Since I wasn't tied down by an employer, I could kind of just research and do whatever I wanted. And then I got into music, which led into the cymatics, and all of those things seemed to like weave together. And making those connections, I was like, there's something is tying everything together. And that just went down the rabbit hole of the occult and ancient technology and all of those things. And every time I went into something new, it made another connection. And I was like, okay, I got to write all this down. So I had this giant note in my phone that was probably like, if I showed you, you'd be like, oh, dude, you can't. That's ridiculous.
I got a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I deconstructed that, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a TikTok and just start talking about this. I didn't tell any of my friends or my family. I was like, I'm just going to, I feel like doing this. And one of them took off, and I was like, okay, well, other people are interested in this. So then I just opened the floodgates, and it's been pretty good ever since. So
it was from the patterns that you were observing in nature that led you down the road to kind of take in more information pertaining to kind of what we would consider to be the esoteric mysteries and the occult. Now, what were your first discoveries there specifically within the occult? Where did you start? Did you know where to start? Like, how did that journey go?
So I got into music. I'm really, really deep in the EDM community. I've been DJing for 6 years now. And there's a part of the EDM community. You have to understand that there's like a party part, and then there's like the spiritual part of the community. And the spiritual part was the stuff that I really resonated with. And I started getting into that, and I was like, these guys, their music sounds different. They know something. There's something that's clicking for them that's not clicking for me. And I started looking into that, and they use a lot of symbols in their visuals. And I was like, what does all of this mean? I don't know what it means, but I love the music. I really resonate with it. And so I started digging into that, and then COVID hit. And so I was stuck at home, and I was making a ton of music. And one day I was just chilling in the house, and it was super hot outside, and I didn't want to do anything. And I put a YouTube video on, and I can't remember what video it was, but someone was like, yeah, we still don't know how the pyramids were built. And I was like, that's bullshit. It's 2023. Someone's figured this out, right? So I opened that door, and then just all the floodgates opened. I was like, there's no way we don't know. And then you keep digging and digging, and the man, we could do a whole episode on that. But
yeah,
the mysteries of that alone were like, okay, something is going on in reality that's not what I was told. This is not all there is. And so that was kind of my door opening into the occult research.
Okay, cool. And so the pyramids, I think, are a great place to start too, because when you start looking at the Giza Plateau, there's various problems that come about. Number one is the Sphinx is much, much older than the Great Pyramid. And then the Great Pyramid itself has this awkward alignment. It has this geographic positioning of where the latitude and longitude lines are equivalent to the actual numbers utilizing the speed of light. And this would be translatory in the sense of how the Egyptians' measurements work and the Greek measurements to modern day measurements. And then you start getting into the Great Pyramid, you start finding various stellar alignments from 10,500, 12,000 years ago. You start seeing that it was most likely prominent in the age of Taurus, of Taurus, and that the Sphinx was more prominent within the age of Leo, aligned in the sense of the alignment. And that's kind of one of the things that got me too in the early 1990s. I started listening to Coast to Coast AM, which was Art Bell at the time, Dreamland. And late night getting stoned at 12, 13 years of age, just smoking weed.
That'll
And
do it.
yeah, you're in a car with a bunch of buddies and there's nothing on at 1 a.m. So you turn on AM radio. There's Art Bell at Dreamland talking about UFOs, aliens, and the Great Pyramids and forbidden archaeology. And so, you start getting into this and you're like, whoa, man, I got to learn more about this stuff. Like, this is a mystery that I want to delve into. And you delve into it, it's quite literally the mysteries. Because once you go into it, you start uncovering the fact that, firstly, is that modern science, archaeology, don't know shit. They're just making shit up as they go along.
Yeah.
Then these other researchers, these independent researchers are going down the rabbit hole. They don't know 90% of the facts. They're just stringing it together from what they're getting. But then there becomes this underlining pattern that we see through ancient architecture. We see this correlative pattern, and this is reminiscent within the mythological and the allegorical stories that we see coming out of these times as well. And this is that there was some level of communication between ancient cultures, even though there is vast distances of separation, that the architecture has some representation of symbology. The symbology is derived, if we understand it, through the derivation of the Plutonic solids, which have a representation as well of cymatic patterns as we know now. I mean, in the 90s, they weren't talking about that stuff.
Yeah.
In that there is a relationship to how they built their structures with the sacred geometry setup of the planet, as well as the precession of the equinoxes and the larger grand calendar cycles of our solar system's transit around the galaxy. And then this other basis of consciousness integration to all of that. At least that's what I've noticed throughout the years. And I think that you noticed that as well. But these are the things that we all know, but that's really where it ends. Everything else is a deep compounded mystery.
Yeah, very, very deep. And it's hard to, like you said, it's hard to tell the people that are doing independent research. Sometimes they have really good pieces of this puzzle, but they go off completely left field, like so far that they almost discredit what they discover by going down like a path that like people don't really resonate with, or like you can't prove it and it's pure speculation. So you're just like, you kind of discredit yourself. So what I tried to do was I listened to a lot of fringe stuff, like even stuff that people that I don't really resonate with. I think there's nuggets of truth in there that you can pull out and use as your own piece of personal truth. And so I just have compiled a lot of those and try and relate them in a way using science and using spirituality, religion, ancient history. And I'm trying to connect them because everyone resonates with a different thing. You know, if I speak in a way that a Christian will resonate with, then I can say a lot more than if I come at it from a Hindu perspective. So it's all about trying to hit it and try and get that message across to the most amount of people in the way that's not disrespectful to their culture and stuff as well. Like I don't really get a lot of hate from those people, but I do get a lot of backlash for using scientific concepts to prove spirituality. That's really the only thing. My entire community is so far been the best people on the planet, except for the people that are like, this isn't real science. You need to do this and this and this. Even if I put studies and stuff in proving it, that I still get a lot of backlash for that. So finding that way of communicating and relating those ideas is exceptionally difficult.
You know, it's interesting that you said that you seek to use science to prove kind of the mysteries or to prove this understanding of spirituality. And that's one of the things that I set out on a long time ago, a little over a decade ago. I got into various points of, I was a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I got into Enochian magic. I started studying really deeply into what is considered to be the mysteries. And from that, weird shit began happening in my life. Like, I can't even begin to say the weirdness. I've talked about some of the stories, but it was crazy. I mean, out-of-body experiences, transcending the state. I mean, I've done a lot of drugs in my life. I grew up 12 years old eating acid till I was 18. I tripped well over probably 500-600 times. and I'm fortunate. I'm one of the fortunate ones that made it out of that drug era.
Yeah.
But I have a really expansive mind, so I always wanted to connect that because I have a very profound understanding of science, physics, quantum physics, and how all this stuff integrates together. And so I actually went out there and like I was telling you, I went back to school to kind of learn maybe some things that I missed and how to integrate that back in. And I was looking from an astrotheological standpoint when I first started doing it, but I got more involved on the quantum side and understanding the dynamics of spirit, nature, and mind and the integratory framework. And I started to realize that these ancient cultures, when we start talking about mythology, for instance, we have in the Hindu pantheon, we got hundreds, if not thousands, of various different gods. In the Greek pantheon, hundreds of gods. And, other pantheons, we have hundreds of gods all over the place. But we can actually eliminate them down to about 7 to 12 primary deities in the sense of the archetypical nature of who they are. And this is one of the things that I did through my research. And what I started to find out is that there was a correlation between those and the various different cycles and processes that our solar system and our galaxy and our sun and cosmic energy bombardment all go through. And the one thing that they all have in common is energy, that everything is basically a transmutation of energy, a transference of energy, a relationship of energy, and that we are incredibly susceptible to that. So I developed what's known as optimization theory. And really, optimization theory states that everything is in relation. Everything is an energy state in relation to another energy state and moving to a point of optimization, that nothing ever goes to this point of entropy, as modern science would tell you, entropy or chaos, or when we go back to this zeroness where everything just fizzles out and dies. It doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
I look at it very similar to destructive interference in waves, right? If we have a transmitter and a receiver both sending a wave out, and one is 180 degrees out of phase with the other one, they're going to cancel each other out in the center. But yet we still have a transmitter and we still have a receiver. We still have energy inputted for the signaling. Now, if we send another signal perpendicular to that, we're going to get wave interference in that primary canceled wave. What is that telling you? That means it's in a state of optimization. Even though it's cancellation, it's in a state of optimization because we still have the energy inputted into the system. Yeah. And I believe that that's what primary functions of the universe operate at, that it's two systems coming together, coalescing, converging, that are producing a new emergent state, and that reality occurs at this emergent state. I know that's probably way too much for this conversation. I tend to go off on tangents, but I want your theories on the sense of what you've discovered. What have you discovered about the nature of reality? What in your research, being an electrical engineer, what are the things that you have discovered for yourselves that are ahas, that are epiphanies, that are enlightening to you?
A lot to unpack there. I want to address a couple things there. So what the interference that you're talking about is one side of the coin. The other side I would consider as harmonic resonance. And that meaning that if you have two waves that are exactly the same, then they sum and create a bigger wave, correct? So that I would say is the stable form and what everything is trying to achieve. We are always, there's a phenomenon, if you put two metronomes on a moving bass and they're off sync, they will sync up with each other just because of their resonance, right? So I think the universe does want to fall into a naturally harmonious state, and that is the natural resting state. But that a lot of those aspects came from the cymatics part of my research. I would say that's probably the main thing I do, just because music is so closely related to that. But before we go into that, you said the Hindu pantheon has, is very rich, very diverse, and very, very, very hard to. You could look into that entire culture for years and not be even scratching the surface of the knowledge that they have. But I think what a lot of people overlook is the similarities between what I would call the big three, which would be Greece and Egypt, and I would throw Mesoamerica in there. I mean, you have a lot more, but those are like the most heavily studied, right? There's a lot of similarities between them, but there's also, I think what the genius thing that Christianity did is it took all of those and packaged it up into a perfect, almost like way of transmitting that knowledge. Because if you think about it, the Hindu pantheon has 7 to 12 like main deities, right? if you look at the Last Supper, there's 12 disciples, and then you have your saints and your the cathedrals are built after these people. So I would consider that a pantheon in itself. Maybe people don't look at it that way from a religious perspective. I just am looking at it objectively. A Christian's going to look at this way differently, but I'm trying to connect the similarities between those. And to me, that looks like what it was. Now, linking that all together with reality, I've been really looking into cathedrals. Like, the cathedrals are damn near as mysterious as the pyramids, and there's hundreds and hundreds of them. And so one of the things that I've been really looking into is the cymatics of them and their relation to what exactly they're doing to the universe or this world in general. Because if you think about it, and I made a video about this the other day, there was a quote, I can't remember who said it, but he said architecture is frozen sound. And that really resonated with me, and that's what made me look into the cathedrals. And if you think about it, the cathedrals have a lot of, the main thing in a cathedral is a pipe organ, and I don't know if you've ever been to one or heard one, but they can get amazingly loud. And if you look at a rose window, it has a shocking similarity to a lot of cymatic patterns. Like, I'm working on a post now of comparing all of the rose windows to these cymatic frequencies. And it appears like they mimic a cymatic frequency. And the layout, along with the rose window and the relation to how electromagnetism flows around them as well, all of these forces are linked. And it appears that they had some sort of layered function other than being a place to just hear a preacher preach about some lessons in the Bible, right? Yep. It appears that they had a function that was more akin to, I would consider it conscious development, using a variety of techniques, whether that's that frequency emanating into your body and restructuring DNA or unlocking something like that, or using sound frequencies to amplify the cymatics of the architecture and doing that, or it could be some like etheric harnessing of subtle energies that we don't really understand yet. But the mysteries of those for me are getting really deep into this, and I feel like in the future those will probably be the keys to unlocking a lot of that ancient esoteric knowledge, because it's very hard to unpack that knowledge. That it's cryptic, a lot of it's imagery, and it's not really easy to put those things together. But I think that the cathedrals and that part of that era of humanity is going to be a really crucial part to decoding this whole thing.
I absolutely love it. Now, words matter, right? So when we say an organ, what is that really translating to? Because what do we have in our body?
Organs, yeah.
We have various different organs, and it's almost like the law of correspondence, as above, so below, is that the cathedral was built in a cymatic representation of the human body for healing or for extension and expansion of consciousness, and that the organ was a facilitator of this harmonic response with the body. Now, the question that I have out of this, because my co-host Vince has done a show on this with a few other people. What happened to all the bells?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I got my Instagram feed. If you look at it, you'd be like, what the hell is this guy looking at? But the other day, I kept getting these pictures of old bells, like the huge bells, and they're absolutely massive. I don't know what happened to them, but I know they served a function that wasn't just telling people it was time to go to church. I know you don't just make a bell that big for that. You can, there's in Austin here, there's a couple, churches that have really big bells, and I live miles away from them. I can still hear them when they, bang on them, and they're not that big. These things were engineering marvels for the time, first off. And secondly, like, I would love to hear one and see what actually happens. 'Cause I feel like to disconnect those things, to disconnect the cathedrals, the actual purpose of them, they had to remove components. They did the same thing with the pyramid. It's not gonna, I get a lot of comments on the pyramid, like, why don't they do this? Or why don't they work now? Like, they're missing a lot of components. You can't start a car engine without like all of the components working for it, right? The pyramid's not going to do its desired or intended function if it doesn't have all of its components. Right now, it's just a big old pile of rocks that we're trying to decode. But, you know, when it was made, it had a function. Same with the cathedrals. No one puts that much effort into every square inch of something being perfectly geometric and all of these encoded symbols and a mysterious function. No one does that just to be like, hey, this is, you know, we just did this to do this. You know, there's a function behind it. So yeah, I've definitely been looking into these bells, and if you look into it really deep, Russia actually had some of the biggest ones, and they have a lot of the best pictures too of them in their like glory days, and when they took them down, it's pretty ridiculous.
So I love this conversation part because firstly, the bells were always on a steeple. So they were at the top of the cathedral or the temple. Now you mentioned that architecture is frozen sound. This was a quote. I don't know if that was who was it? It was it was on the tip of my tongue. I know who said that, but it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, but if we think about it in the sense of frozen sound, and that these things were built specifically on a various geographic point, because I look at the earth as kind of a harmonic resonator, an amplifier of sorts of subtle energies surrounding it. Therefore, the earth will have various different node points for amplification. And we know that the ancients built temples on these specific points. So if these cathedrals were built on those specific points and they all had bells that were resonating downward through the architecture, I wonder if there is a pattern that is not three-dimensionally expressed, but maybe four-dimensionally expressed, that is being resonated by the bells downward into the planet or within the architecture of the cathedral itself.
I'm so glad you went there. There's another component of this that not a lot of people think about when you go to a cathedral, because it's not immediately apparent like the rose window or the bell. And almost all of them, I'm not going to say all of them were, but almost all of them were built over water sources, aquifers. Right. And this is a shared similarity in almost every spiritual tradition. Indian temples do the same thing. The pyramids are built over a massive aquifer, and the Mesoamerican pyramids are also built under a massive aquifer. So if you think about it, and I'm trying to figure out how to like correlate this into a visual thing for TikTok, obviously, but if you think about it,
if you want, you got a video, we can put a video.
I don't.
Okay.
I literally make those like the day of, and I've been videoing it for like 10 years, so like I'm fast at it, but not that fast. But if you think about a speaker, like the shape of a speaker is a cone, right? And have the magnet here. Well, invert that speaker, and it looks very similar to, let's say, a Mesoamerican pyramid, because they have those squares on the top, right? Yep. So if you think about it, the pyramid in sacred geometry, the triangle and the pyramid are the containers for energy. So energy, if the pyramid is this shape, we use it in electrical engineering. Say the pyramid emanates, it takes energy from the base and it emanates it up into a double helix. There's a Kirlian photography of this, and if you pass a current through it, the photography will show you it looks like a double helix spiral. And if you zoom out far enough, that spiral will go into a torus shape, a toroid. And so what I'm thinking with all of these things is also in electrical engineering. If you have a point, that's where, that's lightning rods. Everything can focus energy on a point more than a very spread out area. Mm-hmm. So the pyramids and cathedrals and stuff all had spires and these very sharp points here, and they're above water. And we know it is in a very efficient way for energy to flow. So my theory is it was pulling a more subtle energy, not necessarily electromagnetism. It was pulling that subtle energy into the earth and depositing that energy into the water. And I think that was a way of purifying the water for more harmonious life. That's why they have holy water, and they say that water healed people, because I think it pulled that subtle energy into the ground and gave you more of a balancing force whenever you were to consume it. Right. But I mean, this is all speculation, obviously, but I mean, there is a connection between all of them, and trying to relate that is obviously pretty difficult. So,
going on the water thing, I mean, I just go back to Dr. Emoto, his work, and a few other people in the sense of water, shape, memory, all of that. but also there's some research out there specifically about water, about how there's a naturally derived source of water on the planet that comes from the tops of the mountains, and it flows down from the mountains into the aquifers, and it's the most natural state that water can be in. And if we look at water as a molecular structure, we have various different degrees of angles from 104 degrees to 118 degrees, of which the hydrogen molecule or hydrogen atom can be placed on the oxygen atom in relation to the two hydrogens and then go into molecular shape with another molecule. And that there is this golden mean or Fibonacci sequence that is produced with, I think it's 114 degrees, is this kind of natural state to where water naturally resets from the polar ice caps or from the highest parts of the mountains and goes into the aquifers at that, to where its memory is reset. And I'm wondering if the sacred water theory, that's right, wondering if it's something of that nature where they're actually pulling that energy from the water upward.
That's another thing that when you say Emoto's work, and I made a video, it did pretty well on TikTok about this girl Veda Austin. She proved water memory pretty much, and she has a technique for freezing water where you can just you literally put a petri dish on top of water, and she has you almost flash freeze it, but it can show you the image. Like a little, it's not very high def, but you can look at it and be like, yo, that's pretty creepy. But water does actually have memory. The guy that invented the simoscope, or the water one where you see all the cool patterns, he his initial research into it, he played a frequency, and he recognized the patterns, and he played one frequency and kept playing the frequency. So he'd play it and he'd let the water settle, and he'd play it again and let the water settle. And every time he played the frequency, the water would reset to that shape quicker and quicker. And there's an order of speed. Water has its memory. Like if you do it continually, it will remember that frequency shape. And so I think that what you're talking about here is what's in, I guess, more a spiritual sense is called structured water, or restructuring the water. And that would mean if we pass that frequency through the water, the frequency realigns those molecules within that degree of the hydrogen and oxygen atoms getting together. And if we can transmit information with binary ones and zeros, that's a lot of wiggle room to hold information. So if you think about it that way, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense, that if you restructure that water, it's going to interact with you way differently. You can tell tap water versus filtered water, let alone a water that's molecularly structured throughout the entire container.
Well, and we're 72 to 82% water.
Yeah.
I remember I was in college, and the teacher, I was in a biology class, and the teacher was talking how we are carbon-based life form, and I'm like, no, we're not. It's like, well, yeah, we are. I said, no, we're water-based life forms.
Yeah.
And so we're a higher level of molecular structure. We are water-based. And she was like, oh my God, that's such like a novel idea. Like, you're right. We're water-based life, because carbon isn't life, but water is this fundamental to life. Luc Montagnier, the Nobel laureate, Dr. Luc Montagnier, who just passed away last year, who was very outspoken about the vaccine and all that stuff. But he's the one that actually did the extended research on Dr. Emoto's work in 2014 in a documentary, and validated it in a scientific setting. And this is a Nobel laureate going out there and validating Dr. Emoto's work on structured water. And that's where you get the various degrees of angles, 104 degrees, 118 degrees, to where 114 was that specific, or maybe it was 111, because I know that's a special number in the sense of the holy frequency.
Sorry to interrupt, but that angle of those molecules also influences the crystal lattice structure when it freezes. Right. So that's going to give you your infinite amount of variations in water freezing. So if you think about it that way too, like not only is that a vast amount of data that it can store, if you're thinking about it in terms of like a computer or binary, that is a vast amount of variety that you can have in the way that water interacts with everything around it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So. Yeah. Man, I love this. So, all right. I don't want to shift gears too much because I'm enjoying this conversation too much. But let me ask you this: do you think there was an ancient culture or more recent culture on this planet, maybe that has been eliminated from history that had this technology?
Ooh. So I tried to organize this in a way that wasn't as conspiracy that would like put me in the bucket of just too wild conspiracy, because I do think that there is obviously there's a subculture below. That's the occult. That was driven far underground at the time of Egypt's destruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we've been trying to revive that for, thousands of years now. But in terms of people that could use something like this, I absolutely do. But I think that we had a period where that knowledge, the flame, was almost extinguished. It was this close to becoming lost on this planet forever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there was if you look at history in terms of the way academia does it, they do different cultures from, like Egypt to ancient China to, Victorians to modern, like that's very oversimplified, but they look at it like a speedometer, kind of like that. But when I looked at it, it looked to me like there was a very clear distinction of the worlds, and the ancient world, when you look at monuments, you can definitely tell that they're ancient. Like if you go to Rome, if you go to Greece, if you go to Egypt, you can tell these things are very old. They have their style, they have their way of teaching. And then you go to somewhere like Europe, or somewhere that has a lot of, Victorian architecture, cathedrals and stuff like that. That seems like an evolution of the ancient way of doing things, a more efficient, refined, developed version of that. So I would say that would be like a phase 2 in human development. And at the end of that phase, which I'm again, this is pure speculation, but
Right.
it seems like the world wars had a lot to do with that, the destruction of this. And, if the entire globe is fighting, you can carry out a lot of horrific things and erase a lot of history under the guise of we had to kill the bad guys. So I think that was when it almost got completely destroyed. And a lot of the connections that we would have had got kind of erased because carpet bombings and all this stuff where a lot of history just got these links that could have been pieced together got removed from the puzzle. And now we're looking at this puzzle and it's like, it's a very low resolution version of it just because the pieces are gone now. So I think that culture was us. I don't think it was a separate culture in humanity. I think it was a separate level of consciousness that was inhabited by certain individuals on the planet, and it got more kind of snuffed out by the negative version of that. That battle, if you think about it in terms of good and evil, I think the evil side kind of won there for a while, and we're just now about to hopefully pull out of that.
Oh, I agree. Interesting things there. You were talking about early 20th century, World War I. Pre-World War I, the majority of all European government offices had taken over all old architecture. So they had gone into old cathedrals, old buildings, and utilized them for their post offices and for their government buildings, of which the majority of those were destroyed in carpet bombings during World War I. An interesting mathematical fact for all the listeners out there, in the year 1900, it estimated the global population was at 1 billion people. From 1900 to 1963, approximately 500 million people on this planet perished due to World War I, World War II, the Spanish flu, and the rise of communism and socialism in the world. With those numbers at hand and knowing the birth rate of human beings, you would need to have every family at the beginning of 1900, every single family have 8 children, of them 8 children, and the next generation have 8 children in order to have 8.5 billion people today, which that means that there's a problem in the mathematical context of how we have a population of 8.5 billion people today, and we had that many people lost in the 20th century. And I like to talk about the French catacombs because the math there doesn't add up either, in the sense that there's 6.1 million people in just the first 3 to 6 square miles of the French catacombs. And they say that that's over a 10-year period during the Black Plague. But unfortunately, the whole population of all of Europe was 3.1 million during that time, and only about 200,000 in France. And so where are you getting 6 million people even over a 10-year period? It's inconceivable. So it looks like there was something on this planet that potentially was a thriving civilization that might even been buried or covered up in really just recently. And this was one of the reasons why the Nazis went out there on their occult journeys and tried to recover as many artifacts as they possibly could. But it's crazy because if it is true, they did such a good job covering up that we forgot and we don't know where to look. And we do find remnants and artifacts of it, but we date them much, much older because we cannot logically understand that it potentially was only from 100 years ago.
I think your population problem here is a really, really big crux in the entire theory or narrative that academia is pushing, because we have population problems in almost every story that they tell. Go back all the way to the end of the Ice Age. In North America, they say that the natives here hunted all of the megafauna here, which if you look at the population here, that would mean they were just killing things just to kill things. And if you know anything about I'm from Kansas, there's a lot of Native Americans there. And I worked all through Oklahoma, Texas. You know, I've been in these communities, and I've talked to these guys, and when you meet them, they actually are exactly how they're portrayed. Like, they use everything. It's like all a very, you know, we don't take more than we need. So why on earth are they hunting all these, you know, megafauna? Why are they just killing to kill? That's just one. Go back to Egypt. Calculate the population of the Egyptian empire, which was arguably the greatest empire of the time, and just do the math on one of the pyramids. It doesn't even have to be the Great Pyramid, on how long it would take that population working around the clock 24 hours to build that thing, let alone plan it. It's a generational project, right? It would have to be across like generations of your sons and your grandsons. The population just does not support that either. And then if you take it from Egypt on up to almost every culture that has been extinguished, or even the Mesoamericans, that was, from what I can tell and what we're discovering now with LiDAR, their empire was just as big, if not more, if not larger than Egypt's, in seemingly disconnected cultures, which we know now that's absolutely false. They were communicating, they were trading, but that empire alone, like the amount of artifacts they left and monuments that they left that are in inaccessible parts of the jungle, the network, the infrastructure that they built for the population that we're told they had, there's no way we could do that with our machines right now in the time span that we are told they did that in. The math, when you look at it, that's why it's so important to have engineers and mathematicians looking at history now, because when you just think about it a little bit, you're like, there's no way I can't do that.
Well, it would have to be a multi-millennial civilization in order to have something that expansive, especially in Mesoamerica. When you start talking about the Amazon rainforest, and what they're doing is they're utilizing LiDAR to go out there and map the Amazon floor, and they're discovering the foundation. They're discovering pyramids, underground temples of a vast, hundreds of mile long city that exists under there. Yeah, it's huge.
Absolutely massive.
And they say that this exists when Cortez went there. And that's the cities that they came upon, the cities of gold that were existent there. And they apparently brought smallpox, another bioweapon, and wiped out apparently millions, and probably billions of human beings off the planet from that one singular event. And then they came into North America and they went up El Camino Real, the King's Road. And they went all the way up to Canada, and they visited all the civilizations and populations there. I remember there's photographs of early San Francisco before the miners got in there. And what you saw in there was these cathedrals, just like we're talking about right now. And it was like there was a town or a city there before we got there. And we tore all that down and built up our own stuff because the people there were dead.
Well, there was conveniently a lot of fires and earthquakes and stuff as well that, you know, leveled a bunch of cities. But it's funny you said like the cities of gold and Cortez and all that stuff. Every single one of these, and you can link this to like modern day real life. They just found in India I think it was the largest store of gold anywhere. Like there's I can't remember what number it was, but some billions of dollars worth of gold locked in a temple. and the people are not. They don't want the government to open it up. The government's trying to get in there. It's a kind of a big battle. But every one of those cultures was very focused on gold. Like even the pyramids, the cap was supposedly gold. Everything in any Egyptian artifact was just drenched in gold, let alone the Mayans, that civilization. So all of them were linked with the gold as well, which is ironic that it's the most hoarded and stockpiled thing in the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
But and it's magnificent uses in electromagnetism. So there's a lot of very curious things going on there. But that link to those and the theft that went on with that is very, very it's a huge rabbit hole. I think that's another really good point for people to get into this, is to look at the amount of stuff that was stolen and look at what was stolen. Like not necessarily what the artifacts were. Just look at it from an objective point of view, and it's the pieces start to kind of assemble themselves a little bit, and then you can just go down those rabbit holes all day.
Absolutely. Kind of shift gears a little bit, but while sticking with civilizations, are you more of a proponent of ancient alien theory or pre-Diluvian high advanced human civilization theory, kind of the Atlantean theory, or what are your thoughts on that, on where we came from?
I would say more of the Atlantean theory, but that still is like kind of a chicken and egg thing. They had to come from somewhere. So like, I think it was more of a seed type thing. I'm really into like the neuroscience and the brain part of all of the ancient cultures. If you look deep enough, there's a lot of esoteric anatomy in their symbology. And it does appear that some sort of creature that evolved maybe naturally on Earth was modified by a higher intelligence to make us. There's a lot of clues to that. I mean, that's the whole point of evolution and spirituality. They're trying to prove that's the battle. That's the eternal battle. So, but I would say that from our memory alone, I'd say we're more on the Atlantean side, or Lemuria, whatever those, all of the lost civilizations. Side note on that, when we were talking about how big those empires were, if you look at the sea levels in the Ice Age, they were 200 miles farther out. So even the stuff that we're seeing now, we're not seeing all of our major cities are on the coastlines. Our the biggest centers of populations are along the coast. And if the coasts were different back then, we're definitely looking in the wrong places for their biggest things. So just a side tangent, but I do think that that everything is more of a that was seeded from somewhere else. And that could be not necessarily aliens that are flying in spaceships. It could have been I would say like a higher dimensional intelligence, maybe, that was able to manifest in this reality and manifest through the elements and the resources that we have on this planet. That intelligence was able to inhabit something like a human or, more intelligent form of life.
And that's a pretty good theory too, because I tend to agree with that. I'm not a big proponent of the ancient alien theory, and the reason why I really don't kind of align with the ancient alien theory, because it really discredits who we are. It really takes away from humanity. It puts us in the sense of created by another material being, and a lot of the ancient alien theory derived from a man by the name of Zecharia Sitchin.
Yep.
And Zecharia Sitchin's work has been shown to be highly flawed in very many degrees. And then Eric von Däniken was another one. And so, looking at the people who have came out, relooked at Däniken's work as well as Sitchin's and said, no, this just really isn't true.
Yeah.
Then it begins to make a lot of sense. Although I do believe that there was a civilization on this planet, and there is I'm forgetting who it was I watched the other day. I watched this podcast episode. I don't watch very many podcasts, but it was about ancient giant civilizations and how you can translate these giant civilizations into a lot of the biblical talk, a lot of the ancient cultures that were highly technologically advanced, even potentially the Mesoamericans, the Egyptians, so forth, that these potentially were even giant cultures who thrived on this planet. We came from somewhere else and killed them, and destroyed them.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of clues in the. I mean, even looking at the hieroglyphs in Egypt, you see the size difference, and if you look at some of the monuments there are so big you can't really comprehend it. You see pictures of it all the time, but until someone stands next to it, you see how big they actually are. And it's not. A lot of people explain it away as like they were deifying and saying that they were larger than, like they were rulers, so they had to make them larger. But they're often portrayed with people right next to them, and the people are doing normal human tasks, and these larger beings are doing. They're not doing the same thing humans are. So I think it's an enigma. If you go back to like the early 1900s too, in the New York Times, they've scrubbed a lot of articles, but I have a whole folder of these things. They've taken them off of their archives, but they had physical copies of when people would find bones of very large humans over. I think they would write about it if it was over 7 feet, and some of them were up to like 13 feet tall. And this was just in like the Americas mostly. And I want to say I have like 33 of these articles, and they're all over the place. And they say the names of the people who discovered it and all this stuff. And ironically, the Smithsonian comes in, grabs all the bones, and doesn't ever put them on display. So it's hard to argue that point when there's nothing to look at, But
yeah, so Robert Zephyr did a great one. So his YouTube channel, there's a few different ones. Ancient Giants Rituals of the Elites of Jekyll Island. He has White Giants of the New World, Robert Zephyr on YouTube. I mean, just fascinating what he does with this, because he goes into a lot of the archaeological evidence. He's an anthropologist, classically trained anthropologist who goes into a lot of this. And then I've had Michael Cremo on many times, who's came about and talked about forbidden archaeology and the things that they found. But I think one of the interesting theories out there, and this is kind of one that I've derived myself, is that what if, and this kind of goes into the modern dilemma that we have on the planet right now of sustainable development and reducing carbon footprint and all this stuff, which is nothing more than a guise to, we believe, to tax the shit out of us. But I said, what if the planet's actually being terraformed? Because what it sounds like is that they're trying to reduce the carbon dioxide, which would decrease the amount of oxygen available within the environment, which would actually dumb us down, because oxygen is directly related to brain processing and brain functionality, to where you put a human being into an environment with 30% oxygen, they're going to thrive. And it's actually evidence showing that in pre-Diluvian times, the oxygen concentration in the atmosphere is about 28 to 30%, which means that we would be more thorough in our processing, as well as we most likely would be bigger. We'd most likely be a little bit larger beings, especially the fauna on this planet would be much, much bigger. And we have the petrified wood monuments, Devil's Tower, the trees that look like large, incredibly large trees and so forth. And so the question is was that really us? And some transitional phase happened on the planet, reduced the oxygen content, brought it back into the oceans, and then we evolved back or devolved back to this size to sustain our life. And that's kind of the point of evolution 200,000 years ago, that this potentially happened. I don't know. It's just a theory, but it starts to make a lot of sense.
It seems to be the most logical explanation for that. Like, if we're using Occam's razor here, that's like an immediate first jumping off point. But there's an interesting correlation that not a lot of people know about. The end of actually the beginning of the Renaissance, if you line up the time periods and measure the oxygen increased by a significant amount at the start of the Renaissance. So I would say that, yeah, that probably helped a little bit more than we would like to admit in terms of like cognitive processing. I'm sure there was individuals that could operate under low oxygen conditions and still be cognitively fine. But in terms of like the vast majority of people, I do think that even though, there's a lot of negatives to fossil fuels, there are a lot of positives to fossil fuels. And I think that we might actually be seeing an increase of, I want to say like open-mindedness or free thought, because there is a more abundance of, CO2 and the ability of that for plants to use that. But at the same time, we're kind of taking all the plants off the planet. So there's more CO2, but less plants. So that's kind of like fighting itself.
Counterproductive.
A lot of theories on that, but
Well, yeah, and we covered the topic here a few different times. Is that atmospheric CO2 is actually what presents the aspect of warming on the planet. You have surface level CO2, but this is primarily used by the fauna and so forth. But the measurement stations that they use, and we've looked at this data, there's about 1,600 measurement stations around the world, and they are very diversified. So you'll have some in the Amazon, some in the middle of a field, some in cities, and then you'll have some at universities. And what they do is they take test beds of these measurement datas. But if you look at the data, it's always skewed towards the high end. So they'll take 10 cities and 2 forests and say, oh my goodness, we have an increase over here. Well, of course you do. You're in a city, you're in a concentrated area. That's what you're going to have.
Yeah.
But either way, we should take care of the planet. Either way, we should not pollute the fucking atmosphere. I mean, come on. It's just stupid. But on the other side is that there's a technology available on this planet that we're all beginning to realize and understand. And I call this conscious technology. And that we shouldn't have a need for fossil fuels or solar for that matter. Is that there is a abundance of infinite energy available at our fingertips if we would just get our shit together and start working together and understand more of the sacred lessons and teachings from our ancestors than this level of arrogance that modern science has, in the sense of their materialistic position that the spirit doesn't exist and we live in a very mechanistic universe that's doomed to end in a big crunch.
Yeah. I don't think the way that that's one of the things that really turned me away from engineering too, is the compartmentalization of all of the disciplines. Like I really did like electrical engineering, but I loved chemistry. I loved I loved art. I loved music. I wanted to do all of them, but like you have to hyper focus on one thing, and just you have this really narrow window of reality. And then people start to live that, and then they have that one perspective, that narrow perspective of reality. So that my goal with the TikTok was to, and TikTok skews younger. I'm trying to relate everything to everything else,
right?
And say that if you want to, if you want to be an engineering DJ, you can do that. Like, like there's no limit to the things that you can do, because they're all intricately linked. And that's another thing that I'm sure you wanted to talk about, was the vibration aspect of it. The thing that links every single thing that we've talked about, from consciousness to ancient history, is vibration through that. And I think a beautiful thing that science is doing is they snuck quantum theory in the back door. They could not explain a lot of, Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. They couldn't explain a lot of things, so they had to come up with something. But they didn't want to like cede any of their advancements to religion. They didn't want to give them any credit for that, because science, for a good reason, was kind of invented to combat religion. They were burning people at the stakes because they thought people were, possessed by demons. So scientists came along to kind of prove some natural phenomenon weren't, possessions and stuff like that, which it had its function. But then science got kind of, king of the hill, and it's asserting a lot of dominance in terms of technology and making life easier. But it has holes in it, and it had holes in it until quantum theory and simulation theory, holographic reality came out. Like, all of those concepts are very ancient concepts, but they're just rebranded to fit within the scientific theory and have a name to be quantitatively measured. You can't measure consciousness, so we have to call that something in the scientific realm that we can
resonant microtubules. Exactly. It's resonant microtubules. That's all it is. And like
space-time is the ether. Like, if you look at the definitions between them, like they're exactly the same. They're calling it to something different so that they can say they did it, and it's fine. Like, if you want to take sides, you can take sides, but we're all talking about the same thing. And then that's another thing I wanted to do with my channel, is like, I don't want to pick sides, and I hope everybody else doesn't pick sides. We're all going to the same thing. We're all trying to figure this thing out. No one knows, because a lot of dumb stuff happened and we're put in this position. We're all trying to figure it out. But I'll tell you what, taking sides and making arguments and calling people, ignorant for not thinking exactly the way that you do is definitely not the way to progress that.
Well, and modern day science is consensus based, not evidence based.
Yeah.
And I think that is a huge problem. That really started around the time of Einstein, when ether theory was really shot out after the Michelson-Morley experiment. In 1889, when J.J. Thomson discovered the electron, He came out and discussed the mathematical component of the electron, that this is not a particle. This is a field of potentiality, that this is a resonant field that exists around the nucleus of the atom. And then Max Planck came in the early 1900s looking for this, discovered black body radiation. This is where we discovered 10 to the negative 35 meters, the Planck's length, Planck's time, Planck's second, all this stuff. And then Einstein comes in and takes the results from Michelson and Morley's experiment and says, oh, well, there's no ether. Then what is it? And how can I redefine Newtonian physics? And he comes up with relativity and general relativity, or special relativity and relativity, which, I mean, when you start looking at it on a mathematical component, Einstein was fundamentally flawed in how his geometry fits together.
Yeah.
You have your Euclidean geometry and your Minkowskian geometry, which doesn't work together in the same dimensionality, and they have to basically smash numbers together to make it work. But if you take that out of context and you put in a lot of the ether mathematics with like the Maxwell equations, and utilize basically electromagnetic wave theory as a proponent for that, for the translation of the geometry, it starts to make a lot more sense. And they actually just proved this last year with the Nobel Prize, which was talking about quantum entanglement and how they actually discovered that this point of quantum entanglement actually is derived from a point of non-locality, that the only thing that is actually in existence is this point of observational reference in the universe, and everything else exists around it in a state of non-locality or non-definition. And really, that's what Maxwell was stating. That's what Einstein wanted to say, but really didn't know how. It's what Tesla was stating.
It's funny that you said that. I literally just posted a TikTok about that exact thing of
how
sorry, I got sick at that festival. I just posted a thing, and it's like how to make sense of the quantum and string theory and all this stuff, because you're right on all of that. They were trying to put this puzzle together, and there was one thing that they were missing out of all of it. And in my opinion, if we call that consciousness. So in the video, I say that is the internet of the universe. Consciousness links all things, and that's how energy is processed and flows and all of this stuff. But the quantum theory, if you think about string theory, and you assume that the Big Bang is correct, everything was at one point, right? And we have this big expansion of everything. But we proved string theory is correct. We can tickle this atom over here and this atom laughs. Like we proved that that's correct. But they all link somewhere, and that link, if you're thinking in terms of just how all of these puzzle pieces fit together, that link would be a singularity from the Big Bang. So if you connect that thread to whatever you're processing right now, this computer screen or you or anything, it's relaying data back to the source. It's a connection.
It's a feedback. It's a biofeedback loop. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a biofeedback. It's a connection, but over such a vast scale, and it's going so fast that this whole thing seems like it's real. This desk seems real, but it's not real. Those atoms are relaying back to the singularity, that their position, my position observing them, like all of this, it makes sense when you think about it. But the thing that science won't touch is the conscious aspect of it. Is they can't prove, where it comes from, what happens when we die, all of this stuff. But if you don't have consciousness, you're a corpse. You cannot move your body without something saying, my consciousness telling me to move my finger. It's not going to move on its own. If my consciousness isn't here, I'm going to decompose and I'm going to die. So that energy is, I kind of relate that to what you were talking about earlier, is that infinite source of energy that we are not tapping into with modern materialistic science. They're not looking at that when that is a potential source of unlimited power. But I also, on the other hand of that, I also think it was in humanity's best interest to keep that kind of hidden for a while. Because can you imagine not only nuclear bombs, but there's a way to harness a lot more power than a nuke. And if bad people have that, I mean, Oppenheimer thought he was going to light the entire atmosphere on fire. He thought he was going to kill all of the life on Earth. It didn't know if it was true or not. They just tested it out, and thank God it wasn't. But so I think we're approaching a point where humanity might be ready for it, but I don't know if it's necessarily. I think a lot of that old energy, those old ways of thinking and stuff, need to be not here anymore for us to progress.
100% agree, and we can talk about cycles of time and evolution of mind and consciousness in a second. I wanted to touch on a few of the things that you're saying there, because I agree with you. You're absolutely right. Although I'm not a proponent of the Big Bang. And I'm not a proponent of the Big Bang because I can't logically formulate it in my mind that if something's expanding 100th millionth of a second to 50% of its current size, that's illogical. They don't know what happened before. They don't know what state and position it was in. All the laws of the universe didn't exist prior to this. And that if it did expand, that means it has a formulation of momentum. If it has a formulation of a momentum and everything is moving away from each other all uniformly, then there is no point of collision to where gravity can actually take hold and forces can come about. I look at it more in the sense of kind of vibrational theory, or kind of what the ancients talk about in the sense of the yin yang, the mixing of the waters, is that we have two, what I would call optimized states of systems, two systems that are at points of optimizations. Think again at destructive interference. There's nothing there, but there is something being projected into it. You have two frequencies, you have a transmitter and a receiver, it's all happening, but they are at a sum zero state. Those two things come in, connect with another thing, they combined and they begin exchanging energy, producing an emergent phenomena. So system A and system B come together. They produce an emergent effect. This is where you get the Holy Trinity. This is where you get the yin yang, the mixing of the waters. That new emergent effect is a median of the energy state, but it's more structured, it's more organized, it's more intelligent. You repeat that process billions upon billions of times, and you get what we have here today: structured, organized energy that is communicating in relationship with each other, producing new emergent forms of data and information, which is communication, relationships, love, children, creations, reality. So I look at it more in that context, and that is really just a manifestation of awareness itself. It's just creation itself, and you have this fundamental field, and all the laws get to stay. So that would at least be my perspective in that. But you're absolutely right, is that there's the fundamental field of awareness, of consciousness in the universe, and this is what is left out by modern science. And even Max Planck said, we must come to the realization that there is a force behind this matter, and that force is the matrix of all matter. That's mind. That's God. And I think that I do a lot of logical deduction. So I do what I call the ultimate paradox. So when I talk to people about God, I ask them the ultimate paradox, and I say, what is the definition? And I'll ask you, what is the definition of nothing?
No thing. There are no things.
well, you can't define it, right? Because the moment you define it, it becomes something.
Yeah, it is a thing. So you can't define no thing.
So therefore, nothing has never existed. Yeah. And the mere fact that nothing has never existed means that everything has always existed.
Has existed.
Which means that it's infinite in that context.
Let me see what you think on my take on this. So
yeah, go ahead.
I also am not a proponent of the Big Bang. I think that the Big Bang is correct in a very small piece of the whole. So when you look at the Big Bang, it's always like a funnel. They show the singularity and it's exploding out, right? But where we are supposedly at in that funnel would mean that we can't see past the edge of the universe, or like there's nothing over that edge, right? But think of this in terms of the Earth. Like you can't see around the Earth, right? Your vision can't go that way, right? So if you look at all the symbology of the universe from ancient cultures and stuff too, it's always typically been represented with the infinity symbol, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we take that infinity symbol like this and we rotate it around, it becomes the torus. And if you know, you're an engineer as well, the toroid is the most efficient way for energy to flow. It's how CERN does it. It's how fusion reactors work. It's
what our galaxy is.
It's what our galaxy is. It's
what an atom is.
It contains, the hydrogen waveform. If you look at it and you put a torus over all of those shapes, it fits perfectly in there. So in my opinion, the universe would be shaped as a torus, and that Big Bang, that singularity, is if we think of it as the universe experiencing itself, if you're a fragmented piece of that singularity experiencing you as a whole, that would explain why there has never been no thing. You are just experiencing yourself constantly. But at some point along that path, you are going to acquire all of the knowledge in all of the universe. With enough time, an infinite amount of time, you will acquire everything there is to know about the universe, right? At that point is when I think you return back on the bottom of that, go into the singularity, and much like the water gets restructured, clearing its memory, you go through that same process and come back out the end. That would explain the cycles of time that we see from the Aztecs, from the all of the ancient calendars, and the ages as well. It's if we're going to impose our concept of time on that, then we can segment that out exactly as they did. Maybe we'll use our language, but there's a reason why all of those charts line up. If you take all of those charts, even the ones, the astrology and all of that, and line it up, they all have specific things that, you know, maybe they're not exact, but they are very similar in the way that they look at things like that. So that's my kind of unified theory of it, with the entire flow being linked with this, you know, internet of consciousness going back to the singularity, giving it a perspective on itself.
Well, I mean, and a sphere is one of the fundamental shapes within this universe. So, I mean, you take that theory that I was talking about as well, is it's two spheres coming together and flowing of energy between them, which is a toroid. So it's really similar to what you're saying there. And it's really, we start looking at everything in the world. You look at a tree blossoms out like this, but then it also blooms out underneath in the root structure, which is toroidal in its shape. But then also in the same context, we look at the patterns that are repeated in nature, is that a tree goes out there and it puts leaves and branches out there, which absorb the life force from the environment around it. But then when fall starts coming in and the cycles begin changing, it pulls that life force out of those leaves and back into the tree in preservation for the winter, so that in the spring that it can blossom again. The thing is the leaves always fall down to the ground, get reabsorbed into the grounds by the roots, and become part of that tree once again. And that tree during that wintertime grows just a little bit taller and gains a little bit more knowledge on of its environment. And then in the spring, those leaves pop back into existence. And that's nothing more than the body that we have and the consciousness that comes into us. The consciousness is the tree, and the bodies are simply the leaf. And the process of reincarnation is that a never-ending cycle of birth and rebirth throughout the wintertime. And going through the cycles that you're talking about, is that one of the things that I realized studying occultism is they're talking about these ancient cycles. And we have the 26,500 processional cycle. Now, what's interesting about that, and I think this would be cool for you to look into as well, and I don't, maybe you have, is that we go around the Orion arm of the galaxy. We don't go through a straight circular orbit around the galaxy. We actually bob up and down between the arm of the galaxy. Now, the one thing about gravitational force is it tends to concentrate towards the center of a structured arm, galactic arm, and the galactic center, which is Sagittarius A and B. So this means that we'd have a discretion disk, and we'd have more gravitational force in the center line of our galaxy than we're going to have in the outskirts, which means that our sun, as it spirals up and down through this galactic arm, is going to go through from a very, very low point, negative polarization, go through a center mass, which is going to be incredibly dense, and then it's going to a positive high point, which if people watch the sun every day and they go out to a window and they put a dot at noon every day where the sun is, it's going to form an analemma, which is this figure 8 shape. This figure 8 shape actually is 2 equinoxes and 2 solstices, and it represents the perihelion and the ahelion of the sun distance from the Earth's distance from the sun. But what this shows us is the changing of the seasons. And so what I think our ancestors were trying to tell us as well is that not only are there seasons on the earth, but there's seasons within the galaxy, that we go through summers, we go through winters and springs and falls. And that if we look at these and the transition of consciousness, I think you would agree that evolution has to be built into the universe. Evolution of consciousness has to be built into the fundamental framework of the universe. And when would be a proper time to do that? Well, if we're transiting, our solar system is moving up, and then it comes down through an incredibly dense point in the galaxy, and it goes down to this negative polarized zone. It turns around, this is winter, and starts coming back up again. Well, what do we got? We got solar cycles. We got solar maximums, solar minimums. We have 11-year solar cycles, 122-year solar super cycles. We have El Nino and El Nino cycles here on the planet that correlate directly with that. And in the solar minimum, we have cosmic bombardment that comes in from the galactic center that bombards our planet, produces more cloud cover and less vegetation. And then the solar maximum, less cloud cover, more sun, more fauna, and growth and rebirth. And so we see this relationship between the sun's orbit around the galaxy and the various different densities of bombardment. And so I want to get your comments on that, and then I'll tell you another part that's actually pretty cool about that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm fully I agree with you on like 99% of what you said there, and I want to tie it to something too. Is another thing like the gold within all those ancient cultures. All of those ancient cultures were very, very skilled in astronomy. And academia explains this as, they were doing it for crops and they were doing it for, festivals and celebrations and stuff. But if you look a little deeper, there's a reason for tracking the seasons, yes. But why would they be tracking the precession of the equinox? That is something that does not make a lot of sense, because over that time span, there's no human that's going to survive that. It's what was it, 26,000 years, I think, is a full.
Yeah, it's 72 years. 72 years is 1 degree of the precessional cycle.
Yeah, so that's not going to affect your corn yield. There's no reason why those guys are tracking the precession of the equinox. Unless it does, yeah. But I mean that could be. There could be subtle energies that they knew, like maybe we are transitioning to a point in the galaxy where there's a different type of energy that needs to be harvested, or a way of working with it that if they know about it, it can develop consciousness. And in my opinion, all of these proto-cultures and like the more advanced cultures, their main goal, it appeared that they were just trying to develop a greater intelligence on the planet. Like we don't do what they did today. All of their, look at Egypt and look at India. Their teachings are carved into granite, the hardest stone that is on this planet, so that future generations can learn the intelligence that they have passed down. Go to any modern church, go to any modern temple that we build today. There's nothing there but TV screens and just chairs. So I think their focus was on those cycles, those longer cycles. And if you go back even farther than like the Sumerian Kings List, Egyptian Book of the Dead, they go over how long their lifespans were. The old rulers of the lands there, and it was in the thousands of years, so some 12 to 30,000 years. Some of these guys were ruling, and at that long of a time span, then the precession of the equinox starts to matter a lot more, because then you have your sun is going to rule in the next precession. And that's going to come with a whole bunch of new influences on consciousness and the energy of the planet, and all of these subtle influences that we don't necessarily focus on today, because we are very short-sighted in the way of thinking about the things that we can't necessarily measure with an instrument, like a tool that science would use.
Absolutely. And to bring credence to this theory that we're talking about here, in 2014, Dr. Martin Blank of Columbia University was testing 4G and 5G radiation and its effects on DNA to see if it actually did damage to DNA. He made some profound discoveries that probably should have got him the Nobel Prize. He found out, number one, that DNA is an electromagnetic transducer. It sends and receives signals. As well, that is DNA is a fractal antenna.
Yes.
Which is quite interesting in itself. Now, he found out that DNA is incredibly susceptible to 4G and 5G radiation signals, although the signals that we have are very ambient in the sense that they don't have a profound effect because they're not that high of power. They're really much at ground level, 30, 40 decibel max when they're hitting your phone. But he did find that long-term exposure does have DNA damage. And the reason is because the frequency attenuation of your DNA is influenced heavily by the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMBR. And there's another independent study done in 2013, 2014 that actually proposed that human evolution, DNA evolution, in the sense of the epigenetic sense, was derived by the bombardment of the cosmic microwave background radiation on this planet. As the formulation of the atmosphere came about, this is what produced the evolutions within our DNA. And then if we look at that is a range of 3 to 300 gigahertz. But if we know the atmosphere, ionosphere, magnetosphere, the ground level, all of this has a profound effect on that. that we get this varying range of susceptibility between 28 to 35 gigahertz, which is the first channels of 5G, but it's also the receptibility channel of your DNA in that gigahertz range. And so when we start looking at it like that, is that if we know that our solar system is moving through this higher energy potential, which means that it's going to increase cosmic ray bombardment onto this planet, is what type of effect does that have specifically on DNA when you have more higher energy attenuation coming into your DNA? Is that going to unravel it, evolve it? Is that going to expand it? Is there, because I think that we all know there's conscious expansion happening on this planet right now. People are calling it the Great Awakening. And it's interesting because it's not political in nature, even though it's been kind of hijacked by the political movement. That it's really, you're finding it in all genres of society domains.
Absolutely.
That we have this point where people believe that we're evolving right now, but it's not physical evolvement, it's conscious evolvement. And I'm a proponent of this because I do believe that it's happening because I've experienced it firsthand. But I'm curious, I wanted to talk about DNA, and I wanted your thoughts on DNA, and I want to know what you know about DNA.
I'm glad we went down this road. So the thing that influenced me like a lot in going into music was like if you're ever in a music festival or a concert, even you can watching someone or a band control the emotion of an entire crowd of people and synchronizing that into one cohesive experience was everybody's probably been to one. It's one of the best things about being a human. It links everything together. Music has traveled across cultures and is something that links the entire species together. But when you start to really get deep into it, you can tell what frequencies and what keys and what notes to play to evoke certain emotions. If you go to a very excited venue, you're going to be, it's going to be more of a party, happy atmosphere. If you go to a concert with someone who makes very sad music, you're going to be in your feelings. It's a level of control using those frequencies. Now, I'm going to zoom back out a little bit. When children are born, they are imprinted in their DNA. It's a combination of the mother and father, but they're imprinted. Their DNA, certain genes are activated depending on the moods and the chemicals that the mother is going through. It's transmitted through the placenta, so that when that child is born, if it's born in a very hostile environment, there's going to be certain genes activated. If it's born in a very peaceful environment, there's other genes that are going to be activated. And they've proven this with many lab studies on this, and epigenetics have evolved out of studies like that, where we can consciously turn on and off DNA, genes in our DNA, just by experience and, from what I can tell, frequency. Because if you're in a very stressed out state of mind, like a mother is, maybe a single mother who's living on the streets, and that child is going to come out very resilient to a lot of things. It's got to fend for itself on a lot of things. So the fact that our DNA is not only has all that information to do that in there, but is malleable, is something I've been really interested in for like 10 years now. And Dr. Joe Dispenza does a lot of really great work on this, if you know who he is.
Yes,
but
I do.
I do believe that the primary mechanism for that is the receiver transmitter interaction within the environment. And one of my big things with cymatics is looking into the way that those frequencies interact and can almost change a person. I've known people that have got into like the EDM scene that have become completely different people before they discovered it. It's kind of it changed their lives, opened up spiritual doors, it's opened up a new experience, broadened their perspective of reality just by the music, because it opens the door to the culture and opens the door to what we're talking about. It's a gateway to an expanded way of thinking, in my opinion. So, but going back to the DNA thing, I think that your parental history and ancestral history in general, if we think about that in terms of vibration as well, all of that DNA, I think a gram can store like 215 petabytes of information. We communicate with vibration, binary, ones and zeros. If you think about a wave, we have a positive part of the wave and the negative part of the wave. you can transmit any amount of information through any wave. That's how cell phones work, TVs, radios, all of it works like that. So your DNA is just a record of your, lineage. Obviously, we've known this. This is hereditary. This is how we do that. But it's also a vibratory record of all of your experiences. And in my opinion, that's why we have deja vu, or you resonate with certain types of music, or you have a feeling that you're like, oh, this is nostalgia, but you never experienced that before. Maybe that was part of your vibratory record contained in that DNA, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that, and then when you create new life, then you have your record and the other person's record, fuse those together, and then that child has an even greater wealth of knowledge to pull from, and a greater ability to turn those genes on and off. So I think when we start to use this, then that will unlock a lot of new things. I think that consciousness expands exponentially going down the generations for that reason, because there's just such a vast amount of data that is stored in everybody at this point, because we have such a long history of evolution that there's just a lot to pull from. That's where your instincts come from, so if we're talking about that, then I think that DNA is probably like you said, it's the TV antenna that we have for how consciousness can operate in this particular manifestation.
I agree. I like it. And I look at it kind of as the transceiver of consciousness itself, is that, this is kind of not a newer revelation for me, but kind of more of a conceptual revelation, is that been doing a lot of studies on kind of the inner work, right? Mm-hmm. And been doing a lot of meditation. And one of the recent revelations I had is we tend to think that we emanate, our soul is within inside us and it expresses outwardly, even though that we're interconnected. Mm-hmm. But the idea came that our awareness is everything around us, and that we're not on the inside expressing outward, but it's on the outside expressing inward. Yeah. And when you come to that revelation, now telepathy, telekinesis, all these things, quantum entanglement, make tons of sense, because your essence is quite literally everything in the expanse, and it centralizes here in this carnation. And then your DNA just becomes that receptibility of matter, that resonant factor of matter, of that awareness taking state.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think that, and that doesn't, I don't think it's limited to humans either. I think that there's a lot of what we would think of as maybe inorganic. I think minerals have a lot to do with this. If you look at crystal lattice structures, it's you can store insane amount of data in crystals, and holograms too are some of the craziest things ever. If you break a hologram down into 12 pieces, they're still going to have the same image. They will all show the same image. So the memory capacity of things like crystals and water, I think, also need to be taken into account, because you consume minerals for your health, and in water, we've obviously talked about, has memory, and that we're 80% water. So we're receiving all of these inputs from the system, and then that DNA gives you kind of a framework and the ability to adapt to the environment to optimally navigate through it, using the inputs and outputs that you're constantly getting. And I think all of this, that whole system, is kind of guided by how close of a connection you have with the consciousness, how close of a how direct
how well you know yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it.
Ipsum tenocius, right?
Yeah.
Temet nocius, ipsum tenocius, the Latin word for know yourself.
Yeah.
I am who I am. And it comes about, and this is another point I wanted to talk about. We're coming up on time, but we can just go a little bit over if you're okay. Is consciousness itself. So our body has these 5 sensory mechanisms, which are all electromagnetic in nature. And I don't need to explain how your olfactory senses are electromagnetic in nature. It all comes about into your mind, which is electromagnetic in nature. It's electrical, bioelectrical, and biochemical signals going back and forth between each other. When we reduce our senses, we become into heightened states of awareness. Just like if you completely eliminate sound from your body, you're going to have a heightened sense of sight and smell and taste, because the brain processing power is going to increase towards those other senses, because it might feel that you're in danger because you just lost your hearing. And so if you get rid of your sight and your hearing, which are 80% of your cognitive function, your conscious function, then you're going to increase your internal state of consciousness. And I've gone to these states a lot of times. And one of the methodologies I use for this is hemisync music at the Monroe Institute. What are your thoughts on that in the sense of music, utilizing things like hemisync? And is EDM similar? Does it utilize similar components?
Absolutely. I want to go into a couple things on that. So as far as hemisync goes, I was introduced to that with the Gateway project when they disclosed that, the CIA papers on it, and tested that out. And I've been a long time meditator, but
I did it in the 90s.
Yeah. that technique really unlocked a lot of doors. It kind of stepped up, I guess, my level of meditation. And after that, I've started looking into the power of how those frequencies work and how you can kind of tune your brain to react to those signals. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized that is a lot of the nature of electronic music. We weren't able to reproduce that in the accuracy that we can now with traditional instruments, especially when played live. You can't. As humans, it's very hard to sync that up, right?
Right.
But with a computer, I can phase out those waves. I can tune it to a specific frequency in both ears. That's going to sync your brain up. So yeah, I do believe there's a lot of value there, and when you use it in the right ways, like I use there's I can't remember what frequency it is, but I have it bookmarked on my YouTube, and I play it whenever I'm working, and it's a form of polyrhythmic music, which means your brain can't predict what's coming next, and it's paired with the binaural synchronization, and that gave me a level of focus I've never had before, and I use it almost every single day now. But in terms of music, what you were saying about the senses and how you can really focus on the internal with that. I have a funny correlation there. When I don't know if you've ever experimented with DMT, but with DMT, you are completely immobile pretty much. When you take a dose high enough to experience what they call a blast off, you're not in your body anymore. And it's shutting off that whole system that keeps you alive. It's saying, hey, we trust you. You're going to do what you do, but we need your consciousness, and we're taking it. We're going to do some stuff, right? But the funny thing is, a lot of people report that it dilates time. A lot of your perception of time, and that's a common phenomenon within psychedelics, and it's another reason why it's very popular in the EDM community. It gets a bad rap for that, just because it's associated with drugs, but it's just an evolution of the psychedelic rock from the late 60s, early 70s. It's just using new instruments. But what they did with that is, and I don't know if this was conscious or if it was accidental, but we can dilate BPM, or we can dilate tempo, or we can dilate a lot of these factors within the production of EDM, that when you pair it with psychedelics, it creates I would say almost a gateway into a different realm of thought. So I can, within the music, certain frequencies and certain pitches and BPMs, when you modulate them, it feels like it opens up a different pathways in your head, in your brain for processing information. And I feel like it shuts off a lot of the things that consume 90% of your thought. And when you enter these states, it allows you to think, very openly, critically, and outside the box of your normal thought. But what I've been noticing, and I've done a lot of, personal research myself, is when you're making it, there's certain frequencies and certain BPMs that are more effective at this, and certain ones that are not. And the ones that, in my opinion, are the most effective are the ones that are very, I would say, pleasant, I guess, or put you in a state of mind that's very, whether that's courage and up. I would say anything less than that, kind of, that's when people start to have, I would say, bad trips. But anything above that kind of gives you a different perception of what the artist is trying to say, or what the message. It communicates it directly instead of lyrics telling you what he's trying to say.
Absolutely.
You can communicate that through almost thought transmission. And so that's
well, it's almost like the intention is translated into the vibration.
Yes, exactly. and you have to, I mean, the sensory overload you get at festivals and concerts in general is enough to lock you into that. But you pair that with the techniques that we talked about in terms of frequency, binaural synchronization, and all that stuff. You got all of your lasers, lights, and the best sound systems you've ever heard. And then you also layer psychedelics on top of that. That's an experience that you can't really replicate anywhere else. And I think it's the easiest way for people to start getting in tune with the more subtle natures of reality, because it's something that is very easy. You can go with your friends to it. You can tell people about it, and you can show them the music, and the music isn't necessarily off-putting. It sounds different, but it's very interesting to look at when you look at it from that perspective, instead of just, oh, it's a party thing, which sometimes it is, but this is an entirely different layer. And when you understand that and produce music, you can create a immersive experience like you've never seen before.
Absolutely. I grew up going to fish concerts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I used to trip my nuts off at them. And that's where I really got introduced to how music moves. And what I mean by that, and for those listening, I've talked about this in the sense of how we communicate, is that there's this process of what I call intention, attention of how we communicate. And the way I define attention is, imagine a lasso going around an object. You pull it tight, the object doesn't move, but there's a stress on the line. There's a tension on the line, a line of tension between you and whatever that is. So that's where attention comes from.
Yeah.
And then you have an intention. An intention is a stress that you make towards an imaginative aspect of yourself. And that intention is aligned with some type of emotional component, whether end state, future state, probable state, whatever it might be. And when we communicate those intentions, what we're doing is we're translating them between that line of relationship between us and another human being. And so as our voice comes out and that compression wave goes by their ear and induces the eardrum to vibrate, producing the electrical signals, is that compression wave that's coming out, that acoustic wave, is a carrier wave of your intention. So you have your intention that is aligned with that in the vibrational form, and that we can actually communicate that way. And we do that with body language. We do that with, in other aspects of telepathy. We do that with how we looking at each other and how we smile and all this stuff. That's kind of what that transitory nature is. And so when I started learning Fish or going to Fish shows, I noticed that the guitarist was able to translate a story through the notes of the guitar. And that it wasn't just notes, but it was him speaking to you intentionally through the guitar. And when you realize that what you're listening to is this musical story, it's profound. And then you understand nature when you go out and sit in the middle of the woods, and you realize you're hearing a natural symphony speaking its story. And you start hearing it everywhere. And once you have it, you can't undo it. So I'm really interested in EDM now. I'm going to have to check this out.
If you liked Fish and that psychedelic rock era, you're going to love everything that's going on now. It's like it's just the next evolution in that, journey. And I think that you're right with the intention thing. The attention needs to be, you have to grab attention. And I think it's very effective at grabbing attention because these sounds have never been produced before in history. We're not using guitars and anything. We're literally playing a computer and speakers. That is our instrument. So I think that in doing that, we grab a lot of attention because people are like, what the hell was that sound? And that attention then allows us to open up the gateway to intention, where we can tell our story and we can, share our experience of reality in a way that people haven't really experienced before.
Yeah. Curious. So, man, what was I about to say? I think it was pertaining to, oh no. You ever heard of John Hutchinson and the Hutchinson effect? Okay, so John Hutchinson, back in the 1990s, he used a VHS recorder, and he lived in Canada, but he bought a whole bunch of surplus U.S. Navy radio equipment, VHF, SHF type of equipment. And he just started messing around with different transmitters with objects, and he was able to levitate bowling balls. Metal would just disintegrate in front of your eye, and he videotaped this, and the government actually came in and confiscated all of his stuff. Okay. And so he got more stuff and then came back and was able to recreate it again. And the government actually came up to him and said, how the fuck are you doing this? And he goes, well, let me show you. And he turns all the equipment on and none of it worked. and he couldn't figure out, and it never worked again. He said he was never able to repeat the process. He knows all the frequencies, never able to repeat the process. And so I started watching the videos, and I said, oh, I noticed something. And I'm curious if you've ever done this with your music. Is we can think about it in the sense of frequency, of how that integrates together. But have we ever thought about it as well as directional geometry? Is that the positioning of where these speakers are pointing and how they're pointing, what parts of the body they're pointing at, the directional aspect of the vibration and where it is pointed to fall into the context of the effect that it's going to have on it. Because that's what John Hutchinson, I believe he was doing wrong, is that he had his transmitters basically transmitting towards the devices at various different angles. And then on the second time, they were very similar, but then the third time they were skewed. And so there is directional geometry going on there that he wasn't repeating the second time around, and it would be easily overlooked by a lab scientist.
Well, we already touched on a little topic or an aspect of this, which is phasing. If you have a wave and it's a perfect harmonic, it ends where it begins, right? If I move this a millimeter out, then it's not harmonic anymore. And if you think about it in cymatics, if I have if I'm doing the water cymatics, I have a petri dish on top of a speaker, and I put the water in it, and I resonate that petri dish at, let's say, 144 hertz. That petri dish is going to make a specific shape, right? But if I get another petri dish and it's bigger, and I resonate it at 144 hertz, it's not going to resonate with the amount of water and the size of the petri dish in the same way. So it's going to create a different shape. So the shape that resonated with the smaller one won't necessarily resonate with the larger one. And then you can, if you want to take that onto a whole spectrum of stuff, what liquid are you using? What are you using, a glass petri dish or a plastic petri dish? All of these are very specific frequencies, and each object has its own geometry within those frequencies. That's why opera singers can smash a glass, because they can, they find that frequency within their voice. They feel it vibrate in their hand, and they amplify the signal, breaking the glass. So there's a lot of intricate knowledge that goes into that. And there's a very broad field of cymatics now in the last 20 years that's dealing with how can we do that. I made a video about inverting the frequency of the resonant frequency of a cell and destroying that cell for cancer research. That's one application. There's many.
Professor Hollander did all that research in 2013, 2014. Nobody knows where the hell that guy is. Royal Rife.
John Keeley, all of them. Yeah.
John Keeley Morrill. Yeah. Oh man. I haven't heard that name in a long time. That's a good one.
I've been very deep into Keeley. I think Keeley is a very, very intricate piece of this puzzle that no one is looking at right now.
Do you go to Keeley.net or Dale Pond, right?
Pond, yeah. Pond had that machine that he bought off that guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Pond stuff, and he's got his analysis of Keeley's work is really, really good. I think it needs a little update and a little bit more of a simplification. But the way that he was explaining the function and the how Keeley was tapping into 0 point energy, I guess if you want to call it, or like the scalar waves that Tesla was talking about, that it seems like he's on the right track, and that the vibration that we were talking about, I think all those machines could only be operated by Keeley because he knew a certain frequency to turn them on.
Well,
and that's
but it was a water hammer.
Yeah, water hammer.
But so do you understand what it was doing in the resonant cavity?
Yeah.
Sonoluminescence.
Yeah.
So he's producing sonoluminescence within these machines, and that was what producing the high energy state that was coming out of it. So it was a methodology to actually capture the sonoluminescence happening within the water hammer.
I think that machine that Pond bought off him had 4 different types of ways that he was using scalar waves to do that. And that's why he couldn't calculate how much energy it produced, because all of them calculated infinitely. Right. Like if we have optimal conditions for a water hammer, it can go to infinite energy, right? Like it's just amplifying the wave.
Well, to the parameters of the object that it's resonating with.
In ideal conditions with an immovable object and unlimited
modern science systems, right?
Yes, exactly.
Theoretical systems.
But I think that's what he was onto is he knew the power of that technology, and he designed it in a way that only he could operate it, which would essentially save humanity from killing themselves.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. But
I can't believe you brought that up, John Keeley World, because I mean that in the 1998. I was talking to Dale Pond back in the day. We collaborated early on. So I used to collaborate with a lot of the Coast to Coast audience, George Norrie and them. We used to be in an email chains. Richard Hoagland. We just go back and forth talking hyperdimensional physics. And Dale Pond, I was talking to him about John Keely Worrell. Then you have the Royal Rife stuff. You have Schallenberger, Tesla.
Obviously, yeah.
I was just at a medical conference down in Dallas this last weekend. And a lot of people there were talking about Royal Rife, and they're talking about how I got my Rife machine. I've got my Rife machine. That's not a Rife machine. It's a Rife machine. I said, show me your plasma. Show me your plasma gun. They show me an enclosed plasma ball that they just keep close to the body, which resonates the frequency off. I said, that's not Rife's plasma gun. He had a cold plasma gun that he literally puts it on your body at that area, and then does the reverse resonance of the cells, causing the cells to shatter. That's what he was using. He's like, oh, well, I said, well, nobody makes them. That's the problem, is nobody knows how to make them the way.
It's a great value Rife machine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's similar tech. I've actually seen some cold plasma guns come out today that you can get them, and it means you can buy them off of fucking Amazon right now. Cold plasma gun, you can buy it. You load up your helium, it produces your cold plasma. It's at the right frequency. You can go grab Rife's frequency book. You can go ahead and put them in there. You can get your own frequency generator, hook it up to it, and you're good. You got your own Rife machine. But man, you're gonna have to tell me what you find on John Keely, because firstly, Dale Pond, I think Dale Pond passed away.
Yeah.
And so that website that's up there will not be up there very long. So if you can get in there and get those PDFs off of it, that would be fantastic, because there's just such a wealth of information on there. And Dale Pond, for anybody that doesn't know, he's the curator of the John Keely Worrell Museum in, I want to say it's in South Colorado. But he's got 3 different prototypes of John Keely Worrell's water hammer machine, which was basically an electric generator. And these things, Dale Pond's only gotten them working once, and he doesn't even know how that happened, but he reverse engineered them, looked at the physics of them. And Dale Pond is a classically trained physicist. He was a physics professor at the local schools, and just an absolute genius in the sense of how he takes them apart. But he put a wealth of knowledge and information up there on, I believe it's Keely.net, if the website is even still up there. But just, it's the Tesla of the 19th century that you never heard of, I assure you.
That was a recent discovery for me, and I was blown away. That's been one of my very intense research topics lately, is going into that stuff, because it's not only suppressed, it's like almost frowned upon to mention Keely, kind of like Tesla used to be. But like I think the Tesla hype right now is going to be Keely hype in the future.
I kind of agree.
It's just not very well known, and I think people, once they look into it, they're like, what? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But he was onto something.
Maybe what we should do is, and if you're doing research on that, we should come back and do a show. We'll do Keely, we will do Edley Scalin, and we'll do Tesla, we'll do Rife, we'll do Townsend Brown, we'll do these greats and go through them. And even Buckminster Fuller, I think that's where that quote was, is that architecture is nothing more than frozen sound. Buckminster Fuller. But we're out of time. We're over time. That's fine. But this is a great conversation, man, and the audience is absolutely loving it. So I want to have you back, and we'll get that scheduled, and maybe we can talk more about this. We only touched the surface of this conversation.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that I feel like we could have expanded upon.
Oh, there's so much, and but I would like to get into the technology side next time. So Tesla, Worrell. So I'm excited about that. Schallenberger is another one.
Yeah.
So guys, absolutely. So guys, if you want to go visit Tyler here, what I want you to do is you can find a lot of his information on LinkPop. And I'm going to put the link right here in the chats so you guys can go that. And in there, he has, I'll go ahead and show this to you guys. He has a few ebooks. They're $10 a piece. I actually just picked these up, and they're loaded full of information. And it's great explanations, lots of visual diagrams. They're $10 a piece. You can find them at that link that I'm putting in the chat right now. It's also linked up in the Rumble description box. And so Hidden History, Harmonic Alchemy, and Vibrational Unity. These are 3 great books that you can pick up from him. He's also got some other stuff on here. I believe you got some music. You could also, you have a website, don't you? That you can go to?
Baseforge.us, and then I'm active almost every day on TikTok, posting all my new stuff. And I'll have a new book next week coming out on consciousness. A lot of stuff we were talking about today too. So
perfect, dude. Well, I loved it, and like I just said, I picked up your 3 books and I've been going through them. And I'm someone who is well versed in occult and alchemy and hermeticism and the esoteric, and I absolutely love them. I thought they were fascinating. They're a really good read, and that it's really good information for people who are looking for that in-depth understanding, but something that's easy to correlate with visual diagrams to show you how all this works. Because I mean, you get into like Robert Anton Wilson and chaos theory and all this type of stuff, and it's all over the place. Walter Russell. Have you ever gotten into Walter Russell?
God, yeah.
I got Matt Presti. Matt Presti is one of my buddies who is the former president of the Walter Russell Museum, as well as the Walter Russell College. He's probably the foremost expert on Walter Russell. So what I can do, I'll bring him in. Us 3 will do a show together. That'd be awesome.
Great.
But all right, guys, Base Forge. Awesome show. Cymatics, Vibration, Conscious Technology. If you guys want to find him, the links are out there. Please go check him out, purchase those books, and also give him a follow on TikTok and like those videos, because his videos on TikTok are fascinating. So until next time, for everybody on Social Redpill, socialredpill.com, our private social network, go on over there. I'll be in there in about 15 minutes, but the After Dark chat, the Fringe After Dark, starts immediately. So you can go ahead and join that Zoom call. I'll be on in about 15 minutes. Much love, respect. God bless you guys. You guys take care. Have a great night. We'll see you guys.
Appreciate you, man.
Good night. The world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, I guess wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh, and welcome to the Redpill Project's Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we go to the weird, the wacky, the unusual, the conspiratorial, and those things, alternative history, UFOs, aliens, ancient civilizations, everything in between. And we talk about the things that must be talked about because, well, this is what our minds do to evolve. Tonight, we got an awesome show with you. Tonight, my guest is Maurice Cotterell. In 1998, an engineer and scientist, Maurice Cotterell, found a way of calculating the duration of long-term magnetic reversals of the sun. Using this knowledge, he was able to break the codes of the ancient sun-worshipping civilizations. First, the Mayas of Central America, those of Tutankhamun of Egypt, the Viracochas of South America, before cracking the codes of the terracotta warriors of China and the European Celts. His research explains how the 28-day spinning sun regulates fertility in females and how it determines personality in the fetus in the womb. It explains how the sun causes schizophrenia, how mobile phones and overhead power lines cause cancer, and how VDUs, TV and computer screens, cause miscarriages. We're going to have an excellent conversation. His newest book is The Heavenly Matchmaker. You can find this on his website, which is just his name, MauriceCotterell.com. That is going to be put in by the mods in all the chats. It's also linked up in all the descriptions. He's got a ton of other books out there. Future Science, The Lost Tomb of Viracocha, The Terracotta Warriors, The Celtic Chronicles, Tutankhamun Prophecies, The Super Gods of Mayan Prophecies. We're going to talk about all of this tonight and more, guys. This is going to be an amazing show. I'm excited about it because, well, as you will find out, his research overlaps with a lot of the stuff that I've been doing, so I'm incredibly excited about this. We're going to be back in just 1 minute with Maurice Cotterell. The global financial system is on the verge of collapse. Here in the United States of America, we have rising inflation, rising cost of goods and services from gas to food. We have supply chain disruptions, and we have the incompetent presidency of the United States of America running the U.S. dollar into the ground by debasing it, by radicalized spending and printing. There is only one thing in this world right now that is a worthy investment that has been the hedge for inflation year after year. Guys, that's gold and silver. Look, I invest in gold and silver, and there's no reason why you should not either. My buddy, Dr. Kirk Elliott, is an economist and financial advisor, and he is amazing at what he does by helping you get your 401ks, your IRAs, or just helping you purchase gold and silver bullion. You can give him a call at 720-605-3900 or go to getgoldtoday.com and let him know that Josh from the Red Pill Project sent you. And welcome back, guys. Welcome to Conversations on the Fringe. Maurice Cotterell. Maurice, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, Joshua. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. So, I've been looking forward to this conversation all week. And so I was just telling you a little bit before is kind of like everything that you have going on in your life in the sense of your research, I just found kind of like overlapped with mine. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be one of the best conversations I've ever had on Conversation on the Fringe. So to get started, tell me a little bit about yourself and tell us a little bit about how you kind of fell into this research.
Well, it started a long time ago, Joshua. My first recollection of serious questioning began around the age of 8. I used to keep and raise racing pigeons in my home in Manchester, next to Manchester Airport, which in those days was a small RAF base. Sometimes I'd put some of the birds in a basket, put them on my bike, and take them a few miles away and release them. And I noticed how they would usually circle once or twice overhead before zigzagging all the way home over the horizon. And this absolutely fascinated me because I couldn't understand how they found their way home and why they circled and zigzagged. Now, the answer to that question had to wait until I left Naval College in 1970 and I joined my first ship as a radio officer. We sailed down the Manchester Ship Canal into a force 10 storm. I remember standing in the wheelhouse as we tried to cross the Bay of Biscay of France. And every time there was a large wave hit the bow of the ship from the southeast, we got pushed off course. Whenever that happened, the deviation between the intended course and the actual course was detected by the steering gear and the gyro compass that worked together. The steering gear then converted that error into an electrical signal that sent the rudder in the opposite direction to bring the ship back on course. And at that time, I turned around and checked the course recorder on the bulkhead behind me, and I could see that the ship was following a zigzag pattern, just like the pigeons. And I knew then instantly that the pigeons must have been sensing the magnetic field of the Earth in order to navigate home. But I still couldn't understand what made them return to the place where they'd been born. I then recalled how, about the age of 10, I'd gone to Manchester Airport with my friends to see the first Boeing 707 land. The reason was important because looking back, that was about the time jet lag first began to be appreciated. I'd also noticed how during my first trip to sea, I began to feel homesick the further I sailed away from home. It seemed to me that jet lag and homesickness must be caused by a change in hormones that cause depression. This meant two things. The first is that the magnetic field of the Earth must be influencing the hormones and changing our biorhythms, if you like. And the second is that the magnetic field of the Earth must be shuffling up the genes at the moment we're born or the moment we're conceived, so that we always felt comfortable and peaceful at home. So whenever we moved away from that location, it must cause anxiety, which we now call jet lag and homesickness. So when the pigeons were released, they simply circled overhead to find the point of the circle where they felt most comfortable. Then they flew in the direction of home, following the Earth's magnetic field. They zigzagged like the plot of the ship's course recorder, as though they were following a magnetic beam of light. If they went too far to the left, they felt more depressed, so they came back and turned to the right. If they moved too far to the right, they moved too depressed again, and so they returned to the left. And in that way, they could sense the magnetic field and return to the place they were born. Now, I guess a lot of my work comes down to fortuosity, if you like. I was in the right place at the right time, because in 1984, a team of biologists at the Naval Research Institute in Bethesda, Maryland, were carrying out experiments on test tube babies when they noticed that the magnetic fields from the electric lights in the lab were shuffling up the genes. When I heard this research, it seemed clear to me that the localized magnetic field where we're born must cause genetic mutations in genes that make us feel comfortable when we're in the place that we were conceived. Now, on board ship, because I was in the Navy for 12 years, I had noticed that whenever the ship sailed north or south, the crew were relatively relaxed and peaceful. But whenever we moved east or west, they became anxious and argumentative. And I know you spent some time in the Navy, so I don't know if you noticed the same phenomenon as I do, but that's what I discovered. The only thing I could think of that changed with the ship's movement was the Earth's magnetic field. So I began drawing graphs of individual crew members' behavior against their birth dates provided in the crew list, a copy of which is kept in the radio office. And this got me interested in astrology and the cause of astrology. As it happened, in 1970, when I went to sea, the sunspot maximum was causing havoc with long-range radio communications. And this made me consider whether or not the 11.5-year sunspot cycle could be related to the 12-year Chinese astrological cycle. Now, by 1986, for copyright protection reasons, I was able to put all of these pieces of the puzzle together, and I self-published a first book called Astrogenetics, which was a hypothesis which explained how magnetic fields from the 28-day spinning sun determines personality of the fetus, the 12-monthly astrological signs of Western zodiac, and how it determines and regulates human behavior, and how it determines the 12 annual cycles of the 12-year Chinese astrological cycle. Again, fortuosity smiled again. In 1987, Dr. Ross Adey, the White House chief medical officer under President Reagan, published a paper saying that 20% of pineal cells in pigeons, guinea pigs, and rats respond to changes in the direction and intensity of the Earth's magnetic field, which cause variations in the peptide hormone melatonin. And that's the hormone that influences circadian rhythms. And to me, this confirmed the cause of jet lag. Biological rhythms had already been determined by others as lasting 28 days in humans, which corresponded exactly with the duration of the sun's rotation as seen from Earth. So it became clear to me that the sun's radiation not only determined personality, but controlled human behavior after the moment of birth. So my proposed mechanism was this. The sun's radiation is converted by the Van Allen radiation belts, which encircle the Earth. It was converted into modulated magnetic fields. That was discovered by Professor Ian Nicholson in 1979. That affects the endocrine system directly, causing the pineal gland to regulate the production of the timing hormone melatonin. That's from Dr. Ross Adey, throughout the 28-day period. But the difficulty was proving it. It's very difficult to compare and measure human behavior with regard to variations in solar activity and variations in melatonin, the timing hormone. It seemed to be a lot easier to me to compare the better understood female fertility hormones with solar radiation. And I set down the results in the Tutankhamun Prophecies, a book which was published in 1999, which proved that our 28 spinning sun does regulate female fertility. Now, it's helpful if I usually use this model I put together, and this is a model of the sun, and this is the sun, this is the Earth. You've probably not seen the sun depicted like this before. Usually it's a yellow golden ball, but the sun actually has two magnetic fields. The first magnetic field is a dipole one. It goes from the North Pole to the South Pole. So it's like a bar magnet, it goes straight down. The second magnetic field is distributed around the equatorial region of the sun. And it comprises of 4 bubbles of magnetism, which are negative, positive, negative, and positive. Now the Earth goes around the sun every 365.25 days. We're all familiar with that. But few people realize that the sun actually spins on its axis. And it spins faster at the equator than it does at the poles. And the reason for this is because around the equator, very close to the sun, is the planet Mercury. And the magnetic field of Mercury drags the plasma of the sun round 4.1 degrees faster at the equator than it does at the poles. What that means is the sun spins every 26 days on the surface of the sun at the equator, but at the poles it moves around every 37 days. And if we examine this mechanism and just number the magnetic fields on the sun, so I've numbered them here 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if we start them off together, so we start, for example, the North Pole of the sun, the equatorial region, and the Earth, start them all off in the same position. The question I asked was, how long will it take for these 3 variables to get back together, to resynchronize? Because that has to be a cycle of magnetic activity. Now, in the short term, just looking at, before we get onto the sunspot cycle, in the short term, what happens is, and this is difficult to do with 2 hands, you need 3 really. In the short term, as the Earth moves, the equator moves, the North Pole moves, and it takes 28 days for the equator to move once in relation to the Earth. So let me say that again. It takes 26 days on the surface of the sun to go around once. But if you're including the movement of the Earth, it takes 28 days. And the North Pole takes 37 days to go around once on the sun. But if you're including the Earth, it takes 40 days to catch up with the Earth again. And these figures are crucial. Now, what we find is, as these two, the pole and the equator, move around together, because the pole's getting slower, they move around together, but notice how this arrow moves backwards as I move them over a period of 1 month. So over a period of 1 month, the North Pole slides back through one of the fields of the equator. And as it does that, it stirs it up like a paddle. During the next month, it moves through number 2, slowly, like that. And as it does, it stirs it up like a paddle. So instead of being positive, it's just a stirred up mess. the next month, after the third month, going through the third month, it slides through field number 3, like that, which stirs up number 3. So 3 isn't negative anymore. It should be, but it's not. It's now stirred up. So, and the same goes for the 4th period. Now, I'll just keep that one steady for now, and I'll have a look at the pole relative to the equator. So just to have a recap, in the first month, this is very important if you are to understand everything that follows. During the first month, that's 30.4375 days, the North Pole goes through field number 1. So the radiation striking the Earth, which would normally be, 7 days positive particles flow to the Earth, 7 days negative particles flow to the Earth, electrons from the solar fusion process. 7 days positive particles flow to the Earth, normally. 7 days negative particles flow through the Earth. 7 days positive flows through the Earth. That's in 28 days. But during a month, if we look at it, because number 1 is burned out, we don't see number 1. The radiation coming off the sun is 2, 3, 4. During the second month, we don't see number 2. The radiation coming off the sun is 1, 3, 4. During the third month, we don't see number 3. The radiation coming off the sun is 1, 2, 4. And during the 4th month, we don't see number 4. The radiation coming off the sun is 1, 2, 3. Then it starts again. Now, astrologers refer to that, for example, as fire. A fire sign has the code of 2, 3, 4. That's what they say. Now, during the next month, the same thing happens again. But the next month, it's a different code. And the next month's code, we've got, for example, Earth, which is 1, 4, 3. During the next month, we've got air, which is 1, 2, 4. And during the next month, we've got water, which is 1, 2, 3. So we get 4 codes of radiation coming off the sun. And that repeats, which means, for example, that during the month of Aries, which is 2, 3, 4, that's exactly the same as 4 months later, which is a sign of Leo. So we've got fire and fire again. So when those particles flow to the Earth, they bombard the Van Allen belts, which are belts of magnetic radiation around the sun. And as the negative particles bombard the belts and the electrons go up and down inside the Van Allen belts, the magnetic field changes on Earth. And as we heard previously from the test tube baby experiments in Maryland, when the magnetic field changes, the genes are shuffled up. It makes the enzymes extremely chemical reactive in the DNA. This causes genetic mutations. So when we look back, we've got 4 types of radiation. They're repeated 3 times, which means we have 12 different star signs, 12 different personalities. So clearly, I was very pleased when I discovered the cause of astrology. And I then started to try to figure out, well, how do I prove that the sun's electrical field, which is converted into a magnetic field via Van Allen belts, is causing genetic mutations and is causing changes in hormones? Now, although the changes in hormones affect the biorhythms, the 28-day period of everybody who's born at any particular time, it's very difficult to measure human behavior against solar radiation and against melatonin variations. It's a lot easier to ask the question, does the sun affect any of the hormones? And given that it rotates every 28 days, could it be causing the regulation of the female fertility cycle, which is well understood? And the hormones are well understood. We have estrogen and progesterone. We have the follicle stimulating hormone and the what was the other one? The other one escapes me for the time being. So what I did then was I looked at a correlation between the sun's radiation on a 28-day period, the variations in the hormones, and the variations in the follicle stimulating hormone and the luteinizing hormone, that was the other one, and estrogen and progesterone. And again, in the Tutankhamun prophecies, I showed that there's a perfect correlation between the sun's radiation and fertility cycles in females.
It's amazing. This is amazing. Keep on going, please.
We've not even started. This is.
I know.
We haven't scratched the surface yet. So I thought, well, okay, if that's the case, and the sun affects fertility, then fertility should go up and down throughout periods of history. So I needed to measure the sunspot cycle to find out and compare that to fertility going up and down over the last 5,000 years from the records of tree rings and so on. And so I had to figure out a way of comparing the sun's magnetic field to the position of the Earth. And this was difficult. And mainstream science says it can't be done. And they say it can't be done because if we ask, what is the position of the equatorial magnetic field to the Earth, then we can say, well, it's 0 degrees. But that doesn't tell us what the pole is doing, if the pole's over here.
Mm-hmm.
So if we say, what is the position of the pole when it's 0 degrees, that doesn't tell us what the equator's doing, because it's over there. Now, usually, mathematically, you could take the vector sum and work it out mathematically.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do that with the sunspot cycle, because the sunspot cycle winds up cumulatively over time, like a clock spring or a watch spring. And this is a sketch I put together. So this is the, so you can see it, I'll just line it up.
Yep.
This is the sun, and this is the sun. And as Mercury goes around the sun, the North Pole magnetic field begins to get kinked. First of all, it kinks, then it gets wrapped around the sun. Then underneath the surface of the sun, it's like spaghetti. The old starts short-circuiting the magnetic lines of force, and a bubble of magnetism bubbles out of the sun, and that produces two black spots on the surface of the sun. Those are sunspots, and the corollary happens on the southern hemisphere, which is opposite polarity. So we get positive, negative in the north, negative, positive in the south. And we know, on average, after about 11 and a half years, the North Pole field of the sun reverses and becomes south-north, and the sunspot polarities reverse. So basically, that tells us what cause the cause of sunspots. So again, I was in the right place at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was, about 1980, about 1980, the International Telecommunications Union changed the regulations for ships at sea. And they said in the year 1990, if a ship carries a satellite communication system, they won't need a radio officer. So I looked ahead and I thought, well, at that time I was about 30. So I thought, well, I don't really want to leave the sea at 40 and try and get another job.
Yeah.
So I thought, what I'll do is I'll go back to college. So at the age of 32, I went back to college and I did a business degree. Really, because the college, Plymouth University, was 500 yards away from where I lived. And I'd done enough in electrical and communications engineering. I didn't want to duplicate any more work. So I did the degree. And after that, I got a job in 1989 at Cranfield University as head of electrical and communications engineering on the campus estate site services. So that meant I was in charge of all of the infrastructure of the campus, the electrical and communications side, from the 11,000 volts distribution to mains voltage to the computer center, who I liaised with. And first of all, I started weekends at Cranfield. I had an apartment there. And I still had a house in the southwest of England at the time. I used to commute, which was about a 4-hour drive Monday and Friday. But when I stayed at Cranfield for the weekends, I used to try and do the calculations. And I said, okay, there's got to be a way of doing this. And what I came up with was what I call rotational differentiation.
Okay.
And what that means is there must come a time when this one overlaps that one. So I know that this happens, if you just watch this, this happens every 87.4545 days. Now, the pole and the equator are facing the same direction. Can you see that?
Yep.
Now I can ask the question, what is the difference between the magnetic field of the sun and the Earth? Because they're both in the same position, which I couldn't do before because they're both in different positions. 87.45 days later, they would both be together again, but in a different position. So I had to figure out when, as I said earlier, they would be both back together. And I tried doing the calculations at home, and it was taking ages with a calculator. Over and over and over again, 87.45 days, 87.45 days, trying to figure out what the graph would be like between the variables. Anyway, I thought if I carry on like this, it's going to take about 100 years. So I went to the computer center and I saw one of the girls and I said, look, can you write me a program where this is what I want to do, and I want to find out when these two are together, 87 days, and their position in regard to the Earth, as the Earth moves every 87.45 days, and I want you to draw me a graph. And I want a graph of where the pole's going to be every 87.45 days, a graph of where the equator is going to be every 87.45 days, and a graph of where the Earth's going to be every 87.45 days. Then I want you to take the equatorial graph from the polar graph, and then I want you to compare that to the Earth's position. She said, I can do that, but it's not a program, it's an algorithm. I said, whatever it's called, you do it for me. She said, how long do you want me to do it for? I said, as long as it takes. I've no idea. So this was what she came out with.
Oh, God.
Okay. And this is the sun's calculation of the sunspot cycle.
Did she know what she was calculating?
No. All she did was carried out my instructions. Now, what we see here is the graph. This is the beginning of the sunspot cycle. Every 87 days, this is 87.45 days. Now, at home, strangely enough, when I was doing it on the calculator, I'd got up to this point here. And I knew that the sunspot cycle changed a microcycle that we can't see every 700 days. That was 8 bits of 87 days. I call them bits because it started to get complicated. So every 8 bits, we had a microcycle of magnetic activity compared to the Earth. I got to about this point, which was unfortunate. I'll explain why. So they I looked at the shape and I said, look, we've got an M, an upside down V, then we've got a spike and a wonky M. When will I see those 3 shapes again?
Right.
Because whenever that happens, it means all these are starting off together again.
Yep.
So in the beginning, the pole is together with the equator and the Earth all in that position. So I looked along the graph for an M, an upside down V, a spike with a wonky crown. And I looked along the graph. And they were back together after 3,740 years. Excuse me, not quite. They were back together after 187 years. which is this figure here. Okay, which was 68,302 days. So then I thought, well, hang on a minute. This is 781 divisions long, bits. And I thought, that can't be right. If each of these are 8, then the total length must be divisible by 8 to be a complete cycle. And 781 isn't. So I looked along here with my eyes and I counted each division. And I noticed that this division had 9, not 8. I thought, that's strange. And I looked again and I counted the graph again. And this one had 9 instead of 8. And this one had 9 instead of 8. And this one had 9 instead of 8. And there was another one, 9 instead of 8. And what I discovered was that as the sunspot cycle evolved, the equator of the sun, this is the equator now, was no longer flat, but it became warped. And those kinks was a black mark there, a black mark there, a black mark there, and a black mark there, which prolonged the magnetic activity on the sun. So now I had 4 variables: the pole, the warp, the equator, and the Earth. So I asked the question, every 87 years, and from the graph, every 87 years, I could see that the warp moved a little bit every 187 years. And during that time, the magnetic field of the Earth reversed. In other words, when it's pointing in that direction, the magnetic field of the Earth is in that direction. When it's pointing in that direction, going down, the magnetic field of the Earth is going down, the solar magnetic coupling. So I said, well, how long will it take for them all to get back together again? The answer to that was 20 of these would all come back together with the pole, the equator, and the Earth. And that was 3,740 years. So then I had to draw a graph on top of a graph to show where the equatorial region would be. So I thought, fine, okay, so I discovered the sunspot cycle, and the interesting thing was the number of one sunspot cycle was 68,302 days, but when we recognize the neutral warp, it's 20 shifts, which is 1,366,040 days. And I walked down the street in Plymouth into a bookshop, and I opened the Maya. And it said the Maya worshipped a strange number, 1366040, which meant the Maya had calculated the sunspot cycle.
Yep. Wow.
Exactly. So you think, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I got thousands of questions, but I'm going to let you finish. I'm just going to let you go. I mean, keep on going, please.
So I thought, well, how could a so-called bunch of savages in the jungle figure out what I've just figured out using one of the biggest computers in England, 5 mainframe computers at Cranfield University, over 1,000 years ago in the jungles of Mexico? So I went down to Palenque, that's a ceremonial center in Mexico. And I took a look at the tomb of Lord Pacal. He was the leader of the Maya in about 750 AD, just before that. And I put together this, just so you can see it here. So we're looking at Central America, and this is the pyramid of inscriptions at Palenque, and the temple is on the top here, the Temple of Inscriptions. And there's a stairway going down, which was discovered by an archaeologist called Alberto Ru in 1957. And as he opened the tomb, he was confronted by this sarcophagus lid, which was about 18 feet long, about 8 feet wide, and it weighs about 1 ton. And carved on the lid was this interesting picture in a bas relief, which some people have said represents a man in a spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Eric von Däniken said it represents a man in a spaceship, which it isn't. It's just wishful thinking. So I had a look at the lid, and it was interesting. There was 2 corners missing. And I thought, that's really strange. Why would you make such a beautiful lid for a sarcophagus of your leader, Lord Paykal, and then break off the corners? And I'd already figured out, really, from being on board ship, about how the brain works and how people think. And I knew that we don't see what we think we see. There's a picture of an English country garden.
Yep.
And you see a house and a garden. But if I asked you a question, what's so unusual about that picture, your brain has great difficulty in describing it because you don't know what the question is.
Right.
You're saying, what do you mean, what's so unusual? It's a house, it's a garden. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? What do you want me to say? And it really confuses you. Now, this is a jigsaw picture puzzle of a house and garden. It just happens to be in the UK. Now, I know the brain actually sees what it doesn't see. And it doesn't see what it does see. Now, for example, I can explain that.
Yep.
If I ask you the same question now, what's so unusual about this puzzle picture of an English house and garden? What would you say?
It's missing pieces.
It's missing pieces. So you can see what you can't see.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see the missing pieces there because there aren't any. But now you can see the bits which are not there. Not the bits which are there. You could see the bits which were already there and it didn't mean anything. It's the bits that are missing, you see. And this is how the brain works. Now, you say to your kids, why can't you wash the dishes and help your mother? Why can't you mow the grass and help your father? Because the parents never see the child as the child is. They only see the defects. They only see the missing pieces.
Interesting.
Now,
very, very good observation there. I like that.
Now, we get back to Palenque,
Mm-hmm.
and we have 2 missing corners. So we say, why are the pieces missing? What are they trying to tell us? It's the pieces that are missing that are important. We never see the pieces. We can't see what's in front of our eyes. We can only see the missing pieces.
Right.
Straight away, we see the missing pieces. 2 of the corners are missing. So I thought, okay, where are the pieces? And I sat and I thought about it, and I thought about it, and I thought about it. And I realized that if I made a transparency like that,
Mm-hmm.
and if I put the corners together, then the pattern in the corners would no longer be missing. They'd be complete, because this corner has a pattern of dots on it, and this corner has a pattern of magnetic loops on it. So if I make a mylar copy of the lid, now I've put some colors in there, so don't get confused.
Yeah.
This is a mylar copy of the lid. You can just about see the black and white underneath there. Then I've put some colors in. Don't worry about the colors just yet. So if I make a transparent copy and put it on top, then the missing corners, there's a code on that corner, but you can't see it, of dots. It's dot, dot, dot in the corner, dot, 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 like an X. I can complete the missing corners if I make a transparency of it. Now, once I did that, I had the transparency. And I thought, okay, what's the next step in the puzzle? Now, these are the colors I came up with. And it took me 10 months to get these colors. I had to examine every single piece of the drawing here.
Mm-hmm.
What does this mean? What does that mean? 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 Over and over again. It took me 10 months to get to the bottom. That was working 10 hours a day. So then eventually I broke the code, and there's a list of codes down the side here around the border. And when you put the codes together, there's nothing there to begin with. This is on a Mylar. All you can see there is the original on top of the copy. Now, when I turn this upside down, what we find is we see two ears here, and we see pictograms down the side of the sun god for the Mexicans, Tonatiuh. We see a bird with open wings, and we see some sort of character with his fingertips together and his eyes closed and his feet apart, and he's got a magnetic loop on his head. So once I broke the code, which took 10 months, I put one on top of the other. Like that. And then I rotated it, because these have to be rotated. Oops. Now, it's very difficult to do upside down. Let me just do it by hand. Okay. And what we come out with is a picture of the man in the tomb. Okay? You see his eyes, his nose, his ears, and there's something over his face, which took me time to figure out what it was. And on his forehead, he's got some numbers, 1440, and in male numbers, 00, 144,000. And in the Bible, it says, those with 144,000 on their forehead are the ones who will go to heaven. It says that in the book of Revelation.
Yep.
So I knew I was dealing with something quite special. So I carried on looking, and as I used the decoding process, which involved this transparency and the original, I came out with about 100 different stories which tell the history of the world, why we're born, why we die, why this has to be, and all of today's science and everything that we need to know is in this lid from the ceremonial center of Palenque in Mexico, the coffin lid from Palenque. So I then went back to the UK, and the first book I wrote was The Amazing Lid of Palenque, which is that one.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to read it is because some of the pages are transparencies, half the pages are transparent. And this tells the story of the Maya, and it tells us who Lord Paykal was, why he was born, why he came to Earth, and it tells us that he was God.
It's kind of like a movie.
It's like a movie. You have to take the pages out. The only way to see it is to take the pages out like that. That's why I use these binders and put one on top of the other and move it around. That's the only way to see the pictures involved. And it's got pictures of all the gods, and it tells us why we go to heaven, what hell is all about, what purgatory is all about. And then, of course, we had volume 2, which is the second part of the book. And this tells us all about God and what God is and who we are, and so on. So I then had to clearly, these are museum pieces, and these are like $1,000 each because of handmade. And then what I had to do was write all this down about the Maya, what I discovered, in the first book, which was the Mayan Prophecies, which came out in the UK in 1995. So I'd broken the code of the amazing lid of Palenque. That's the tomb lid in Palenque of Lord Paykal, the priest king leader, in 1992, 93. And then the Mayan prophecies came out in 1995. Now, this was my book, by the way, but the publishers tried to steal it and put the other guy's name first. Okay? Now, clearly I took them to court, and by the time the paperback came out, they put my name in bold and his in small letters. Okay? Now, clearly I wasn't very happy about the way the book had gone.
Right.
And I had a friend at the time who was Lord Rothermere, who owned the Daily Mail newspaper in London. And he was a Buddhist. And he was really impressed with my work, and he wanted to help me. So when the book was published, he serialized the Mayan prophecies in the Daily Mail for 6 days, 6 days of the week. And of course, it became a bestseller. Now, I'm just trying to, as you can imagine, quite a lot happened during that period.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, you've covered a massive amount of information. There was a few things I wanted to touch on, and I know you're thinking you want to move forward on that, but I want to touch on a few things in the sense of the research that you did on the solar and sun cycle and how it actually attributes to the influence over humanity's consciousness, hormonal cycles, as well as most likely genetic expression and evolution over time. A lot of my research has been kind of conducted in a very similar way pertaining to the esoteric mysteries, looking at ancient cultures and trying to derive knowledge or wisdom from them in the sense of scientific processes. One of the things that I saw around 2014, and this was a proposed theory that we had back in the early 2000s, was a doctor by the name of Dr. Martin Blank in 2014 published 3 different articles. The first one is DNA an electromagnetic transducer. The second one is DNA is a fractal antenna. And the third one was pertaining to did the cosmic microwave background radiation influence genetic evolution? And what he shows is that the DNA is actually an electromagnetic transducer. He sends and receives signals, and it's mostly in the 34.5 gigahertz range, which is kind of one of the peak points of the cosmic microwave background radiation here on planet Earth. And the question is that cosmic radiation influencing genetic evolution? And now with everything that you're saying, it's almost as if, and I already know this for a fact because as above so below, that the sun has the same type of varying system in the sense of the galactic center, the galactic plane, in the sense that the galaxy itself has certain types of magnetic influx fields that are attributed to the sun and cause the sun's actual rotation or influence that therefore gets pressed upon the Earth, the moon on the Earth. And this is kind of where the astrological aspect comes from. One of the things that we've always said is astrology is simply the uniqueness of where we were born in the universe at that point in time, because that space and point in time will never ever exist again. And this is how the Hebrews, or whoever you want to talk about it, derive multiple different archetypes, 12 primary archetypes of how the mind actually operates. And this can be calculated simply by understanding these larger calendar cycles, the solar cycle of our sun and the grand calendar cycle, the precessional cycle of the solar system around the galaxy.
Absolutely correct. There are 12 star signs, because don't forget we had the 4 codes, 234, 134, 124, and 123. So we've got 4 codes repeated throughout the year. That's 1 month at a time, which gives us 12 types of radiation. The radiation comes to the Earth, showers the Earth, enters the Van Allen belts, which are 2 belts of radiation around the Earth. The particles go up and down every 1 second. These shuffle up the genes at conception and cause 12 types of personality.
Yep.
So the astrological bit's quite straightforward. Now, clearly, over millions of years, all of these start to slip slightly. So, yes, you're going to get variations over millions of years. Now, with the astrology, the personalities are either negative or positive. For example, 234 is positive. You've got 2 positives and a negative. And for example, 134 is negative. You've got 2 negatives and a positive. So you've got negative personalities and positive personalities.
That's it.
6 of each. And because of this, you either get on with people or you don't get on with people. And of course, every 7 days, your biorhythm changes from electrical particles coming to Earth and, if you like, negative magnetism to positive particles coming to Earth and positively induced magnetism. So every 7 days, we have the biorhythm cycle. That's 7 days negative, 7 days positive, which is a 14-day biorhythm cycle, which affects our hormones. And it makes us feel good or it makes us feel bad.
Now hold on. So our skin cells actually shed within a 7-day cycle as well. And I bet you that's directly correlated to that.
Absolutely. In fact, many of the cycles you'll find are correlated to the sunspot cycle, also the 28-day menstrual cycle in females. So we've got 7, 7, 7, 7 compared to the Earth. So females, and this is what I did in the Tutankhamun prophecies, I looked at all of the female hormones and correlated them to the sunspot activity, and they perfectly match up. And that was in the Tutankhamun prophecies in 1999,
right,
which became a bestseller as well.
Now,
in the UK.
Now, this is interesting. So there's one thing that I've been doing since 2010. I noticed something that happened around April. I think it was about 2010. It was about April 20th, 2010. This is when we had the Haitian earthquake, if you remember this. And I came out and I was on a Esoteric Online, an old social network for all this information. And I was doing a lot of studies in exactly what you're talking about. And I said, just watch. In the next few days, we're going to have another earthquake. It's most likely going to be off the coast of Peru. And then in a few days or a few weeks after this, 1 to 2 to 3 weeks after this, you're going to have coronal mass ejections coming out from the sun, possibly an X flare because of the size of the actual earthquake. And I was spot on right. Now, every time that I see a series of earthquakes, large earthquakes around the world, I calculate the same thing in the sense that in the next few weeks, we're going to have a series of solar flare activities. We just had 2 earthquakes, major earthquakes in very rare spots about 2 weeks ago. And since that time, the sun has been massively active and blowing massive solar particles towards the Earth and CMEs. And I told everybody on my show, and they're like, oh my God, you were right. How did you know that? And I talk about in the sense is that the core of the Earth is most likely something that is dealing with pressure in a hydraulic sense. So piezoelectric effect, if you want to think about it, with the outer core onto the center core, and that it has to adjust the Earth's electromagnetic field dependent upon that pressure that's induced on the core. And so the best way to do that is through an influx of shiftal crust movements. Moving that crust, causing earthquakes, that's going to adjust the core. But that means that the Earth itself understands the sun's cycle. And so then there comes to the aspect of, is it intelligent, or is it basically adapting to something that the sun's doing in the sense of the sun's motion, where it understands that when the sun gets to this certain point through its evolution, that it's going to react this way because it knows that there's going to be a coronal mass ejection, so it has to strengthen its electromagnetic field.
Indeed, that is the case. But this takes us back to the neutral warp of the sun. And what happens is, when the magnetic field of the sun is in that direction, then it sweeps around the Earth, and it has a propensity to twist the Earth in this direction. Then when it goes to that point, it twists the Earth in that direction. So the Earth is constantly being twisted by the solar field, and sometimes the Earth tilts on its axis and tilts upside down. Mm-hmm. And at the very least, you get the earthquakes. This is the microcycles that we looked at earlier, the 87-day cycles. Those are the ones that accumulate and cause the earthquakes because it's twisting the Earth's magnetic field backwards and forwards. So we are electromagnetic beings, basically, influenced by the sun. We've all got biorhythms. Many of us, especially women, if you look at their thumbs sideways, you'll see a sine wave on the nail. The nail actually reflects this 7-day biorhythm. As every 7 days this go past, you'll see it on their fingernails. Some emotional men have deep ones. It's like a sine wave along the top of the nail. I've got just a few there, but you'll see it goes up and down every 7 days. And you can count them on your nail and mark it with a pen. So you can count the number of ups and downs and just mark it, and you'll find it takes 2.5 months for the nail to get from there to there. And what's happening is the growth rate of the body is increasing and decreasing every 7 days, either with negative activity or positive activity. And this is what is causing personality. It's what's causing fertility every 28 days. And it's what it
influences the
mechanism.
Yeah, it influences the evolution of consciousness on this planet, because as the sun increases its energy state and moves to a certain point of optimization, as does the consciousness in that solar system, dependent upon the sun's variable frequencies. And so this is something that I've shown and that I've been talking about for a long time. And you know what the analemma is. You know, if you watch the sun and you pinpoint the sun every day in the sky for 365 days at noon, you're going to have a figure 8 in the sky. The moon does this over a 29.5 day cycle. And the galaxy, if we looked outside from the galaxy, and watch the sun actually go through the galactic center, it does the same thing. It does this figure 8 pattern. And it would go up and down. And now we know that there's a black hole, or there's some type of gravitational field in the center of the galaxy which spreads on this accretion disk parallel to the arm of the Milky Way. And we go through these fields and we come up to the top, which is summer, which is less dense. We go through the middle, which is very dense, and we go down to the bottom, which is less dense, which means that we're moving through levels of electromagnetic impedance to the center of the galaxy as we're transiting the galaxy. And I propose that we have 2 equinoxes and then we have 2 solstices, and right now we're actually moving towards what we can consider a galactic spring. And we're moving into this dark to light period, and this is why we have this grand awakening of knowledge and information and wisdom, because it increases the propensity for conscious evolution on this planet, because it influences the sun, which influences the earth. Exactly what you're saying.
It certainly does, and it's a very complex picture. But this behavioral aspect of biorhythms, when we feel good and when we feel bad every 7 days, depending on which sector of the sun is passing the earth at the time. All of this, what the amazing lid of Palenque tells us, I call it the lid because it's a coffin lid, the sarcophagus lid. It explains what heaven is, what hell is, what purgatory is, how to get to heaven, how not to go to hell. It tells us everything we need. It tells us that this is hell, where we are now. And it tells us how to get to heaven, for example. And Lord Paykal, as this is the priest-king leader of the Maya, Paykal is very similar to the word Pascal. And Pascal in Catholicism means Easter. So Lord Paykal was the guy who died at Easter. So he was a reincarnation of Jesus. So what I found was, once I realized who Lord Paykal was, because I'd made a mistake early on, I thought, well, these people must be geniuses, the Maya must be geniuses. And then I realized I'd made a mistake as my work continued. I went to Peru, and I found out that there was another guy in Peru, two guys, Viracochas they're called. And this was, I went to have a look at the treasures of Peru. And this is Viracocha Pachacamac. And you notice he's got the sun across his face there. And these are the treasures in his tomb. And I put all this together in a book called The Lost Tomb of Viracocha, which would be about 2001. So I went down to Peru, and I looked at the leader of the Peruvians, who were also a sun-worshipping civilization. And this was one of the leaders, Viracocha Pachacamac. He arrived about AD 290. And this is his tomb full of treasures. And he has the sun across his face. And he came, and in his treasures, when you decode them, he left behind the same information as Lord Paykal did in his tomb in Mexico. So then, when I had a look at his tomb, I was told, if you like, from the treasures to go and look at the Egyptians. And I looked at the Egyptians, and I published another book about Egypt. That was the Tutankhamun prophecies. And again, Tutankhamun had virtually the same characteristics as Lord Paykal of the Maya and Viracocha of the Peruvians. And of course, we also had Viracocha, who was born around 450 AD. So there was 2 Viracochas. The first one, AD 290, the second one about AD 500. And they walked the lands of Peru, performing miracles, healing people with their bare hands, and so on. And as I investigated each one of the sun-worshipping civilizations in turn, I began to realize that they all shared something in common. When they were born, a bright star was seen in the sky. They were all referred to as Venus, the planet Venus. For example, Jesus, in the Bible, the last page of the Bible, Jesus says, I, Jesus, am the bright and morning star, which is the planet Venus. And when they died, they all went to Venus. They all went to planet Venus, and Venus is the planet of love. So I then examined all of the sun-worshipping civilizations in turn. So I went to Mexico, Peru, China, and wrote the terracotta warriors. And I had a look at the Celtic people and the Holy Grail, which was this one.
Yep.
And all of these artifacts contain the same information as all of the others from all of the tombs, which suggested that all of these leaders were reincarnations of the same spiritual energy. So I then tried to get into the spiritual side of things about what we are, who we are, where we are, why the world is the way it is. And it then became clear that from all of these inquiries, from all of these books, and this one, The Amazing Little Palenque, which is $1,000, by the way. I sell these for $1,000 each.
Wow.
Because they're handmade, and half the pages are plastic. And it tells us all about the gods of the Maya and everything. So it tells us that the place we are in now is hell. We are living in hell, and we are spiritual creatures by nature, and that we're entombed in a body for 70 years, and then we die, and we go back to God in heaven. And all of these civilizations taught us that the soul, if it's not pure, if the voltage of the soul doesn't increase to a certain level, then it cannot escape the Earth's magnetic field and gravitational field when the body dies. So it stays on Earth, but it reincarnates to a different type of body. It could be human, or it could be animal, or any sort of living thing. And what we find is that men come back, Tutankhamun, for example, the treasures in his tomb, tell us that men come back as women, women come back as men. And once we start to picture all these super gods, I call them, and I'm talking about Lord Paikal of the Maya, the Viracochas of Peru, Jesus, I'm talking about Buddha, I'm talking about Qin Shi Huangdi of the Chinese, I'm talking about the Olmec head of the Olmecs. That's another treasure that I decoded. But they encoded all of this information into their treasures to help us get to heaven in the next life. And those who subscribe to all of this information will get to heaven. They'll leave their body and they'll become one again with God. They'll join God again in heaven. And I worked out a mechanism, basically, which I call the theory of iterative spiritual redemption. And iterative means we have several goes of it. We come to Earth, we go to purgatory. So Earth is purgatory. We go to heaven, we come to Earth, we come back to Earth, we come back to Earth. Eventually, if our voltage is high enough and we develop a halo around the head, then we can escape the Earth's magnetic field and gravity, and we can go and rejoin God. And what this schematic shows us is that God is light, electromagnetic energy. And that, let's say in the beginning, for example, God was 1,000,000 volts, just to pick a figure. And God is good and God is love. So God wants to grow. But the Bible tells us God cannot grow without sacrifice. Now, the reason I say that is because he says he made himself in man's image, and mankind cannot grow without sacrifice. We have to sacrifice a sperm. A female has to sacrifice an ovum. And when we sacrifice a piece of ourselves, then we can grow again as children and grandchildren and so on. So God is telling us the only mechanism of growth is through sacrifice. So in the beginning, God, through, let's say this is 1,000,000 volts, he threw, say, 2 volts away from himself. And those 2 volts came down to Earth and attached to living beings. like chimpanzees, if you like. And those chimpanzees over time evolved, and the intelligence evolved, the intellect evolved, the emotions of the heart evolved, the physical body evolved, and eventually we became much higher voltage. And if we become very, very high voltage, if we love each other, as Jesus said, then our voltage gets very, very high, and we develop a halo around our heads, so that when the soul leaves the body, if we've loved, we go back to God, and God grows in voltage. So God grows through living things like mankind.
Mm-hmm.
If a soul attaches to a body in the womb, and we hate each other during that 70-year period, then we go through the soul world and the underworld, the Mayans call it, and we go back to earth and we start again. But it could be as a chimpanzee, it could be as a palm tree, it could be as a cockroach. It depends on our voltage, how much we've loved and how much we've hated. So this is what I call the theory of iterative spiritual redemption, whereby we're going up and down. It's like being in an elevator in a tall building, where one lifetime our voltage goes up, and then when our voltage goes up, the next lifetime our voltage goes down, and we're going up and down in a skyscraper, and we can't get to the roof to get on the helicopter to take us to heaven, because we're locked in this reincarnation cycle. So clearly, the scientific side, the sunspot side, had a second side, which was spirituality, which explained what God is and what we're doing here on earth. And so the message of all of these super gods, who were the leaders of all of these ancient sun-worshipping civilization, the message is, love your neighbor and get to heaven. And that's what it's all about. That's what we're here for. And that's what all of my books speak of. And of course, I'm not the first one to discover this. The Freemasons know all of this knowledge. They keep it secret to themselves. They are the 1% who control the 99%. So it does take us into other areas of inquiry, which answers all the questions you might have about why is the world the way it is? You know, why do we have wars? What are men? So what are women? And then we begin to understand the mechanisms in hell. The Maya is a word, an ancient Sanskrit Indian word, which means illusion, means everything we see is illusion. Right. For example, if you hold a flower in your hand, it might feel like a flower, it might smell like a flower, it might taste like a flower, but it's actually God in disguise. When the soul of the flower leaves the flower, it might come back as a cockroach. And when the cockroach dies, it might come back as a palm tree. And when the palm tree dies, it might come back as a human being. So every living thing is God in disguise. And so we have mechanisms in hell to make sure this happens. And these mechanisms, for example, are like time. For example, it's impossible to be happy in hell for very much time. And this is because in hell, when you're busy and happy, time speeds up. So you don't have very much time at all to be happy. When you're miserable in hell, time slows down, and you have all the time in the world to feel really miserable and unhappy. So that is one of hell's mechanisms to make sure that we're all miserable in hell. And then there's astrology. The mechanism of astrology ensures that we hate each other and argue with each other all the time. And that's the way it has to be, because if we agreed with each other all the time, sooner or later, somebody would come along and say, whoa, I'm really depressed. I think I'll kill myself. And everybody would agree, and everybody would kill themselves. So we've got to argue to have longevity of civilizations. And then you've got the reincarnation cycle, where the rich come back as the poor come back as the rich, men come back as women come back as men. That way, we experience everything there is to experience in the physical world. So there are many mechanisms in this life, and once we begin to understand them and who we are gods. Jesus said, ye are gods. What I found was that when I put all of the information together about all of these super gods, I discovered that they were all the same guy coming back. For example, I'd made a mistake in thinking that the Maya, for example, were intelligent, because they weren't. You'd think, well, they must have been intelligent. They could do all this stuff. Well, no, because that would be like saying everybody in Israel 2,000 years ago is intelligent. Everybody in Israel could walk on the water. Everybody in Israel could turn water into wine. Everybody in Israel could bring dead people back to life. Because it's not the case. So I'd made a mistake. One person in Israel could do that. That was Jesus. One person in Mexico could do that. It was Lord Pekal. One person, or actually in the case of Peru, two people, Viracocha Pachacamac and Viracocha could do that. In China, Qin Shi Huangdi did that. In India, Buddha did that.
Yep.
In
Vishnu,
ancient
Krishna.
India, Krishna did that. Yep. For the Olmecs, the Olmec head did that. And as I looked at all these civilizations and all these miracle makers who keep coming back, I realized it was the same guy keep coming back, giving us the same message, helping the good people get to heaven and leaving the rest behind in hell to suffer and purify their soul. And because purification comes through suffering.
Right.
If you hurt me, then I go into myself and I feel bad and I suffer. I hurt, my heart hurts, and my voltage drops. Sorry, no, excuse me, it doesn't, it goes up. I say to myself, my brain and my heart start to have an argument. Why is this guy hurting me? What have I done to you for you to hurt me? And my brain and my heart have a wrestling match, and they wrestle out together. What's going on? And what's actually happening is that when you hurt me, I suffer and my heart becomes pure. As my brain and my heart wrestle, it squeezes the impurity out of my heart, like wringing the water out of a wet rag. And that's exactly what it's like when the brain and the heart argue and question each other. The brain squeezes the heart and the impurity comes out of the heart and the heart becomes pure. And over various incarnations, the purity goes up and down in the heart. And it's only when we become perfectly pure with a halo that, again, our voltage is high enough to escape completely. So once I understood the physical side, the astrophysical side, the astronomical side, and the spiritual side, everything became clear that we're here to suffer and purify our spirit. When we do that, we go back to God who created us, and God gets bigger, which means the universe is better because more God is more love, and more love is better, more good. And that's what we're here for.
So you'd almost kind of say, and I want to explain this to my audience because I think they understand where I'm going to go, is that there's a dualistic relationship between us and the creator, in where it's a biofeedback loop to where one system is a high potential, another system is a low potential. They come together and they form a third emergent system that only exists because of those other two systems. And that third emergent system is more intelligent, it's more structured, it's more architecturally sound, and therefore it's benefiting and increasing the state of the other two systems in their natural state. So it's an emergent phenomenon that's only created by two things coming together, the exchange and transference of energy of those two things coming together, and they form this third emergent phenomena, which a human baby, right, or whatever it might be. And this human baby is now an evolutionary aspect of this grand creation, a continuation of it, but also exists at a medium energy state between those two, but has the potential to rise up amongst them. And the way I've always dictated this was what I call optimization cycles, is that the universe is in a continual state of optimization, to where it's increasing, it comes to a point of optimization, and it starts to decline, it bottoms out, and it starts to move back up. And this is kind of our life. We go up, we come down, we go up, we come down, but we're continuously moving upward, and the universe is not losing energy. The universe is gaining. this kind of point of optimization. I look at it as a resonance or a vibration. Everything is in a state of vibration. It started at a very, very low dense vibration, and it's increasing its state of vibration more and more as time moves forth. But that comes about through this inner exchange of energy between human beings, between the creation of new human beings, of new life, about the love that we share amongst each other, the gratitude that we give each other. But it also happens on the subquantum, the molecular level, with the inner exchange of quantum particles. It also happens on the molecular level with the interexchange of chemical elements, as well as the cosmological level, the interexchange of planets, galaxies, and so on and so forth, and suns.
It does, but it's I think it's rather more simplistic than that.
Okay.
Earlier on, I showed you this model.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have to go back to the very beginning. And let's say God was 1,000,000 volts and nothing else existed, just light. God is light. The Bhagavad Gita, the Indian holy book, tells us God is light. The Bible says God created light. God said, let there be light.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in the Bible, it's one step later, if you like. But God, let's say he was 1,000,000 volts, he threw away, he didn't throw a sperm or an ovum, he threw away 100,000 volts. Now, Einstein's equation says E equals mc squared. Now, E is energy, voltage is energy. So there we get 100,000 volts equals mc squared. Now, if you want to convert the energy into mass, physical things,
mm-hmm.
like the body or the earth or any planet, then you've got to take the energy across the equation, E equals m to mass. E equals mc squared. M is mass, c is the speed of light squared.
Right.
So if you want to convert energy into mass, you take it to the other side of the equation, and you've got to change the algebraic sign. Because if you take anything to the other side of the equation, you've got to change the sign.
Yep.
So if we have 100,000 volts positive here, and we want to convert it into mass, when we take it to the other side of the equation, it becomes minus 100,000 volts. Yep. So just a simple rule of algebra that we learn at the age of 11. So what that means is God threw away 100,000 volts. It converted itself into mass, but the mass was negative, the opposite of the voltage. If God is good and God is in heaven, then the mass is the opposite, which is bad, which is in hell.
Yep.
So God created hell, the opposite of heaven. Now what happens is evolution takes over, and the earth cools down eventually from being very hot, and we get life on the earth, we get bacteria, we get evolution, and eventually we get chimpanzees, and eventually the voltage of the body is such, the voltage of the fetus in the womb reaches a voltage like 5 volts, for example. Well, it's negative because it's in hell, and God is positive. So that negative voltage drags down a 5-volt bubble of energy off God, and it attaches to the negative body, because everything in hell is negative. So the baby is negative in the womb. Minus 5 volts negative. That drags down a week before birth, plus 5 volts from God. And the 5-volt bubble of energy is the soul. Mm-hmm. So a human being is half God and half devil. So
you nailed it.
Human being is 5 volts. Now, in the physical world,
mm-hmm.
If I love you, in the physical world, if I give you $1 and you give me $1, we finish up with $1.
Right.
Which proves that in the physical world, you don't get something for nothing. If I have an idea, though, in the intellectual world, and you have an idea, and I give you mine and you give me yours, I finish up with 2 ideas for free, and you finish up with 2 ideas for free.
That's right.
In the spiritual world, if I love you, my voltage goes up.
Yep.
And if I hate you, my voltage goes down. So if my voltage goes down from 5 volts to 3 volts, it's not got enough voltage to leave the magnetic field of the earth to get back to God. So my soul looks for a 3-volt body. Now that could be a sick body, or it could be a donkey. Whatever it is, I'll come back as a 3-volt donkey instead of a human being.
Yeah. No, I completely got you. And, I want to tell you a little bit about some of the research. So one of the things that we've been researching right now is something known as the Brotherhood of the Serpent, and how the Brotherhood of the Serpent relates to the Tower of Babel, Mystery Babylon. Obviously, Revelations talks about Mystery Babylon, and how this really happens. A lot was happening in the world today. Albert Pike, who wrote the book Morals and Dogma, he was the head of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry back in the late 1800s. He talked about the battle between Adonis and Lucifer, where Lucifer was the one true God and Adonis was the basically bad god, and that Christians worshipped Adonis. Now, I actually researched this heavily, and I went to Genesis, and I said, well, look right there. It's right there in the beginning of Genesis. On the first, God said, let there be light. Then God separated the light from the darkness, and the light was good. Now think about this. What did he do? He took the light and he separated into two things. He created darkness and he created light. The darkness was Adonis. The light was Lucifer. We know Lucifer was the light bringer. Now the darkness was Adonis, which is matter. Matter has absolutely no light unless the light of the soul can observe it. And this brings you to the concept of Maya, which you were just talking about before, and the Lucifer deceptive light of Lucifer, which is nothing more than the light created by matter. The light created by matter hits our optic nerves. Obviously, the rods and cones goes into the cerebral cortex, never experienced light in its existence, and shows us this right here, this tapestry of reality, which really isn't real. It's just a deception of what we believe is actually there. So that's the deceptive light. And so exactly what you're saying is exactly what I've been saying in the sense of Genesis, Adonis, and Lucifer, how it's created, the soul creation, the matter creation. Those two have to come together, and they have to raise their energy state together in a combined form to a certain point of optimization to actually get off of this planet and stop that reincarnation cycle. Buddha talked about this in the Dhammapadas, and I kind of want to tell the audience there is, can you actually give a definition of hell? Because obviously the Christian perspective of hell, purgatory, the old Catholic version of purgatory, I don't think it does it justice to what you're talking about, because you're not talking about a negative hell. You're talking more of a school for suffering and learning how to love.
Certainly, but the purgatory, the earth is purgatory. To me, the way I look at it is, if you were to go to a factory as a visitor, you'd go to the reception and she'd give you a badge, and that would allow you into the factory for security reasons. Well, the earth is purgatory. This is reception. Okay. Hell is the hellfire of the sun. If you're really bad, you'll go to the sun. So we're here now in purgatory to purge the heart of sin, to love each other and to purge the heart of sin. If we can do that, we raise our voltage and we go back to the sun. And the ancient civilizations, they believed the feathered serpent was the sun, because they were trying to tell us that this is the snake, the serpent, as it goes past the earth, is the snake, and the feathers, the sunspot cycle. And if you look at that, this is from the Tutankhamun prophecies, you see the feathered snake, the warp of the sun, on top of the sunspot cycle. And James Churchward, when he wrote about Lemuria, he drew a picture of the sun with a little snake, a wiggle on it. And this was it's Victorian times, but we're going back thousands of years over the sunspot cycle. So they all worshipped the sun as a feathered snake. They recognized that we're here to love our neighbor. Jesus simplified. We've been talking for some time now, but Jesus summed it all up by saying, love your neighbor, and you'll go to heaven. It's as simple as that. So if I love you, my voltage goes up. I can escape from purgatory, go back to hell, which is light, my soul. The body is just a lump of meat. It's just an overcoat for 70 years. And that's what life's all about.
That's interesting. And I also had this thought in the sense that, and you kind of nailed it when you said that infant in the womb has, let's say, just a negative 5 volts, and it draws in the soul at that positive 5 volts, and then that actually begins to grow. And so what I looked at is I looked at various cultures and how they have this coming into being ceremony at around the age of 16, and when the hormonal imbalances are starting to happen. And multiple cultures, predominantly all pagan cultures throughout history, have this type of ceremony. And I looked at it, and I looked at Einstein's E equals MC squared, and I know that energy cannot occupy a mass that is not sustainable with that energy current, which, negative 5 volts cannot be contained within a piece of mass that cannot sustain negative 5 volts of energy. And that means that our soul comes in at a small point of variability at birth and grows with the body over time as we learn, become more receptive, the more love we have, and the soul comes into the body, takes over, it resonates with it, and this is why we have these coming into being ceremonies. I clearly remember being 10 years old and all of a sudden having like a conscious moment, like, whoa, I'm alive, like, whoa, this is weird. Like, before that, it was just kind of this hypnotic trance. I don't really have very many memories. I don't really remember kind of like even thinking about life or consciousness. But then all of a sudden one day it just hit me and I was like, wow, I like came in to being. And I think we go through this progress throughout our whole life, and that it can peak if you don't pay attention around 30, 32 years, 33 years of age, and that if you're not paying attention and you're not working towards that optimization of your energetic levels and your resonance, and then it starts to decline, and that's the 70 years, right? But if you actually work on it, you can extend that. You can extend it to 100, 120, maybe even more in different dynamics with different levels of reduction of pollution and electromagnetic pollution that we have on this planet, because I think all of those impede on the hormonal balance as well as that communication signal that's coming in to the body.
Certainly, I agree entirely. There are many areas that clearly I've looked into, and a lot of it's to do with soul energy and loving each other. And I'm sorry, Josh, I've lost the thread. There's so much going.
Yeah, no, I get you.
About what you're saying and trying to talk at the same time, and it's not easy. There are so many aspects to this work that it's like we cannot convey wisdom. Mm-hmm. We can only convey knowledge, information.
Yep.
Wisdom arises through a discourse between the intellectual body, the emotional body, the physical body, and a spiritual body. And these four different bodies that we've got, they're always in a state of flux, arguing with each other. And they try to thrash things out. If I see an attractive woman walk down the street, then my brain has impure thoughts. But my heart steps in and says, oh, you don't want to go there. It's trouble. Yeah. Okay. And so the heart and the mind are talking. And then the soul is like judge and jury, listening to what's going on, moving the pieces around, increasing and decreasing voltages and so on. And so we develop as human beings over a long period of time. And I actually witnessed a reincarnation. It was shortly before I moved to Ireland 21 years ago. And an aunt of mine, who was a ballet dancer, died at the age of 69. And she'd been dead for a week. And I couldn't understand why she died of asbestosis, because she had a ballet school. And later on I learned that they had one of the boilers removed in the ballet school, and it was full of asbestos, and she clearly breathed some of the fibers in, and that is eventually what killed her many years later. And I remember the episode quite clearly, because it was quite strange, quite bizarre. We'd left home in Cornwall. It was about the 18th of December. And I know that because we were moving from Ireland, from the UK to Ireland, and we had to catch the last ferry, which was a couple of days later. Anyway, we set off from Cornwall about 6 o'clock in the morning in the dark, a day of December. The roads were icy. And 2 minutes from home, we crossed the Tamar Bridge, which separates Devon from Cornwall in the southwest. And I decided to put my hand through the steering wheel and push the button on the odometer to measure the mileage up to the north, where we had to go to where the funeral was. And as I put my hand through the odometer, through the steering wheel, I thought this is not a very smart thing to do, because if I have a problem and the road's icy and I'm crossing the bridge and I go off the bridge, I'm dead. But anyway, I pulled my finger out and it went to 0. We carried on, and it was about 6 hours actually, the drive up north where they lived. And I got there, and my uncle invited my wife and I in, and he said, "Do you want to see your aunt in the coffin?" Well, I wasn't too keen myself, but my wife answered, "Yeah, we do." So she took me into the parlor, which was a room here. And the coffin was there, and she had her thumbs twisted awkwardly, because they were all Freemasons.
Mm-hmm.
That side of the family were Freemasons. And she had her thumbs twisted awkwardly across her chest like Tutankhamun, which is obviously some sort of ritual. And she had a downward sloping mouth, like something out of a cartoon for sadness. She looked very sad. And I couldn't take my eyes off her face. And something was going through my mind all the time. It's only a body. It's only a body. It's only a body. Just repeating itself in my mind. Anyway, time moved on, and we went into the living room on the other side of that wall. So the coffin was there. Coffin was there in the parlor, and the living room was here. And one of my nephews arrived, one of 3. And I said, "Where's the wife?" He said, "Oh, she'll be here in half an hour. She's just come from hospital having a baby, and she's just having a bath. So she should be in half an hour." And the house was full of people. Anyway, she arrived and brought the baby and put the baby next to the wall, on the other side of the wall to the coffin. And the baby was in the carry cot like this. And its mouth was downward sloping. And I didn't realize this. And I thought, it must be a family resemblance. I didn't think anything of it. Anyway, the sermon in the church came from Ecclesiastes.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just a time for things, a time to be born and a time to die, a time for all things under heaven. And the baby was in the aisle of the church, like that again. Same, not a squeak, not one squeak out of it. And this was for hours. From we left the house, drove in the car, got to the church, not a squeak out of the baby, perfectly silent. Then we went to the crematorium. Baby was there, quiet again. They had another service. They played Swan Lake, and the coffin went through and the curtains closed. And then we went down to the Freemasons Lodge, which I'd never been in before, because they were all Freemasons.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 nephews, 3 boys, all aged about 18, 17, 16. One of them had just had the baby. Anyway, we were talking at the Freemasons Lodge, and the wife of one of the nephews said, it was really strange the way she died. One minute she was healthy. Then we went to see her in the hospital, and it's like she'd fallen off a cliff. 30% of her energy went, just disappeared. She said, and then 2 days later we went back again, and 30% of her energy disappeared again. And we went back 2 days later, and she was dead. So I said, you mean to tell me you went to that hospital, 9 months pregnant, stood next to my aunt, and then went away, and then came back again and stood next to her, then went away. Her soul was downloading into your fetus.
Yep.
Because if you look at a soul, the way a capacitor charges, it charges up in CR seconds, capacitance times resistance, number of seconds. So clearly, when she went to see my aunt the first time, 1/3 of the soul downloaded onto the baby. The 5 volts of the baby grabbed 2 point whatever volts of my aunt's soul. Then she went away and came back again, and it grabbed another 2 volts. And then she came back again and grabbed not quite the last volt. There's still a volt missing. By the time they got to the funeral and she was dead in the box, the baby's soul was still downloading from my aunt in the coffin. And that's why the baby had its hands folded and its mouth down there, because it was picking up the vibrations from my aunt as the soul moved through the wall onto the baby.
Ha.
Anyway, we drove home another 6 hours, and we got lost on the way, which is interesting. Round Birmingham, we turned towards London instead of towards the southwest, and we couldn't get off the motorway. So we drove for about 35 minutes, and I thought better go back to where we were to make sure we don't get lost, because it's late at night. Go back to Birmingham, then carried on to the southwest, Tamar Bridge. What do I do in the middle of the Tamar Bridge? I'm crossing the Tamar Bridge. What do I do on the Tamar Bridge?
I don't know.
I look at the odometer. I look at the odometer.
Right, okay.
To see how many miles it was. 666 miles.
Oh my goodness.
Now that sent shivers through you. So I got home, and that was midnight. I got home 5 minutes later, had a couple of whiskeys to try and knock myself out. Got to bed, couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. It's only a body. It's only a body. It's only a body. Blah. And then I thought, that's what we just witnessed, a reincarnation. I said to Anne, my wife, that's what was going on. That's the 666, the mark of the beast, the body, 666. The body has 6 electrons, 6 protons, and 6
Carbon.
neutrons.
Carbon.
This is matter, living matter. And that's whatever I'd been involved in that day, something was trying to communicate with me to tell me that my aunt's soul had gone into the baby. And that was it. That was the experience.
That's a fantastic story. Now, I want to try to correlate this, because one thing that I've always said is that we're not carbon-based life forms, we're water-based life forms.
Certainly.
We're born in water. 95% of the infant in the womb is water. When we come out, we're still about 85 to 86% water. Throughout our lives, we can go in 78% to 85%, whatever. But it seems to be water is this mechanism of ionization for the soul, for the body, the transference of the soul in the body. I mean, water is prevalent everywhere in the world, whether it's in the air or not in the air. And the thing is when you look at the mark of the beast 666, this is actually, I was just talking about this on another show earlier today, that we were talking about the mark of the beast upon the forehead. You're talking about the third eye. This goes into a lot of things that are happening in this world today, but basically is if you are soulless, if you are a soulless figure, if your energy, if your potential voltage is 0, you have the mark of the beast upon your forehead. And this is derived in the sense from Mystery Babylon. If you know the Revelation 17, it talks about upon her forehead was the word mystery, Babylon. This would have been the abomination, the horror of Babylon, Ishtar. Now, this is the crazy thing, is I've looked at a lot of these female goddesses throughout the multiple different pantheons of paganistic religions, Christianity, Abrahamic religions, and so forth. And what you find is it's the same person over and over and over and over again, and the same story, except for the cultural attributes. So it's someone adopts a story and they add their own cultural attributes, they give them their own name, and then this story transfers into them. And these mythologists come out there and go, no, they're different people, it's all different things. No, they have a masculine and a feminine counterpart. There's a duality, and it's all correlated in the same manner. So you have Ishtar, which is Astar, Astara, Aster, Ostra, Isis, Venus. You have Athena, you have Minerva. They're all the same being, and that represent the same thing. And so I start showing that Athena was born out of Zeus's forehead. She had no mother, born out of Zeus's forehead with the knowledge of all the gods. She didn't trust mankind with the knowledge, so she hid it in the darkness. We see this through the Roman counterpart Minerva, where she gives the knowledge to the owl, and the owl exists in the darkness. This is why the owl is representative of wisdom. And so now when we go to Ishtar, she's the one that destroyed the Tower of Babel. Babel doesn't mean speak. Bab and El is God, Bab is gates, the gate to God. And we start understanding what she was actually talking about, like Isis wore a veil over her eyes that contained the mysteries of the universe. In Revelation, she had mystery on her forehead. The Tower of Babel was the gateway, the understanding, the knowledge leading to exactly what you're talking about, the formation of the halo, how to increase your energetic level yourself, how to basically ionize your pineal gland to increase your own energetic state. This is what they're all talking about, all the deities. It doesn't really matter which one we pick. We can go to the female or the male counterparts, but they're telling us a story, and the story has a scientific and a spiritual significance that match. And it's such an old science that I can't even imagine how civilizations back then knew these things unless we were more technologically and spiritually advanced and something major happened which destroyed all that, but the word had to live on, and it's just been a game of telephone played out through millennia.
Well, the reason they knew is because it's the same spiritual energy, God, the Son of God, coming to earth, telling us about these things. And we regard their abilities as miracles, whether it's, going back to Lord Krishna, 2,500 years before Christ. And then, of course, if you go to all of the leaders of the sun-worshipping civilizations, as I mentioned earlier, like Tutankhamun, the Olmec stone face, the Olmec heads in Mexico, we've got Buddha and Qin Shi Huangdi. These are all reincarnations of God, and God can do anything. God is electromagnetic energy, and we are gods. Jesus said, "You are gods." Make no mistake about it. It's your choice. You can be the God or you can be the devil. It's your choice, and we have to choose. Well, some of us are high voltage souls that have been here many, many lifetimes before, over thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. Some of us are very young souls who are only as old as their body, who don't understand the esoteric. So they're very materialistic. They want food and drink and materialistic possessions. They don't realize that there's more to life than materialism. So they have kids, and they don't realize that they'll come back as their own child, because if you don't have kids, you can't come back, or it's very difficult to come back. And that's why priests are celibate, so they can't have babies, and nuns are virgins, so they can't have babies. This is what it's telling us. If you want to escape from the earth, you have to be pure, and you can't do that if you allow the physical body to have its own way. It's like Qin Shi Huangdi, the Chinese emperor, said that you can have as much sex as you like as you don't ejaculate. But of course, that spoils all the fun. But what they were trying to say was, you must close down the gates of the body and have continence, which is corollary of incontinence. You must keep your eyes closed, keep your ears closed, keep your mouth closed, keep your organs closed, shut down the gates of the body, and that way you'll stay pure and you can increase your body voltage and go to heaven.
Absolutely. It's interesting too, because you talked about having children and how those children you will become. Now, this has a formulation as well within our blood system. Our blood is kind of like this carrier. It's like the electric current within a circuit, right? And our blood is this kind of mechanism which carries our voltage throughout our body. And that blood is a combination between the mother and the father within that child, but has certain resonant properties of both of those parents. And so therefore it makes sense that that child, what I was talking about before, system A and system B produces emergent phenomena, is they both resonate at a higher the child resonates at a higher level of them, but is a combination of them, and therefore both the mother and the father resonate with that new emergent phenomena, which would be their child, of which that child goes and has a kid. Now the higher state of the mother and the father can resonate with that child, that is in a sense if babies are the first level of reincarnation, babies are born with -5. The second level is at -6. The third level is at -7, and it keeps on progressing unless that person does bad in their life and they drop back down to a -2 and they come back as a freaking donkey, right? And that's the karmic infliction that we see that happens in this world, but it's simply based upon the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of electromagnetism.
Yeah, exactly. That's it in a nutshell. It's up to us individuals to increase our soul voltage. And if we do, we go to heaven. If we don't, we come back here.
Yep. Absolutely crazy. Well, we went 15 minutes over, but I think it was worth it. This was absolutely awesome. I had a great time. There's very few times that I don't talk and I just let someone just talk. And this was one of those nights, and I took massive amounts of notes. So the next time, because here's the thing, you can't get through what you have to say in 2 hours. You can't do it in 5 hours. You have to have multiple different shows. So I'm inviting you back anytime you want to come back. We're actually going to send you the ability to come back here probably around June or July, because I want to have another conversation with you. I want to deep dive more into this and really kind of discuss this other part of this, because you didn't even really, you're just still getting started. You're just laying the foundation.
I haven't started on gravity yet.
Oh my God, that's one of my favorites. Well, do you have 15 more minutes? You want to talk a little bit more?
If you like.
Let's do 15 more minutes. I'm game.
Sure. Okay.
Well, talk to me about then the physical laws and forces of the universe. And you just mentioned gravity. So tell me about your theory of gravity.
Well, it's quite straightforward, really. Modern science has got it all wrong, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep asking the same question for 100 years and be on the right path. So Einstein was very good with his E equals mc squared. He was very good in reconciling the variations in the orbital behavior of the planet Mercury. But everything else he did was wrong, including relativity.
Mm-hmm.
Quantum theory is wrong because quantum theory, well, it's not wrong. Quantum theory is not scientific because the science does not depend on probability. Sciences are specific and the laws relate to each other in exact quantifiable ways.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter if you look at relativity or quantum theory, relativity is nonsense and quantum theory is not scientific. So I try to stay away from those two. So if you want to find out how gravity works, and nobody knows, well, I know, and the people who've read my books know, we have to dismiss everything that's gone before and start again. And what we find is we have to go back to the atomic theory to find, which underlies all of today's physics. And the atomic theory doesn't make sense in any way at all. They don't understand, for example, why the protons inside the atom, and for those who are not familiar with the atom, atoms are made of 3 bits, negative electrons, positive protons, and neutrons, which are neither positive or negative. And the conventional theory is that the electron is a ball, a negative ball, the proton is a positive ball, and the neutron is a neutral ball, half positive and half negative. Now, if you accept that, you'll never understand physics or what's going on, because it's not like that. It doesn't explain why the atoms held together. In the middle of atoms, I'll just get some.
Yep.
In the middle of atoms, if we have protons, positive charges, then a positive repels a positive.
Right.
So if you take a small atom like helium with 2 protons, you would expect the 2 protons to bounce apart and the atom to disintegrate. So to overcome that, in about the 1930s, a researcher named Yukawa from Japan, he said, well, the protons must be covered in glue, like Velcro.
Yeah, glue on.
And when you put them together, they stick together. But then another guy said, well, hang on a minute. What if you got 2 protons with a velvet side and a velvet side? They won't stick together. You've got to have a hook side and a velvet side. So he said, okay, well, we'll need 3 types of proton, because that way you'd have a hook side and a velvet side, and if 2 velvet sides stuck to 2 hook sides, then they'd all stick together. And another bloke came back, he said, well, no, that wouldn't work. You'd need 3 of those, and 3 of those, and 3 of those. And another guy came back and said, well, that wouldn't work, because you'd need 3 of those, 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 3 of those. You'd need 3 of, and they finished up with looking for 300 particles, which is crazy, which is just nonsense.
Yep.
So there has to be a better way. And what I discovered was, if you look at the proton, which is half positive, half negative, the atom becomes stable if you make it, how can I say, like a spike, like a spike of a chestnut shell, whereby the end of this spike is positive and the base of the spike is negative, then that would make the whole atom stable. Still doesn't explain how gravity works, but at least we understand why the positive bits don't spring apart. So then the next step is, how do we make, if we're going to look at the atom, how can we make the electron spin what causes the electron to spin? Well, I have a model which is a bit like this one, really. And if we take the hydrogen atom, which is the simplest of atoms, you've got a positive particle and a negative particle. Now, we know the electron spins because we can see it, but we don't know why. My proposal is that there's an electric field between the positive proton and the negative electron. And the electron is moving through the proton. Now, if it was coil-shaped, like an electrical coil, as it moved, a voltage would be induced in it, and the electron would turn vertically. And then as it carried on, it would turn horizontally again. Now, what's happening here is the electron, therefore, the electron is a negative particle here, but when it gets to here, it's no longer a negative particle, it's a positive, it's a magnetic particle, it's an electromagnet, which has been twisted upright. And if you look at the top, you've got north, and if you look at the bottom, you've got south.
Yeah, hold it up a little bit. There we go.
Oh, sorry, yeah. If you look at the north, if you look at the north pole of the magnet, it says north. If you look at the south, it says south. Now, the magnet continues to spin under its own inertia. So by the time it gets around here, it's electric again. It's an electric electron. But by the time it gets around here, it continues to spin. But this time, the south is at the top and the north is at the bottom. And then as it continues to spin again, it becomes an electric electron. So it's only an electron for half the time, and it's a magnet for half the time. Now, all of the atoms are doing the same thing. And hydrogen, therefore, if you look at the magnetism coming out of there, it's like a corkscrew. And if you look at the electric field coming out of here, that's like a corkscrew. So magnetic energy is electromagnetic energy is corkscrew style energy. Now what happens is when that corkscrew, imagine this as another atom, this is as long as it's got hydrogen in it, it'll give off gravity waves. Hydrogen is a prime mover in the gravitational mechanism. So this gives off magnetic waves. The next atom gives off magnetic waves. When this is south and that's south, when this is south, the next one's, this is north-south, and the next one's north-south. That south is attracted to this north. See that? North-south. Then we've got the next atom, north-south. This south is attracted to that north. So this atom is pulled towards that one. And that's gravity. The atoms pull, you've got gravity waves coming off the Earth. Every atom in the Earth, which contains hydrogen, especially water, because that's got a load of hydrogen, gives off gravity waves. Just a minute. Here's a diagram. So this is the atom going around. Here it's an coil-shaped electron. There it's a magnet, and this is marked north-south. Then it's an electron. This is south-north. Then it's an electron. As it goes around and spins, it gives off corkscrew-style waves. Those corkscrew-style waves, this is the hydrogen atom. This is another neighboring atom. When the electron is at 90 degrees, all of those atoms pull together. Then the gravity stops when the electron magnet is horizontal again. Then when it's vertical again, here, it's all the atoms pull together again, the electrons, and gravity starts again. Then when it's horizontal, gravity stops again. So this is switching on 1.42 billion times a second. That's the hydrogen frequency. It's magnetic, electric, magnetic, electric, magnetic, electric. And all of the, and every time when that electromagnetic wave strikes another atom, it causes the electron magnets in the other atom to follow the spin of the hydrogen electron magnet. So if that goes up, all of the electrons in neighboring atoms go up and they all pull together. Then when this goes down, this is the prime mover, don't forget.
Yeah.
This causes gravity. the waves coming off the hydrogen atom. H2O is water. So
that would also constitute, though, at the quantum level between all of the atoms, there is a concentric alignment phenomena that occurs within those electron fields, per se, that when that rod goes up and that magnetic field, because the magnetic field is polarized, you have a north and a south pole, which means that when that north comes up, everything else has to be aligned in proximity to the opposite direction, because if not, you don't have gravity. So you'd have to have a certain polarizational alignment.
Exactly. And now it becomes simple, because if you have a disc spinning on a turntable, a record, a musical record, a turntable, and you put some Rice Krispies on the turntable, and you spin it, what happens to the Rice Krispies?
Well, they go out to the edge.
They're thrown off.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, so if you don't forget, this is going up and down, and this is synchronizing the motion of the electrons in neighboring atoms. So the neighboring atoms are going up and down, and they're bringing it all closer together. But what happens if you spin that one faster and faster? It can't spin up and down. It gets thrown out of gets thrown outwards, not up and down. It gets thrown out of the record. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if you have a flying saucer and you spin it, once the centrifugal force that way, it exceeds the gravitational pull this way, gravity has no effect on it. So it can
so the centrifugal force will be perpendicular to the torque, where gravitation will be vertical to the horizontal axis of the centrifugal force. And this is why you can spin a wheel in the air, and you can just put it on your finger and sit there, and the centrifugal force will allow that wheel to sit there because of the axis of rotation is in alignment or perpendicular to the torque, and so that the centrifugal force is greater than the pull of the gravitational force.
And that accounts for gravitational inertia, which nobody understands.
Correct.
That's how a gyroscope works.
Exactly.
That's
how
why you can spin a gyroscope and hold it because it's weightless.
Yep.
Because it's spinning, it becomes weightless.
Yep.
And that's how gravity works.
It makes sense. It does make sense. I'd like to see the high level explanation of that with the math as well. I mean, I got my own theories, and my theory is very similar. But I came from like the Hermetic and Gnostic perspective of esotericism, and so there's always this perspective of duality, and looking at the Bible, and when we were just talking about, we have Adonis and Lucifer, matter and energy, or matter and light, the soul and matter. As I looked at physics in the same kind of conceptualization, that we have space and we have counter space. So we have expansive space, and then we have counter space, which is basically compressed to the size of a Planck's length. And so these are in existence with each other in a dualistic fashion in the exchange of energy back and forth. And then a proton has a counter proton in counter space, of which is in an oscillatory tendency with back and forth between space and counter space. And that oscillation that comes out for the proton or for the hydrogen atom is the field displacement that it produces in the neutralized field. And so I look at it as destructive wave interference. If we have two waves and one is 180 degrees out of phase, we still have a transmitter and receiver. We have a power source transmitting those waves, but there's no measurable wave in between them unless we throw another wave perpendicular to there that produces interference or somehow interfere with that signal. And so I look at the whole universe in this still non-existent nothingness sense, space, as being in this destructive interference, one wave, another wave, 180 degrees out of phase, and that it's in this optimized state, and that oscillation of the proton disrupts that neutralized state or that optimized state and causes it to ionize for a brief second. Now, that brief second of ionization is what we call the electric field, and it's generated by the oscillation of the actual proton. Secondarily to that is that field wants to neutralize again. It wants to go down to a basal of 0 and get back to that destructive interference state, which means that that field is going to collapse towards the center of that oscillation in between the oscillations between space and counter space. That collapsing of that field is gravity. The easiest way to perceive this would be a pebble being dropped into the ocean. Is it the pebble that displaces the ocean, or is the ocean also pushing back onto the pebble? Right? And then we have the pebble moving through, and it produces this bow shock below, but also it has this teardrop that comes back and formulates where the water comes back and collapses on towards itself. That attraction of that water is the displacement of the field coming back. Now, one of the things that I looked at is I said, if the displacement of the field is coming back towards itself, what would the rate be of this electromagnetic field that's in a state of optimization, destructive interference be? And I said, well, that's the speed of light. It's nothing more than the rate at which the field resets to a stable point of zero. It goes on from here, but I mean, I got files and documents and math. I've been doing this for a while, but I pulled this out of Hermeticism, out of natural law and the understanding of it. And for me, I look at it in the sense that I always have to have a counter polarization. I always have to look at things in a dualistic fashion because I perceive the universe in a dualistic form.
And that's because the universe is in a dualistic form.
Yep.
But that's because the fundamental particles are electrons and protons. And, excuse me, the neutron is spike-shaped, and therefore we get gravity. And I don't think it's 180 degrees. You were talking about this complementary field. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's quite like that, because this is like the sun, if you like. And the way I see it is, 1 minute it's magnetic, the next minute it's electric, the next minute it's magnetic, the atom, the next minute it's magnetic. So it's actually vibrating like this at 1.42 billion times a second,
mm-hmm.
and that radiates the gravity waves. And if we look at Einstein's work, he tells us that the speed of light is 300 times 10 to the 6 meters per second. But that has problems, because he says that if you have a spaceship traveling through space at the speed of light, 300 times 10 to the 6 meters per second,
mm-hmm.
and you have a light on the end of the spaceship, then clearly the light will be going at the speed of light plus the speed of light.
Yep.
But Einstein says, no, that doesn't happen.
No.
It can't happen. He says you can only go at the speed of light. Well, if that's true, the speed of light can only be 0 meters per second.
That's right.
It's the only figure that fits, because it doesn't change the speed no matter what speed you're going. Well, so the speed of light must, and now you're going to say, well, hang on a minute. If the speed of light is 0 meters per second, light cannot leave the sun and reach the earth, which isn't true.
Right.
Which isn't true.
Well, and that's why relativity is completely flawed.
Because I'm sitting in my chair, and my speed is 0, but it doesn't stop me going to New York.
Mm-hmm.
All I have to do is jump onto a jetliner, which travels at 500 miles an hour, and it will take me to New York. So all the light wave has to do is to jump onto a gravity wave. And the gravity wave travels at 300 times 10 to the 6 meters per second. And the gravity wave is what travels, not the light wave.
Interesting.
So if you imagine it, it's like, if you look at a barber's pole, you've got red, white, and blue on a barber's pole spinning, and it looks like the waves are going up the pole, doesn't it?
Right.
If you look, but if they were going up the pole, then as soon as you switch the pole on and start it rotating, all of the stripes would fall off the pole.
That's right.
But they're not moving. It's an illusion.
So,
and it's the same thing. It's the same thing with light. Light appears to be moving, but it's not moving. It's like a spiral, the gravity wave. Don't forget, it's corkscrew. It's like the edge of the spiral. It's like on here. The edge of this is tingling with light. It's the edge of the spiral that tingles. But the gravity, the screw itself, is going that way and carrying the light.
The photon simply is the gravitational wave's interaction with a field. And that's what I was saying, is that the light itself is simply the expansion and collapsion of this basically neutralized field or optimized field, as I call it. And there's a prime mover that actually occurs to produce that displacement of the field to produce that. And so the speed of light simply would be the ionization effect, the polarization and ionization is the oscillation in the field, which displaces it. Now you have polarization and ionization. So you have a positive and negative, right? And that is the creation. And so now what happens is that collapses. The rate of that collapse is the speed of light, and the energy expenditure, the excess energy of the force moving through, is a photon. And so this only happens when a full primal force moves through that field or propagates through that field to produce that. I think we're saying the same thing. It's just you're using a model of a physical particle quantity, and I'm utilizing a field theory.
Possibly.
Possibly.
You see, I don't believe in photons either.
I don't either.
There are light waves.
I don't either.
No, there are
We
light-
just have to use that
I believe-
language.
Yeah. I think there are light waves. You see, one is digital. If you look at photons, it's like looking at it digitally. And the other one is like looking at it in an analog way. And there are problems with photons, which if you're looking at energy absorbed by an atom, then clearly, if you put energy into an electron as it's orbiting an atom, shine electromagnetism onto it, or infrared or ultraviolet, then the electron absorbs the energy, jumps to a higher shell from the nucleus of the proton, but then as the energy is expiated, it then collapses back in, and as it collapses back in, it releases energy again. Now you call that a photon, I call it an electromagnetic wave. Okay.
Well, I call it field neutralization. I call it field neutralization.
Well, you're looking at it digitally. I'm looking at it in an analog way.
Right. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the only difference. Now, the thing about gravity is that if sorry, it's gone again.
No
Sorry.
worries. Yeah, no worries. I mean, we're discussing a lot of high level concepts here, and there's a lot of complexity in what we're talking about. I look at it in the sense is we're looking at a refresh rate of the galaxy, of a pixel, of a Planck's length. It's basically what the speed of light is the refresh rate of a pixel of the universe. And also, and I wonder if you agree with this, is that when we see these stars that current modern science says that's billions of light years away, and we're seeing that light from that star a billion light years in the past, I disagree with that. I actually say that since we're looking at basically the refresh rate and that light is stationary and it's actually the primal mover which is moving through the field, that light is that light is actually replicating instantaneously with the current version of what that star is. So we're actually looking at all light in real time, that there is no delay.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. I can show you the I can
And
show you the
I
map on that
genuinely
one.
mean it. I genuinely mean it. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it.
Yeah, no, it's you have to, like, I guess you'd have to understand the field theory first, and there's a lot of preliminary aspects. So when I was starting to talk about System A and System B, it actually goes about with your same description with you're talking about, is if God gave 100,000 volts out of his million volts, right? I look at the perception of wave theory. Go back to Maxwell's wave theory. If we just look at electromagnetic waves, I was in the Navy. I worked on radios and advanced weapons systems. So I worked on the electronic components, the digital data systems, radar systems, communication systems, very much the same way you did. I know that you know that when you're taught advanced electronics in the Navy, they teach you the real version of electronics, not what they're going to teach you in high school and college level. They teach you kind of like this other understanding, kind of a Tesla variation. But one of the things that I looked at is that the early universe, I don't believe in the Big Bang. I don't think the Big Bang ever happened. Instead, I look at it is that if you think about wave propagation, so let's just think about traverse wave propagation. We're talking about radio signals. I have a transmitter and receiver here, and I have a transmitter and receiver here. I send a signal out, it's received over here. I send another signal out over here, and it's the same frequency. Now we're going to have constructive interference, and we're going to increase our amplitude, right? Now, if we do the same thing, but we instead take one wave and flip it 180 degrees out of phase, it's going to cancel that wave out. And so any measurement within that center, that wave is going to be zero. It's non-measurable. But here's the thing. I still am transmitting both of those waves from a power source. There's energy going into there, and the waves disappeared. Well, the wave is in what I call an optimized state. It's in a resonant state amongst the other wave, basically a basal or sum zero between their two energy potentials. And so they kind of come to this nothingness or this kind of spatial aspect to where they have no energetic capacity because all the potentiality is in this optimized state. Now, if I take a wave perpendicular and I shoot it in there, you're going to see interference all over the place between these waves, but eventually it'll go back to this neutralized state between the 180 degree out of phase wave and the regular wave. And so I believe that the universe is actually created by basically optimized energy with just floating within eternity that apparently runs into each other. And whether you have a resonant match, they begin exchanging energy between those two fields. And so if you have two wave interference patterns that are in a neutralized or optimized state and they interact with each other, at that point, I call it the point of convergence, they start interacting with each other and exchanging energy, forming a new system that's going to be an emergent system dependent upon, let's say you have +1 over here and +2 over here. You have 1.3 over here and 1.2 over here. They come together, they're going to form a new system, which is going to be the median average of those two systems, but it's an exchange of energy that's actually occurring, and they're moving out of their optimized state through a potential of interference, and this interference is us. It's matter. It's a perturbation within the field is the matter that is being disturbed within that field. We're the interference pattern. And when you have this perturbation in the field or you have any force that moves through that field, the field reacts because the field wants to be in a neutralized, optimized state between these two waves. And when it reacts, it's like taking the pebble and dropping it in the water. The first thing you're going to have is you're going to have the bow shock, but you're going to have the water pushing outward as well as the water pushing inward because the water continuously wants to be in that optimized state. If we look at the water as representative of the field and the pebble representative of the perturbation in the field. And so what happens is after that water moves out of that wave, right, that water begins to come back. So the separation of the water, the trail that the water leaves with the stone going through it, this is electromagnetic energy. This is ionization and positive and negative potential coming into play. And what happens is the water collapses back onto itself. That releases what we call a photon, the excess energy of the prime mover moving through it. So the excess energy comes back, collapses onto it, gives off a bunch of light. It's just the ionization of the field basically neutralizing itself. And the collapse rate is the speed of light. And the force that's actually pushing back onto the pebble is gravity.
I can't comment on that.
I know. I know. There's a lot there. I know there's a lot there. It's like as well as yours. That's kind of like my life work and a lot of stuff. And that's what I'm saying is what you're saying on the physical level when you're looking at it in the sense of protons and electrons. It's almost the same.
I understand what you're saying.
You're
saying field density it creates physical particles. You're saying where the waves cross and interfere, that creates an electron and a proton and a neutron. I understand the field theory aspect of it, but there are experiments that show that particles exist, like a cathode ray tube. Mm-hmm. You know, a particle leaves the cathode, goes through the vacuum, hits the anode when you've got the high voltage there, and you can mask it. You know, you can put a shadow mask over the tube, and so only certain parts of the tube light up, which proves that without any interference of fields, the particles are moving from one part of the tube to the other. So
the particle itself is a perturbation in the grand field of things, though. And I look at it kind of like a super field theory. I look at it as a field of consciousness, honestly, and that it's all in the mind of God.
Oh, it certainly is. There's no question about that. This week I've been working on decoding of Renaissance art. And one painting in particular, the Sistine Madonna, which is a Madonna in the Sistine Chapel on the ceiling, of Mary with the Christ child and God and Venus. And that uses the same decoding principles as the Mayas, the Egyptians, the Peruvians. It's all the same. And what that means is that we can, it's not just this was a loose end I had. It's not just that Jesus keeps coming back as the head of different civilizations. When he said, "You are gods," it means that we can become gods. And I've felt for a long time that we could have more than one Jesus here at a time, which wouldn't be the case if it was just reincarnation, because it would be one person keep coming back. And so I believe that Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo were all Jesuses, and I couldn't prove it. But now I've decoded the Sistine Madonna, I can prove that you can have more than one Jesus alive at the same time.
So let me ask you this, in the sense of the reincarnation aspect. Do you think that when a soul reaches its prime potential to the point where you say it can go back to God and it reincarnates here maybe for the last time, is that what you're saying is an incarnation of Jesus? And then it retains information and has access to information beyond the scope of a normal human being at a lower energy potential.
No, I can't say that. What I can say is, because Jesus was a part of God, and we are part of God, but Jesus doesn't, his voltage doesn't go up and down, if you like. Let's imagine those souls, I think they call them Bahitsvars or something like that, there's a name for it, where they come down to earth, do what they've got to do, and they go back up again. Their voltage doesn't change. Jesus's voltage didn't change with his age. Our voltage is changing with our age. As we get older and we mature and we go through puberty and so on, our voltage either goes up or it goes down if we love each other, if we hate each other. So slightly different to that. I'm saying that we know for sure from all of my research that Jesus has been here on my count a dozen times as leaders of all the civilizations in India, Egypt, Peru, Mexico, China, and so on. We know that from all of the pictures I've decoded and so on. And now I'm convinced that we can become a Jesus. We can reach that voltage. That's what I'm saying. If a Jesus is 50 volts, I'm saying we can reach 50 volts, get to the roof of the skyscraper, get on the helicopter and go to heaven. That's what I'm saying. Any man, any woman can do that.
Gotcha.
But Freemasons don't believe that. Freemasons believe men can go to heaven, but women can't. Women always come back as men.
Well, yeah, and there's a lot of that was culturally organized within the Renaissance time frame, and because of the church's influence onto the esoteric and the occult and the persecution of them, there's a lot of different cultural aspects that came about in the sense of sexism, racism, and so forth when it pertains to a lot of this information.
I don't think it's that, Joshua. I think if you look in the Bible, it says women should wear their hair long.
Right.
And that might not mean nothing to you, and that was written, don't forget, the New Testament 2,000 years ago, and previous to that, in the Jewish Torah, minus 2,000 years ago, it says women should wear their hair long, and you have to think, well, why?
Electromagnetic energy.
No, I'll tell you why. Then it says women should not become church ministers, and you ask, well, why? And in the Quran, it says women must walk 6 feet behind their husband. And you think, well, why? I mean, is this just gobbledygook in all of these reference sources, or does it mean something? And what they're trying to say is women should wear their hair long. In other words, they shouldn't look at the sun. They shouldn't worship the sun. And in this lifetime, this is what Freemasons believe. I hasten to add, before I get all kinds of hate mail, this is what they believe, okay? Yep. And Islam believes that a woman should walk in the shadow of her husband, so she can't worship the sun. Freemasons are into sun worship. They understand all this stuff.
Yep.
They understand about reincarnation, how the soul goes up and attaches to another living thing. So there's lots of evidence to suggest that women come back as men. Men who don't go to heaven come back as women. And as I said earlier, this is why clerics are celibate, like priests, and nuns are virgins, so that they don't have children, and so they go to heaven because they can reach purity. But again, this is what the Freemasons believe, and I hasten to say, I'm not a Freemason. I've never been a Freemason, and I wouldn't wish to be a Freemason. But I mean, Freemasonry is a subject to itself, which is very, very interesting, and which we'll say for another day, perhaps.
Right, absolutely. Maurice, this was like an awesome conversation. We have very rarely gone over the typical hour and a half, and we've almost done 2.5 hours this time. So I appreciate your time tonight. Absolutely just a fascinating guest. I love all of your research, and I've been deep diving into it, and I'm going to continue deep diving into it because I want to have another conversation with you here in just a few months when we bring you back on. So thank you so much. We can find you at mauricecotterell.com, and it's very easy if you look at that, MauriceCotterell.com, and you can find all of his books there, as well as your books are on Amazon, I take it?
The latest one's been banned by Amazon.
Oh, great.
That's the Heavenly Matchmaker, and that's because the Freemasons don't like it.
Yeah.
What happened there was the CIA, who is the enforcement group of the Freemasons in America, they took over Amazon. They don't want their secrets to be released. So once they took over Amazon, Amazon banned the Heavenly Matchmaker.
Wow.
But it's available on my website.
Well, that's more of a reason to go out there and get it, because we loved reading those banned books. Maurice, thank you so much for joining me tonight, my friend. You're just a wealth of knowledge and information, and I absolutely love talking to you, so thank you so much. Guys, we're going to go to Fringe After Dark in 30 minutes from now, so it'll be 22:30 my time. It'll be 12:30 Eastern time if you guys want to check that out. That's our subscription show where it's a chat after the chat. You guys are more than willing to join us, and we'll see all you guys there. Everybody else, you guys have a great night, and we'll talk to you here soon.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Maurice.
Its purpose to voice the norm is to swallow the red pill against the narrative. A ruthless force determined to keep everyone asleep. They broadcast the truth on Rumble, on clouds dropping red pills every week. Overwatch and the Guardian. The narrative is
We can't let it end like this! It's too late.
I love that, Eagle. Let me switch this here so we're on the right side and use the right. There we go. Long time no see, brother.
Yeah, man, it's been ages.
I was getting trash talk by my audience. Alpha needs an alarm. Listen, we just came from sit rep and we're trying to catch up on some things and figure out what we wanted to talk about. I did see that there was an error loading on your side, so I just want to make sure
I did get it figured out. I got it all working. So we had trouble. So we only got the ass end of the intro, but I did get it working because I'm that type of techie. So.
All right. That's the kind of stuff that makes me panic when I get that little, I'm like, what
back in the day when like I was still new at podcasting, I'd be like all freaking out, like, oh my God, like, what do I do? Nowadays, like,
I'm still at that freaking stage, bro. Not as bad. You know what I mean? Like before, man, like I was like really would stress on something. Now it's just like I panic, but I'm like, all right, I got this. You got to work yourself through it, and I got it. I do want to make something known for my YouTube audience that's watching. YouTube finally approved me, folks, for membership. So if you're over there and you're watching Overwatch and the Guardian on Alpha's YouTube and you want to do the membership, there's 2 levels. One that's a recruit level and one that's a foxhole buddy level. So cool things that I'll be doing with that. So if you want to do that, you can. If you don't, no worries. But I just want to let you guys know that I did get that approved. So,
well, hold on. Hi, Kim in Wisconsin. She said hi, Josh, not hi, Alpha. So I wanted to say hello back.
You guys ain't right. You guys ain't right. So as we're Someone better damn tell me hi. I'm gonna be
Because that's your YouTube, not mine.
I'm gonna have a complex, dude, if someone don't tell me hi. One of the things, when we're, backstage before we went live, we were having a conversation and we're just like, dude, let's have this conversation with the audience. I was like, I'm all about that. Heck yeah. But I want to make sure we get to the ad. So I got the Rumble Wallet one. Do you have it? So if you do, I won't start reading it. And
My shit is still populating. So I don't have it up yet. So why don't we hold off on that one? Usually mine populates in a little bit. So let's give it a little while before we do that one.
so just so you know, mine was doing that. I just reset the whole browser and then it populated.
Well, let me try that.
Because if you just do the little circle one, it won't show. But if you reset the entire browser, then it. Holy smokes! I got one already. That is so awesome. Check that out, bro.
Aw,
Soar
047. Good job. You made Alpha's day.
So check this out, Soar. Because you are my first ever YouTube member, email me at alpha@thealphawarriorshow.tv, and I'm going to send you some free merchandise. Because I want to. You are my very first ever YouTube member. So email me and I'll fire something off to you. That's pretty cool.
Awesome. Well, you can just go ahead. Mine's not populated on my side, so but not to worry, that's okay. But let Alpha go ahead and do his. I'll do mine midstream, and then we can go through from there.
All right. So then I'll line this up over my head right here, folks. We're going to Rumble Wallet because Rumble Wallet takes care of us. They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you, they control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vault storage fees or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That's power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using the Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. This wallet is yours forever. You'll see that right below where Josh is on the screen right now. We both have that Rumble Wallet. And here's the cool thing about the Rumble Wallet. Rumble doesn't take any of that from us. So any contribution or tip you send us in the Rumble Wallet, we get to keep the entire thing. So if you guys are over there watching on Josh's channel, throw the dude some tips. You guys have no idea how hard this guy works. So, brother, how do we set up the conversation? Oh, holy smokes, another one, bro. Listen, I'm gonna fire these off, man. I'm gonna fire these off. Grits TLC became a YouTube member. I'm so fired up, dude. I'm so fired up. Listen, they censored us for so long, man. And it's just like we can breathe now.
Alpha didn't even know you could do memberships on YouTube until I told him the other day and helped him get set up.
I was like, he's like, Josh does teach me a lot, you guys. So if you're part of my audience and you want to take care of someone, take care of Badlands, take care of Josh. I don't know where I would be, folks, if I didn't have these people in my corner in addition to you, the audience. So make sure you're taking care of my brother over here. Wrong direction. There you go. But I was telling Josh, so before show, we were having this conversation and we're describing some stuff. And I'm like, bro, you sound like a Virgo. And he's just like, I'm something else. I don't know if you want to say what you are.
I'm a Capricorn.
All right. I didn't want to put it out if you didn't do it. And I was just like, really? And so I started asking some questions. He's like, dude, we can talk about this.
What are you?
I'm a Virgo.
You're a Virgo.
Yeah. September 9th, right? I'm 9/9. So I am a Virgo.
Okay. Well, when you start talking about astrology versus astronomy or occult astronomy or Vedic astrology, however you want to look at this, you have to kind of step back and realize that it's not necessarily what you think it is. And for anybody out there who doesn't know this, I've studied these topics for a very, very long time. I've dove into the mysteries of the occult and the esoteric, and tried to understand what these people are talking about. And I did it for a good reason, because I believed that ancient civilizations hid things within structured forms of knowledge, mythology, occultism, and so forth, in the context of our ancient civilization, of who we used to be as humanity. And I believe that I'm actually fairly right on that. And part of that belief goes into taking those ideas from occultism, from various different philosophical organizations of esotericism and occultism, and then reorganizing that into scientific theory. And I actually developed, I don't know, you probably don't even know this about me, Alpha. I went back after the military, I went back to college for 3 years with the CU Boulder, and I studied physics, and I studied computers. So computer engineering and physics. And my last year in college, before I dropped out, but I actually went through the selection process of a DARPA program. And so there's
Really?
one of my professors was a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army, and I got hand selected out of 200 people. I made the top 5 and got selected for the DARPA program. I went through my security clearance, got selected for this young innovator developers program with DARPA, to where they give you problems to resolve and you have to engineer solutions for it. And I ended up leaving the next semester right before the thing started.
Did you really leave?
Yeah, I did. It's like the same thing that, like, right when I got out of the military.
Listen, I'm just saying what the audience is thinking. Josh tells us DARPA, and I'm just like,
Well, right before, how about this? Right after I got out of the Navy, I had a job offer from Raytheon to go to McMurdo in Antarctica. Went through the interview process, took my offer, had my security clearance already, and I declined it because my wife at the time got pregnant. And so, like, I could have worked for DARPA, I could have worked for in Antarctica at McMurdo, but I chose a different path. Right? I chose a different path. I wouldn't be here today if those things.
You would have been one of them.
I don't think I would have been one of them. I probably would be a lot wealthier if I worked for DARPA. But the reason I went back to school is because I had this theory. And this theory just would not leave me alone. It was something that had bugged me my whole life when I researched into occultism and esotericism, and then having a analytical scientific mind that I had, I would kind of like say, they're talking about science here. And so I had to go out and learn science and try to fully understand what both sides were talking about, right? To try to figure it out. And I actually believe I figured it out.
Well, let me ask. Oh, go ahead, because I do have a question for this. Because, I hear people talking a lot about it, but and if there's one person that could probably answer it, it's you. But finish that thought, and then I'll tell you what my question is.
Yeah, so I actually think I figured it out. And once I figured it out, and what people are like, what did you figure out? That the theoretical view that we have of the universe and scientific capacity is wrong. It is wrong. And that it's not necessarily we need a completely new theory, we need transitional shifts in the perception of how we think about things, right? Observational nature is observational nature. When we start looking at the laws of nature and we start looking at how things interact, all of these things are not going to change. That's the observational nature of reality. But when we start to look at science as a whole, it's how they perceive that information that draws the wrong conclusion. And to give you an example here, right now we have 2 bases of physics, right? We have quantum physics, and then we kind of have general relativity, the GR crowd, right? And those 2 worlds do not combine. And one of the ways that they do not combine is gravity. Is that you have quantum gravity, and then you have general relativity, or how mass distorts the space-time that doesn't actually exist, and generates a very, very weak field called gravity. In science for the last 100 years has been trying to basically bring those two together, and they've been unable to do it, right? Now, one of the things I began to realize is that, well, maybe what we're looking at here, and I want you to take this in the context, is imagine that observational phenomena, experimentation, things that we do to validate theories, information, is equivalent to screws and nails and wood boards and glass windows, right? So imagine that we have this bucket of screws and nails, and we have a whole bunch of planks of wood. And what we're doing is we're taking these things and we're putting them together, and we're forming these odd shaped houses that have no floors or no roofs. And like, we're putting boards together and windows together and nails. And, I said, you can build a house with 137,000 nails and 27 screws, 4 boards, and 1 window, and call it a house, because that's what your observational evidence is showing that you have. But it doesn't make it a house. Just because that's how we put it together doesn't mean that's what it is. In other words, we're looking at a skyscraper, and the only things that we can see are a few screws, a few nails, a few pieces of wood, and some glass. And modern science, instead of thinking, hey, there's a skyscraper, they say, hey, these things must fit together into a house. And you get this kind of this 14-dimensional reality that makes no sense. And so that's kind of like I'm talking about with perceptionability. And I think that there's a few different tenets within modern science, and this has everything to do with what we're about to talk about. And I think that there's a few different tenets in modern science that are actually false. And there's actually a lot of evidence to substantiate this, although the mainstream will never grasp onto it. Now, have you heard that we live in a universe that is entropic?
Maybe not through that word. So if you want to tell me what entropic means.
So entropy, a concept most commonly associated with states of disorder, randomness, and uncertainty. The term and the concept are used in diverse fields, from classical thermodynamics, third law, to where it was first recognized in microscopic descriptions of nature and statistical physics. Okay, in the principles, information theory, it has found far-ranging applications in chemistry and physics. But basically, science tells us that we live in a universe that is declining in a state of entropy and randomness and chaos. And that eventually our universe is going to, all the energy is going to cease to exist. And that's because the way they define energy, that energy is defined as motion. And so I don't care where you go, if whether it's biological, quantum physics, if you go and you look at the definition of energy, we did this a few weeks ago, it's work. It's just the ability to do work. In other words, it's anything that directs or conducts motion. It's something that is in motion. Energy is the in motion process. It's the vector analysis of something, right? And so when we start to look at the universe in this construct and we don't define what energy is, and we simply say that everything is in motion, which is energy from the initial Big Bang, and that eventually that Big Bang is not going to bang again, and that means that all that energy is going to come to and slow down and then settle, and everything will begin to coalesce gravitationally again. That's what we mean by entropy, that the universe is going to fizzle out and cool down and just kind of go away at some point. I think that this theory is inherently incorrect. And let me give you a good example of this. So one of the ideas of entropy is that star systems will go out there and they'll exhaust all of their energy. And then that star will go supernova, or it'll go black hole, right? But what is that? That's a chaotic end state to a system, right? It's a chaotic end state to a system. Is that it's just completely random, completely chaotic. But what happens? That star runs out of fuel and it self-destructs and goes back to its fundamental elements. But the people who claim that are not looking at what that star is actually doing. They're not looking at 3 billion years or later when that star recoalesces. Now, number one, a star in its core is producing heavy elements. So I don't know if you know this, but our star right now is producing lithium and carbon and all these different elements. It produces this in its core, right? So it's an element production factory. And when it ejects plasma and particles out, a lot of those get spread throughout the solar system. Eventually, our star is going to run out and it's going to go supernova. It's going to blow up. Well, that blowing up that star over billions of years All of those pieces will soon begin to coalesce back together around a gravitational center, and they'll get really, really dense, like Einstein said, and that star will be refused again. But this time, it's not going to be the same star. It's going to be a star with heavier elements as its fuel. In other words, the star over billions of years starts out as a hydrogen star and starts to move up the scale with heavier elements as fuel, producing heavier and heavier elements within its core. The star isn't moving towards a state of entropy. It's moving towards a state of optimization. It's optimizing itself over long periods of time and duration. It's moving from a very, very simple structure to a very, very complex structure, one that's burning hydrogen and developing minute elements, to one that's developing heavy elements and burning immense fuels. And the star will change its dynamics over its lifetime, over billions and billions of years. The problem is that we don't have the observational data that really validate and prove these theories, because we look at the universe as 16 billion years old, and that we can only see like 3 billion years into the past because of the nature of light and how it operates. So when I started to realize that, hey, look, star systems optimize themselves, I said, okay, what other systems out there optimize themselves? Every single one. Every single system in the universe optimized. And I want you to think about this from the base components of it, right? What is our reality made of? What is the elements that we talk about? Well, they're atoms, right? Atoms. Right. So an atom is a proton and an electrons, configuration of protons and electrons and neutrons. They're made up of quarks and gluons and mesons and bosons, right? And so you have subatomic particles. And the subatomic particles, they oscillate at the Planck scale. The Planck scale is 10 to the negative 32 meters, incredibly small. But here's the thing: is we really don't know what happens at that scale. We don't know what is like before subatomic particles. We have this theory of strings, but it's completely nonsense. But what we do know, and this came from Max Planck in the early 1900s, is that, and this is where you get the term Planck's length, Planck's constant, H bar, in this type of stuff, is because Max Planck realized that energy doesn't move in singular quantifications, as in it doesn't move one energy unit at a time. Instead, energy builds up into a packet of energy and then moves. So when we're talking about the motion of the universe, right, that random and chaos, and that it's just because of the Big Bang, and that energy is just dispersed and energy is just motion. What Max Planck was saying is that energy doesn't just free flow from one point to the other. Actually, what it does is it accumulates like a capacitor and then discharges. And he calls that a quanta. Now, that's interesting because that birthed quantum physics. And quantum physics was the study of the quantification of energy and matter. Okay? So when Max Planck realized that, we have to start rethinking our whole theoretical framework. Is that at 10 to the negative 32 meters, energy doesn't move in singular units. It waits until it has enough into a package, and then it moves. Well, hold on. What rules, what laws are defining that? But there has to be a mechanism, a system behind that defines that. They don't know. They don't even try to figure it out. And so this builds our fundamental reality. So you have a quantification of energy, that then brings about subatomic particles, which are oscillations of I look at them as oscillations of fields. So think about our universe as kind of overlays of fields, and just think about invisible fields like fog, and then you have colored fog, and they're just all correlating. And when they interact, if we think about frequency, they produce interference patterns. Those interference patterns will oscillate with each other because they're going to have the same oscillation patterns that occur. And those frequencies oscillate and resonate with each other. And that's subatomic particles. And then they start to come together and coalesce. And that's a proton, a neutron. And then you have electrons, which an electron doesn't actually exist. J.J. Thomson discovered the electron in, I think it was 1867 when he first started talking about this. And he came out and he was like, listen, I want to be very, very clear. This is not a particle, and this thing doesn't actually exist. It's just a potential field. And we've taken that. And if you remember when you were in science class and physics class, they were like, And you have this little particle called an electron, and it's zooming in lightning speeds around the proton. That's bullshit. It doesn't actually happen like that. And what that is actually a potential field. It's a field that's oscillating around the proton. And we even know this. They say that electricity is like you have a current flowing, right? And you have a voltage, and you have electrons that are flowing. Well, electrons don't actually flow. You want to know what electrons do? They oscillate. They oscillate back and forth like this. So when we actually have AC current, all AC current is the oscillation of electrons just going back and forth over a current line. That's it. They're just going back and forth 120 times a second. DC current is simply just ripples like this.
And you're going to make this connect to me being a Virgo.
Yes, I will. Absolutely.
Okay. Because I love what I'm learning, but I'm like, how the hell?
People are like, you lost me, Josh, but I love you anyway. No, trust me, guys. I'm going to bring this.
If I'm following along, y'all better start studying, or maybe Josh is rubbing off on me. I like it because I'm keeping up with this. So I'm proud of myself right now. Keep going.
Good. So when I started realizing this and I started seeing these various different patterns in nature, that kind of the fundamental structure of reality was patternized. Not only patternized, is it went from simplicity to complexity. And we can actually see this. I mean, you go down to the Planck's length and you're talking about basically single units coming into a packet. And then like, think about a sugar packet, that the only time the sugar packet would go into the coffee is when you open it up and it's completely full in the bag and then it get discharged. Well, it goes from that to atoms, and then atoms can come together in higher levels of complexity. And then when atoms come together, these are elements, and then they form what we call molecules. Right? And now molecules, once you get into the realm of molecules, this is where life starts to appear. Amino acids start moving and having these various different configurations, and amino acids come together and you get single cell organisms and the multi-cell organisms, and then you get life. But here's the crazy thing about this. I had to build a model for this. And by the way, I had this conversation with the head of astrophysics at CU Boulder. And this was when I was determining whether I was going to continue at CU Boulder or go away. And we sat down and talked about this for 2 hours. I brought all my notes. I have documents like this on this whole theory. And he told me, keep going. Just keep going in school. Go get your PhD. Do it. We need minds like you. And I'm like, well, I'm right. And he's like, I don't know, but keep going. I'm like, dude, I'm right. And well, anyways, I had to build a structured model. And the way that I kind of understood this is and let me bring up some visuals here, okay?
Yes, please. Marine Corps, right? Our weapon systems have pictures on them for those that didn't know.
So this is the idea that kind of you're taught in esotericism or occultism.
While you're bringing that up, let me just give a shout out to 2 new members. I want to make sure I give all these people love over here on the YouTube side. So welcome, Linda Goitel, and welcome, Lene Munrood 206. I probably said that terrible, so leave a comment on the proper pronunciation. And then we got a huge super chat that came in. We'll be doing the Rumble Rats and the super chats at the end of the show. So if you guys have some specific questions, and you want to make sure that Josh or myself see them, utilize that Rumble Rat in that super chat, especially if you're watching over there on Josh's platforms.
So my theory begins to formulate that, hey, everything is actually moving from a very simplistic structure to a very complex structure, that there's organization behind that structure, and that systems seem to be optimizing, and that you have different tiers of optimization. And then someone said to me, they said, well, what about chaos? What about randomness? What about entropy? And I said, well, that actually begins to make a lot of sense. And when we start to look at very complex systems over time that we know actually optimize themselves, something very, very interesting happens. Is that when these systems come to a point of optimization, they almost digress. They almost stop their functionality of progression. But what begins, and let me kind of explain it with this analogy, and this is one of the structured systems that I developed. I want you to think about Alpha, the very, very beginning of all creation and reality, okay?
Okay.
Now, what I'm going to do is we just want to utilize very basic understandings. I don't want to bring God or anything like, or the Big Bang into this. I just want people to use very, very basic understandings. So what I want you to think about is I want you to think about object A and object B. Okay. Now assume object A has cold water in it. Object B has hot water in it. Okay.
Okay.
And these two objects converge, they meet, and they begin to converge their waters together. Okay?
Okay.
Now, those two objects, now they just increased their structure. It's now more complex. It's now increased, right? The volume is now increased, but the two structures became one, did they not?
Yes.
So the third structure, the new structure, is an emergent phenomena of the interaction of object 1 and object 2. But also object 2 had like a very high temperature. Object 1 had a very low temperature, but now you have a median temperature, an aggregate temperature, right? So now you have this new emergent structure that just came about because of the optimization, the interaction of object A and object B. Okay? Now object C, which is the new emergent system, goes out and it's traveling the universe and boom, it finds another one, boom, comes together. They shift their waters into each other. It forms a new complex structure. And that process begins to move forth ad infinitum. And that process continues trillions upon trillions upon trillions upon trillions of times until you get what we have right here. Human beings doing the same thing, communicating with voice, interacting, producing forms of interaction and reaction. It's nothing more. That right now, the relationship that we have in this communication is an emergent phenomena of our interaction. Think about that. What we're doing right now, we're communicating with an audience, we're communicating with each other. That only exists because we are interacting, which means that this thing that's between us, the people listening and all of us all coming together, there is this hidden invisible thing called a relationship that is right there, right now. And that only exists in the emergent construct of all of us interacting. This is the right. But now think about that construct. Is it complex? Yeah, there's a massive complexity to this. We got computers and we got infographics and we got streaming channels, social media channels. We got massive amounts of information, Wi-Fi, all the things that had to go in to make that emergent construct actually appear is mind-blowing. But it doesn't take away from the fact that it's just the same process that's been going on forever since the inception of the universe. It's just two systems coming together, producing a new emergent system, and then from there, increasing their structure, increasing their complexity, and increasing the data or the information that's contained within it, and then replicating that same process over and over and over again. And this is where we get the idea that systems are actually moving towards structural and informational optimization. And then chaos comes in because when a system actually coalesces and then comes to a point of optimization, and this actually gets into a little of the physics of it. And when you ask is like, well, what do you mean by optimization in the sense of like quantum field physics, right? Do you understand what's known as destructive interference when we talk about like wave theory, electromagnetic wave theory?
Not really.
Okay. So you have constructive and destructive interference. Constructive interference just means that, think about this. I have two antennas, transceivers. One's transmitting and receiving, this one's transmitting and receiving. They send the same signal out. That signal is going to combine and increase in amplitude. That's constructive interference. Okay. So just think you have a sine wave and another sine wave. When they hit each other, they're the same wave. They're going to double its potential, right?
Correct.
Well, what happens if we take one and we flip it 180 degrees out of phase? We make it a negative waveform.
They would create a line. Like, wouldn't it go to zero?
Yeah, it goes to zero, right? But here's the problem with that. So they cancel each other out. That's called destructive interference. But let me ask you this. Do I still have a transceiver here and here that has energy going into it that's transmitting and receiving?
Yes, that still exists.
Yeah. So I still have energy being put into the system on both sides. Now, let me ask you this. If I went perpendicular to that waveform and I shot another electromagnetic wave that had some type of oscillatory tendency towards that destructive interference pattern, what would happen?
You would create a new wave,
You'd
whatever
create
that looks like.
interference in that one wave that's being destructive. That's the idea of our current universe, is that the universe, space-time, what we call space-time, is actually destructive interference of the convergence of two systems that have obtained a point of optimization, or an emergent system that we call the universe. And that all of matter and energy within this system is perturbations within that field that are simply not resolved yet at points of optimization. They haven't found their point of neutralization or sum zero within that system. But that system ultimately is moving to a point of optimization. Now, I learned this by looking at science, by looking at physics, but I
You
also
gotta let me
learned
ask
this.
you a question here.
Sure, go ahead.
Right? I want to bring it down. As I'm listening to you say this, and I get what you're saying, the optimization, right? And this one has to find this one, and then they create the new object, whatever that is, the new item. So are us as humans approach to creating life, are we doing that wrong? This is where my mind's going, right? So when I look for my partner, I was looking for my partner to be hot and gorgeous, right? And then I find my partner, she's hot and gorgeous. So I'm like, all right, we're going to come together. And then we make a child, right? Two beautiful ones,
Two
right?
systems come together and they produce a new system.
And produce a new system. But my initial search was based on looks. And then of course there's the I love her personality, I love who she is, you do check the box and all that stuff, right? And so we make life. So our approach is something that I guess is kind of surface level and then emotional. Is there, if we were to actually do things, this is going to get so like sci-fi here. And I blame it on Josh, folks. If we were to change the mechanism of how we look to create life, like instead of looking for someone that I'm physically attracted to or emotionally attracted to, I start looking for someone who, here's what my blood work looks like, here's what my DNA structure looks like, and now I'm looking for someone that matches that, so this way we can optimize the life that we create to make. If we went about it that way, would we evolve faster than the way we're doing it? But if that was the case, in that process, would we be abandoning things like emotion?
I don't think so. I think that the universe works exactly the way that God intended it to. Let me give you a few different ideas and concepts, because we're going to get into the whole Virgo thing in a second, but we had to build a base for it. And I want people to understand that this is how my mind thinks. My mind thinks in the context of patterns and structures and fields coming together, and that these produce very, very complex interactions. These complex interactions move to states of optimization. And once those points of optimization are done, then that system evolves into chaos and dismantles or produces a different hierarchical structure, moves to the next point in structure. And so when we talked about,
and just kind of to that point, and this is not to attack anybody, but just to put this conversation into perspective, remove emotions, this perspective, like people that are attracted to the same sex, they can't create life together. So that attraction itself ends the potential for that lineage to continue. You track what I'm saying?
That's right.
Like with the question?
And that is the system that, so one of the things I've noticed is that there's systems that try to obtain optimization and they fail. And they dismantle, they go into chaos, and they go to entropy. And that, I think that what you're saying there is that gay people seem to be the entropic representation of humanity, the system that is no longer going to reproduce, and those genes are just going to die off with that person, right? Like, you're spot on correct with that assumption. Let me give you kind of some ideas here. At the point in time that you were born, right? Conceived, that moment that zinc flash actually happened within your mother's womb. I want you to start to imagine this for a second. Just imagine your mother standing there in her home. Now go outside of the home. She's in California. Now she's in the United States. Now she's on planet Earth. And now planet Earth is in some configuration with the sun and the other planets. And that solar system is in some configuration in the galaxy. And that galaxy is in some other configuration with the other galaxies, the local group. And that local group is in a configuration with other galaxies spread throughout the entirety of the universe. And that universe is in a configuration with what we don't even know. Okay. Now, I also want you to begin to think that space is actually expanding. So right now where the earth is in space and time, this space will never, ever exist again. And just keep that in your mind for a second. Okay. Because what I want you to begin to see is that configuration of that moment of that zinc spark that occurred at a conception inside your mother, that configuration of the galaxies, of the stars, of the planets, all in the entirety of the universe will never exist again. That moment in space and time was simply unique unto you.
Now, this is what I love about the relationship that I have with Josh. You guys, I mean, absolute brilliance. And as I'm doing that picture, the zinc spark, as you describe it, you guys know how Josh's brain works. You know what my brain went to? I'm gonna date myself here, for all the 80s, 90s kids. My brain went to the movie Look Who's Talking.
Bruce Willis.
No, it was John Travolta. It was John Travolta,
John
and I can't think of her name. She
Christy Alley.
Christy Alley, yes. And the sperm's going through, and it's like, yeah, they're all talking. Like that's where my brain went to what you're describing. But it's interesting because the other thing I'm thinking about at the same time is as you're kind of creating this picture for us to think about, zooming out and zooming out and zooming out. Like have you guys, you, Josh, or even the audience, have you ever paused to think of everything that had to happen for that zinc spark to come into place? Like that means your mom's parents had to had a moment where they met. And think about all the chain of events in the life in their lifetimes.
You just said this the other day. In order for you to be here right now, you had to have two parents. Those two parents had to have two parents each. So that's 4 grandparents. And for those 4 grandparents to exist, you had to have 16 great grandparents. And then 16, you had to have 32 great great grandparents, and then 64 great 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 grandparents.
But not just have those parents. Each one of them
now spawns off in their own chain.
Well, yeah, but
of exponentiation.
But think about each one of their individual lives. They had to either survive circumstances, survive illnesses, make a decision to travel, not travel, go on a date, not go on a date. That's how your grandparents. Like, think about all the decisions that had to be made in your lineage to come to the moment where your parents would make the decision to, bond, right? I don't know how I want to sound retarded going into it, but to create that moment, like, what are the statistical, like this, think about, like, that's a universal miracle in order for you to be life.
Well, not only is it a universal miracle, is that every single thing in the universe is unique unto itself. And this is what I'm trying to represent here. Is that you as a life are completely unique unto yourself, and every atom and molecule. I mean, you know where the atoms and the molecules in your body came from?
Some funny ass people in the chat. I gotta say it, Dr. Pepe. Forgive me, folks, it's late. Hopefully there's no kids listening. Dr. Pepe says, how many quantum suicides by wanking?
How many quantum suicides?
By wanking.
Oh, God.
There's always one in the group.
There's always one. That's where my mind went. So when we start to realize is that you are unique unto yourself. There is nothing else like you. Now, I want you to go back to this idea. And by the way, remember, things are moving to points and states of optimization. And at least that's how I perceive the world, is everything is on a path to optimization. And I don't think that God would create a universe that just goes to a point of death and dies out and goes away. He would want things to continuously evolve and create higher states of functionality and creation. Why, right? Why create something that's just going to die off and cancel out? Why not create something that continuously optimizes and generates something better and better and more and more? At least these are the experiences I've had in my life. And so now I want you to begin to perceive like this. Your body has energetic fields. Would you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So Heart Math Institute has declared that your heart actually puts out about a 40, a 4-foot electromagnetic field around your body. Rupert Sheldrake has done immense research at Cambridge University on morphic fields, morphogenesis, of how human beings have these energetic fields that are all intertwined and interconnected, that actually interact with nature and our environment. That Lockheed Martin I actually had the engineer that did the studies on my show at Lockheed Martin. But what they discovered is that your skin and your eyes, you have various different photoreceptor cells, and that your eyes actually not only absorb light energy, but your eyes actually give off electromagnetic energy, that your eyes actually project light out, and your skin does as well. So when you start to look at it, is that we are this interactionary medium with our environment, you got to start asking yourself, does your environment affect you?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole basis of epigenetics, right? Is that that for the longest time, we believe it was hereditary control factors, that genes get damaged and they get passed on to other people, and that produces illness and disease. That's completely wrong. It was epigenetic control factors, environmental control factors that cause the genes to express in certain ways. And like a key, you can turn those on and you can turn those off. Well, if I told you that your environment affects you, okay, would you say that Wi-Fi in your house affects you?
I would.
Now, do you know the main frequency of wireless technology that's utilized in your house?
What is it? Is it like 2.5?
It's 2.4 gigahertz. Now, do you know what's interesting about that? Number one is they didn't have to choose 2.4 gigahertz. There was a whole stream of different frequencies they could have chose. But did you know something else in your house that actually works on that same frequency?
What's that?
Microwave. Your microwave works at 2.4 gigahertz. And you want to know why a microwave makes things hot? You ever put something very, very dry that doesn't have water in it in the microwave? And then you pull it out and it's cool to the touch? It's not hot because it didn't have water in it. Because 2.4 gigahertz happens to be one of the resonant frequencies of oscillating water molecules. So 2.4 gigahertz, a microwave, is bombarding the water in an object and causing it to oscillate very, very fast. And that oscillation produces friction inside the molecular structures, which produces heat and heats that up. So your Wi-Fi is the same frequency that your microwave operates off of. And instead of being one single pulse of electromagnetic energy towards food to heat it up, instead you get it 24/7 within your house when your Wi-Fi is just very, very subtle. And don't get me wrong, there's a magnitudes of difference in the potential of your microwave versus the 2.4 gigahertz of your Wi-Fi. And your Wi-Fi, by the way, it operates, so it doesn't even operate on a power level. It operates in such low power that we actually have to measure it through decibels. And so it operates at about negative 30 decibels.
Well, I'm glad you cleared that up because you almost unlocked a new fear for me, bro. I was about to start turning off.
But does it mean that Wi-Fi doesn't affect you? No, it absolutely does. 2013 to 2014, Dr. Martin Blank at Columbia University did a series of test trials on wireless energy on 4G and 3G wireless technologies and discovered that your DNA actually is damaged by wireless electromagnetic technology. That wireless technology actually has long-term effects on your DNA in the context of damage, whether it's oxidative stress or, water molecules just being, slightly elevated in temperature within your body, whatever it might be. And the study's out there for people to find. But he also realized that the reason why your DNA is affected by electromagnetic radiation is because of the frequency range. And he discovered that your DNA is an electromagnetic transducer. Do you know what a transducer is?
I've heard of it, but explain it to me.
So induction and so you have an idea that it can give and take, right? So transduction. Transducer, or you can say transceiver. It can send signals and it can receive signals, and it does it at a frequency. Well, Dr. Martin Blank realized that your DNA has a frequency of which it receives signals, and that frequency is at various different octave points of about 32 gigahertz. Now, that's not 2.4 gigahertz, that's 32 gigahertz. What's interesting about that 32 gigahertz frame is that, number one, 5G, the first channels in 5G are 28 gigahertz, and then they go to 32 gigahertz. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? But not only that, is that, have you ever you ever have like an old TV, ones with like,
Yeah.
you ever scratch the radio? You turn on your radio and you're,
absolutely. I still
Right.
have one of those.
Most of the channels today, if you go there and it's snow on that TV, that's actually generated by the digital systems. That's not real snow. They do that so you don't just have a blank channel. But the reason why you used to have snow on old analog TVs is because the antennas were picking up an electromagnetic ambience, a noise at the noise level, on ground level on planet Earth, that was caused by what they claim to be the Big Bang. The Big Bang has an afterglow, and it's called the CMBR, the cosmic microwave background radiation. And so it's in the gigahertz range. It ranges from 3 to 300 gigahertz. But the interesting thing is when the CMBR interacts with our planet, it goes through the ionosphere, it goes through the magnetosphere, it goes through the atmosphere, multiple points of dispersion. So you have variability in how this actually hits. But the aggregate frequency at ground level is 32 gigahertz. And that's the same frequency that your DNA resonates with. In other words, what I'm trying to show you here is that your body is influenced by electromagnetic radiation to the point where cosmic radiation that is coming from the beginning of the universe that's hitting our planet right now is actually in the same resonant frequency of your DNA.
So let me just ask you this. If going off kind of what you're explaining here, because
please connect to Virgo.
We're right back. We're right back to, you just unlocked a new fear for me again. I'm going to need you to fix this since you created it. If a evil entity wanted to use, our routers, what information would they need? Like, could you create an anxiety attack in somebody by manipulating their router? That's kind of where I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Bro,
remember when I told you about the pager attacks?
Well,
Number
yeah,
one, the pager attacks by Israel there was no
explosion.
explosives in those phones. That was them overloading the energy. The discombobulator, that's simply subsonic frequencies that they use that basically causes all orifices in your body to open up all at once and causes massive blood flow directly into the skull, from you to bleed from your nose, have a stroke until a delta force shoots you in the head. Like in that electromagnetism, yeah, there's EM weapons. I mean, think about Havana syndrome. That's what Havana syndrome is. It's microwaves that are being projected at a person that's causing massive psychological effects and damage inside the brain, causing various different neural structures to overload and actually burst. People have had aneurysms from it.
You just scared the shit out of me.
Now Alpha's gonna be wearing the tinfoil hat.
Bro, listen, y'all seen that social media thing? This is what the Navy SEALs wear, right? That special hat. I'm gonna be ordering one of those after the show because Josh just screwed it. Listen, man, that's scary, bro.
Yeah, that's why Trump banned Yahweh from operating in the United States in 2018. Yahweh was one of the major producers of 5G antennas.
So literally, then the only real protection we have is to turn this shit off.
Oh, listen to that. That's a novel idea. Well, do you want me to connect this to Virgo or not?
Well, I do, but you don't get to just scare the shit out of me. I think we're just gonna walk away from that conversation. Like, listen, you told me what the new weapon.
You could be being influenced right now and not even know it. Not only that, you know a guy by the name of David Icke?
I do.
I read David Icke all throughout the 90s and the early 2000s, and then I had the privilege of having him on my show multiple times and talking with him.
Get him on this show, bro.
Well, we'll see. He's a huge anti-Trumper, but
we don't have to talk about Trump.
But David Icke had this theory back in the day that, and this is pretty crazy, that the archons, and this goes back to occultism and what's known as Gnosticism. And Gnosticism believes that our reality was created by the demiurge, and the demiurge was a creation of the archons, and the archons actually control our reality. And he says that the archons actually send electromagnetic signals out of the bands of Saturn, and that they bounce off our moon, and our moon's in an artificial construct, and they bounce off our moon and then project onto the earth, and this is how they manipulate our reality. And when they're not manipulating us, they're actually veiled our entire reality. So think about it as an overlay of the natural reality with a computer simulation that is just attuned to our conscious frequency. And so right now, actually, the real world is right in front of you, but what you're perceiving is a constructed, simulated, augmented reality. And that was David Icke's theory. And I think that his theory is actually fairly relevant. I think that there's a lot of truth to what he's saying, because we live in a world that is absolutely doped or polluted with electromagnetic energy. And this is what I was trying to show you, is that electromagnetic energy has massive impacts on us. It has psychological, it has physical, it has DNA expressive impacts on us. And so if we know that, do you ever heard of something called subtle energy fields?
No, I have not.
Okay. So think about subtle energy fields as like, let me ask you this. Have you ever like walked into a room and you just felt something behind you?
I have.
How'd that happen?
I usually said if there's something
You have a
evil.
sixth sense that kind of sense that, right? Think about that as a subtle energy field. Okay. That there's this field that we don't understand that exists. And maybe it's electromagnetic in nature. Maybe it's very, very ground level, like negative 60 decibels, that it's just basically background noise and why we've never detected it. But either way, our conscious can navigate it and understands it because we know that there's this subtle field. Now, I want you to imagine this. If Einstein was right, and I don't think Einstein was right, but I just want to bring this into context, that mass distorts space and time. Right? Mass distorts space and time. So think about a mass, and we always look at Einstein as like a marble on a thing that kind of goes like this, right? You can't think about it like that, because the space does not distort in one dimensionality. Space distorts in 3 or actually 4 dimensionality. So imagine instead that space is a jello mold, and that you take a bowling ball into the middle of that jello mold. What happens? The jello mold conforms around the bowling ball. The bowling ball is displacing the jello mold, and the jello mold is pushing back on the bowling ball with this equal amount of force. Now, why do I say that? Because now if I start adding in other jello molds, that one jello mold right there, or that one bowling ball, is now affecting the other one that's a mile away because of just the stress tensor that's operating in the field. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm tracking with you.
So if I have 2 bowling balls right next to each other, eventually they're going to collapse into each other because the distortion in the field is distorted enough. So if you start to elongate that out over periods of time, it might not be very profound. It might be subtle, right? So it's a subtle energy field. Now go back to what we were just talking about, that you're completely unique unto yourself. That spark.
And I just got to say something real quick to the chat. They're laughing, they're like, Alpha, you're hilarious. How does that stuff not scare the shit out of you guys? I cannot be the only one that just heard what Josh said. It's like I'm gonna go order one of these beanies for my entire family. Like, it's crazy to me that everybody's laughing, and I'm just like, I cannot be
You
the
want a
only one.
Faraday cage? I got Faraday cage hats. Well, they're laughing because it's just an everyday thing. But now I want you to take yourself back to that point of where that zygote has the zinc flash. Your mother's in this unique place in California, on planet Earth, in the solar system of our sun, and that sun is in a certain position in the galaxy, and that galaxy is in a position with a local group, and that local group's in a position with all the other galaxies, right? In other words, there's a configuration that's occurring that's never going to occur again. But if you break that down locally here in our solar system, that configuration actually happens a lot, right? So think about the planets moving around the sun. Okay? So the planets moving around the sun and the moon moving around Earth. And that moment that zygote spark happened, there was a configuration of Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and Pluto and Mercury and Venus and Mars and Earth and the moon. And that configuration, although it's in a new realm of space, was actually very, very complex in the context of subtle energy. And imagine that subtle energy has an effect on your mother. That distortion of that field has some type of subtle energy effect on that zygote. Well, this is what our ancestors actually realized thousands of years ago. That if the stars in the planets in the sky were moving, that they had to be moving through something, and that something was moving, then that something would be producing ripples, and that ripples would be felt here on Earth, and we can call that subtle fields or subtle energy. And that if we watch the configurations, then those ripples have to be hitting the forming baby in the womb. And then how do we determine how those ripples affect the baby? Well, we look at the configuration of the planets in the sky.
You know,
And so
I'll
they
interject
started
here just to make a point. If our ancestors were able to figure that out, there's no way they were not an advanced society, bro.
I agree.
You can't figure that out with being primitive. You can't.
I agree. 100% agree. And I think that this is why it's occulted and esoteric, is because it was hidden. Because it wasn't fully understood. And so from this is you get the house of the zodiac. So I don't know if people know this, that you have an ecliptic. In the night sky, every night you kind of have this ecliptic where everything moves upon the sun, the moon, all the stars, they all move on the ecliptic. And through the ecliptic, you get the 12 different constellations, the 12 houses of the constellations. And every night they move through, right? And our planets are in different configurations within those different constellations. And when you're born, Alpha, when your birthday comes about, we say you're a Virgo because the configuration of the planets when you were born were in that Virgo constellation. Now, I want you to just hold your questions for a second.
Good, because I have one right now, and I think
Now,
it's a
we tend to
pretty good
think
one.
about this as something that's happening out there, but it's not. Remember, what we're actually talking about is the movement of planets that produce ripples in a field, which then produce influence, relationship. Remember, we were talking about relationships and influence. They interact with human beings here on this planet. So as the planets are moving, there's ripples generated, and those ripples hit the Earth and they impact human development. Which means that if you have planets in a configuration in one zodiac sign, how does it impact that fetal development? Well, over the years, our ancestors realized that we can develop neurologically. Now, inside your brain, right by your pineal gland, you have 12 ganglia. Okay? And these are the center of your kind of neurological center of your brain, right before your frontal cortex, your prefrontal cortex. Now, what's interesting is how ask me how I define a thought.
How do you define a thought?
I look at a thought as the trillions upon trillions of neurons in your body firing in sequences and patterns over time. As in, if you think about trillions of things that are all interconnected, and you think one thing in your brain, what that actually is the firing of maybe hundreds of millions of those neurons firing at the same time in different sequences and patterns. Okay? Now, that configuration of neurons was influenced in early development by what? Subtle energy fields. The ripples from the configuration of your unique place in the universe.
So I'm tracking up to now with that. I'm there. But this is where I have a question then.
Sure.
If our ancestors, even today, we understand that, okay, I was born September 9th, right? And this is the way the constellations aligned, and this is the, where everything you said, this is where the sun is, this is where the earth is, this is where the other planets are, and all that. But there's also the understanding that it's not just, our universe, but it's the entire galaxy, like everything's always in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Then how can, the Virgo that was born the same day as me, September 9th, but in the 1800s, still share the same characteristics as me according to these signs, when it still wasn't, even though in our stars, and we look up and the stars are the same, we were still never in that same spot that we were at the time that I was.
So actually, the zodiac that we use today is about 2,100 years old. So the sky charts they use for your zodiac are over 2,000 years old. They're not modern sky charts. Now, there's deeper understanding of why that's used like that. But what I want you to begin to see is that the movement of the planets around the sun is always going to follow the same patterns. I think the longest orbital trajectory is Pluto, and that's like, what, 1,200 years or something like that. But Jupiter and Saturn probably have the most influence gravitationally. They're like 600 years for Jupiter, right? But other planets have a very faster. Mercury goes around the sun multiple different times, right? But their influence to Earth, and just think about that construct of that pattern moving around. And what does it do? It produces ripples. So think about an ocean. Everybody's sitting in a still ocean, right? And what I'm doing is I'm producing ripples in the ocean when I'm going back and forth. Now, do you start to move because of those ripples? Yeah, you do. And even if you're 100 miles away, that energy is dispersed enough where you don't even realize it, but that energy is still being dispersed throughout all of that ocean. In other words, it does have an effect on you. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the ripples that are generated by subtle energy fields have an effect on the neurological construct of the womb in development, and even throughout your whole life. That we've learned that these different configurations that the planets are in the various different houses of the zodiac produce different configurations of neurological patterns. And these configurations of neurological patterns are predictive. And they're predictive down to about 12.
So if you want, if I'm understanding you correctly, if we wanted to, you had a mom and a father, and we knew the entire, like their entire genetic chart, right? They go and they do blood tests. You know exactly what his DNA is. You know exactly what her DNA is. And you want to produce a certain type of child that has a certain type of energy.
Archetype is the word.
Okay.
It has a certain type of archetype. Think about personality, attributes, these types of things. Yep.
So you have a certain type of archetype. Then you could literally tell these parents, this is the window that you want to conceive to produce this kind of archetype for a child. Yeah. And then if you had enough of a population that was willing to do this, you could create a society that has a specific archetype.
Welcome to the real world. What you just described there is ritual. And this is why they wait for various different configurations in the sky for the planets to be in certain configurations, because of the energy, the subtle energy fields, and the influence that it has over mankind. And that's why they perform rituals on various different days. Because let's assume that you have one day that
Hold on, I got to interrupt. So are you telling
He
me?
just had a revelation.
Are you
Now he gets
telling
it.
me that they could culturally create a holiday that was designed to influence sex, like Valentine's Day? And everybody's thinking, oh, it's this day of love and chocolates and roses, but it's really because you're trying to produce a certain type of archetype. Because if statistically enough kind of people are going to meet together, they're going to do something that's going to create, they're going to conceive. And that holiday was designed to create a certain type of archetype. Bro.
Welcome to my world, buddy. And guess what? These wealthy, rich, elite families in the occult, they mate on these schedules. They mate on the schedules where they know that that person that's going to be born is going to have power. For instance, forget it. So my friend, I'll bring Laura Lee on maybe one of these weeks, but Donald Trump's chart, he has Leo the Lion in his top house. In other words, Donald Trump's chart matches that of kings. Divinely blessed. And this is what it's meant by being divinely blessed or divinely selected. It's when your charts align up to where that expression of that archetype is very, very strong. Now, what do we mean by archetype? When I say archetype, there's the Carl Jung interpretation of archetype, and this is what a lot of what Carl Jung was actually talking about. I'll get into archetype in a second, but what I want you to believe is that your neurological configuration of your neurological system, okay, it's the base core of all communication, of all of whom what we are is our neurological system. And think about the configuration of the neurons inside your body, the base fundamental configurations. Think about that as your operating system, that your operating system was basically imprinted at the time of conception by the pattern of the universe, a snapshot of the universe around it. Okay?
Just so you know, you got my operating system going crazy with some stuff that I want to say right now. It's like it's like you kicked open the floodgates of my brain on something right now.
Good.
Man.
Now let me go to the next part. So if you understand that operating system, the base function of your neurological system is imprinted with the design structure of everything around it, and that's kind of what the neurological structure takes, then we only have kind of a few variations of designs that can happen. 12 of them, 12 archetypes. So in occultism, you had the idea of what's known as Solomon's Temple, right? Solomon's Temple, they want to build a new temple. And there's an esoteric or very, very occult theory on Solomon's Temple. Solomon's Temple is guarded by Jacquin and Boaz. Jacquin, Boaz. What is this thing called in your head? Right here, this little point?
Temple.
Why is that called your temple? Solomon's Temple. Solomon, break the word down. Spell it out. S-O-L.
Soul.
O in Old English, O apostrophe is of.
Okay. Min.
Man. Say it fast. Soul of man. Soul of man in your temple. And when you go into the soul of man's temple, the soul of the moon or soul of man's temple, you have to get past Jacquin and Boaz, illusion and deception. And once you enter into the temple, you go through the 12 houses of bread, the 12 archetypes of mind. And if you can master the 12 archetypes of mind, you get into the Holy of Holies, which is the Ark of the Covenant, the contract with God or the relationship with God. You have to surpass the mastery of the archetypes to begin to learn God or to know thyself.
So when you go on your journey, so to speak, traveling the world because you're in pursuit to find God, what's really happening is during that time you're learning about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter where you end up in the world, it's did you find yourself in that journey, because that's how you're going to find what you're saying.
I think that everybody's on their own individual journey. And I think a lot of us struggle to just kind of master and understand our own archetypes. And kind of this is something that we talked about before. What I want you to imagine is that Imagine when you learn what your archetype is, the various different attributes and how to kind of express them, right? Optimize your archetype, right? Optimize your archetype. But then you learn that there's other people and other archetypes. And so what you begin to do is you begin to express their psychological, emotional archetypes where you can mimicry, right? I can mimic that. And by mimicking that, I create the new neural patterns in my brain. And then I do that 12 different times. I now have a kind of a neurological pattern that can transition between the various different archetypes. And I can master each one of those archetypes in the context of understanding psychologically who and what they are, and then emotionally. Now, let me tell you this, is if you fall out of that world, it's much harder to get up. If that makes any sense to our former
I don't know if I'm
conversation.
tracking on that part.
I'll explain that part later, but let's just say that you go through and you try to master your archetypes, the archetypes of man. And the archetype simply is think about it as a computer program that is simply just patterns and sequences over time of neurological firing patterns. But different configurations of how those neurons are structured are different archetypes. And so different versions of that operating system. And that mastery is about going through each one of those versions and truly understanding how another person thinks, how another person feels.
Where this just fascinates me is this literally has made me reanalyze, like whether it's storybooks or documented history on these things. You know, for instance, the king, you know, the royal family and the peasants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, we had arranged marriages and things like that. You know, royalty would marry royalty, right? And so if royalty continues to marry royalty, that archetype is going to be the result of that. And well, since the peasants don't ever operate or, you know, are in the environment of royalty, peasants are going to continue to mate with peasants. So that archetype's going to continue on. But if you were to get some, whether it be a prince or a princess that fell in love with a, you know, male or female peasant, you're going to bring these two different archetypes together, which is, it changes the system, introduces something new. And so if we bring that into the modern day of the elite and the peasants, you know, and the peasants, I would probably consider that's probably us, you know, the middle class and lower. You know, there's a reason that, you know, we say like these people party with these people and they're in that environment. It just makes me wonder, is that the reason that these separations exist? Because they want to make sure that these archetypes, because if the peasant archetype starts to mate with enough of, you know, the elite ones, well, then you're going to change the way that system looks. Am I making sense with that?
You're spot on.
So-
This is kind of why we have it. And here's the thing is you got to ask yourself if it's maybe originally it was hierarchical in the sense that it was consciously oriented. But nowadays, I think that that's just more kind of just the way the cookie crumbles. It's more just kind of how it all organizes out.
Yeah, it's you know, because we do this in gardening. Like, how many people have ever seen where you go and you get, you know, they splice an orange tree with a lemon tree, and you get this hybrid, this orange lemon or this lemon orange. You know, it's a new species.
I love how he puts an H in there, species.
Right? And it just, have we done this with humans? I guess we have.
Absolutely, we have.
This is just making me trip, dude.
So when kings used to take their daughters to marry into other royal families, it wasn't all about strategic alliances. It was about, are we going to produce a new dynastical line? Why did some marriages produce new dynastical lines and others didn't? What was destined by the stars? What was their configuration in the stars and the heavens? And so the idea of you being, you were born what, September 21st?
9th. I'm 9/9.
So you're a Libra Virgo, or you're a Virgo Libra. So you have characteristics of both, and they kind of cross correlate. But what that idea is that the subtle energy fields at that point in time of your conception configured your neurological systems in your body. And then that as you grow up expresses through various different personality characteristics and attributes.
Could you make some of those things like
Charming, diplomatic, romantic, very analytical, indecisive at times.
could you imprint those? So I'm trying to track. I'm trying to make it so I don't even confuse myself. So at the moment of my creation, if like as I'm growing in the womb, right? Those 9 months of pregnancy,
Mhm.
could my parents have imprinted certain things in me that would have just, I guess, been part of my DNA? For instance, we've all heard that you go and you play some Mozart, get the
I was about to
headphones,
say that. Yep.
you put some headphones, you put it on the mother's stomach, and there's that frequency of music that baby is getting as it's growing, as it's developing. Would that then imprint that moment, so later on down the line, that kid's in high school starts hearing some Mozart and it has an effect on them? Not
Well,
just
first
because
of all, if the mother played Mozart all throughout her pregnancy to her baby, by the time when he's in high school, he's not going to be in high school. He's going to be in private school, probably finished early and already got 2 PhDs. Because quite literally, yes, that's very, very real, and it's the same phenomena and effect.
So if you had a class of society that you knew that if they listened to Mozart, that's the effect it has. So then you created music that operated in a different frequency of violence and sadness and pain. And that's all you heard, mom's playing it on MTV, playing it in the house. Could that then create that same type of imprinted type of memory in that baby?
100%. And not only that, is now start to think about the symbolism that is portrayed around that baby. And then when that baby, remember, the first 7 years of a baby's life are completely absorptive, that they're just taking in things, they're learning about things, right? And so they're seeing things. Now, take all that in the context and now think about the NFL. What's the most popular and recognized NFL football symbol?
The star?
What team?
I hate them, but I would say the Cowboys.
Oh, God, no. I would say the Raiders, right?
Well, you can say I hate that one too. I'm going to start a war with my audience. Listen, y'all know I'm hardcore football, 49ers all day. The rest of the teams suck. Let's just get that out of the way, all right?
But see what Alpha's doing right there?
If you're not a 49er fan, your team sucks. I'm sorry.
So what Alpha just did right there is not out of pure love and appreciation. It's out of conditioning.
What?
Why do you love football?
I started playing when I was 8 years old.
When did you start watching?
When I started playing. Well, no, I would say I watched a little bit before that because it's what my dad watched.
Did you get it? Did you see what just happened there? So imagine a kid growing up watching this from infant to 7 years of age. And this is the image that he sees all the time. Now, where does this image thrive in? What parts of our country does this image thrive in?
The ghetto.
The cities, the inner cities. What does this symbol represent? Two swords cutting off the head, right?
Yep.
Okay. The patch on the eye. Who had their eye removed? Horus. Right? That knowledge was removed. The spirit, the soul was removed. And they cut you off from who you are symbolically.
Well, just y'all know
bread and wine and the gladiators. So think about this is now you start to see that the imprinting on the human being's physical body is actually one kid grows up from infancy to 7 years of old and listens to Mozart and becomes a dual PhD that works for DARPA. The other grows up watching NFL football, loving the Los Angeles Raiders, and has a completely different life.
So you
Not saying that people don't grow up watching the Raiders become doctors, but I'm just saying is
So
the
you
odds are in
could-
their favor.
Well, no, I mean, this is important because you could affect society. If we know the foundational years of children is when they're small, you could literally have preschools and kindergartens that have moments during the day where they're playing Mozart or Beethoven or something like that because you know the effects that it has on these kids. Like I mean, I frequency and energy is real. I absolutely believe that, but we don't do it.
Mm-hmm. So, have you ever heard of Astronova School?
No, I'm not.
So, let me pull this up for you. Born at SpaceX, Astronova is an online school for kind, curious, and daring kids. So, most of Elon's kids didn't go to normal schools. So, how kids are taught. All courses are taught live in English on Zoom. Okay, it doesn't go into their philosophy. I wish it went into their philosophy, but there used to be a lot of stuff on this. Look at the classes: Modern United Nations, Chessmatics, Adventures in Lua, Sonnet sequence workshops, Life of Molecules, Math and Science throughout history. But what they don't do is they don't put kids in a classroom and then teach them. Also, when your great grandparents went to school, right? When my grandparents went to school, they had to walk 10 miles to get to a school. And guess what? There was one teacher, one school, and it was all the kids 5 years of age to 18 years of age, all in the same classroom. You ever heard about these times?
I have.
Now, why is that interesting? Because the 5-year-old might not understand what the 18-year-old's learning, but he's imprintable. So he's seeing it. He's seeing advanced geometry, algebra. He might not understand what to do with it, but he's seeing it. So with Astra, what they do is there's no age group for the classroom. Everybody comes in and you're taught subjects and topics, but you're taught it in a fun, constructive manner. That the young kids are more engaged with hands-on, that you're looking at visual models or you're holding models of the solar system and you're playing with it and you're seeing how they spin around each other and the dynamics of the interaction. Instead of sitting in a classroom with your hands on to the side and, with a crayon and doing paperwork. These schools exist, and Elon Musk completely gets it and is developing a school like that.
My brain's going so many ways on things that could be done and are, I'm looking at obviously the positive things that could be done. I'm also recognizing how dangerous this could be, this understanding by the people that are, waging war against humanity, the deep state, the globalists, whatever you want to call them, right? Like, people just don't know. Like, we really do have to protect what we're listening to and what we're seeing and what we're reading.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and again, what's something we all have in our hands? Those cell phones, right? And I really should know better myself. I did an entire article on Substack on the development of the social media timelines. And do you know FOMO, right? The fear of missing out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that was created intentionally?
Mm-hmm.
And so, for those that don't know, and I'll drop that link in the chat tonight for those of you guys that want to read it, is when they were developing social media, right? Twitter, Facebook, these timelines, Instagram, they brought in people that were the architects and engineers of casinos because they wanted to make the social media an addiction, right? And so FOMO was created on purpose by the endless timeline. You scroll and you scroll and you scroll, and the timeline never ends. And so what happens is all these different things happen in your brain. You know what I mean? The dopamine hits and all this other stuff. There's this also society where it's like, I don't want to miss the next news story. So you're sitting there and you keep scrolling. That FOMO was an attack on us. Like they really realize what affects us, and then they weaponize it.
Well, and you understand what the casinos learned, right?
Different
casino-
things, like the
Yeah, the ca-
removing the clocks and
removing
different
the
colors.
clocks, removing the windows, and blue lights on the screens put people into a hypnagogic state and make them more susceptible.
And then play certain sounds.
It was the mob, by the way, that owned the casinos at that time that figured that out. And then who did the mob work with immediately after all that in the 1960s? CIA.
No shit.
Operation Underground and all of that, yeah.
I'll tell you, this is just.
Then you get into Operation Snow White with Scientology and all of that connectivity, and
so whether you believe in the esoteric or not,
it still affects you.
If that's what I was going to say, so you might as well have a good understanding of what your sign is, so you know the things that would affect it. So you would know how to protect yourself from certain things, whether it be the government.
I wouldn't say knowing what your sign is, because there's a lot of bullshit in that whole arena. What I would say is know yourself. Understand how to define yourself. Don't define yourself by your past accomplishments or who you believe yourself to be. Define yourself by how others perceive you and understand you, and why others love you, right? This is one of the hard parts about life. Is that somebody who's been through, so we go through 7-year cycles as human beings. I don't know if you realize this in your life yet, but every 7 years you go through various different cycles, right? Very similar to the fourth turning, the 90-year cycle, is we go through 7-year cycles in our life. And these 7-year cycles are interesting because usually towards the end of that cycle or the beginning of the new cycle, you're always thinking about, man, I should do things better and I need to do this. But you're always starting a new decade and stuff, right? But I want you to think about this: is if I asked Alpha Warrior to define himself, what would he tell
me? I want to sound arrogant. Man, there's put me on the spot here. I would say courageous, loyal, protector.
Okay, and where do those things come from? When you bring that character attribute out, where is that coming from? Why would you say courageous? Because of
the things that I'm willing to do for the people that I care about.
And that comes from past,
jobs that I have, the way I was raised, the things that I've seen.
That's right. So your past has defined you to this point, right?
Right.
So who you are now today is a definition of what you were yesterday, right? So people who are in life and they have problems in their life and they're like, man, how do I change this? Well, you ever heard is doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of insanity, right? And so if I continuously do these same patterns that brought me here to this point today, then 7 years from now, I'm going to be no different. Right? So instead of defining ourselves as who we were yesterday, as I'm the college graduate, I went into the military, I did these things, and this is who I am. Instead, we need to redefine ourselves and stop defining ourselves of who we were yesterday. And I use this visualization exercise for anybody out there that wants to copy this. This is yours. You can take this. And I call it the moment with God, or the walk with God. And imagine it's some far time in the future. I'm not going to put any speculation on that. I say millions of years in the future. And you finally pass away and you rise up to heaven and St. Peter calls you through and you're going to see the old man. You're going to see God. You start walking towards God, and standing next to God, right on his right-hand side, is a person. You're like, is that Jesus? Nope, it's not. It's someone. And he's like, that looks like me. And you start seeing that there's you who you are, standing right next to God. And you get up there and you say, God, I don't get it. Why am I standing next to you? And he goes, this is how you'll be judged. He goes, standing next to me is the perfect image of you that I created. The one that I gave all the opportunities to, that went through all the shit in life and went through all the trials and the tribulations and accomplished as much as they possibly could. The perfect image of who I created. And God looks at you and says, now I ask you, are you that man? So when you define yourself, you don't define yourself as who you used to be. You define yourself as who you are becoming, and you should be becoming that man.
That one was deep, bro.
It is.
How many dents and scratches you gonna show up to the garage with when Dad comes home?
Yeah.
Where's the body shop, boys? Man, I've enjoyed this conversation a lot. We can get to the Rumble rants and all that. Did you want to run your ad?
Yeah, I'm going to run one real quick. Let me do this. Here's a little inside scoop that many creators are talking about behind the scenes. It's actually one of those reasons I'm using Rumble. They made a way to super chat creators so we get paid immediately and without any fees. YouTube and Twitch take up about 50% of the fees when they tip creators. This method takes none. That's right. This platform takes zero fees. I keep nearly 100% of what you send me. You can send me super chats with Bitcoin, Tether, USD, or even Tether Gold stablecoins. The tip will show up directly in our Rumble chat, and I'll do my best to read it. We'll try. All you need to do is download the Rumble wallet on the App Store and send the tips to your favorite creators. You can go to wallet.rumble.com, or you can download the app directly from the app stores. Seriously, what an amazing way to get rid of the middleman and help the creators' economy. Shout out to Rumble for making this disruptive technology.
Boom. And then I will roll with the kids guide, and you'll see that QR code over my face. If you're like, I don't see a QR code, because you got to get to Rumble to watch this, folks. All right, parents, real talk for a second. America is about to hit a huge milestone. We're coming up on America's 250th birthday. 250 years of freedom, grit, sacrifice, and the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen. This is the perfect moment to help your kids understand why this country matters. Not just fireworks and hot dogs, but the story behind it all. There's a free guide called The Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday. And it's honestly a great way to introduce kids to how America began, who the founding fathers were, what they risked, and why their ideas they fought for still matter today. The guide sends kids back to the moment when brave men signed the Declaration of Independence, knowing full well that they were risking their lives for freedom. It breaks it all the way down for kids can actually understand and enjoy without watering it down or turning it into boring schoolwork. If you care about raising kids who know where this country came from and why it's worth preserving, this is something you'll want to grab. And the best part, again, it's completely free with this special offer. What's the special offer? You just need to pay $2 for the shipping and postage. So just head to freeusabirthday.com. That's freeusabirthday.com. And the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for your kids today. America's story matters. Make sure the next generation knows about it. And just so you guys know, there's a whole lot of sponsors, partnerships, and affiliates that support me and Josh on our shows, and you'll find those down in our descriptions. So please go and support the people that allow us to keep these shows going. Dude, my brain's still on how much stuff was created and designed, and we were just sold romance stories. If you want to go with your Rumble rants first, if not, I can bring mine up on the screen and go with them. I just need a second.
I always forget to hit that button.
Brother.
Let me see if I could probably go through and look and see what I got.
All right, I'll rock mine while you're doing that to buy you some time to see find them. So here we go, folks. These are the Rumble rants, and then I'll do the super chats from over there on YouTube. Starting from the bottom, now we're her. $2 from Larry5673. Josh needs to say, clip that, so AI learns from him. Ultra intelligence and acid history. The fact that you got me to say that, Larry, StreamYard is now going to do that, because that's actually one of the words that the AI in StreamYard does pick up on. Maybe you knew that, Larry, and maybe that was your plan all